the wind, transformed into a destitute sect leader. In the realm where ferocious beasts roam, you not only established a sect. Moreover, the great ancestor was summoned to stand guard at the entrance. Even the disciples recruited possess the innate potential of celestial emperors. The eldest disciple, born with unparalleled supremacy, commands the ages with an iron will. The second disciple, with decisive sword energy, traverses 30,000 miles. The third disciple, embodying the sacred phoenix, attains the status of the Supreme Empress. All of this transpired merely 2.5 days ago when you discovered the sovereign token. Beijing A52964. Beijing A99900. Thus, I journeyed in search of alms to the Qingyun Sect, only to discover a desolate expanse of crumbling palatial ruins. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in my mind. Jing A82604. Jing A53085. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the Lord's token and become the master of the Qingyun Sect. The system of the Celestial Divine Sect has been successfully activated. Wind. You tremble with excitement. Brother Tongzi has arrived. System. Please activate the beginner's gift pack. Beijing A04837. Congratulations. The beginner's gift pack has been activated. You have received 1 gold summoning card, 1 realm random enhancement card, 1 level 1 sect construction card. Gazing at the shimmering images of several cards in your mind, you exclaim with anticipation to utilize the realm random enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Void Realm. In the next moment, a surge of profound spiritual energy rushes directly into the dantian, invigorating the meridians throughout the body. The sensation of being filled with strength compels you to immediately turn the world upside down and strike the mountains with your palm. You then fix your gaze upon the golden summoning card, silently invoking a prayer. Beijing A00011. Beijing A65544. Great Emperor, Great Emperor. Even if the Great Emperor does not arrive, a great sage would suffice. Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing the summoning card. Beijing A00000. Beijing A57801. The summoning is in progress, and it has been successfully completed. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Emperor Realm, the formidable ancestor of the Qingyun Sect, Li Qingyun. In the distance, the horizon's expanse is directly torn asunder, while the overwhelming might of the Emperor sweeps forth. In an instant, the formidable beings across the entire continent became aware. Jing A86420. Jing A56891. Jing A88888. This is the might of the Emperor. In the south, a great Emperor has manifested. Hurry to the eastern region. Various powerful factions are subtly maneuvering, dispatching their emissaries towards the east. Whether for alliances or seeking refuge, even the most humble of submissions will suffice. Such is the magnetic allure of the mightiest sovereign, the Emperor. As the aura dissipated, an elder with a head of white hair, yet a youthful visage, slowly opened his eyes, gazing into the void. He looked to the heavens and let out a hearty laugh. Ha! I, the Grand Emperor of the Azure Clouds, have returned. Li Qingyun bowed his head to gaze upon you. Beijing A. He felt an overwhelming dread seemingly fixated upon him, and his intuition warned that disregarding this person's words would lead to dire consequences. Beijing A06395. He hurriedly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, addressing Li Qingyun as the sect master. Thank you, esteemed master, for resurrecting me. You surveyed the venerable ancestor before you, your heart brimming with ambition. From now on, you shall preside over the sect. Your strength at the Emperor realm is, albeit just sufficient. Li Qingyun surveyed his surroundings, his gaze growing increasingly peculiar. Isn't this the very Qingyun sect he belonged to? Yet, how has it been reduced to such a state? Aside from this enigmatic and formidable sect master, all that remains is a desolate ruin. Have you noticed something amiss with the old man's expression? Is there an issue with the Qingyun sect? I shall not conceal from you, esteemed leader, that I, Li Qingyun, am the founding patriarch of the Qingyun sect. However, it has now transformed into a desolate wasteland. Indeed, time is the greatest of all instruments. You are suddenly enlightened, the revered ancestor of the Qingyun Sect. Presently, I hold the esteemed position of Sect Master. Does this not imply that this old man is my venerable ancestor? As far as I am aware, the Qingyun Sect was once known as the Qingyun Emperor Sect millions of years ago. The founding ancestor was a formidable being at the Emperor realm. However, after several fierce battles, it fell into decline, becoming a power of little significance. Li Qingyun bowed respectfully. The past is but a memory. Under your esteemed leadership, I am confident that Qingyun Sect shall undoubtedly surpass the glories of your. Then the master took his leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. With a thought, he vanished without a trace, leaving only you amidst the ruins. Now, your task is to rebuild the sect otherwise. Would it not be a source of ridicule for others to witness such a state? However, when you are about to use the sect construction card, becoming the foremost divine sect of all heavens, how can one proceed without disciples? A task is issued to recruit a disciple. Completion of this task will yield a reward. A disciple endowed with considerable talent and remarkable perseverance has been detected. Please, the host should promptly proceed to accept them into the sect. As soon as you cease your actions, the disciple arrives. Beijing A. Beijing 888888. Then one must wait before utilizing the construction card once more. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Qingyun Sect, a cultivator was desperately fleeing, glancing back with terror filling his eyes, pursued by 5 figures. Not far behind, a youth, drenched in sweat, relentlessly pursues like a deity descended from the heavens. His piercing gaze reveals an unwavering determination, while the sword in his hand glimmers with a chilling light, exuding an overwhelming aura that stirs the very fabric of the earth and sky. Help! How does this fellow possess such resilience? The crowd is in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions. The supreme sacred body has been stripped away, yet he remains vibrant and full of life despite being pierced by 108 magical artifacts. What hidden strengths has the ancestor bestowed upon him? Jingye Wu Qi Ba Jiu Yao. The young woman, Lung Ting, unleashed a surge of turbulent energy that soared into the sky, instantaneously materializing before the 5 individuals. A cold smile graced her lips as she taunted, "Keep running. Aren't you quite adept at it?" The individuals, trembling, came to a halt before the youth bearing the license plate Jing 804837, who appeared as fierce as a demon. They hastily fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Young master, spare us. We were merely following orders." 5 individuals bowed their heads in despair, their hearts heavy with hopelessness, contemplating. Beijing A. Beijing A 90,000. Beijing A 88888. Alas, in this secluded forest, who can rescue us? Why must we provoke this harbinger of doom? In the early stages of Qi refining, Shi Hao possesses an unparalleled, innate supreme sacred body. Recently, a few days ago, he was deceived by his uncle and cousin from the Shi family, resulting in the deprivation of his sacred body. In the distance, you gaze through a veil of mist, silently nodding in approval at the scene before you. Indeed, the first disciple is inherently supreme. Though deprived of the sacred physique, it remains capable of restoration. With a modicum of cultivation, one can ascend to prominence within the Qingyun Sect. However, it is perplexing that after his sanctity was stripped away, not only was he not pursued, but others were in fact being pursued instead. The young man cast a cold glance, his eyes surveying the surroundings. In the realm of Beijing, people glanced at one another, revealing their intentions. In the next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. Even if I am discarded, I am not one of you. These ants are not worthy of my concern. As soon as the words left his lips, he dashed forward with remarkable speed. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, and his fist intent surged forth, crashing towards the 5 individuals. The cloaked figures, realizing there was no escape, let out a furious roar and charged to meet him heat. The sound of explosions reverberated through the mountains. Amidst the clash of spiritual energies, 5 figures were sent flying. Jing A 88888. Reversed flight. Jing A 58158. Jing A 55555. South. Jing A 00000. Yet the young man merely took a single step back. Just as he was about to step forward, his momentum began to dwindle at a visibly alarming rate. Beijing A45679. Beijing A84062. Beijing A00011. Alas, he had exhausted his final trump card. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through the young man's heart, causing him to collapse weakly to the ground. The onlookers displayed expressions of joy, supporting one another as they rose to their feet. Heaven has eyes at long last. He can no longer endure. One individual stepped forward and licked the blade, smirking as he remarked, "Jing'e, the young master continues to be reckless. This is what is known as the wheel of fortune turning. What does it feel like to be a genius? Haha, I do not know. Today, you are fortunate to be the first genius in my forest, old ghost." The southern figure chuckled sinisterly and spoke, "Wait, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Our young master has acquired your supreme, sacred body." Afterward, he journeyed to the transcendent holy land of Zhongzhou, where he was personally nurtured by the Holy Emperor and bestowed the title of Holy Son, destined to become the future Holy Master. You may witness this. The 5 individuals erupted into hearty laughter. At this very moment, your figure descends from the heavens. Behold, the joyous laughter of all present. If there is any good fortune, do not hesitate to share it with this humble master. Old Lin exclaimed in alarm, "This is not good. Act quickly." But it was too late. In the next moment, with a casual strike, you sent the old ghost Lin flying. You saved the nearly lifeless Shi Hao. Turning his gaze towards the young man on the ground, he spoke with an air of indifference. "Your physique is remarkable, and it seems you share a connection with our sect. Would you be willing to join my order? I can ensure your safety and well-being." Shi Hao looked up. A young man in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of mystique. In the face of despair, his eyes rekindled with hope. "Esteemed mentor, I humbly wish to join your esteemed sect. However, I regret to inform you that I currently consider myself to be a person of little worth. Your slightly raised chin is of no consequence. You are deemed a genius by our sect, and thus you are a genius. Even if one were deemed worthless, our Qingyun Sect possesses the capability to cultivate you into an unparalleled prodigy." At this moment, the once formidable Lin Bai, who had been sent flying, wore a face as pale as iron. The license plates read Jing A53075 and Jing A88999. A tumultuous wave surged within his heart as he found himself at the pinnacle of the void realm. The aura emanating from the figure in white caused the 5 of them to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. In the initial phase of the 3 caverns of the void, 2 peak Yuanying practitioners stood resolutely. Jing A60370. Jing A22222. Jing A84051. Jing A00000. Before such formidable beings, one felt as insignificant as an ant. Jing A88888. Jing A59269. A flicker of anger flashed in the eyes of the man. How infuriating! We are the people of Shijia in the wasteland. This is our family matter. He narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Do you believe you can protect this brat from the wrath of the Shijia thunder? With a slight tilt of your head, clad in garments as white as snow, your demeanor is transcendent. Behold, the peak of Dongshu is indeed insufficient to behold. Yet within my Qingyun Sect, the masters abound. Do not underestimate your modest clan. Even those from sacred lands must bow 3 points before my Qingyun Sect. What significance does your Shi family hold? Upon hearing this, Shi Hao felt a surge of joy within his hardships were finally yielding sweet rewards. The sect I am about to join does not even regard the sacred grounds with any reverence. My dear brother, what does it matter if you become the son of God? Jing A08753. You must await my return. Jing A. Boasting. The man in the attire let out a cold chuckle. South. The young lad, despite his tender years, speaks with considerable audacity. Jing A04837. Not even the Holy Emperor is worthy of his regard. You disdainfully shake your head. Indeed, though I'm not of great age, my cultivation surpasses yours. Have you ever experienced the sensation of directly leaping into the void realm in a single breath? Before the echoes of your voice dissipate, you have already teleported beside the crowd. Behold the license plates. Ing A22344, Jing A66666, Jing A88888, Jing A03580. With a hand transformed into a fist, the spiritual energy surges forth like a dragon and a tiger, rampaging and sweeping across the scene. In an instant, several figures clad in garments are reduced to mere dust. You lightly clap your hands without a change in expression. Come, let this sect lead you into the realm of azure clouds. The young man, enduring the pain, rose to his feet and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, esteemed master, for saving my life." A notification sound resonated within your mind. Beijing A88888. Beijing A08653. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received your first prodigious disciple. Reward: 1 copper summoning card, capable of summoning. Reward: 1 copper summoning card, capable of summoning. Powerful beings ranging from the Golden Elixir realm to the God Transformation realm. Obtain the ancient human king of the 9 Ding Avenue. Beijing A. Beijing A21087. Beijing A00000. Town. The treasure of fortune can assess one's talent. Attain the supreme divine body of the myriad heavens, the foremost divine physique of the cosmos. Behold, the license plate Jing A88888. Ending A43211. Invincibility lies not within one's physical form, but within the essence of the individual. Attain the supreme rebirth technique tailored for the supreme sacred body. Beijing A. Beijing A43321. Beijing A55555. Beijing A07306. Beijing A22222. As you stroll, you glance at the rewards, and in no time, you arrive at the Qingyun Sect. Shi Hao surveyed the chaotic surroundings and quietly inquired, "Master, have we perhaps taken a wrong turn? One must not merely judge by appearances, O disciple of serenity." You spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet secretly rushed to contact the system. The system promptly utilized a Level 1 construction card. The successful application of the Level 1 construction card was confirmed. Currently, manifestation is in progress. As the system prompt reverberated, a torrent of ethereal energy surged forth like a tsunami, heralding the arrival of divine aura. The palatial complex rose majestically, presenting a breathtaking vista reminiscent of a celestial realm, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. At this moment, the ancient ancestorly Qingyun was also stirred in the shadows. The scene unfolding at Qingyun Sect left even his imperial heart in a state of astonishment. Shi Hao's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Is this a paradise? In comparison, his former prestigious family seems like a mere impoverished merchant. You were prepared and are not overly astonished. Beijing A06395. Beijing A88888. Beijing A. However, I did not anticipate that the primary sect would be so disorganized. How terrifying must the secondary and tertiary sects be? Beijing A66666. It truly evokes a sense of anticipation. The formidable figures within the 8 sects are currently engrossed in seclusion or embarking on journeys of exploration. The time for their return is imminent, as they will soon re-emerge from their secluded practices. You must diligently cultivate your skills in hopes of surpassing our outer disciples of Qingyun. As for your inability to engage in cultivation, rest assured that I shall resolve that matter in no time. Shi Hao was initially filled with exuberance, followed by a sudden jolt of realization. Beijing A. Surpassing the outer sect disciples. It appears that the outer sect disciples of this sect are all remarkably exceptional. In the grand hall of the Azure Cloud Palace, you sit in the seat of honor. Disciple, you must be the supreme sacred body, am I correct? Master, I have a cultivation technique to impart to you. In the next moment, a beam of violet light shot forth from your hand, penetrating directly into Shi Hao's mind. Supreme rebirth technique. Upon careful examination, Shi Hao exclaimed in astonishment, his excitement palpable. Beijing A00011. Beijing A82715. Beijing A10976. Exclusively crafted for the supreme sacred body. Beijing A03570. Regardless of the severity of the injury, upon mastering the first layer, one can reconstruct the meridians and restore the supreme body. Beijing A80246. Thank you, esteemed master. Today marks the moment of my rebirth through the Phoenix's fiery baptism. After a moment of contemplation, you continued, I'm also aware of your affairs. Is it the transcendent sacred land, then? Is it necessary for me to intervene in a matter that can be resolved with a mere slap from the Ancestor? Shi Hao hastily shook his head. Master has already saved my life and imparted to me a divine-level technique. I cannot dare to wish for more. I shall seek vengeance through my own efforts. What of the Holy Sun? How can one, after 3 years of mastering the supreme laws, dare to challenge the great sage? You are content with a nod, feeling invincible as your heart begins to form. Go ahead and descend to cultivate your skills. Feel free to choose any palace outside to reside in. Once Shi Hao departed, you once again accessed the system interface. Jing A55555. Jing A05948. Jing A60371. Without hesitation, you utilize the summoning card. The sect is indeed rather desolate. A bit more liveliness would be more fitting. Jing A65544. The summoning card has been successfully used. Congratulations to the host for summoning the guardian of the Divine Transformation Sect. At this moment, as Shi Hao walked while familiarizing himself with the techniques, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching. A man in a robe was walking towards him, and as he raised his gaze, he beheld an individual. The robed man spoke with serenity. Do not be alarmed, you two are a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, are you not? I am a guardian of the sect, on my way to pay my respects to the sect leader. With that, he proceeded directly towards the main hall. Shi Hao was instantly taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. The aura emanating from this guardian was astonishingly comparable to that of the head of the Shi family at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Qingyun Sect, Wang Jian, adorned in his robes, stood respectfully below, gazing upward. He bowed before the sect leader. Wang Jian has attained the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm and serves as a guardian of his sect. Upon perusing the information regarding Wang Jian, you ponder silently. Jing A27161. Jing A66666. Jing A82593. Jing A47036. The individuals summoned by the system are all at the pinnacle of their respective realms. That Ancestor is not merely at the peak of the Emperor realm. Jing A33333. Truly invincible. Let us descend and safeguard our sect. After Wang Jian stepped down, you immediately summoned the system. Beijing A49505. The system manifested the 9 tripod avenue, merging with the divine body. Beijing A68912. Beijing A00000. Beijing A50616. The 9 tripod avenue resonates with the successful manifestation of the bell. The divine body begins to merge. The skies above the Qingyun Sect instantaneously transformed, as if stirred by an unseen force. A profound aura of spiritual energy enveloped the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a majestic bell, exuding the essence of Tao, materialized out of thin air. It descended gracefully upon the rear mountains of the Qingyun Sect. At the moment the 9 tripod fell to the ground, the entire sect's spiritual energy was instantly depleted. Subsequently, the bell began to resonate with the essence of the Tao, with occasional chimes emanating from within. After the celestial phenomena dissipate the violet gold, the calamity of thunder follows closely behind. As the celestial phenomena fade away, the violet gold calamity of thunder approaches. Behold the apocalyptic thunder. Could it be that an unparalleled demon sovereign has emerged in this world? The celestial phenomena in the eastern sky have already surpassed the bounds of reason. Behold the illustrious license plates. Beijing A80246. Beijing A00112. Fortuitously, I have been graced with the opportunity to witness the apocalyptic tribulation as recorded by the ancient powers. Beijing A38383. The Emperor of Divine Awareness, perceiving the intrusion, declared with a chilling tone, "Who dares to spy upon my Qingyun Sect?" In an instant, his formidable consciousness traversed billions of miles, severing the minds of all those who dared to intrude. The powerful entities that were observed warned that the cultivation level of Nan had regressed, resulting in a halving of his lifespan. They cautioned their kin that a great terror loomed in the east, a phenomenon that is unspeakable, unfathomable, and beyond discourse. Once this matter emerged, it sent shockwaves throughout the realm of cultivation. Various factions hastily withdrew their spies, fearful of drawing attention to themselves. After severing the foreign divine consciousness, Li Qingyun gazed in astonishment at the sky above the sect. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was indeed the handiwork of the sect master. The aura emitted by that grand clock instills a sense of trepidation even in me, the Emperor. Beijing A21098. Beijing A. Beijing A33456. Beijing A88999. Let alone that apocalyptic thunder tribulation. Could it be a treasure from the celestial realm? You gaze up at the sky, where the purple and golden thunder looms ominously, your brow furrowed in concern. Beijing A44444. South. This is rather overwhelming, isn't it? System, is it truly necessary to unleash such a tremendous storm over a mere divine entity? Beijing A60471. Beijing A88888. Beijing A25814. As the words just fell, a thunderous bolt of calamity struck down with ferocity. Beijing A. Beijing A33456. Beijing A51627. Beijing A88999. You found no refuge, compelled to face it heathen. Beijing A09754. The thunder of destruction approached with an overwhelming force, aiming to strike true. Yet, to your astonishment, after bracing yourself, you discovered you remained utterly unscathed. Beijing A22344. Beijing A32109. Congratulations to the host on the successful fusion of the divine body through the refinement of divine lightning. Indeed, the recently attained pinnacle of the void realm exhibits signs of instability. Jing A. Jing A84062. Jing A49505. Jing A69370. Challenging the divine thunder from the heavens. Having tasted the sweetness, you begin. Having tasted the sweetness, you commence challenging the divine thunder from the heavens. After 2.5 hours, the thunderstorm finally trembled and dissipated into the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Li Qingyun, who witnessed the entire process, was left in a state of astonishment. Jing A66666. Jing A. Jing A00011. That apocalyptic divine thunder, which instilled fear in me. Jing A82715. Struck the sect master for 2.5 hours. Yet the sect master remained unscathed. Indeed, the sect master surpasses me by a multitude of 10,000 times. After absorbing the divine thunder, you let out a long sigh. As you open your eyes, the electric glow in your violet pupils captivates the heart and soul. You open your eyes again, revealing the enchanting violet. Feel the overwhelming spiritual power within you, it astonishes you. Behold, the pinnacle of the transformation realm has been attained. This is indeed an extraordinary feat, surpassing all expectations. Achieving a profound breakthrough each day is nothing short of miraculous. It is akin to a young calf soaring through the skies on an airplane. As the foremost disciple of the future celestial realm, the divine sect has too few disciples. Thus, we seek to recruit a second prodigious disciple. Those who accomplish this task shall be rewarded. The gathering for the recruitment of disciples in Qingyun City will commence in 3 days in Lingzhou. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. The following day, the Eastern Divine Mechanism Pavilion announced a momentous revelation. The triannual apprentice recruitment conference will be held in 3 days at the mysterious city of Xianyu, Lingzhou. This news exploded like a spark in the heart of Lingzhou. After a decade of arduous cultivation, one suddenly gains renown throughout the world. A multitude of cultivators who have long awaited this opportunity flocked to Xianyu City, their hopes ignited. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Xianyu City, 2 striking figures captivated the attention of numerous earnest cultivators. The bustling splendor of Xianyue City is truly captivating, dear senior sister. It is well worth the days I spent pleading for our esteemed master to finally grace us with his presence for an outing. The excitement sparkles in the eyes of our junior sister. Lung Bingning gazed at Gu Ling, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. The younger disciple's smile emerged unbidden. Dear junior sister, do not always be preoccupied with play. One must diligently cultivate one's skills. The little junior sister playfully stuck out her tongue and said, I know, dear senior sister. Beijing A88888. Beijing A34567. Beijing A. Beijing A20986. Beijing A48148. Your tone is strikingly similar to that of Master. Beijing A44444. On the other side within the Qingyun Sect, Shi Hao emerged from the training chamber, invigorated and refreshed. A powerful aura radiated from his entire being, for he had successfully mastered the first layer of the supreme reincarnation technique. My supreme physique has returned, he thought, and his meridians had been successfully reforged. As he moved his limbs, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Truly, the prowess of a divine-level technique is extraordinary. The speed of cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. Suddenly, Shi Hao sensed an anomaly. The spiritual energy of the Southern Sect has become remarkably more abundant. Just moments ago, while engaged in arduous meditation by the riverbank, he had been oblivious to the changes in his surroundings. One must acknowledge that upon entering the sect, the spiritual energy was already immensely potent. Now, astonishingly, it has multiplied tenfold. In such an environment, one might fear that even a mere pig could cultivate to the realm of a sage. This must undoubtedly be the work of my esteemed master. Beijing A. Truly, my master is a person of remarkable stature. 3 days later, you and your master, along with Wang Jian, arrived at Xianyue City. The host's voice resonated powerfully. Ladies and gentlemen, the apprenticeship ceremony officially commences today. The first selection entails a talent assessment. Those aged 15 years and below, possessing a cultivation level above the Golden Core realm, are eligible to participate. Jing R3 Su Su. Jing 05948. Jing A32109. Surrounding the area are countless stone pillars. The higher the talent, the more radiance they emit. A minimum of 3 stars is required, otherwise, one shall not pass. Entering the second round through the talent testers. Beijing A. Beijing A53085. Mindset and practical selection. Ranking based on overall performance in 3 matches. The top contender may enter the sacred grounds, while those in the top 5 may join the dominant forces. Beijing A68013. Beijing A23456. Beijing A88888. The remainder shall be freely selected by the remaining sections. Beijing A28528. No sooner had the words been spoken than thousands of stone pillars simultaneously commenced their testing. No sooner had the words been uttered than thousands of stone pillars began their trials in unison. Meanwhile, at the corner of the grand competition, 2 young maidens were engaged in casual conversation. Jing A55555. Jing A26160. Jing A66554. Jing A09764. One of them remarked. The younger disciple pouted in annoyance. Finally, the grand competition has commenced. These past few days have been rather dull. Jing A56891. Do you think there are many prodigies in the eastern region, senior sister? Cold and indifferent, yet her mind wanders aimlessly, always sensing a piercing gaze scrutinizing her. Beijing A87531. Gazing upward towards a distant pavilion, she beheld a scene of undeniable beauty. Youth, adorned with the license plate Jing A66666, smiled at her with a picturesque charm. Cold ice condensation hastily evaded the brilliance of light. Indeed, the eastern region is a place where hidden talents abound. Cold ice condensation silently shook her head. Interesting individuals from the realm have arrived. Jing A. You are observing the system panel. Cold ice, the master sister of the Jade Purity Palace, is at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Jing A68912. Jing A23345. Jing A 50,616. Jing A 88,888. Jing A 70,481. At that moment, the system's notification sound echoed. Beep. The presence of the second fated child has been detected. Please, host, recruit them promptly. Jing A Liu San Yao Ba Liu. At this moment, the disciples' recruitment conference is unfolding with great fervor. Those who have been eliminated depart with their heads hung low, while some, in a fit of despair, cry out to the heavens, lamenting their anguish. I refuse to accept this fate. I exclaim, filled with indignation, for I, the future sovereign, have met my untimely defeat in this seemingly trivial gathering. This individual seems to have lost their mind. Beijing A. At merely 25 years of age, their bone age reveals they have only attained the intermediate stage of qi cultivation. Beijing A08754. Yet they still proclaim themselves to be the strongest in the qi cultivation phase. Future Emperor, I curse you and your family. After the man finished speaking, he followed his companion and kicked. Jing A83715. This fellow is excessively pretentious. South. Even I, the King of Versailles, can no longer tolerate this. Jing A06395. On the other side, Brother Lin Bai, do not be disheartened. Here, if the master does not find refuge, there will always be a place for him elsewhere. I firmly believe that one day, Brother Lin Bai will soar to great heights. Qinglian Sword Body. A young man stood despondently, his head bowed. His name was Lin Bai, the eldest son of the illustrious Lin family from the Zhou dynasty, destined to become the future head of the Lin household. Born into prominence, he began his cultivation at the tender age of 8, achieving initial mastery of qi that made him renowned throughout the city. However, he found himself inexplicably stagnated at this level for an arduous decade, ultimately becoming a figure of ridicule in the eyes of the masses. Lin Bai looked up, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Qingyu. I am fortunate to have you by my side. The woman beside him is his fiancée, Nianqing. They made a childhood betrothal at the tender age of 2. Nianqing hurriedly adjusted his sleeves. Jing A88888. Jing A. Brother Lin Bai, I have successfully passed the first test. Jing A00000. I am about to begin the second round. I shall prepare now. With that, he trotted off into the distance. Lin Bai gazed at the receding figure of Nianqing, slowly concealing the admiration in his eyes. Why is this so? The man, only 25 years old, had already reached the mid-stage of qi training, while I have failed to even surpass the initial stage in 10 years, my situation even more dire than his. As he pondered deeply with his head bowed, a voice suddenly drifted over. Do you have any troubles, young one? I take great pleasure in assisting others. Feel free to share your thoughts with me. Lin Bai paused in surprise, halting his steps as he looked up in confusion. May I inquire who you are, esteemed sir? I pondered within my heart. Could it be that they have come to witness the spectacle of Lin, the notorious incompetent, merely to revel in my misfortune? I am a master of the Qingyun Sect. I feel a connection between you and Qingyun. Seeing your extraordinary talent, I wish to offer you the opportunity to ascend directly to Qingyun. Join my Qingyun Sect. How does that sound? Upon hearing these words, Lin Bai was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. For a entire decade, I have awaited an opportunity, a discerning mentor. Though I have not heard of the Qingyun Sect, it matters not as long as it is a sect. That is sufficient. Lin Bai hastily clasped his hands, his voice trembling with excitement. I wish to join the Qingyun Sect. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the second prodigious disciple. Beijing A88888. Beijing A07306. Beijing A. Beijing 821087. Task completed. Reward for the task are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 silver summoning card. Beijing A83715. Beijing A02570. 1 limited summoning card. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 10,000 Swords family. The back mountain of the Qingyun Sect has been manifested. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qinglian Sword technique. As the sound of rewards being credited echoed, you opened Lin Bai's panel. Beijing A88888. Beijing A00011. Lin Bai, at the initial stage of qi refinement. Green Lotus physique, yet to be activated. No wonder this lad is stuck in the initial stage of qi refinement. It turns out that an unactivated physique has absorbed his spiritual energy. Without a suitable cultivation method, he simply cannot advance. The task has been accomplished, and there is no need to linger at this apprentice recruitment conference any longer. Let us depart and return to our sect. Lin Bai was about to speak when someone approached and interrupted him. Oh, is this not the young master of the Lin family? Why is the illustrious Lin genius not participating in the second round of testing? Surely not. Could it be that he couldn't even pass the first round? This lad is amusing. He is even inferior to a pig. Several individuals beside me, who did not pass the first round of testing, dared not express their indignation. For the newcomer was none other than Wang Tian, the young master of the illustrious Wang family from the esteemed Zhou dynasty. Upon seeing the arrival of Lin Bai, an intense irritation gnawed at his teeth. Wang Tian, you truly are an unyielding specter. Beijing A34567. Beijing A57891. Wang Tian is the rival of Lin Bai. Both families represent the pinnacle of power in the Zhou dynasty, engaging in a constant struggle, both overt and covert. Previously, Lin Bai accompanied Nian Qing on a shopping excursion. Wang Tian, captivated by Nian Qing's beauty, often humiliated Lin Bai in an attempt to make him appear foolish. Wang Tian, with an air of arrogance, pointed at you all. Ah, these three beside me are friends of young Master Lin. Indeed, it appears that like attracts like those who associate with young Master Lin are truly of the same ilk. Upon witnessing Wang Tian's disrespect towards his own sect leader, Lin Bai hurriedly stepped forward. A subordinate beside Wang Tian whispered, I have just heard that they seem to be affiliated with the Qingyun Sect. It is said that this Qingyun Sect is rather insignificant, and that all of its members have fled. Wang Tian, upon hearing this, threw his head back and laughed heartily. Indeed, it is as expected. A sect of mediocrity naturally accommodates the inept. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Jian swiftly struck with a resounding slap. Jing A32109. Jing A52074. With sheer physical strength, he instantaneously brought the boisterous Wang Tian, who was laughing heartily, to a crumpled heap. Jing A00001. Jing A00000. The cacophony of monkeys has finally subsided, leaving my ears in peace. Beijing A59269. Beijing A08653. You symbolically scratch your ear. Lin Bai gasped in astonishment at this scene. Jing A888888. Jing A66666. Jing A32109. Jing A60370. South. So formidable. This is the power of the strong. With a single stroke, life and death are severed, vanquishing all displeasure. Jing A00001. Jing A00000. He clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. Jing A02570. I, Lin Bai, vow today to become such a formidable being. Wang Tian's child had yet to regain composure. Wang Tian's presence was enveloped by a terrifying surge of power. The vehicle with the license plate Jing A03580 and another bearing Jing A23456 were both violently thrown aside. Before his eyes, a scene unfolded. Upon glancing back, I found that my young master had transformed into a mere wisp, evaporating into the ether. Jing A. South. The pallid visage of the young master trembled as he managed to utter a few words. Jing A45689. Jing A38383. You have forsaken the young master. You have forsaken the young master. Prepare yourselves to endure the wrath of the Wang family. You merely cast aside a fleeting remark. The Wang family need not endure any longer. Whenever our hearts desire, we may venture to the Wang residence for a brief sojourn. Wang Jian nodded silently. Before departing, Wang Jian coldly remarked, in the next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Tian in the front was instantly crushed. Just as you were about to depart, a figure suddenly obstructed your path. Wait a moment. My lord, it seems rather improper to leave in such haste. You furrow your brow slightly, questioning, who are you to persist endlessly? Do I require your guidance for the affairs of the Qingyun Sect? A gentle smile graces the lips of the newcomer. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an elder of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Jing A88888, Jing A86531, Jing A07396, and Jing A80246 are my identifiers, and I am the steward of this disciple recruitment assembly. You are here to stand up for that young lad. Beijing A08754. The elder hastily gestured. Your Excellency, you have misunderstood. Such a minor faction does not warrant the intervention of our Tianji Pavilion. I merely wish to extend an invitation for your esteemed sect to partake in the forthcoming exchange conference. He was filled with perplexity. How could such a mysterious and formidable figure emerge from the seemingly inconsequential Qingyun Sect? Could it be that they had obtained some great emperor's legacy? Gazing upon the elderly gentleman with silver hair, yet a youthful visage, you find yourself momentarily entranced. Behold the license plates. Beijing 88888. Beijing A30741. Beijing A23445. The system's notification chimes at an opportune moment. Beijing A08653. As the future foremost figure among all realms, one cannot overlook the significance of renown. The divine sect must establish its reputation, launching time-unrestricted tasks that will resound throughout the Eastern domain. Rewards will be granted based on the degree of completion, unbound by time constraints. With a slight tilt of your head, I embark on my journey as a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, commencing with this exchange meeting. The registration number is Jing A11111. Since I find myself rather bored, I shall indulge you in some playful interaction. Subsequently, the four of you were invited to the central pavilion to await further instructions. On your journey, please take a moment to introduce the newly accepted disciple, Lin Bai. This is your senior brother, Shi Hao, and this individual is our esteemed protector of the Qingyun Sect, Wang Jian. Lin Bai hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, senior Wang Jian. He was internally astonished by the formidable presence of senior Wang in his eyes. In the sect, he merely served as a guard. He secretly rejoiced at having made such a remarkable connection this time. Let's see who still dares to look down on me. Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh at this thought, only to immediately realize his lapse in composure and quickly adopt a serious demeanor. Shi Hao jestingly remarked, Dear junior disciple, do share any delightful tidings with your senior brother. Do not keep them hidden. He found this new junior disciple to be quite intriguing. Lin Bai set aside his initial timidity, revealing his true self. He has always been a person of humor and optimism. However, due to the struggles of his cultivation and the mockery from outsiders, he was compelled to don a mask of pretense. Haha, at this moment, I yearn to compose a poem. Beijing A. In the grand assembly for apprentices, I, a humble disciple of the great Zhou, have come seeking fame. Upon entering the realm of azure clouds, with lofty aspirations, I embrace the joy of life's triumphs. What a splendid poem. I did not expect that my junior brother, despite his modest cultivation, possesses such remarkable talent. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai wore a perplexed expression. You did not partake in their idle chatter, instead choosing to close your eyes and meditate. In the meantime, you silently recited in your mind, System, grant me the use of the silver summoning card. It is always prudent to have a fallback plan, just in case. Jing A47036, Jing A53085. The summoning card has been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for summoning a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Void Fragment Realm. Jing A50516. Are you somewhat disappointed, merely skimming the pinnacle of emptiness? Beijing A88888. Beijing A. Beijing A00000. It is still passable, after all. Ultimately, the silver summoning card can summon formidable beings of the manifestation realm at its peak. Beijing A97531. Beijing A53085. At this moment, a middle-aged man quietly appears beside you, devoid of any discernible aura, resembling an ordinary individual. The trio of Shi Hao noticed the commotion nearby. Is another visitor from the sect arriving? I wonder which esteemed elder it might be. As Shi Hao and Lin Bai approached, the speaker continued, Come closer, allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Yi Bai, an outer elder of our Qingyun Sect. Upon hearing this, both Shi Hao and Lin Bai felt a simultaneous jolt within their hearts. If even the guardian, Elder Wang Jian, possesses such formidable strength, one can only imagine the profound prowess of the elder. Shi Hao and Lin Bai exchanged glances and spoke in unison, acknowledging the elder. Jing A888888. Jing A43211. Jing A63186. Jing A02570. Yi Bai nodded slightly in acknowledgement. South. As the foremost divine sect of the future, it is imperative to possess one's own sect attire. The recent conference witnessed a remarkable display of talent in the execution of assigned tasks. The reward for these endeavors includes exclusive attire for the sect. The unified attire before your eyes can be captivating. Meanwhile, the Disciple Recruitment Conference is approaching its conclusion. All sect disciples have nearly completed their selections. The host on the martial arts platform announced in a resounding voice. Beijing A84062. Beijing A00011. Beijing A88888. Esteemed guests, this apprenticeship conference has concluded successfully. Beijing A83715. Next, we shall commence the Intersect Exchange Conference. South. Beijing A06395. A multitude of sect representatives were summoned to the capital. You five, by the command of the Elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, are to take your seats upon the stage. The communication conference officially commences. Beijing A00001. Beijing A82604. Prominent disciples may engage in a friendly exchange. However, participants must be of similar age to ensure fairness. Beijing A88899. Beijing A88888. Beijing A43321. The eyes of various sects gleamed with excitement, for this was indeed an exceptional opportunity to demonstrate their prowess. Jing A Liu 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 Liu. Jing A R Liu Yao Liu Ling. Ha! Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Beijing A29639. Beijing A56891. Xiaohua of the Yin-Yang Sect comes forth to challenge any who dare to battle. Beijing A22222. Beijing A04837. Jiang Kuei of the Mountains Sect seeks guidance. Together, as their voices faded, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, a dance of fists and feet, difficult to part from. On the arena, the air shimmered with vitality. 15 minutes later, Jiang Kuei was struck down from the broadcast platform. Jing A68013. Jing A59269. In the end, Xiaohua from the Yin-Yang Sect emerged victorious. Shi Hao rubbed his fists in anticipation. Master, I too wish to stretch my limbs. Since recovering from his injuries, he is yet to engage in a proper battle. Jing A08754. You gaze upon the poised Shi Hao, who, during his travels to the Moon City, was merely at the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage. Yet now, he has quietly and unexpectedly ascended to the realm of the Yuaning. After a brief moment, Shi Hao leaped onto the martial arts platform. Jing A23456. Jing A88888. With a towering height of 8 feet, he exuded an imposing presence. Shi Hao from the Qingyun Sect's outer sect has come to seek guidance. South. I have not heard of it. It just came to mind. It appears to be the sect that has fallen from a provincial-level sect to a marginal power. The audience whispered amongst themselves. All were prominent figures from the eastern domain. Jing A55555. Jing A22345. Not just any nameless individuals could engage in battle. Jing A50516. This Qingyun sect is merely a minor sect of little significance. Jing A88888. Jing A53075. Jing A66666. What right do they have to sit here and spar with us? Jing A45689. Jing A00111. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion, observing the chaotic scene, spoke in a cold voice. Is there a problem? The Qingyun Sect was specially invited by me. Anyone who is dissatisfied may come forth to challenge me. He intends to probe the Qingyun Sect during the sect conference, seeking to ascertain whether they have discovered the legacy of the Emperor realm, so that he might also partake in the potential rewards. At this moment, Lung Bing's gaze was directed towards the broadcasting platform. Jing 888888. On the stage stood the enigmatic man alongside a young man. Man, Jing A58158. Jing A03580. Jing A66666. Are they all from a Qingyun Sect? Upon hearing that it was the elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion who extended the invitation, the crowd ceased their chatter. They were merely curious to witness the capabilities of this Qingyun Sect, which had seemingly gained favor through backdoor means. At that moment, a prominent family outside the arena recognized Shi Wu and exclaimed, "Shi Hao, you have actually regained your cultivation." The disciple of the Shi family stared blankly at Shi Hao. Upon hearing the family head's words, he had believed that Shi Hao had already lost his cultivation. However, after carefully sensing the situation, he let out a sigh of relief. It was only the early stage of the nascent soul, and fortunately, he had not fully recovered. Haha, I am indeed at the later stage of the Yuaning. If I were to capture this Shi Hao and present him to the esteemed master, the master would undoubtedly bestow great rewards. Shi Hao, you traitor, prepare to face the consequences. The various sects nearby, upon witnessing the arrival of their rival, adopted a spectator's demeanor. As for the prior assertion of not allowing the strong to bully the weak, in this moment, they all conveniently chose to feign amnesia. In the attic, Lin Bai anxiously stamped his feet. Will Master Brother Zhongzhu be all right? You calmly sipped your tea, taking your time to observe. After all, Shi Hao possesses the supreme sacred body. If he cannot even rise to the challenge of surpassing his limits, then he might as well work in an electronics factory tightening screws. On the arena, Shi Hao immediately recognized the newcomer. Jing A80246, the most loyal companion of Uncle Shi Jian, Haba. Today, we shall put this fellow to the test, so he may learn the meaning of 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Jing A69360. Jing A88888. Jing A22222. Supreme Reincarnation Technique. The spiritual energy surrounding Shi Hao surged instantaneously, causing his robe to rustle. In the south, a formidable presence emerges. Despite being merely 18 years of age, this individual radiates an extraordinary aura, rivaling even the first-place winner of the previous competition. Though the onlookers were astonished, they all believed that his chances of winning were slim. Jing A55555. Jing A07306. After all, his opponent was in the late stage of the nascent soul. Shi Jian approached with a smile, and they collided with each other. In a moment of explosive brilliance, everyone was rendered speechless. Jing A30741. Jing A29630. In the late stage of the nascent soul, Shi Jian soared away like a kite severed from its string. Jing A55555. Yet, Shi Hao remained utterly unmoved. It is impossible. Jing A. He struggled to rise. Shi Jian pressed his hand against his chest, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced. How could he, a formidable cultivator at the late nascent soul stage, be so thoroughly dominated by a mere novice in the early stage? Jing A 88,999. Jing A 20,986. South. This is unbearable. Next, I shall let you witness what true despair is. Beijing A49505. Beijing A55555. Beijing A69370. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Jing A. Shi Hao clenched his fist, channeling his spiritual energy into both hands. This technique is one he has comprehended from the Supreme Reincarnation Method. Jing A29630. Jing A88888. Even Imperial Tier martial skills pale in comparison before it. Help me. Elder, please save me. In a state of sheer terror, Shi Jian cried out, his voice trembling as he desperately sought the aid of his clan elder. In an instant, a figure emerged from the Shijia camp, only to be sent flying by a single slap from Wang Jian. Does this old fool regard my Qingyun Sect as a mere decoration? As the old man was propelled backward, the crowd was filled with disdain. This guard, astonishingly, was at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. In the blink of an eye, Shi Hao's fist, accompanied by the license plates Jing A24703, Jing A50616, and Jing 88888, loomed ever larger before Shi Jian. Shi Jian was instantly transformed into a parabolic arc, and by the time he struck the ground, he was already devoid of life. At this moment, the elder of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion had his eyes filled with envy. This technique and martial skill are undoubtedly part of the legacy of the great emperor. He discreetly signaled to his allies, and instantly, disciples from 10 different sects leaped onto the stage in unison. Ha ha ha! Beijing A. Shi Hao's fighting spirit is surging. Only by joining forces can we achieve greater strength. Beijing A. 82,604. Zhao Shang of the Fuyang sect sought guidance from Mo Tian of the Mo Hai sect, while Qi Kuei of the Qi Fa sect engaged in discourse with him. 18 prodigies simultaneously presented their names, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. Jing A. Shi Hao cast a disdainful glance over the entire venue, a hint of mockery gracing his features. Jing A. 49,505. Jing A. 88,888. Jing A. 43,211. The person at the forefront, whose face is visible. Whom are you calling trash? Do not presume too much. Shi Hao leisurely flexed his wrist amidst the crowd. He raised his hand and pointed towards the audience, declaring that everyone present was utterly insignificant. Come and challenge me. Haha, this lad is quite audacious. You cannot help but burst into laughter. Who would have thought that the usually reticent Shi Hao possesses such a remarkable talent? Lin Bai shrank his neck, casting a furtive glance at you. Beijing A. Beijing A 25813. Beijing A 76666. Beijing A 04837. He pondered whether he should reveal that these few phrases were imparted to him by his senior brother. On the arena, spiritual energy surged in all directions. The figures of the 10 ordinary paths suddenly sprang into action, their dazzling martial arts effects mesmerizing the onlookers. Shi Hao remains unfazed amidst chaos. Each strike accurately targets the pivotal points of his opponent's spiritual energy manipulation. The supreme reincarnation fist, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, sends those who approach him like mere sandbags flying one after another. The fog has surely become an anomaly, as more than 10 individuals find themselves at a loss against it. Behold the license plate Qing A00000. While the bystanders collectively express their disdain, the disciples of that faction delivered severed heads, and the elder of the sect wore an expression of deep anger. The elder of the heavenly secrets pavilion trembled with excitement, his beard quivering uncontrollably. Beijing A 66666. This is undoubtedly the legacy of the great emperor. Jing A. Respect for the elderly. The old man of Shijia clutched his mouth and rose up. As the scion of the Shijia clan, I, the elder, shall surely extract your soul and refine your spirit. Jing A 09764. Jing A 56,891. The elder suddenly clasped his hands and bowed to those around him. This child has illicitly learned the secret arts of my Shijia, further colluding with the Qingyun Sect to harm his fellow disciples. Our young master is now a saint of the central domain. Those who assist me today shall receive profound rewards when our young master reemerges in the eastern domain. Beijing A. In the midst of the astonishment of the crowd, what concept does that embody? Beijing A 41863. Any random contender could easily surpass the ancestral figures of the eastern domain. Beijing A 88888. Not far away, the elder of the heavenly mechanism pavilion was struck by a sudden inspiration upon witnessing this scene. The elusive treasure, long sought after, had revealed itself effortlessly. The opportunity had finally arrived. Among the 5 individuals from the Qingyun Sect, the man who just made his move stands at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The others consist of an unremarkable man dressed in ordinary attire and a young man, whose cultivation level is presumably not very advanced. Consequently, he once again conveyed a message to those factions, urging them to take the lead on behalf of the Qingyun Sect. Rest assured, esteemed elder, that our Mo sect shall be the first to ascend to the capital. Furthermore, we, the Qingyun Sect, are willing to offer our utmost assistance. Upon witnessing a leader take the initiative, those on the fence promptly followed suit and joined in. Behold, the assembly of forces gathered swiftly, with formidable warriors from various factions soaring into the sky. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and the impending battle was palpable as the very essence of power surged around the esteemed figure. At this moment outside, "Sister, let us depart swiftly. If we linger any longer, we may find ourselves caught in this turmoil, and this is no mere jest." Beijing A09764. Suddenly, the icy Bing Ning ascended on her sword. Beijing A03580. South. Beijing A. Junior sister, you should leave first. As the junior sister gradually came to terms with her transformation into Jing 88999, a radiant white rainbow surged toward the arena. Her silken tresses danced gracefully in the wind, while her snow-white gown rustled with elegance. Jing A8264. Jing A8888. Jing A0279. Before the onlookers could recover from their astonishment, they heard her cold voice declare, "Those from Qingyun Sect are under the protection of my Yuling Palace." Jing A0000. Upon hearing this, the various factions were taken aback. From whence did the Jade Purity Palace emerge? What audacity for a mere girl to speak so boldly. 3 groups of frogs at the bottom of the well. Beijing A. Her gaze, cold as ice, transcended the realm of divinity. With a thunderous release, "My Yuling Palace is an extraordinary sacred place in the central domain." Beijing A00000. Consider your actions carefully before proceeding. Oh my, how astonishing that such youth has attained the realm of transformation. This maiden must undoubtedly be a prodigy of the central domain. How perplexing it is. How could the humble Qingyun Sect be intertwined with the great powers of the central domain? A group of inept individuals. Jing A. Initially intending to remain in the shadows and reap the benefits from others' efforts. Jing A59269. Jing A6420. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion, witnessing the hesitation of the crowd, could no longer remain seated. They fear you, but I, the old man of Yuqing Palace, do not. Behold, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is likewise a sanctuary within the central region. Should you dare to engage with me, I assure you that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion will shield you from all perils. With a sudden surge, I soared into the sky, unleashing the full extent of my cultivation at the pinnacle of the realms of truth. The cold and aloof Bing Ning slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly ready to unveil her trump card. At this moment, a resonant voice echoed throughout the venue. "How delightful you all are! It just so happens that I am quite bored today and have come to indulge in some merriment with you." 4 figures ambled leisurely towards the center of the arena. Jing A. Jing A22222. Jing A04837. Upon witnessing this, Shi Hao felt as though he had discovered a pillar of strength. With such a formidable sect backing me, what is there to fear? Jing A55555. Jing A45689. Master, I have caused trouble for the sect. Jing A69360. Jing A01122. Jing A66555. It is of no consequence, merely a trifling matter. Thank you, miss, for your kind intentions. I, ye, shall remember your generosity. The various factions, upon witnessing your serene demeanor, find themselves momentarily perplexed. Could it be that the Qingyun Sect possesses some hidden trump card? Feigning pretense, the elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion bellowed in fury, "Come forth." Beside you, Lin Bai and Wang Jian simultaneously soared into the air. Jing A32109. Jing A6555. Jing A. Lung Bingning also momentarily relinquished her trump card. Jing A00001. Jing A88888. She too wished to observe what further stratagems this young man, with whom she had crossed paths, might possess. As a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, I find myself devoid of salvation. In the southern realms, the peak cultivation of the night sky shatters the void, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of spiritual energy that engulfs the heavens and the earth. Terrifying ripples of power extend outward in all directions. With a casual gesture, he summoned a colossal hand from the heavens. Jing A80246. Jing A51627. Jing A88999. Jing A. Jing A44321. In the next moment, it descended, obscuring the sun and crushing the myriad forces beneath its weight. Jing A55555. Jing A88888. The surrounding space shattered inch by inch, as the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. After a piercing scream, all fell silent. Jing A09764. Nothing extravagant, merely the essence of cultivation. Jing A08653. Jing A00000. There remains a small mouse that has slipped through the net. Jing A. Jing A88999. Jing A69360. You cannot. I am an elder of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, having narrowly escaped the calamity, finds its elder gravely injured, bearing the weight of misfortune. Jing A03580. The final words have been uttered. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai did not blink, and with a single decisive step, he crushed it. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion was instantly reduced to mere mud. The battlefield lay in utter disarray, leaving behind only a handprint, a mere palm's depth, as a testament to the chaos. You approached the edge of the broadcasting platform and gazed downward. Beijing A. Beijing A 66,666. Beijing A 60,370. I shall not impose upon you. You are granted 3 days for your respective sects to personally visit Qingyun Sect to offer apologies. Should this matter remain unresolved, there shall be no trace left of you. Chapter 11. Sect Attire, Mighty Qingyun, Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of shining brilliantly at this exchange conference. The sect attire has been dispatched. Please check your collection. Ding. Task completion rate is perfect. Sect attire is available for unlimited wholesale. Shining brilliantly? Is it not remarkable to have annihilated all the strong contenders? The name of our Qingyun Sect is bound to stir significant waves. The completion of my mission to establish our reputation in the Eastern Domain is now within reach. The sect attire has arrived, yet I wonder what it looks like. Does it possess any additional effects? As the future foremost divine sect of the myriad heavens, could the attire rewarded by the system be of lesser quality? If my peers were to see it, they might think I cannot afford such luxury. Ding. The sect attire is not only provided in unlimited quantities, but also boasts an exquisite aesthetic. Wearing it renders one immaculate, impervious to fire and water, and bestows the bearer with a celestial aura. AI-generated images, free from copyright disputes, Qingyun Sect attire. Ah, your esteemed sect possesses such formidable individuals. It seems I, a mere girl, have overestimated my own worth. A peak void-shattering realm expert would stand as a pillar even in their transcendent holy land. The Qingyun Sect appears ever more enigmatic to me. As fate would have it, the young lady's willingness to step forward displays immense sincerity. However, with an elder from the Qingyun Sect present, these inconsequential clowns pose little threat. Feng Qingyang smiled with indifference. An elder from the outer sect possesses such immense power. She had assumed that this peak void-shattering realm expert was among the top tier of the Qingyun Sect, only to discover they were merely an outer sect elder. The typically aloof beauty, Lung Bingning, was no longer composed. The Qingyun Sect truly is mysterious and powerful. Could it be an elusive great sect? Senior sister, are you all right? A worried young girl rushed over, calling out. Shui, did I not instruct you to leave first? Why have you returned? The newcomer was none other than Lung Bingning's junior sister, Lu Shui. Since you have not left, I shall remain as well. She had been alarmed upon seeing her senior sister fly to the center of the arena, facing so many powerful figures, and was about to pull out the life-saving talisman given by their master. Upon witnessing a formidable middle-aged man from the Qingyun Sect single-handedly vanquish everyone, she hurriedly rushed over. Lung Bingning felt a swell of emotion. Despite her impulsive decision, her junior sister remained steadfastly by her side. All right, this matter is concluded. Let us return to the sect. As Feng Qingyang spoke, Lung Bingning stepped forward and sincerely said, Esteemed sect master, May I accompany you back to your sect? Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to witness the grandeur of your esteemed sect. Feng Qingyang appraised Lung Bingning and thought to himself, these two are individuals from a powerful faction in the central domain. Allowing them to witness the Qingyun Sect might help to spread our renown throughout the central domain. With that in mind, Feng Qingyang replied indifferently, our sect permits it. You may accompany us. Soon after, they traveled swiftly and arrived at the foot of the Qingyun Sect mountain gate. Along the way, Lin Bai could not contain his excitement and kept asking his senior brother, Shi Hao, senior brother, you were truly magnificent just now. A lone individual challenges more than 10 adversaries, engaging in fierce combat without succumbing. Master, you are truly formidable. How long have you been cultivating? The curious expression on the younger disciple's face prompts Shi Hao to reflect. It has barely been 3 days since his cultivation was rendered null. In fact, it has been precisely 2.5 days. Lin Bai gasps in astonishment. 2.5 days. After diligently training for 10 years, I am still in the early stages of qi refinement. Have I perhaps cultivated to the level of a dog? At the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Upon entering the Qingyun Mountain range, Lung Bingning and Lu Shui immediately discern an anomaly. The spiritual energy here is several times denser than that of the outside world. Moreover, as they venture deeper, the spiritual energy becomes increasingly potent. By the time they reach the mountain gate, the energy is comparable to that of the central domain. Indeed, it is a reclusive grand sect, chosen for its exceptional location. Lung Bingning's beautiful eyes widen, realizing the truth of the matter. With a grand gesture, Feng Qingyang summons a staircase that stretches for miles down the mountainside, enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, creating an ever-changing, dreamlike scene, as if it were a staircase leading to the celestial realm. Let us proceed, he says, guiding them up the staircase into the Qingyun Sect. Upon entering, they are greeted by a breathtaking panorama. Pavilions and towers are arranged with exquisite harmony, the flow of Tao energy palpable, and the dense spiritual essence is transformed into mist, rendering the place akin to a fairyland. Sister, are we in a realm of immortals? The newly arrived Lin Bai and his companions, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, are utterly astounded. Observing their reactions, Shi Hao secretly chuckles. Ah, this feeling is delightful. I must have worn a similar expression when I first arrived. In the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang gestures for them to sit. Please, make yourselves comfortable. He instructs Shi how to serve tea. The tea, however, is not of high quality. It is merely the Dao tea he procured from the system a couple of days prior. Lung Bingning and Lu Shui sit stiffly, holding their teacups and drinking deeply. The refreshing tea flows down their throats, transforming into a wave of Dao energy that courses through their bodies. This is Dao tea, Lung Bingning exclaims, taken aback by the sensation. This tea is quite rare even in their Yuqing palace, only seen during grand banquets held by their palace master for esteemed guests. It's not particularly special, just make do with it. Feng Qingyang responds sincerely, contemplating how to procure better tea from the system. The tea shows no immediate effect within their bodies. The system interjects, you fool. This Dao tea is a treasured gem of the sect. Even sages may not have the privilege to savor it. For an ordinary person to have access is an immense stroke of luck. Yet here you are, flaunting it for 2 days, and you still lack awareness? Consuming so much, how could you expect any significant reaction? Seeing Lung Bingning's astonished reaction, Lin Bai muses that those from the central domain must indeed be taken aback. This tea is undoubtedly extraordinary. He too drinks it down in one gulp, feeling the Tao energy swirling within him, continuously impacting his entire being. How does it feel, junior brother? Any reactions? Shi Hao inquires with curiosity. Having consumed ample amounts of this tea, he is well aware of its marvels. Burp, senior brother, I finally, still in the early stages of qi refinement. Lin Bai replies, letting out a satisfied belch, his expression one of mild bitterness. Aside from sensing that the initial stage of qi refining within me has reached a state of fullness, there's been no change in my realm. Senior sister, I believe I have encountered this tea before, as our esteemed master has treasured it like a precious gem. The master referred to by Lu Shui is, of course, the leader of the Yuqing Palace. After finishing the tea, They engaged in casual conversation. Lung Bingning then stood up and spoke with utmost seriousness. Master Feng, your esteemed sect has offended the transcendent sacred grounds of the central domain, as well as the heavenly machine pavilion. It would be prudent to make preparations early. Caution ensures a vessel's longevity. Should any issues arise, the Yuqing Palace can offer assistance. In addition to being the senior sister of the Yuqing Palace, she is also a direct disciple of the Palace Master, holding a status equivalent to that of a holy son from the sacred grounds, thus possessing considerable influence. The Yuqing Palace itself is a transcendent force, privy to certain secrets, as no transcendent power is without its complexities. Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Long. However, my Qingyun Sect is teeming with formidable experts. In the face of my Qingyun Sect, these two forces are but ephemeral beings, easily swept away. Feng Qingyang remarked with a calm demeanor. With a powerful ancestral figure at the emperor level safeguarding the Qingyun Sect, what significance do the transcendent sacred grounds hold? Even if an imperial level force were to approach, we would remain unperturbed. Chapter 12. The Azure Lotus Sword Body. The awakening of the incompetent upon witnessing Feng Qingyang's nonchalant demeanor. Lung Bingning felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. Feng Qingyang, too, found no reason to provide additional explanations. When the Qingyun Sect contends for supremacy in the central domain, the world shall come to recognize its formidable power. He then proceeded to examine the system interface. The rewards from the last system acquisition involving Lin Bai had been nearly exhausted. The silver summoning card had been utilized, calling forth an outer sect elder at the pinnacle of the Broken Void, and the Wanjian tomb now resided in the back mountains of the Qingyun Sect. He sensed a heightened presence there, with an intense sword intent emanating, albeit somewhat subdued due to the suppression of the 9 tripod. This would serve as an excellent training ground for future disciples, with the acquisition of divine swords dependent solely on their individual fortunes. What remained was to tailor a cultivation method specifically for the disciples. Lin Bai, come here for a moment. Yes, Sect Master Lin Bai, still enveloped in sorrow, hurried forward upon hearing the call. I have discerned the reasons behind your prolonged inability to break through. There exists an item within our sect that, once bestowed upon you, will resolve your predicament. From this point onward, you shall be regarded as a direct disciple of the sect, akin to Shi Hao. Lin Bai was initially elated by the prospect of resolving his cultivation issues, but the revelation of being accepted as a direct disciple left him utterly astonished. Thank you, Master, he exclaimed, regaining his composure. Seated nearby, Lung Bingning and Lu Shui were equally intrigued, pondering why the powerful and enigmatic sect master would take an inept disciple under his wing. This youth must harbor a significant secret. Open your consciousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai complied without hesitation. System, we may commence. A beam of purple light surged from Feng Qingyang's hand into Lin Bai's sea of consciousness. Your constitution is the legendary Azure Lotus Sword Body. The reason for your stagnation lies in the absence of a corresponding cultivation method to refine your spiritual energy, resulting in your energy being absorbed by the sword body. With the acquisition of this Azure Lotus Sword technique, your sword body will awaken, and your cultivation will progress at an astonishing rate. The Azure Lotus Sword Body. Lung Bingning was once again taken aback. The frequency of her astonishment today could suffice for a decade. She had heard her master speak of a practitioner from the Middle Ages who had attained mastery of the Azure Lotus Sword Body, a figure who had defied the heavens to slay emperors during the peak of the Holy King era, later revered as the Sword God. Little did she anticipate witnessing such a divine body in the Eastern Domain today. Moments later, outside the Grand Hall, after an hour had passed, Lin Bai, seated cross-legged, joyfully opened his eyes. Master, I have broken through. Having just completed the first layer of the Azure Lotus Sword technique, his previously stagnant cultivation surged forth like a torrent, violently shattering the barriers of his realm. He ascended through the stages of Qi refinement, initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Then he transitioned through the foundation establishment stages, initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. He finally came to a halt upon reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. I have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. In a single breath, he had ascended 7 realms. As Lin Bai pondered, An extraordinary phenomenon descended from the heavens, and azure lotuses erupted from the earth, gathering at his feet and continuously cleansing his being. Soon, the spectacle and the lotuses dissipated, leaving Lin Bai feeling as if he had undergone a profound transformation. In that very moment, he felt an urge to compose a verse. 10 years of toil, my spirit worn, endured the scorn and derision's thorn. At last, my divine form awakens anew, the azure lotus shatters realms, breaking through. Indeed, the activation of the sword body and the successive breakthroughs in his cultivation were remarkable. Truly, he was the chosen disciple of the system, breaking through realms as effortlessly as quenching thirst. Yet, he still fell short in comparison to me. Just as Lin Bai was about to speak, a formidable sword intent emanated from the back mountain. Master, could it be that a venerable sword cultivator from our sect is practicing there? Inquired senior brother Shi Hao, his curiosity piqued by the overwhelming sword intent. Feng Qingyang, perceiving with his spiritual awareness, realized that the disturbance stemmed from the sword tomb. Casting a glance at Lin Bai, who had awakened his sword body, he understood and smiled silently. While Shi Hao and the others were still marveling at the potent sword intent, a 3-foot-long azure peak sliced through the air, its sharp intent swirling around Lin Bai before settling firmly in his grasp. Master this. So the powerful sword intent originates from this very blade. The azure lotus divine sword, exclaimed the erudite Lung Bingming, taken aback. She had encountered this sword in a sword scroll, recognizing it as the blade of the legendary sword deity mentioned earlier, only to recall that it had vanished with the sword deity's demise during the Middle Ages. How could it possibly reappear here? Oh, Miss Lung, you recognize this sword? Feng Qingyang inquired, intrigued by her knowledge. He, too, was unfamiliar with it, only aware that the system had described it as being buried in the sword tomb. Indeed, I have seen this sword by chance in a scroll. It is named the Azure Lotus Divine Sword, the blade of the sword deity from the Middle Ages. This sword, wielded by the sword deity, vanquished saints and emperors, securing the foremost position in the sword scroll. Coincidentally, that sword deity also possessed the Azure Lotus Sword Body, thus naming the blade accordingly. Indeed, this sword was fortuitously obtained by our Qingyun Sect during the Middle Ages. It seems it has a connection with my disciple, having flown to him of its own accord. Feng Qingyang stated nonchalantly, the Middle Ages, tens of millions of years ago, our Qingyun Sect is indeed a hidden grand sect, a force with a legacy spanning millions of years. No wonder the sect possesses such profound heritage. In truth, Feng Qingyang spoke half-truths. While the Qingyun Sect had indeed existed for millions of years, it could only be described as surviving through struggles, the bitterness of which is known to none. My disciple, you have heard, haven't you? Since this divine sword is fated to be with you, I bestow it upon you as a gift for your initiation into the sect. Thank you, Master. Rest assured, I shall honor the legacy of this sword and the sword deity, the Azure Lotus Sword. Henceforth, let us together guard the sect and our loved ones. Lin Bai responded, feeling the blade's essence with reverence. From this moment forth, the tale of Lin Bai commenced. The divine sword, imbued with spirit, began to resonate, its chime echoing as if in reply to Lin Bai. Old Ancestor Li Qingyun found himself in a state of melancholy. He had grown accustomed to the celestial phenomena that emerged from the sect every few days, to the point of becoming desensitized. In his early days of cultivation, he had not possessed such extraordinary talent. His ascent to the realm of the great emperor was achieved through relentless trials and serendipitous encounters. Upon arriving at the sword tomb on the back mountain, he immediately sensed something extraordinary. Initially, he was uncertain of its nature, suspecting it to be a scheme devised by the sect master. However, as the formidable sword intent erupted forth, he felt irresistibly drawn towards it. There, he beheld numerous buried swords, yet he found himself unable to approach, left only with a sense of longing. Witnessing the new disciple of the sect master conjure a wondrous phenomenon, he watched in disbelief as the divine sword flew towards them unbidden. He could no longer contain his feelings. Was it truly the case that I, as a great emperor, am unworthy? Chapter 13, Talent Assessment. The qualification of a sovereign come along with our sect, Feng Qingyang instructed. Shortly thereafter, He led a few individuals through winding paths to a secluded area in the back mountain of the Qingyun Sect. Upon arrival, they beheld a colossal bell. The 9-tripod bell, exuding an aura of Tao. This is the treasured artifact of our Qingyun Sect, the 9-tripod bell. Although it is indeed a treasure, it is merely a device we use to assess talent. An aura surpassing that of imperial artifacts. Could it be an immortal tool? Lung Bingning found herself increasingly perplexed by the Qingyun Sect. Could it be that the Qingyun Sect was merely a minor branch of an immortal sect from the upper realm? To use an immortal tool for talent assessment. This bell also possesses the ability to gauge talent, making it perfect for your evaluation. You go first, Shi Hao. Strike it with your spiritual energy. 3 chimes indicate a genius. 5 chimes denote a prodigy. 6 chimes signify exceptional talent. 7 chimes represent a peerless genius. 1 in a billion. And 8 chimes guarantee the ascent to emperor. 9 chimes mark one as a child of destiny, blessed with fortune. Feng Qingyang spoke to Shi Hao, simultaneously introducing the others. Understood, master. Shi Hao stretched his body and then concentrated his spiritual energy, launching a powerful strike at the 9-tripod bell. Lin Bai, Lung Bingning, and the others watched with eager anticipation. Having heard Feng Qingyang's clear explanation, they too were eager to give it a try. Bang! Following a resounding collision, the bell echoed with a series of deep chimes, dong, dong, dong. It rang a full 9 times before finally ceasing. 9 chimes, one above emperor, a child of destiny, blessed with fortune. The group recalled Feng Qingyang's words, their astonishment directed towards Shi Hao. Master, it rang 9 times. Lin Bai exclaimed from the side. Indeed, as expected, your senior brother possesses the supreme holy body, a natural supreme talent, so it is entirely normal for him to achieve 9 chimes. Lin Bai, you should give it a try as well. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Lin Bai stepped forward. Not long ago, he would have lacked the courage to stand before the 9-tripod bell, but times had changed. Once again, he gathered his spiritual energy and struck the bell. Dong, dong, zong. The bell chimed a total of 9 times before coming to a halt. Feng Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. Miss Lung, would you like to try as well? Senior sister, hurry and give it a go. You possess the jade bone ice skin physique. You're sure to produce many chimes. Urged Lu Shui from the side. Very well, I shall give it a try. Lung Bingning was curious, eager to discover how many chimes she could produce. Her physique, the jade bone ice skin, ranked highly among various physiques, naturally indicating exceptional talent. Gathering her spiritual energy, her hair danced without wind. With her peach blossom-like eyes fixed upon the 9-tripod bell, she struck it with great force. Dong, 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 dong. Just as the 7th chime was about to conclude, a final, feeble sound rang out. 8 chimes. One is destined to become an emperor. Upon achieving this result, Lung Bingning felt a profound sense of happiness. Though her accomplishments did not quite match those of Feng Qingyang's 2 disciples, she was content with her own progress. One possessed a supreme bone, and the other, an unparalleled sword body. What could she possibly compare? Despite her current cultivation level being higher than theirs, was the realm of genius truly measured by mere levels? Had she not witnessed them breaking through to the 7th realm in an instant and reaching the nascent soul stage in just 2.5 days? Their advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Senior sister, you possess the potential of an emperor, exclaimed Lu Shui, marveling at her esteemed senior. The emperor's realm surpassed even that of their master, a formidable presence within the continent, inscrutable and unassailable, eliciting veneration from all races, ruling over the world. The Ancestor noted that while the 9 cauldrons were extraordinarily powerful, he harbored serious doubts about the accuracy of the test. With his own emperor-level presence standing before them, the bell had only rung 6 times. Simply absurd. Could it be that his status as an emperor was merely a stroke of luck? Junior sister, why not give it a try? Perhaps your talent exceeds that of senior sister, Lung Bingning suggested with a smile. All right, senior sister. Lu Shui eagerly approached the 9 cauldrons, channeling her spiritual energy into the test. This time, the bell rang 7 times before it ceased. A rare prodigy, 1 in a billion. It was evident that none of the direct disciples of transcendent powers were ordinary. Senior sister, it rang 7 times. Ha! My talent is also commendable. After they all completed the test, they turned their gaze towards Feng Qingyang, who stood nearby with his hands clasped behind his back. They pondered simultaneously. How remarkable was their master, the sect leader of the wind? Master, I wonder how many times you can ring the bell. Shi Hao could not suppress his curiosity. Except for Shi Hao, none of them had witnessed Feng Qingyang in action, yet none could overlook his mysterious and formidable presence. Exuding an air of superiority, strategizing effortlessly. Needless to say, Master will undoubtedly achieve 9 rings. Lin Bai voiced the consensus of the group. The talent of our sect speaks for itself, Feng Qingyang remarked, observing that the others had completed their tests. With only himself remaining, he decided to give it a try as well. Though a flicker of curiosity sparked within him, he was utterly confident that 9 rings were inevitable. Is my supreme divine body merely a jest? He casually struck the 9 cauldrons with a punch. The entire Dao bell quaked, emitting a dazzling light, a beam shooting skyward, upheaving the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The Dao bell resonated a full 10 times. This. Initially intending to conduct a casual test, he had inadvertently shattered the limits of the Dao bell. 10 represented perfection, indicating that his talent had reached its zenith, leaving no room for further enhancement. Should he rejoice or lament? It was a perplexing dilemma. Goodness, Master's talent is indeed astonishing. I cannot measure up. The momentary pride of Shi Hao and Lin Bai was eclipsed by the shock of their master's extraordinary abilities. What significance did 9 rings hold when their master had transcended all limits, achieving the epitome of excellence? After spending some time at Qingyun Sect, Lung Bingning and Lu Shui bid farewell to Feng Qingyang. Their absence has been prolonged, and if they do not return soon, the master may express discontent. Master Feng, until we meet again, do visit my Yuqing Palace when you come to the central domain. Ladies, until we meet again, should an opportunity arise, I shall pay you a visit. Farewell. In the vastness of the cold river, amidst the shadows, what need is there to have been acquainted before in this world of martial arts? This Lung Bingning can indeed be regarded as the first person in this foreign realm willing to offer him assistance, aside from the previously promised wealthy lady. For Lung Bingning and her sisters, this journey to the eastern domain has not been in vain, as the myriad experiences of the Qingyun Sect will forever be etched in their memories. Upon their departure, Shi Hao and Lin Bai plunged into fervent cultivation within the training hall, leaving Feng Qingyang alone. Master, Feng Qingyang, cultivation level, peak of transformation stage, disciples. Shi Hao, Lin Bai, physique, heavenly divine body, sect, level 1, 510,000. How has the sect value increased? He had not noticed it before. Recruit disciples, summon strong beings. Number of sect experts, number of sect disciples, sect influence, sect completeness. Any of these factors could augment the sect points. Please continue your diligent efforts, Master, to establish the foremost divine sect without delay, so it can be increased in such ways, Feng Qingyang pondered. Perhaps it would be more efficient to venture outside to entice or seize strong individuals, compelling them to join the sect through alluring benefits or coercive means. Indeed, with the current scarcity of members in Qingyun Sect and its incomplete nature, facilities such as the alchemy hall remain idle. Perhaps on a leisurely day, he shall seek out some alchemists to recruit. Chapter 14. Journey to the Wild Continent. The Wang family's assault the following day. Shi Hao and Lin Bai emerged from the training hall. Haha, senior brother, I have made significant progress in my Qinglian sword technique. Lin Bai exclaimed joyfully. Is that so? Congratulations, junior brother. I too have advanced further in my supreme reincarnation technique. Shi Hao responded with a satisfied nod. After taking a moment to sense the spiritual energy within him, Lin Bai suggested, merely immersing ourselves in solitary training is insufficient. How about we spar, senior brother? Certainly. I was just lamenting the lack of opportunity to display my skills. I shall suppress my cultivation level, and we can engage in a friendly contest. Shi Hao, the combat enthusiast and training fanatic, readily agreed. Our master has said that cultivating is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Practical combat is the swiftest path to improvement. Now, I never said that. Feng Qingyang interjected with a smile. You two should not push yourselves too hard. If you do, I might just take it easy. In unison, the two young men made their way to the martial arts hall of the sect. Well then, senior brother, I shall not hold back. Do watch yourself, Lin Bai declared, fully aware of his brother's formidable prowess, having witnessed him single-handedly challenge the most talented disciples of their sect. Haha, bring it on, Shi Hao replied enthusiastically. With their spiritual energy surging, the two unleashed their most powerful techniques. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Shi Hao struck with ferocious intensity, each punch creating sonic booms in the air. Excellent technique. Lin Bai countered with the first form of the Qinglian Sword technique. Qinglian guides the way. The sword danced in his hands with remarkable finesse, producing numerous Qinglian blossoms on the ground, their sharp sword energy aimed at Shi Hao. Sword intent. Shi Hao was astonished to see how swiftly his junior brother had grasped the concept of sword intent. However, Lin Bai's lack of practical combat experience became evident, and soon he found himself bested. This was understandable, as he had previously only reached the initial stage of chi refinement. Who could he have sparred with? It would be akin to bullying a child, and even children would likely surpass him in cultivation. You are indeed formidable, senior brother. I concede defeat, Lin Bai said calmly, acknowledging Shi Hao's superiority. Nonsense, junior brother. You simply lack practical experience. Engage in a few more battles, and you will surely catch up. Our master has emphasized that real combat is the fastest method of advancement. Lin Bai suddenly recalled something. Senior brother, I will be leaving the sect for a few days. I arrived in haste the day before yesterday and have yet to inform my family. It is the perfect opportunity to share the good news of my cultivation and joining the sect. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao said, Then, junior brother, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you, senior brother. I shall inform our master now. Shortly thereafter, within the Qingyun Hall, you intend to leave the sect for a few days? I suppose you're missing your fiancée, Feng Qingyang remarked with a knowing smile, having heard Lin Bai's words during the disciple recruitment event. Very well, I shall accompany you for the journey. After all, I have no pressing tasks, and it would be much more enjoyable to explore the world with Lin Bai than to remain idle within the sect. I have yet to truly experience life since my arrival. The only thing I have known is the journey of begging my way to Qingyun. That sounds splendid. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai felt a surge of astonishment and delight. In the desolate province of the Great Zhou dynasty, they arrived at Tianwu City, accompanied by the swift wind Qingyang and the cautious elder Lin Bai, who remained concealed in the shadows. At last, we have reached Tianwu City, Lin Bai exclaimed joyfully, filled with an unprecedented exhilaration. The transformation he had undergone in just a few days was nothing short of astonishing, leaving outsiders in awe. Behold, the youth draws his bow with renewed vigor, unafraid of the passage of time or the winds of fate. I, Lin Bai, am no longer the subject of ridicule. Cool, master. I shall take you to the finest establishment in town to enjoy some music. Once an unremarkable cultivator, Lin Bai had become adept at revelry. My dear disciple, this excites me greatly. Is it a reputable establishment? Upon entering the city, Lin Bai noticed an atmosphere of solemnity prevailing. His renown was such that he was instantly recognized. Look, is that not the esteemed young master Lin Bai? Why has he returned suddenly? The Wang family is locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Lin family. Does he come to share in their fate? Despite his past shortcomings, he possesses a certain resolve. I heard his childhood sweetheart has joined a dominant power. Is that true? Indeed, I have reliable information. It seems a beautiful flower has been planted in dung. Lin Bai and Wind Qingyang swiftly arrived before the Lin family estate, where guards, armed and vigilant, rushed to announce his return. The young master has returned. The young master has returned. Lin Bai furrowed his brow at the sight of the guards, now multiplied several times, all on high alert. Something felt amiss. Had there been some upheaval in the Lin family during his absence? He made his way into the family estate, heading directly to the Grand Hall. Wonderful. Brother Lin has returned. He is safe. The Lin family members encountered along the way greeted him with joy, further reassuring him. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lin Bai was surprised to find all the elders gathered, seemingly in the midst of a serious discussion. Buyer, you are unharmed. How splendid. Lin Zhan, relieved to see his son return safely, relaxed visibly. The elders in the hall also expressed their concern for him. "What has happened, father?" Lin Bai inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. The treacherous Wang family, in alliance with the Bai family, launched a sudden attack on us, catching us off guard and inflicting significant losses. Lin Zhan replied angrily. "They demand your surrender for the death of the Wang family's eldest son, and your disappearance over the past few days has left us fearful for your safety. Thankfully, you have returned unharmed." Wind Qingyang entered the hall, having overheard the conversation, and recalled the jester who had been turned to blood mist with a mere flick of his hand. "Father, it is my fault. I am the one who killed Wang Tian. Do not blame you, buyer. I have long harbored a disdain for the Wang family, and a confrontation is inevitable. Indeed, the Wang family has persistently opposed our Lin family. It is only a matter of time before they are eradicated." The elders echoed in agreement. "Well done, eldest son." At that moment, Wang Zhan and the elders observed another figure entering from outside, a young man clad in white, resembling fresh snow, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. "Buyer, who is this?" "Ah, allow me to introduce my master, who is also the leader of the Qingyun Sect." "The Qingyun Sect?" That name sounds familiar, one elder mused. It could not recall its significance. The factions that had been vanquished by the Qingyun Sect had suppressed the news and were currently strategizing in secrecy. Thus the information had yet to disseminate. "Buyer, you have joined a sect," Lin Zhan exclaimed with delight, for after a decade, a sect had finally taken interest in him. "Indeed, father. Moreover, with my master's assistance, I have awakened my physique and transcended in cultivation. Please feel it." With that, Lin Bai emanated his own aura. Peak Foundation Establishment. The display left the members of the Lin family utterly astounded, as if a millennium had elapsed. In just a few days, he had broken through several realms. The once fallen prodigy had returned as a sovereign. The Lin family was poised for ascendance. Many elders were moved to tears. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Lin Zhan, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to articulate his thoughts. "So it is Bayer's master. Master, please take a seat. Someone bring forth the finest tea." Lin Zhan hastily beckoned as realization dawned upon him. Chapter 15. Swiftly annihilating the enemy. The Lin family's allegiance. There is no need for formalities. Head of the Lin family. Lin Bai is a disciple of our Qingyun Sect, and moreover, he is my direct apprentice. Thus he is one of our own. By the way, regarding that Wang family, we have previously declared that Wang Tianshi must be eradicated, and the Wang family should no longer exist. They have lingered longer than necessary. It is time to fulfill our promise. Feng Qingyang's words left the members of the Lin family utterly astonished. The formidable Wang family, a top-tier power, had their fate sealed with a mere phrase from this young man? What kind of might does the Qingyun Sect possess? Could it possibly be a hegemonic force? Lord Feng, the Wang family, in alliance with the Bai family, boasts 4 masters of the true realm. We, the Lin family, have only 2, and both the Wang and Bai families possess 2 as well. The 3 great families jointly control Tianwu City, maintaining a delicate balance. It remains unclear how the Wang family has managed to forge a pact with the Bai family, leading to their alliance. Indeed, Lord Feng, the Wang family is exceedingly cunning. We have suffered at their hands before. Father, there is no need for concern. Our Qingyun Sect is replete with experts. Even the diminutive Wang family dares to show off in our presence. Lin Bai, having witnessed the world, remained remarkably composed. What my disciple states is accurate. The insignificant Wang family can be extinguished with a mere snap of the fingers. Upon observing the confidence of this enigmatic sect leader, Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, rose to his feet. "In that case, I, as the head of the Lin family, hereby decree that our entire clan shall follow your commands, Lord Feng. We are willing to obey your orders, Lord Feng," Lin Zhan proclaimed, with the elders echoing his sentiments. "There is no need for your involvement." Feng Qingyang interjected with a casual snap of his fingers. "Yi Bai will pay a visit to the Wang family." "Yes, sect leader," a voice from above responded, devoid of any hint of presence. Lin Zhan gazed in astonishment at the leisurely Feng Qingyang, who was sipping tea below. His eyes were now filled with reverence. What kind of formidable being is the master of Bayer? His own cultivation is at the mid-stage of the true realm. Yet he was entirely unaware of the presence of another, indicating that this individual's strength far surpasses his own. Could it be the fragmented void realm? Such a powerful cultivator must obey his commands, illustrating the terrifying nature of this situation. Moments later, at the Wang family residence, the Grand Hall was also filled with people. The head of the Wang family has promised, once we annihilate the Lin family, all their resources will belong to us, the Bai family. Indeed, head of the Bai family. As long as we can eradicate the Lin family, everything they possess will be yours. The audacious Lin family dares to slay my Tianer. I can hardly contain my desire to devour their flesh and wear their skins. Tian was his only son, and the boy's talent was unparalleled among his peers. He had boasted, my son Wang Tian possesses the potential of an emperor. Head of the Bai family, our previous assault inflicted severe losses upon the Lin family. If we join forces this time, the Lin family shall undoubtedly be obliterated. Within the Wang family's Grand Hall, the heads of the Wang and Bai families were deliberating the specifics of the Lin family's destruction, unaware that their own demise was imminent. All members of the Wang family, step forth to meet your end. A resounding voice echoed from above. Who dares to be so audacious? How dare that reckless individual come to my Wang family and cause chaos? The disciples of the Wang family were immediately incensed. It had always been we who bullied others. And now someone dares to bully us? In the past, whenever there were matters we could not resolve in the city, a mere word sufficed to settle them. My father, Wanger, the head of the Wang family, and the elders in the Grand Hall were equally furious, rushing out to discover which fool had the audacity to provoke the Wang family. Upon emerging, they beheld Yi Bai and Madare. What an insignificant wretch, seeking death. The head of the Wang family, already brimming with pent-up anger, became enraged upon seeing a solitary figure daring to create a ruckus at the Wang family residence. Yi Bai noticed that not only did they not submit, but they also dared to retaliate, prompting him to take action. His formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the broken sky realm stirred the winds and clouds. Many of the less powerful Wang family members were instantly crushed beneath this overwhelming aura. The head of the Wang family and the elders were also rendered immobile under the weight of the pressure. Head of the Wang family, when did you offend such a powerful being? Do not drag my Bai family into your demise, exclaimed a terrified member of the Bai family. Sir, I am certain that I have not wronged you. Why do you attack my Wang family? Stammered the head of the Wang family, his face ashen. You have offended someone you cannot contend with, Yi Bai replied coldly, believing it was wise for them to understand their situation. Upon hearing this, a Bai family member quickly interjected, Wait a moment, esteemed elder. It is this accursed Wang family that has wronged you. We are of the Bai family. May we be spared? I am willing to offer all our family assets to you. Oh, you are of the Bai family? How splendid. A twofold benefit. This saves me another trip, he remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying hand descended from the heavens, overwhelming pressure crashing down, with a thunderous roar. The Wang family was utterly flattened. Before long, news of the Wang family's obliteration spread throughout the city. Have you heard? The prestigious Wang family has been annihilated. I just found out. It is said that the Wang family offended a mysterious powerhouse, and now the Bai family has been implicated as well. The head and elders of the Bai family have all been exterminated. The Bai family now exists only in name. All the tea houses and taverns in Tianwu City buzzed with discussions about this event. Many speculated whether that mysterious powerhouse had been summoned by the Lin family, especially considering the Wang and Bai families had previously joined forces to attack them. Shortly thereafter, within the Lin family's Grand Hall, Feng Qingyang was invited to take the esteemed seat. They received the news of the Wang family's demise at the earliest opportunity. All astonished by the terrifying power of the Qingyun Sect, capable of erasing the Wang family with a mere snap of the fingers. Master Feng, here are all the resources of the Wang and Bai families. Please accept them, Lin Zhan said, presenting a spatial ring. With the Wang and Bai families eradicated, the Lin family now stood unrivaled in Tianwu City. By the way, Master Feng, we have another request. We, the Lin family, wish to become a subordinate force of the Qingyun Sect, and we hope for your approval. Lin Zhan and all the elders of the Lin family bowed respectfully to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang acquiesced. The Lin family, unlike other clans, did not engage in underhanded scheming, but stood united. As a prominent force, they did not fall short of the esteemed Qingyun Sect. Who knows? In time as Lin Bai matures, the Lin family might ascend to become an imperial clan. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task and acquiring an affiliated force, adding 1,000 to the sect value. A delightful surprise. System. Does the acquisition of any force enhance the sect value? Indeed. The system evaluates the rank of the affiliated force and allocates corresponding sect value. However, to prevent the host from encountering a bug, forces that are coerced into joining are deemed ineffective. The system's remark abruptly interrupted Feng Qingyang's musings. How absurd. Would I, the esteemed sect leader, ever resort to coercion? My approach is one of enticing persuasion. Master, a visitor from the Yin family has arrived. Chapter 16, The Ruthless Sword Manual. Severing old affections, has the Yin family arrived? The Yin family is a prominent force in Tianwu City, closely allied with the Lin family. Lin Bai's childhood sweetheart, Yin Qing, is the daughter of the head of the Yin family. Haha, my dear brother Lin, how have you been? A hearty voice rang out first. Subsequently, 3 figures entered the grand hall. The head of the Yin family clad in splendid attire, Yin Qing, who occupied Lin Bai's thoughts, and an unfamiliar middle-aged woman. Qinger. Lin Bai greeted Yin Qing joyfully. However, she seemed to shy away from him, unable to meet his gaze. Feng Qingyang, with a keen eye, observed this scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. They have arrived. The anticipated divorce proposal is finally here. Feng Qingyang had initially been surprised. Lin Bai had been a good-for-nothing for 10 years, and under normal circumstances, the divorce would have been arranged by now. The delay must have indicated that he was being blessed, but it turned out that the time simply had not yet come. Did you come here for a specific matter, my young friend Yin? Lin Zhan inquired from below, glancing at the mysterious young man seated in the main position. The head of the Yin family first looked at Lin Zhan with surprise, pondering the identity of the young man in the esteemed seat, before dismissing the thought and speaking. Brother Lin, I have come today with a request. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan laughed heartily. Haha, my dear brother Yin, please speak freely. Today, Lin Zhan was in high spirits, buoyed by joyous news. His son had successfully cultivated his abilities, vanquished their adversary, the Wang family, and allied with the esteemed Qingyun Sect. The head of the Yin family was taken aback. What joyous occasion could this be? Perhaps he had welcomed another child in his old age? His brows relaxed as he continued. I have come today to discuss the matter of Qinger's divorce. Very well, I agree, Lin Zhan blurted out. But upon realizing the implications, he was left in a daze. I can hardly believe this. Is this truly the case, Qing? Lin Bai stood up abruptly, the news striking him like a bolt from blue. Nian Yang, what do you mean by this? Lin Zhan's face darkened as he called out the name of the head of the Yin family. It is as straightforward as it sounds. By the way, I have heard that your Lin family suffered grievously from an attack by the Wang and by families. The Yin family is not devoid of sentiment. If you agree, we shall resolve your family's troubles. However, you must provide a certain sum of resources, and of course, it would require elder's assistance. Nian Yang turned respectfully to the middle-aged woman beside him. Given that the Lin family was at the brink of survival, it was certain they would acquiesce. The divorce for Qing would be settled, and they could secure a financial boon, resulting in a favorable reputation, a win-win situation. Nian Yang was confident that Lin Zhan would comply, already calculating in his mind. The insignificant Wang family can be dealt with swiftly. I merely need to warn them, and then we can resolve Qinger's predicament promptly. The middle-aged woman remarked impatiently. Very well, very well. My Lin family is quite capable and requires no assistance from you. Your information is somewhat outdated. Are you unaware that both the Wang and Bai families have been eradicated? When the Yin family first arrived in Tianwu City, their plight was dire. Without the support of the Lin family, they would not have achieved their current standing. Over the past decade, they have thrived, thanks to the resources and prestige afforded by the Lin family, successfully rising to the status of a prominent clan. Today, the true nature of the Yin family has been laid bare. The Wang and Bai families have been annihilated. Nian Yang was equally astounded. The 3 of them had just returned from afar and, having not yet entered their family home, rushed directly to the Lin family, oblivious to the shocking news. Could it be that they had offended some powerful figure? He did not even consider that it might be the Lin family behind it, as their own survival was already a challenge, let alone exterminating others. Qing'er, is this truly the case? Why? Lin Bai's face was a mask of disbelief, his heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. Why are there so many questions? Do you, a good-for-nothing, think you deserve my disciple? The middle-aged woman exclaimed loudly. Brother Lin Bai, I have joined the dominant force, the Hua Sect. My master is right. We're no longer the same path. Nian Qing's words left Lin Bai in utter disbelief. The vows they once made had turned into mere jest. In any case, you will comply today, whether you agree or not, lest you provoke my wrath. The middle-aged woman's statement sent a palpable tension through the air. I am eager to see how you intend to act without courtesy. Feng Qingyang had silently positioned himself beside Lin Bai. Lin Bai cast a grateful glance at Feng Qingyang. So what if it was a dominant force? He too had a master and a sect. Was it fair to dismiss him simply because he was deemed a good-for-nothing? With poor talent? Have you ever heard the saying? 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Feng Qingyang was at a loss for words. At such a moment, Lin Bai still insisted on posturing. What comes next? Do not belittle the middle-aged in poverty. Do not mock the elderly in poverty. The deceased deserve the utmost respect. The middle-aged woman cast a haughty glance at Lin Bai, coolly stating, Let it not be said that I am bullying you. How about this? If you are unconvinced, I will set a centennial pact for you and Qing'er. If you can defeat Qing'er, I shall personally apologize to you and the Lin family. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang's gaze turned icy. A century? Who has the time to indulge in such games? A century is far too long. We must act with urgency. Let's have a contest today. If she defeats Lin Bai, I shall take charge of the marriage arrangement, but if she fails, she will be cast aside, and the Nian family will be expelled from Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang pointed at Nian Qing and declared, What do you think of this century-long pact? That tactic will not work here. Nian Yang and the middle-aged woman brightened at these words. It was as if the opportunity had been handed to them on a silver platter. Nian Qing, at mid-stage golden core, would have no trouble defeating a Qi refining stage good-for-nothing. Lin Zhan, seeing that the sect leader had spoken, dared not voice his objections, but he harbored doubts. While Bai's talent was formidable, his realm posed a significant barrier. Soon, they arrived at the Lin family's martial arts arena. Nian Yang specifically instructed Nian Qing to show no mercy, to make it abundantly clear the disparity between them, which was ultimately for his own good. Disciple, today I shall impart to you a powerful sword technique. Listen closely. In a heart devoid of women, the sword is naturally divine. The first stance of the sword manual, forget the one you love. The second stance, sever the bonds of infatuation. The third stance, raise your hand to extinguish worldly desires. The fourth stance, angrily slay the former beloved. The fifth stance, wield the sword to self-inflict. The sixth stance, a single leaf opens the gates of heaven. There are 6 stances in total. When you have comprehended them, both your state of mind and swordsmanship will ascend to a higher realm. I have memorized them all, master. Feng Qingyang, observing the earnest expression on his face, thought to himself, Well, I merely spoke whimsically. This sword manual consists solely of words, relying entirely on personal understanding. Meanwhile, upon reaching the training ground, Lin Bai continued to murmur the sword techniques. A heart devoid of women, the sword is naturally divine. The first stance, Go, brother Lin Bai. Go, brother Lin Bai. Great young master, give it your all. The audience, composed of Lin family disciples and kin, cheered for Lin Bai. Nian Yang sneered at this, reflecting that loud voices do not signify prowess. Strength must speak for itself. Qing'er, remember my words. Go forth. On the training ground, Lin Bai faced off against Nian Qing. Initially conflicted, Nian Qing's gaze gradually grew cold, while Lin Bai, with his head bowed, seemed lost in thought. Lin Bai, concede. I will show no mercy. Noticing Lin Bai's indifference, Nian Qing summoned her spiritual energy and lunged at him with her sword. At the moment when this former beloved aimed to take his life, Lin Bai suddenly attained enlightenment, entering a profound state of understanding. This is it. I have entered the realm of comprehension. Qing'er, do not hold back. Otherwise, defeat is inevitable. A middle-aged woman immediately recognized Lin Bai's state and cautioned Nian Qing. Upon hearing this, Nianqing pushed her spiritual energy to its limits. A heart devoid of women, the sword is naturally divine. Devoid of, as Nianqing's sword was about to strike him, Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Blue Lotus Sword. In an instant, the Blue Lotus Sword appeared in his hand, radiating with brilliant light, and Lin Bai drew his sword to meet the attack. Chapter 17. Those who defy the Master S shall be executed. A powerful force sent Nianqing flying. Peak of Foundation Establishment. Brother Lin Bai, you have begun to cultivate? Nianqing asked in disbelief. No one remains perpetually downtrodden. As long as the heart is alive and the spirit unyielding, even an ant can transform into a dragon. Lin Bai spoke slowly, grasping his sword, advancing step by step towards his former beloved. Once more, what the peak of Foundation Establishment? I am in the mid-stage of Golden Core, and today, I shall not be bested. The first move of the sword manual, forgetting the beloved, severing the bond of infatuation, raising his hand to extinguish worldly desires. 3 sword techniques, slice, hook, stab. The martial arts arena brimmed with spiritual energy, the sword aura swirling. With the 3 sword techniques, Nianqing's sword was effortlessly sent flying. Despairing, she sat on the ground, staring blankly into Lin Bai's eyes, which radiated an unfamiliar coldness. The 4th move of the sword manual, fury, slashing the old flame. As the Qinglian sword was poised to strike Nianqing, Lin Bai's indifference was palpable, mingled with a hint of reluctance. Stop! A middle-aged woman soared onto the martial arts stage, positioning herself protectively in front of Nianqing. Qinglian sword technique. Qinglian asks the immortal. Lin Bai abruptly altered his sword stance, unleashing his most formidable technique thus far. A multitude of Qinglian transformed into a colossal sword, charging forth with Lin Bai. In the instant of collision, Lin Bai was sent flying. The disparity in realms was insurmountable, a gap not to be bridged by mere talent. Fire! Brother Lin Bai. Lin Bai was hurled off the martial arts stage, retreating 10 steps before regaining his footing. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the Lin family members momentarily stunned. How dare you? Lin Zhan and the other Lin family disciples erupted in fury. To be on the verge of defeat, yet resorting to such deceit. Do they think the Lin family is without defenders? This youth possesses extraordinary talent, challenging me even at the peak of Foundation Establishment. He must not be allowed to remain, or he will become a great threat. The middle-aged woman regarded Lin Bai below with grave concern, her heart filled with astonishment. In a fleeting moment, she felt regret. Such formidable talent was worthy of Qing'er, and with slight nurturing, he could become a powerful figure. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. You, who would dare to challenge the Qinglian? Seek to oppress the weak? Feng Qingyang approached Lin Bai, assessing him with his spiritual sense, noting he was unharmed, merely exhausted from overexertion of spiritual energy. He coldly addressed the middle-aged woman. What of oppressing you? In the realm of the Water Sect, we fear no one except the sacred land. The middle-aged woman resorted to unscrupulous tactics, attempting to exert pressure. Indeed, with a senior of the sect present, you must retract this marriage. The previously stunned head of the Nian family quickly regained composure, thinking, what if Qing'er loses? The Water Sect is a dominant force. What do I have to fear? Those who rely on power. Do you care to guess how the Wang and Bai families met their demise? Feng Qingyang replied coldly to Nian Yang's words. Nian Yang was momentarily stunned, realizing the discord since he entered. An unfamiliar youth occupied the head of the Lin family, bypassing Lin Zhan's authority. Could it be that the Lin family has allied with a great power? What is the Hua Qingyu sect, one might ask? Much like the Wang and Bai families. Extinguishing your existence would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Poor reptiles, destined to be trampled upon throughout their lives. How dare you insult me? Hua Qingyu. Before the middle-aged woman could finish her words, a colossal visage appeared in the sky, the atmosphere shifting ominously, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Those who defy the will of the sect leader shall be punished. A gigantic hand descended, obliterating the woman into mere dust. The head of the Nian family, paralyzed by terror, lost control of himself. Behold, the forces you rely upon are nothing but ants before my Qingyun Sect. Your daughter's talent is unworthy even to serve as my disciple's footstool. The might of the sect leader is undeniable. The Qingyun Sect stands formidable. As the subordinate faction of the Qingyun Sect, The members of the Lin family felt a sense of pride witnessing the spectacle, their spirits soaring with vindication. Disgraced and stripped of their powers, they were cast out, banished from Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang declared, turning away, leaving the aftermath to the Lin family. As for why they were not executed, well, sometimes living can be more torturous than death. Thus, the Nian father and daughter, rendered powerless, were expelled, retreating in disgrace. On this day, the inhabitants of Tianwu City felt as if caught in a dream, bombarded by staggering news one after another. First, the Wang and Bai families among the three great clans were eradicated entirely. Then, the Lin family, now wielding unparalleled power, announced their allegiance to the Qingyun Sect. Following that, the Nian family, previously allied with the Lin family, was ousted, with rumors suggesting that the head of the Nian family had been crippled. Although the Lin family did not explicitly state it, all understood that the Qingyun Sect had indeed annihilated the Wang and Bai families, now under the Lin family's protection. Lin Bai and Feng Qingyang, having enjoyed a performance at the tea house, began their journey back to the sect. However, neither was in haste. They ambled leisurely, savoring the rare outing amidst nature. Ahead lay the borders of the Great Zhou. The ancient road was sparsely populated, with towering green trees casting cool shadows, while the wildflowers blooming on the grassy meadows added a burst of color. Upon crossing the border, they would quicken their pace back to the sect. Feng Qingyang recalled the 3-day deadline set for those sects. Should they fail to appear to offer their apologies within that time, he would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. Chapter 18. The Empress of the Great Zhou obtains the Key Master. It seems there are individuals engaged in combat ahead. Lin Bai's spiritual sense detected a considerable number of people embroiled in a fierce struggle. It is of no concern to us if they do not provoke us. We shall not provoke them. Let us proceed. However, this ancient path offered no alternative route. They continued along the same way. Haha, Qin Ruoxue has nowhere to escape now. Hand over the key obediently, and I may consider granting you a complete corpse. Of course, if I could toy with you a bit longer, that would be even better. My Empress. The general leered at one of the women. General, someone is approaching. A young soldier, having detected the presence of others, hurriedly reported to the commanding general. What a bore! Go see who it is. On the ancient road, over 50 mounted soldiers were besieging 2 women. You treacherous rebels. Do not even think of obtaining the key. I, Qin Ruoxue, would rather die than let you have it. Your Majesty, I will cover you. You must flee. At that moment, Feng Qingyang and his companion approached. Continue with your business. We are merely passing through. Stop. Did you hear something? The leading general called out to the 2 men who were about to leave. The ancient saint's secret realm is about to open. Whoever possesses the key will have a share of the spoils. At this critical moment, it is better to mistakenly kill than to let any escape. My master has said we are merely passing through. Continue on, cannot you hear? Impertinent! How dare you speak to the general in such a manner? The 2 besieged women, sensing an opportunity as the attention of the soldiers shifted to the approaching men, seized the moment. Your Majesty, you must go. One woman urged, forcefully pushing Qin Ruoxue. With a thunderous explosion, she detonated herself, sending shockwaves that toppled the surrounding soldiers, resulting in mutual destruction. Frost! Before grief could take hold, Qin Ruoxue turned to flee. Damn it! The general, disregarding Feng Qingyang and his companion, turned to chase after Qin Ruoxue. These people are clearly deranged. We stated it was none of our business. Yet they seek their own demise. Let's depart. Feng Qingyang and Lin Bai continued on their journey, nearing the borders of the Great Zhou. Unexpectedly, the pursued woman circled back. Injured and knowing she could not run far, Qin Ruoxue returned to catch up with the 2 men. Young master, please save me, Qin Ruoxue implored. Feng Qingyang scrutinized the approaching woman. Having seen her from a distance earlier, he now noted that her beauty could only be described as akin to a fish that would cause the heavens to weep or a flower that would make the moon shy. However, the toll of prolonged pursuit had left her disheveled, marring her allure, and her torn garments revealed patches of pristine white skin. A beauty turned to a skeleton. Feng Qingyang mused, unperturbed. Why should I save you? What merit do you possess that warrants my assistance? Merely on account of your looks? Feng Qingyang consulted the system and discovered that the identity of this woman was rather intriguing. In the tumultuous realm of the Great Zhou, the illustrious Empress Qin Ruoxue, at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, finds herself ensnared in a web of treachery. False reports fabricated by cunning ministers suggest that she has executed 10 loyal officials, igniting unrest throughout the dynasty. Disloyal subjects conspire to dethrone her and establish their own rule. Young master, this is the key to the ancient sage's secret realm. I am but a solitary figure now. This relic serves no purpose in my possession, hence I entrust it to you, Qin Ruoxue declares, producing the key from her bosom and presenting it to Feng Qingyang. He accepts the key, idly toying with it as he muses, oh, the ancient sage's secret realm? Indeed, young master, with this key, one can enter the ancient sage's secret realm, a place abundant in resources, fortuitous encounters, and legacies. In 3 days, the realm will open within the Qinglian dynasty, and at that time, this key will grant access. Completely devoid of interest. What allure could the legacies left by the sages hold? Within 3 years, every disciple of the Qingyun Sect shall ascend to the status of emperor. However, the resources therein may warrant a fair competition for acquisition. Ding! As the future foremost divine sect of the myriad realms, the disciples of the sect are few. A task to recruit a talented disciple has been issued, with substantial rewards upon completion. Detection indicates that a gifted disciple will emerge in the Qinglian dynasty in 3 days. The host is advised to proceed expeditiously. Feng Qingyang's eyes gleam with newfound excitement. It had been several days since the system had issued a task, and he had been yearning for the rewards. In the Qinglian dynasty? Does this imply I am to enter the secret realm? How fortuitous that I have acquired the key. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxue, upon hearing Feng Qingyang express his disinterest, descends into despair, realizing she has reached a dead end. Witnessing her earnest plea for assistance and the offering of her precious artifact, Feng Qingyang is moved. A true gentleman can bend and stretch. A woman can both open and close her heart. This empress possesses the potential for greatness. In light of your sincerity, I shall grant you a chance at survival. But you must, before he could finish, Qin Ruoxue, filled with urgency, interjects, no need for consideration. I am willing, young master. As long as I have breath, I shall not fear the flames of adversity. Regardless of the task, preserving my life is of paramount importance. Be it serving tea or keeping warm through the night, I shall comply, desperate and clinging to this solitary glimmer of hope. Qin Ruoxue resolves to follow him back to his sect. Though he could choose not to assist, departing with the key would amount to a betrayal of the bond formed. Lin Bai, observing silently, remains undistracted, having attained the state of being unperturbed by women, his focus solely on his sword and poetry. Surprised to return home only to hear of unfortunate tidings. With a single hand, I shall obliterate the Wang Bai family. The disdainful family seeks to annul their engagement. I shall first draw my sword against my heart's desire. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I am Qin Ruoxue. You may call me Ruoxue. She refrains from disclosing her identity as the empress of the great Zhou, as the dynasty has perished, and the notion of an empress is but a distant memory, to be revived in the future. At that moment, the sound of synchronized hoofbeats approaches from behind. Qin Ruoxue, where do you think you're going? It appears these individuals are indeed in league with one another. There shall be no mercy. The leading general, upon witnessing Qin Ruoxue in the company of the several men, was consumed by rage. First, they dispatched an individual to divert his attention, only to execute a cunning stratagem to lure him away. How profound are the scheming intentions of this empress! Xing Daorong, the foremost general of the great Zhou, nearly fell into their trap. Chapter 19. The Alliance of Dominance. The schemes of various sects, young master. They are pursuing us. Qin Ruoxue exclaimed anxiously, utterly drained from battle, her internal energy depleted and unable to escape. Fear not. I have vowed to protect your safety within the Qingyun Sect. Why such trepidation? With our sect present, what is there to fear? Indeed, sect master. Lin Bai, escort them to meet the king of hell, Feng Qingyang casually remarked. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, the strong dictate life and death with a mere word. He then continued on his journey without a backward glance. Qin Ruoxue surmised that there must be powerful figures from the Qingyun Sect in pursuit. But who is the king of hell? Why must they meet him? Moments later, Xing Daorong of the Great Zhou arrived with his men, only to find a cloaked figure blocking their path. "Hey, why do you obstruct my way? Step aside quickly, or I shall slay you as well," Xing Daorong bellowed, his internal energy surging forth. Though his capabilities were modest, his voice was anything but. "Today, I have already dispatched numerous arrogant fools like you." Lin Bai sneered, intrigued by the antics of these clowns. "Haha, mere boasting. With my pear blossom mountain axe, I could slay 1,000 of your kind without breaking a sweat, let alone just you. Charge forth. Capture the Empress alive," Xing Daorong commanded, leading his troops into battle. The thunderous sound of galloping spirit steeds shook the earth. "Annihilate." With that, Lin Bai channeled his internal energy, unleashing a tremendous pressure that swept through the air. No! Numerous anguish screams echoed through the skies as Xing Daorong and his men were crushed into a mist of blood in an instant. With a cold laugh, Lin Bai turned and soared away. Such trivial buffoons did not warrant his direct intervention. Even a slight release of his pressure was enough to obliterate them. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang and his companions had returned to the Qingyun Sect, traversing the distance in the blink of an eye. Within the sect, Master, "Junior brother, you have returned." Shi Hao, engaged in a game of chess with an elder, hurried to greet them upon sensing their arrival. As Shi Hao glanced at Lin Bai, he felt that his junior brother had undergone some transformation. Strikingly, his appearance remained unchanged, yet his aura was markedly more formidable. "Senior brother." Simultaneously, Shi Hao noticed the woman beside Feng Qingyang. At first glance, she was simply breathtaking. Master certainly attracts admirers. Just days ago, he bid farewell to two, and now he brings another. Truly, he is remarkable. Qin Ruoxue was utterly astonished. She had believed that the Qingyun Sect was merely a dominant force. Could it be a sacred land? But that could not be right. Did sacred lands possess such grandeur? As the Empress of the Great Zhou, she was well aware that the sacred lands of the Eastern Domain were not as resplendent as this. Before her lay pavilions and towers, ethereal mist swirling about, spiritual energy coalescing like fog. Each scene profoundly reshaped her worldview. Who is this young lady, Master? Could she be the bride you have chosen for us? Gazing at the disheveled Qin Ruoxue, Shi Hao's imagination had already spun a narrative, a woman pursued by assassins, only to be heroically rescued by her master, leading to a union of beauty and valor. "Are you feeling particularly mischievous?" Feng Qingyang mused, slightly embarrassed. After all, she was merely a maid serving tea, wasn't she? The Empress of the Great Zhou? How could he possibly know? "Master, I did not intend to keep this hidden. The Great Zhou has undergone a change of dynasty, as the Empress had become a relic of the past." The Empress, serving tea. "Indeed, Master is formidable. It matters not. I simply dislike being kept in the dark." At that moment, the elderly man who had been playing chess with Shi Hao approached. "Master." Shi Hao's expression brightened at the sight. "Elder, I am delighted to see you. I must say, your chess skills surpass mine 1,000-fold." Li Qingyun merely smiled, stroking his beard. As an emperor, he viewed this realm as a chessboard, with all living beings as mere pieces. "Allow me to introduce you. This is our esteemed ancestor of the Qingyun Sect." Ancestor? Shi Hao was astounded to discover that the elderly man with whom he had been playing chess was indeed an ancestor of the sect. His cultivation must be transcendent. By the way, you two should diligently cultivate over the next few days. The ancient saint's secret realm will open in 3 days, and there are abundant resources and opportunities within that can serve as excellent trials. Train well. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Qingyun Sect. "Yes, Master." Upon hearing their master speak of serious matters, Shi Hao and Lin Bai immediately adopted a solemn demeanor. "Elder, you may continue your stroll. Your intervention is not required at this moment." Just as Feng Qingyang was about to turn away, he recalled something. "We have yet to distribute the sect garments. Although there are few disciples now, I intended to wait until we made a name for ourselves in the Eastern Domain to present them. However, since we are heading to the ancient saint's secret realm, we must make a good impression. One moment. You have been in the sect for several days, yet have not received your garments. Today, you shall receive them." The system promptly provided 2 sets of sect attire. The complete ensemble, primarily white with accents of azure, featured a majestic rock soaring amidst clouds on the back, symbolizing aspirations to soar to great heights. The left chest bore the golden embroidered characters of Qingyun Sect. Wow, Master, our sect attire is truly magnificent. Shi Hao and Lin Bai marveled at the garments, unable to part with them. Do not merely admire their appearance. The attire is pure and untarnished, impervious to fire and water, embodying the essence of the Tao. Well, I must admit it is indeed splendid. After all, beauty is justice. I should arrange for a customized set of robes for the sect master. In Batian City, a sudden influx of powerful cultivators surged into the town today. However, the residents remained unperturbed. With the Tianji Pavilion overseeing the area, none would dare to act recklessly. In the grand hall of the Tianji Pavilion, the deadline of 3 days was fast approaching. Have you all decided on a course of action? What can we do? Are we truly expected to visit and apologize? Where did this Qingyun Sect even come from? Was it not said to be in decline? Why do such formidable beings still exist? Could it be that they are backed by a sacred institution? Despite their status as the dominant powers of Lingzhou and their elite standing, they pale in comparison to the sanctity of the sacred grounds. The formidable warriors from various sects who participated that day were ruthlessly slain, leaving only a handful to return and deliver the grim tidings. Should they fail to extend their apologies within 3 days, not a single soul shall remain. Yet, to apologize would be tantamount to bowing before them. Fortunately, today, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion has extended an invitation to convene and deliberate on this matter. The esteemed leader of the pavilion has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, the Qingyun Sect has slain our elder from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and has mercilessly butchered the powerful members of your respective sects, and they dare to demand our apologies? We must unite and eradicate the Qingyun Sect. I am in full agreement. As soon as the pavilion leader concluded their statement, several sects stepped forward in support. To bow before them would jeopardize our standing in the Eastern Domain. However, they possess peak-level void-shattering realm experts. Is it possible that even stronger entities lurk behind them, undoubtedly supported by the sacred grounds? Moreover, that mysterious woman who appeared that day, claiming to hail from the transcendent force of Yuqing Palace in the Central Domain, has indeed pledged her protection to the Qingyun Sect. We cannot afford to provoke them. Some sects, wishing for tranquility, also voice their opinions. Let us apologize. It is far better than losing our lives, and they were indeed at fault initially. The consequences arose from our actions, spurred by the encouragement of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion's elder and the promises from the Shijia family. What does it matter if they have the backing of a sacred entity? I have already reported to our headquarters in the Central Domain, and the main pavilion has dispatched formidable experts to our aid. Upon hearing the pavilion leader's words, the assembly felt a wave of reassurance. With the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion leading the charge, what is there to fear? Chapter 20. The Impending Great War. Visitors from the Central Domain, this monumental event sent ripples throughout Lingzhou. The 3 dominant powers of Lingzhou, the Tianji Pavilion, the 10 elite factions, and over 20 first-rate forces sprang into action. It can be said that almost all significant factions in Lingzhou joined the campaign to eradicate the Qingyun Sect. The previously obscure Qingyun Sect suddenly found itself thrust into the limelight. The news of the exchange conference that day also surfaced, revealing a disciple of the Qingyun Sect who triumphed over more than 10 prodigies, engaging in cross-border combat. The peak experts of the Qingyun Sect wreaked havoc upon the formidable members of various factions. The transcendent force from the Central Domain, Yuqing Palace, pledged to protect the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect went so far as to slaughter the elders of Tianji Pavilion. Each of these sensational revelations propelled the Qingyun Sect to the forefront of attention. In Xianyu City, people marveled at the audacity of the Qingyun Sect, daring to challenge all the major forces of Lingzhou. However, it seemed that this would prove to be a formidable challenge for the Qingyun Sect. There were speculations about the sect's hidden strategies, and with peak experts in the void-shattering realm, it seemed they were on the verge of reaching a sacred domain. Perhaps only a sacred entity could quell such a multitude of powerful factions. Nonetheless, it must be noted that the Tianji Pavilion was the most formidable among them, and rumors suggested that powerful figures from the Central Domain had been dispatched. In the bustling tavern, voices rose in animated discussion regarding the impending battle. At the gambling house, the atmosphere was electric. Come, the odds are open. Qingyun Sect versus all major factions. Current odds, 110. I bet. I wager on the victory of the major factions. 10,000 spirit stones. Let us gamble for a chance to exchange for the headpiece. Fill it to the left. And indulge tomorrow night. My dear friend, you must be out of your mind. How dare you bet on the Qingyun Sect to win? I admire your audacity. But you'll likely find yourself without a penny by tomorrow night. In Tianwu City, the Lin family had become the target of public scorn, eagerly awaiting their downfall. The reason was simple. The Lin family had declared itself a subordinate force of the Qingyun Sect, and now, with this explosive news, they too were thrust into the spotlight. Many had thought the Lin family had secured a powerful ally, but now this leg they had clung to appeared to be crumbling, likely dragging the Lin family down with it. Indeed, such misfortune, just as they had become the leading family in the city. How unfortunate for the Lin family. Alas, in the power struggles among the great factions, it is often the smaller forces that suffer the most. We must prepare ourselves and ensure we are not caught in the crossfire. Within the Lin family, the head of the family, Lin Zhan, stood resolute. Elders, you may issue your orders. All disciples above the golden core stage must be prepared. As the elder spoke, Lin Zhan stepped forward. Esteemed members, our main sect is about to engage in battle against the major factions. As a subordinate force, we cannot remain idle. Furthermore, my son Lin Bai is the direct disciple of the sect master, and the Qingyun Sect has shown our family a life-saving grace. In this battle, even if we face ruin, the Lin family shall not retreat an inch. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. Let the flames of war ignite. We march to the Qingyun Sect. The prestigious Lin family publicly declared their allegiance, setting forth to protect their main sect, becoming the first and likely the only faction to stand with the Qingyun Sect. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect, Feng Qingyang was leisurely fishing. He has meticulously cultivated a fish pond in a clearing on the back mountain, where the scenery is enchanting, and the air is filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Qin Ruoxue stands nearby, serving tea and water. After changing into clean clothes, Qin Ruoxue appears even more captivating, her skin smooth and fair, glowing with a rosy hue under the sunlight. We've caught a fish. Ha. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted fish. After a patient wait, Feng Qingyang finally reels in the first catch of the day. He places the fish into a bucket and resumes casting his line. Feeling bored, he checks his system. Master, Feng Qingyang, realm, initial stage of true person, disciples. Shi Hao, Lin Bai, physique, divine body of all heavens. Strong figures of the sect, Ancestor Li Qingyun, pinnacle of the emperor realm, guardian Wang Jian, initial stage of true person. Outer elder Yi Bai, pinnacle of the fragmentation realm. Sect, Qingyun Sect, level 1, 3,510,000. The sect value has increased by 2,000? If his memory serves him right, last time he received 1,000 for the Lin family, totaling 1,500. So, from where did this additional 2,000 sect value originate? Master, Shi Hao, clad in sect robes, rushed over in a flustered manner. Calm down, compose yourself. What have I taught you? One must remain tranquil in the face of adversity. Do you understand? Look, you've scared away my fish. But master, the entire Lingzhou is in an uproar. All the major powers are clamoring under the leadership of the Tianji Pavilion to attack our Qingyun Sect. I've even heard that strong figures from the central domain's Tianji Pavilion have been dispatched. Shi Hao hurriedly relayed his news in one breath. I thought the sky was falling, but it turns out to be such a trivial matter. Feng Qingyang replied nonchalantly, turning back to continue fishing, as if such monumental events were of lesser importance than his catch. However, he understood the rise in sect value. Qingyun Sect's reputation had spread, thus the value surged. Why should he concern himself with such a rabble? They could be easily dispatched. Instead, he pondered the seasonings for the fish he intended to prepare for dinner. Is there something else on your mind? Noticing Shi Hao still lingering, Feng Qingyang inquired. Master, but, it's nothing now. If it's nothing, then go practice. The ancient saint's secret realm is of utmost importance. Understood, master. Finally, undisturbed in his fishing endeavor, he dismissed the thoughts of the sect's impending assault and the arrival of figures from the central domain's Tianji Pavilion. He could easily crush any ancestors at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm who dare to challenge him. Did they truly believe that such figures were merely ornamental within the sect? Upon hearing the conversation between Feng Qingyang and Shi Hao, Qin Ruoxue intensified her attentiveness. Filled with admiration for her master's formidable spirit, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity about the mysterious Qingyun Sect and its enigmatic leader. Could he be from a prominent sect in the central domain? However, with such an unrivaled master who regarded other sects with disdain, her hopes of resurgence seemed promising. In Batian City, the elders and the leader of the Tianji Pavilion stood in respectful formation, as if awaiting the arrival of someone significant. A colossal warship approached from across the domains, halting outside Batian City. An imposing elder descended from the vessel. "At last, you have arrived, my lord." The master of the Tiangui Pavilion hurriedly approached in welcome. "Are you indeed the branch leader of this establishment? Pray, elaborate on the matter at hand." Prior to your arrival, he had already gleaned some understanding. A certain faction has slain their branch elder and brazenly threatened to obliterate the branch. Unable to resolve the issue, they sent word to the main pavilion. Enraged, the main pavilion dispatched him to investigate. "My lord, that faction is known as the Qingyun Sect, a once mighty imperial force from ages past. I surmise they have obtained the legacy of the great emperor. And I must mention, they are also linked to the transcendent force of the Yuqing Palace in the central domain." The branch leader meticulously relayed these details. The legacy of the great emperor. The elders' spirits were instantly lifted. However, this matter may pertain to another transcendent force, which complicates things. Very well. I shall employ a sound transmission talisman to inquire with the Yuqing Palace. Chapter 21. Inquiries at Yuqing. The great battle approaches in the central domain. Within the ethereal realm of Yuqing Palace, a sanctuary of profound spiritual energy that surpasses the other four domains, the scene unfolds. "Sister, what occupies your thoughts?" Lu Shui inquired, noticing her sister lost in distant contemplation. Ever since her return from the eastern domain, her sister had been perpetually distracted. "Let me venture a guess. Sister, you must be pondering the Lord of Qingyun. Am I right?" Lu Shui teased with a mischievous grin. "Do not speak nonsense." Lung Bingming promptly snapped back to reality. "Sister, members of the Tiangong Pavilion have arrived." Lu Shui observed several figures entering the grand hall, recognizing them by their distinctive attire. "What brings them here?" "It seems that Yuqing Palace has no dealings with Tiangong Pavilion." Lung Bingming frowned. "Sister, have you forgotten? That day you vowed to protect Qingyun Sect. An elder from Tiangong Pavilion was slain by Qingyun Sect in the eastern domain. Do you think their visit pertains to that matter?" "What? This cannot be. I must seek out our master." In a flurry, Lung Bingming dashed towards the grand hall. "Haha, sister, and you claimed you were not thinking of the Lord of Qingyun." Lu Shui laughed, hastily following her. In the grand hall, esteemed palace master, we shall take our leave. Apologies for the disturbance. Farewell. The members of Tiangong Pavilion had already departed just as Lung Bingming and Lu Shui arrived. "Master, Bing'e, Sui, you had come." The master of Yuqing Palace. A middle-aged woman whose elegance remained intact, her skin as youthful as that of a maiden, bore no traces of time's passage. "Master, what was the purpose of the Tiangong Pavilion's visit?" Lung Bingming queried, striding forward with curiosity. "Strangely enough, the elders inquired about our connection to Qingyun Sect in the eastern domain. It is baffling. How could a prestigious force like Yuqing Palace be linked to a mere sect in the east?" The palace master's tone carried a hint of disdain, for they, as a transcendent power in the central domain, had no reason to associate with an insignificant sect from the east. "Master, there is a slight connection between Qingyun Sect and Bing'e." Lung Bingming hesitated, expressing her thoughts. "Is that so? Bing'e, do you know of this Qingyun Sect?" The palace master's brow furrowed. At her words, Lung Bingming and Lu Shui recounted their experiences in the eastern domain, detailing their encounters and observations regarding Qingyun Sect. So it appears that Qingyun Sect stands on par with our transcendent forces in the central domain. I did not anticipate such a remarkable sect to arise from the humble eastern domain. The palace master was taken aback, her expression more serious than before. "Indeed, master. When my sister and I first visited Qingyun Sect, we were continually astonished. If this sect is truly as formidable as you say, then there is no cause for concern. Such a transcendent sect would naturally not fear Tiangong Pavilion. However, before Lung Bingning could elaborate, she was interrupted by the palace master. There are no buts. If one wishes to foster goodwill with our Yuqing Palace, one must naturally demonstrate commensurate strength. A weak sect possesses no diplomatic leverage. The camaraderie between two powers is founded upon equal strength and the exchange of interests. On the other side, in the eastern domain at the Batian city, within the grand hall of the Tianji Pavilion, an elder burst into laughter. Haha, the Qingyun Sect has truly deceived you all with their bluster. Allow me to clarify. How could an obscure sect from the eastern domain ever establish a connection with a transcendent power from the central domain? The Tianji Pavilion has received word that they sent inquiries to the Yuqing Palace, and the latter does not even recognize this Qingyun Sect. The woman who stood forth that day was merely a hired pawn of the Qingyun Sect. How splendid! My lord, when shall we strike? They are already eager for revenge. If we could potentially share in the imperial legacy of the Qingyun Sect, how delightful that would be. Today, the elder declared, my time is precious, and the spiritual energy of the eastern domain is exceedingly meager. I cough without the spiritual energy of the central domain. Yes, yes. The representatives of the various sects could only smile in acquiescence. Coughing without the spiritual energy of the central domain? Were it not for your formidable cultivation, one would surely demonstrate that being humiliated in the eastern domain stings just as much as in the central domain. Soon, the major factions began to mobilize. The three dominant powers, including the Luoyang Pavilion, the Liuhua Sect, and the Tianjin Sect, alongside the top 10 elite sects, Fuyang Sect, Chifa Sect, Mahai Sect, Tianzhao Sect, Liuhua Sect, Daojian Sect, Tiandi Society, Yusho Sect, Jiang Sect, and the Sun and Moon Divine Cult, were joined by over 20 first-rate powers. Under the guidance of the Tianji Pavilion, they surged towards the Qingyun Sect like a tidal wave. The massive warships blazed through the skies, creating a scene of chaos and throngs of people clamoring to witness this epic battle. They've arrived. The factions are on the move, a man exclaimed. The citizens of the city were awestruck by the dense formation of warships overhead. The entire Lingzhou was in an uproar. The last time such a multitude of powerful factions besieged a single sect was indeed a long time ago. It seems the Qingyun Sect is doomed, with so many powerful forces involved. Indeed, even the second-rate sects in our city wish to partake, hoping to scavenge the leftovers behind the great powers. But guess what? They are wholly disregarded and told to stay away. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun Sect, the sect master, the venerable ancestor Li Qingyun, stood respectfully behind Feng Qingyang. His imperial consciousness enveloped the entire eastern domain, allowing him to discern even the slightest movements of the various factions. Let us proceed. It is time to engage. Since they wish to play, the Qingyun Sect shall entertain them. Outside the Qingyun mountain range, after traversing hundreds of thousands of miles, the various factions arrived. My lord, according to reports, the Qingyun Sect is nestled within this mountain range. The elder at the forefront of the warship took a deep breath. What a veritable treasure trove of geomantic fortune. The spiritual energy here is so rich. The cough symptoms of the old man have subsided. The crowd hastily took stock of their surroundings. The spiritual energy here is astonishingly several times greater than that of the outside world. Each person harbored different thoughts, contemplating the potential of this precious land after vanquishing the Qingyun Sect. Should they consider relocating their own sect here? If they were to attack the Qingyun Sect, they would have to step over the corpses of the Lin family first. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from the east. A battleship approached, belonging to the hurriedly arrived elite faction, the Lin family. Who are they? Are they courting death? Indeed, with so many powerful factions present, are they truly seeking their own demise? This scene left the onlookers in the distance bewildered. Could it be that the Qingyun Sect had summoned reinforcements? The insignia on the battleship indicated that it belonged to the prestigious Lin family of Tianwu City. The Lin family? Why would they assist the Qingyun Sect? It is said that the Lin family is a subordinate force of the Qingyun Sect. Lin Zhan led the charge, standing at the forefront. The Lin family had dispatched all their formidable warriors, 2 in the true immortal realm, 10 in the transformation stage, and 50 in both the nascent soul and void realms. It could be said that every strong individual above the golden core level had been sent forth. Everyone understood that compared to these individuals, the major factions would crush them like eggs against a rock, like an insect attempting to block a chariot. However, if the Qingyun Sect were to prevail, the Lin family would ascend to greatness. Chapter 22. Bloodshed of the Lin family. A reckless encounter, what audacity! The various factions looked disdainfully at the obstruction ahead. Disciples of the Lin family, follow me to vanquish our foes. The Lin family warriors propelled their battle vessels forward, crashing into the opposing forces. Who would stoop to entertain these insignificant insects? On the colossal warship, an elder of the heavenly mechanism pavilion scoffed, deeming such pests beneath his notice. I, the heavenly sword sect, shall engage. The leading elder of the heavenly sword sect stepped forth to challenge, eager to toy with them, relishing the slow torment they could inflict. After all, time was abundant, and there was no rush. The Qingyun Sect could escape the monk, but not the temple. It was essential for outsiders to witness the dire consequences of offending such powerful factions. Look, the might of the Heavenly Sword Sect has arrived. The crowd gasped. The Heavenly Sword Sect, a dominant force in Lingzhou, was notorious yet immensely powerful. It was said that their practitioners trained not with the primary sword, but with the secondary, and they favored the silver sword over the golden. In all of Lingzhou, only the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion dared to provoke them. The leading elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect charged ahead, accompanied by dozens of sword-wielding warriors. As the two sides clashed, the air was filled with the cacophony of blades meeting, the thunderous roar of spiritual energy, mingled with anguished cries. Spiritual energy surged, and sword intent swept across the heavens and earth. Ah, truly, you seek the path to heaven yet turn away, while hell offers no refuge for you. Enough talk. Let's continue. 3 battlegrounds were established: the True Realm, the Transformation Realm, and the Void Realm. However, due to the Lin family's inferior numbers, they were being relentlessly pushed back. How tragic! The Lin family was on the brink of defeat. Indeed, aligning with the Qingyun Sect guarantees no favorable outcome. Patriarch, retreat to the main sect with the others at once. We cannot withstand this any longer. Lin Zhan and another True Realm practitioner faced off against 4 from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Trying to flee? We are far from finished. The elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect licked the blood from his blade. The Lin family was being driven back, coiling into a tight circle, becoming fish in a barrel, with no means of escape. Who dares to harm a member of the Qingyun Sect? A resounding voice rang out, accompanied by a formidable aura that sent the Heavenly Sword Sect members flying. They soared for 2.5 minutes before coming to a halt. Aside from 4 injured True Realm practitioners, the rest were obliterated. Incredible! Has a powerful warrior from the Qingyun Sect arrived? Their entrance delivered a stunning blow to the opposition. Indeed, to kill so many with mere presence, the Qingyun Sect is no ordinary force. The elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion narrowed his eyes. The main player had finally arrived. He was eager to see what tricks the Qingyun Sect would unveil. In the distance, 6 figures soared through the sky. Feng Qingyang, Shi Hao, Lin Bai, along with the Ancestor Li Qingyun, Outer Sect Elder Yi Bai, and the guard Wang Jian. Their robes, interwoven with azure and white, shimmered under the sun, exuding an inexplicable Taoist essence. What a curious move. Why had the Qingyun Sect dispatched only 6 individuals, 3 of whom were young? Could the rumors have been exaggerated? Nonetheless, their robes were quite striking. The crowd murmured, wondering if they truly intended to confront the major factions with merely these 6. Father, are you all right? Lin Bai rushed over to check on Lin Zhan and the others' injuries. We're fine, thanks to the timely arrival of the sect master. That's good to hear. Father, please step back. Leave this to us. You must be anxious. Behold your horses for now. We will soon escort you all below to reunite. Feng Qingyang cast a scornful glance at the various factions, perceiving them as nothing but a disorganized rabble. How audacious! Who is this young man? I have witnessed arrogance before, but never to this extent. Today truly opens my eyes. Oh, 2 at the True Realm, 1 at the pinnacle of the void-shattering stage. This is the foundation of the Qingyun Sect? The others are of such low cultivation that they could be disregarded, leaving only an enigmatic elder. The elder from the Tiangong Pavilion pondered in silence. Enough talk. crushed them without hesitation. He bellowed. A fleet of massive warships commenced a relentless bombardment. Experts from various sects poured forth from the vessels, charging toward Feng Qingyang. Lin Bai entertained them for a while. Commanded the outer sect elder, Lin Bai, as he soared into the air, unleashing his full power at the pinnacle of the void-shattering realm. Such terrifying prowess. This must be the formidable expert from the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, with such strength, it is no wonder the Qingyun Sect dares to challenge the major factions. Do you think you, a pack of worthless fish, can assault my Qingyun Sect? With that, Lin Bai plunged into the throng, his hand striking down a multitude. Instantly, the sky was engulfed in a thick mist of blood, darkening the sun to a crimson hue. In the year 10086 of the new era, later accounts would record this day as the blood-soaked tragedy of Lingzhou, the Qingyun meat grinder. Ah, this man is a demon. Help! Sect Master, save me. Within less than a minute of battle, the situation escalated to a fever pitch. The experts from various factions were being pushed back relentlessly. The might of the Qingyun Sect champion was overwhelming, employing no extravagant techniques. Just a single strike was enough to clear a vast area. The pervasive blood mist lingered, refusing to dissipate. Ha! A bunch of disorganized rabble. With such meager skills, you dare to assault my Qingyun Sect? The elder is ferocious. Shi Hao and Lin Bai watched in astonishment. Although both possessed exceptional talent, neither had experienced such a fierce battle. Lin Bai had scarcely any real combat experience. They gazed up at the elder, resembling a god of war, filled with admiration. What do you think? Watch closely and learn well. If you both apply yourselves diligently, you too may become such formidable beings. Feng Qingyang encouraged, patting their shoulders. I am different. I am on a different level. What skill is it to bully the younger generation? We shall join you in this fray. The three major hegemonic factions dispatched 3 ancestors at the void-shattering stage, alongside the master of the Tiangong Pavilion, totaling 4 formidable beings. A terrifying aura spread forth. This is dire. 1 against 4 does not bode well. If the Qingyun Sect lacks a backup plan, it may face inevitable annihilation. The elder of the Tiangong Pavilion also wore a smirk, reveling in the advantage of 4 against 1. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to expedite your journey. Such arrogance. The clash of 5 formidable void-shattering realm experts reverberated through the air. Elder Lin Bai held his ground against 4 adversaries without faltering. This battle was cataclysmic, shaking the very foundations of the world. Remarkable. Is this the terrifying combat prowess of the void-shattering realm? Indeed, the fabric of space itself has been shattered. The eastern region is divided into 13 vast continents, among which Lingzhou lacks a sacred ground. However, it boasts a transcendent power like the Tiangong Pavilion, rendering it impervious to the influence of any sacred site. Thus, the void-shattering realm represents the pinnacle of combat strength in Lingzhou. Even so, many may go their entire lives without witnessing such power. If all goes as anticipated, today's void-shattering realm expert will be the mightiest they have ever encountered. Amidst the 4, 1 displayed a momentary lapse. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai unleashed his full strength. Perish! With a thunderous roar, the exposed void-shattering ancestor was obliterated. Ancestor. Chapter 23. The Emperor strikes, crushing the half-saint at the Heavenly Sword Sect. What did they witness? Their venerable ancestor was obliterated, ascended to the heavens. It was over. All hope was lost. With the demise of their ancestor at the fragmented void level, the sect's power diminished significantly, rendering them incapable of wielding their swords with arrogance. They also faced the looming threat of being absorbed by rival factions. Contemplating this, they fixated their astute gazes on the remaining 3 at the fragmented void level, wishing for their demise, for if they fell, the sect's strength would be restored to equilibrium. In the distance, a crowd of cultivators gasped in disbelief. Good heavens! The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sect has been annihilated, a man exclaimed, dropping his chicken leg to the ground. The formidable warrior from the Qingyun Sect, who had fought 4 adversaries without faltering, was now growing increasingly fierce, having struck the Heavenly Sword Sect's ancestor into a mist of blood. It was truly a source of great satisfaction. The Heavenly Sword Sect was notorious, deserving of extermination, had they possessed the strength. They would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate the might of their iron rods, but alas, their swords were simply too formidable. The remaining 3 ancestors from the major factions were equally astonished. The leader of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, particularly disheartened, pondered why, despite being at the pinnacle of the fragmented void level, this individual was so extraordinarily powerful. His very insides trembled before the man before him. Huh, is that all you've got? Truly, even the most insignificant beings dare to challenge my Qingyun Sect. Noticing that the 3 adversaries were increasingly struggling, Knight White laughed heartily. Boy, do not be overly arrogant. The elder of my Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has yet to make a move. I implore you, Great One, to intervene. The Pavilion Master, seeing that their combined efforts were futile against this individual, realized that if they continued, they might share the same fate as the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He turned and shouted towards the warship. "What a useless bunch. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." From the largest warship of the various factions emerged an elderly man with a youthful visage, standing with his hands clasped behind him, looking down with an air of superiority at those from the Qingyun Sect. Who was this man? Why did even the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion refer to him as Sir? Uninformed, are you? This is the elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion from the Central Region. Our local branch is but a trifling offshoot of his. The crowd was once again enlightened, realizing that a powerful figure from the Central Region had arrived. Upon witnessing the elder's emergence, the 3 remaining ancestors hastily retreated. This man was terrifying. "Hey, old man, have you come to meet your demise as well?" Knight White remarked, his expression turning solemn as he sensed the elder's unfathomable strength, though he would not yield in verbal prowess. "You ignorant youth, when I ventured through the Central Region, you were still playing with mud. Today, allow you all to witness true power." With that, the elder unleashed his formidable cultivation, a terrifying aura engulfing the arena. The unmatched presence of the saint level emanated from him, sending shockwaves that pushed back the warships of the various factions. The onlookers in the distance were rendered immobile by the overwhelming force, while only Feng Qingyang remained unaffected, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Master, this old man is incredibly strong." The elder before them was undoubtedly the most formidable individual that Shi Hao and Lin Bai had ever encountered. Unbeknownst to them, the venerable ancestor standing beside them was a being of the Emperor realm. With a mere flick of his wrist, this elder could have perished countless times, a mere insect in the grand scheme of things. How laughable! Feng Qingyang scoffed. He accessed the elder's data through the system and discovered that he was a half-saint, teetering on the brink of the sacred realm. The pinnacle of the broken void realm was but a stepping stone to the sacred realm, yet these 2 realms were worlds apart, representing a transcendence of life's very essence. Countless prodigies throughout history had faltered at this juncture. A complete conversion of spiritual energy into sacred source was imperative for a breakthrough. Those who had not achieved this were deemed half-saints. Even a half-saint outmatched the peak of the broken void realm. Dozens could not rival a single half-saint. A saying circulated in the cultivation world: shatter the void, absorb the sacred source, and attain sanctity. Who are you trying to intimidate, old man? Do you truly believe you possess strength? I am merely an outer elder of the Qingyun Sect, and there are many far more powerful than I. Just wait. As the elder exuded his sacred aura, Lin Bai, realizing he could not contend, retreated. An outer elder? How absurd. An outer elder can suppress the major powers of Lingzhou. Just how formidable is the Qingyun Sect? Could it be that the Qingyun Sect is an ancient, reclusive sect that rivals the transcendent powers of the central domain? Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, the crowd's imaginations ran wild. "I detest being looked down upon, so you may as well perish." The elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion remained lost in the words of Lin Bai until he heard that young man of the true realm telling him to die. Huh. Truly a group of ignorant fools, all bluster with no substance. "You dare tell me to die. Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, Ancestor Li Qingyun grasped him firmly. With a gentle squeeze, he was utterly obliterated. A rain of crimson droplets fell, nourishing the earth. Holy blood from the sacred realm is indeed a precious substance. The aura of the sacred realm dissipated into the cosmos, and the oppressive force weighing upon the crowd vanished without a trace. "Why do you talk so much? What just transpired?" This scene unfolded in an instant. The once arrogant elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had been crushed without a second thought. The crowd was left in shock. After all, he was a powerful figure from the central domain, a being transcending the broken void realm. Surely, some semblance of resistance should have been shown. This fellow treated him like a mere chick, lifting and crushing him effortlessly. My lord, the representatives of various factions were utterly paralyzed with fear. The timid among them were so terrified that they lost control of their bowels, creating a foul stench in the air. What kind of sect had they provoked? Even a mighty figure from the central domain had been annihilated. Had they known this would happen, they would have humbly approached to offer apologies. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Not a single participant would be spared. He is no benevolent saint. When they come to exterminate you, you cannot simply let them go, lest you return a tiger to the mountain. One must understand that wild grass does not perish. It will flourish again with the spring breeze. Yes, sect master. After receiving his orders, Li Qingyun commenced his slaughter. No, we no longer dare to resist. We plead for mercy from a sect. We are willing to submit to the sect and surrender all our resources. In response, Feng Qingyang raised his hands, a gesture of bewilderment, remarking, "How foolish. The ones you killed were all mine. As for yielding to the Qingyun Sect, I regret to say it is unnecessary." The ancient ancestor of the Emperor realm waved his sleeve with a flourish, unleashing a terrifying momentum capable of rending the heavens and earth, sweeping across the various factions. The overwhelming imperial aura surged forth, rendering the skies and lands devoid of color. In the midst of their terror-stricken expressions, they were torn to shreds, dissipating into the air. Only a multitude of onlookers remained outside. Feng Qingyang leisurely stepped forward and uttered a few words. "I shall state but one thing. Henceforth, Lingzhou will revere the Qingyun Sect. Who is in favor, and who is opposed?" Chapter 24. The co-dominion of Lingzhou and the establishment of Qingyun City. The crowd fell into an initial silence, subsequently expressing their submission. It was evident to all that, following this battle, the Qingyun Sect would ascend to dominance over Lingzhou. Lingzhou's co-dominion, the first sect to singularly rule Lingzhou. On the following day, news spread like ripples in a pond. In this conflict, the formidable warriors of various major factions in Lingzhou were nearly annihilated. The three dominant powers promptly declared the expulsion of all participants from their sections. Though this was merely a formality, as many had turned to ashes, they still dispatched individuals to scatter their ashes. Subsequently, they allocated 80% of their sect's resources to the Qingyun Sect, acknowledging it as the sovereign of Lingzhou. This was a show of reverence from factions with considerable heritage. Some premier sects, upon receiving news of their defeat, fearing retribution from the Qingyun Sect, vacated their premises, losing both wealth and assets. The major factions underwent a reshuffle, with those uninvolved in the conflict eagerly absorbing weaker powers, surrendering all acquired resources to the Qingyun Sect in hopes of protection. Emerging sects sprouted up like mushrooms after rain. In Qingyun City, I lost 10,000 spirit stones. Damn those major factions. You truly deserve your fates. How could I have trusted you so blindly? Before the gambling house, many lamented, their cries echoing with heartbreak. The reason was simple. They had staked on the major factions, only to suffer catastrophic losses. They called out to the heavens in vain, and to the earth. It remained unresponsive. Wealth had slipped away. Yet amidst the despair, one individual laughed heartily, the man with a full hand of winnings. He had profited immensely. With this, he could indulge in merriment tonight. As the news spread further, it soared like a butterfly with wings, reaching the various regions of the eastern domain. In Batian City, at the Tianji Pavilion, a commotion arose. What are you doing? Have you lost your minds? Do you know where you are? This is the Tianji Pavilion, a branch of the transcendent power in the central domain. Do you wish to perish? A burly man rushed forward and kicked the speaker away. What is the Tianji Pavilion to us? Now Lingzhou belongs to the Qingyun Sect. We must deliver these resources to the upper sect. Perhaps we might even earn a position as a servant disciple. Brothers, arm yourselves and seize what we can. In Tianwu City, a lament echoed, alas. Rumors have led me astray. Which fool proclaimed that the Lin family would be obliterated, and that the Qingyun Sect would fall? Step forward. The Lin family now stood on the pinnacle of success. Though their overall strength was lacking, as a subordinate power of the Qingyun Sect, they were indeed above myriad sects in Lingzhou. These rumors have misled the Li family. Otherwise, I would have brought my kin to side with the Qingyun Sect and soared to prosperity. Enough of your bluster. You think you could just say a few words and act like it's true? The Lin family is a top-tier power and can endure, while you, a mere second-rate family, are you seeking your own ruin? Once, when a major power sneezed, the Li family was extinguished. Qingyun Sect. Congratulations, host, for completing the phase task. Achieving fame in Lingzhou. Would you like to claim your reward? Main task of establishing renown in the Eastern Domain completed 210. Please continue your efforts, host. Substantial rewards await upon task completion. Is there a phased aspect to this task? System. I shall claim the reward. In the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang sat in the main seat, examining the system interface. Reward successfully claimed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 5 silver summoning cards. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Qingyun worship. Silver summoning card, capable of summoning beings from the transformation realm to the manifestation realm. Qingyun worship, a worship exclusive to the Qingyun Sect, capable of traversing vast distances instantaneously, resilient against attacks from the manifestation realm. Once charged with spirit stones, it can unleash a light cannon, spirit stone energy, with power equivalent to a full force strike from a sage. What splendid treasures! Feng Qingyang was pleasantly surprised by this round of system rewards. The summoning cards speak for themselves, but the Qingyun worship is truly remarkable. Just imagine commanding such a majestic vessel in battle, obliterating foes with a single cannon shot. What a breathtaking scene that would be. As for the need for spirit stone energy, apologies, but the Qingyun Sect is currently overflowing with spirit stones. Master, the newly organized storage room is already brimming. Shi Hao sighed, as every few minutes, a faction would arrive with several carts of supplies. Each time, it would be 10 carts, each filled to the brim. Goodness, do resources come without cost? Such reckless deliveries. Just today alone, the storage room has been rebuilt 5 times. I never imagined I would one day be troubled by an excess of resources. Let the spirit stones be accepted, while the rest, trivial items, can be returned. Whatever martial techniques or cultivation methods, all shall be sent back. If not, they might as well be discarded, as these are the least of what the Qingyun Sect requires. Very well, master. Shi Hao reluctantly went off to gather resources once more. Feng Qingyang turned his attention to the members of the Lin family within the hall. Despite the disparity in strength during this great battle, the Lin family steadfastly stood by the Qingyun Sect. Commendable. One must ask, how many factions in this ruthless realm of cultivation could exhibit such loyalty? Not betraying from behind or kicking while one is down is already commendable. Sect Master, this is merely what my Lin family ought to do. As a subordinate faction, when the main sect is in peril, even if separated by thousands of miles, even if it means mutual destruction, my Lin family will not retreat an inch. Are you not afraid of death? Feng Qingyang fixed his gaze upon the Lin family members. One must remember the circumstances then. The Lin family was like an egg confronting a boulder. Though faced with millions, I shall press on. Excellent. As long as the Qingyun Sect stands, your Lin family shall endure for eternity. What Lin Zhan did not realize was the significance of his words. A millennium later, he would look back and feel immense gratitude. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Lin Bai, take your father to the Hall of Techniques to select a few cultivation methods and martial skills. Then find your senior brother to gather resources from the first hall. Go forth. The Lin family's strength remains too feeble. They must rapidly bolster their capabilities to keep pace with the Qingyun Sect. How to swiftly enhance their strength? One might wonder. Do not inquire. To question is to expend wealth and resources, and to cheat. Indeed, Master, Shi Hao nodded respectfully. Thank you, Sect Leader. By the way, Sect Leader, I have one more request. Lin Zhan, who had just turned to leave, pivoted back. Could we establish a city 100 miles from the foot of Qingyun Sect? A city? What a splendid idea. How had he not thought of it? Great powers possess their own exclusive cities, each renowned across the lands, standing majestically and drawing resources from all directions. Countless talents are drawn to such places. laying a solid foundation for the cultivation of disciples. Certainly, your idea is commendable. Let us name it Qingyun City. Any resource that is lacking can be procured from the sect. I shall instruct the elders to facilitate the handover with you. If we are to build, we must construct nothing short of the finest. Furthermore, with the abundant spiritual energy here far surpassing that of the outside world, given time, Qingyun City is destined to become the foremost metropolis of the eastern region and indeed the entire continent. Chapter 25. The Guardian Elder in the Hall of Techniques. After Lin Bai and the others departed, Feng Qingyang reopened the system interface. He eagerly activated all summoning cards, rubbing his hands in anticipation. 5 summoning cards should surely yield at least 1 gold-tier entity, he thought. It would be unreasonable to expect a high-tier celestial being, but a saintly figure should be within reach, right? Summoning card usage successful. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak Guardian of the Realms. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak Guardian of the Realms. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak Guardian of the Realms. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak Guardian of the Realms. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak Guardian Elder of the Fragmented Void. Engraving. Materialization complete. What in the world? Is the system mocking me? Not a single gold-tier entity after 5 cards. If it weren't for that final peak Guardian Elder of the Fragmented Void, I would have flipped the table in frustration. Tell me honestly, system, have you secretly adjusted the probabilities? Please refrain from slandering me. This system prioritizes authenticity. The outcomes are purely dependent on your luck. You are making this exceedingly difficult for me. Difficult? I demand. If it's so complicated, don't bother. A moment later, he relented. Fine, fine. I won't argue with you any longer. At that moment, 5 men clad in black robes entered the majestic Qingyun Hall. Wang Xian, Wang Yu, Wang Peng, Wang Lai, and Wang Ji. Greetings, sect master, they intoned in unison, their voices filled with respect. Wang Xian, correct? You shall henceforth be the guardian elder of our Qingyun Sect. Overseeing all guardians, Feng Qingyang stated, scanning the one with the highest realm. You may go now. Protect our sect well. Understood, sect master. We take our leave. Wait a moment. Feng Qingyang called, noticing the stark contrast between their attire and his own. Afterward, all of you should go to the outer sect elders and receive your sect uniforms. Upon finishing, he addressed the system in his mind. Next time, could you simply provide the appropriate uniforms for those summoned? Must they always be clad in black robes? You waste my breath. Receive. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun Sect, Shi Hao, panting and exhausted, collapsed onto the ground after finishing his tasks. Finally done, I never felt this drained even after battling more than a dozen geniuses. Collecting spirit stones is truly laborious. Hey, junior brother, where are you off to? Shi Hao called out as he noticed Lin Bai approaching, accompanied by his father. Senior brother, I was just looking for you. Didn't he expect to find you here? Lin Bai replied. Master instructed me to bring my father to the Hall of Techniques to select a few methods, and then I'll retrieve a Hall-S resources from you. Shi Hao's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a savior. Quick, dispatch someone to collect them. There's too much to contain. Hurry, take it away. I've never seen so many spirit stones. I have no interest in them. The newly constructed 6 storage hall quickly reached its capacity. The fervor of these individuals was astonishing, even though the master had stated that the primary focus was on spirit stones. Upon hearing that the Qingyun Sect was interested in them, various factions hastily exchanged all their resources for spirit stones. Some even unearthed spirit stones they had hidden away underground. Consequently, a steady stream of spatial rings was dispatched to the Qingyun Sect. The 6th storage hall became a veritable mountain of spirit stones, an overwhelming sight. Although the Qingyun Sect boasts numerous towers and pavilions, one cannot simply store them indoors, can they? As Shi Hao pondered this notion, he considered its feasibility. After much contemplation, he decided against it. What if guests arrived at the Qingyun Sect and were greeted by a room brimming with spirit stones? It would surely dazzle their eyes. The Hall of Techniques. Let's go. I will accompany you, he declared. Since arriving at the sect, he and Lin Bai had never visited the Hall of Techniques. Their master had directly assigned them customized techniques, and they had gleaned their own unique martial skills from those teachings. Thus, they had never ventured to the hall to observe its collections of techniques and martial arts. standing before the grand entrance of the Hall of Techniques. The trio marveled at its imposing structure. Even before entering, they were awestruck by the sight. The entrance was adorned with the carvings of two legendary beasts, the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. The sculptures appeared so lifelike, as if they might leap to life at any moment. At the pinnacle, a plaque bore the three characters' Hall of Techniques, each character emanating an ethereal aura, exuding an invisible majesty. Flanking the entrance were two magnificent couplets that read, concealing all heavenly immortal techniques, surveying the vast universe. "Wow, senior brother, these couplets are truly majestic," exclaimed Lin Bai. "Could it be that all the techniques within are of immortal caliber? Who knows? Let's step inside and find out," Shi Hao replied. Lin Zhan was equally astonished. Since the moment he entered the Qingyun Sect, he had begun to question the very nature of existence. An immortal realm. It must be an immortal realm. The Lin family not only gained the recognition and protection of the main sect, but his son was also a direct disciple of the sect leader. It was nearly impossible for the Lin family not to soar to greatness. Pushing open the grand doors, the trio stepped inside. What greeted their eyes was a meticulously arranged array of techniques and martial skills. "Father, let us begin our selection," Shi Hao suggested. As they were momentarily dazzled by the overwhelming variety of techniques and martial skills before them, Shi Hao casually picked up a few of the tomes nearest to him. Saint Light's Sorrowful Art, Immortal Technique. Created by the Saint Light Immortal King, it can be cultivated up to the realm of the Immortal King. Once the Sorrowful Art is unleashed, who can rival it? Thousand Rain Breaking Dawn, Immortal Technique. A renowned martial skill created by the Thousand Rain Immortal King. When perfected, it unleashes thousands of piercing rain swords, shattering countless foes. "Junior brother, these are all immortal techniques," Lin Bai and Lin Zhan exclaimed, their hearts racing with excitement. Although Lin Bai and Shi Hao were also astonished, they felt somewhat reassured, as the techniques imparted by their master were not inferior to those of the immortals. However, Lin Zhan's situation was different. He could not help but reflect on the techniques he had been cultivating. In a straight line, the majestic realm of the Emperor and the sacred unfolds before his eyes, revealing the profound cultivation techniques he has mastered, which are indeed the highest tier among earthly methods. He has never witnessed such a spectacle before. Gratitude for the sect leader's generosity swells within him, allowing the Lin family the liberty to select from a plethora of tomes. With a mere grasp, he finds himself in possession of texts pertaining to the laws of the Immortal King and the Immortal Emperor. Before long, the three individuals emerge, with Lin Zhan having chosen one volume of Immortal Arts alongside two tomes of celestial martial techniques. These three texts alone are sufficient, poised to sustain the Lin family's legacy for a millennium or even beyond. Lin Zhan resolves to return and designate these works as the ancestral techniques of the Lin family. Beneath the Qingyun mountain range, merely 100 miles from the Qingyun Sect, a vast clearing has been meticulously prepared. The members of the Lin family are bustling with activity, their faces alight with joy as they construct a city not only for their main sect, but also for themselves. Once Qingyun City is completed, the Lin family intends to relocate en masse from Tianwu City to this flourishing haven, abundant in spiritual energy and under the protective aegis of their sect, creating a veritable paradise. Chapter 26. The Secrets of Heaven Revealed. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion at the Qingyun Palace. The esteemed leader Feng Qingyang stands at the initial stage of the true person realm, accompanied by disciples Lin Bai and Shi Hao, all embodying the celestial divine physique. The sect boasts formidable figures, including the venerable Ancestor Li Qingyun at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, the elder Wang Xian, the chief guardian at the peak of the fragmenting void realm, and the outer sect elder Yi Bai, also at the peak of the fragmenting void realm, along with 5 guardians. The sect, Qingyun Sect, possesses a level of 8,510,000. Remarkably, the sect's value has surged by 5,000. Feng Qingyang recollects that the sect was merely established not long ago. Is the Qingyun Sect on the verge of transcending to a secondary sect? Astonishing. If a primary sect is already this formidable, how grand must a secondary sect be? Upon closer inspection, while the number of powerful figures within the sect is not excessively high, it is certainly sufficient. Yet, there are only 2 direct disciples. This poses a dilemma. For a sect to thrive, the cultivation of disciples is paramount. Various levels of disciples are essential, including miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, direct disciples, holy sons, and even those of the divine lineage. Additionally, the presence of outer elders, inner elders, law enforcement elders, technique elders, and peak masters is indispensable. It appears that upon returning from the ancient saint's secret realm, it is imperative to open the mountain gates wide to recruit disciples. If the elders are unable to summon adequate numbers, it may be necessary to seek additional assistance from outside. Meanwhile, in the central domain at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, news arrives. Elder Mo Chin's life talisman has shattered. An immediate investigation into his final moments must be conducted. The life talisman is an essential artifact that every disciple acquires upon entering the sect. By infusing a strand of their soul into the talisman, one can monitor the disciple's life and death status at any time. When a disciple perishes, the talisman naturally shatters. These talismans are stored in designated locations, guarded day and night by powerful individuals, with regular checks conducted by dedicated personnel. The higher the rank within the sect, the more significant the life talisman becomes. Given that it contains a fragment of the individual's soul, specific crystal orbs can record the final moments before death, aiding in the pursuit of vengeance against the perpetrator. The elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion gather around the crystal orb to observe. The violet orb glimmers, and under the Grand Elder's incantation, images begin to materialize. The scene reveals an inscrutable old man who seizes Elder Mo Chun as if he were a mere chick, effortlessly overpowering him. In an instant, he is crushed. Before the elders can react, the old man in the orb seems to sense their scrutiny, casting a penetrating gaze in their direction. Subsequently, with a resounding explosion, the crystal orb shatters. What? Wasn't Elder Mo Chun dispatched to the Eastern Domain? How could such a powerful being exist in the resource-scarce Eastern Domain? Which sect does this formidable individual belong to, exhibiting such audacity? The Eastern Domain is known for its lack of spiritual energy, and it is beyond their comprehension that such strength could arise from there. The ability to casually crush a half-saint and traverse the river of time is astounding. Grand Elder. The intelligence from the Eastern Domain Division indicated that the target was the Qingyun Sect. This individual must be a powerful figure from the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect? The Grand Elder ponders deeply. The last time I heard of the Qingyun Sect was during the previous incident. At that time, they had dispatched someone to the Transcendent Force, the Yuqing Palace, to inquire. The Yuqing Palace. Could this individual have been sent by them? Yet, that seems implausible. The palace is composed entirely of women. So how could there be an elder among them? Could it be that this person is indeed a formidable warrior from the Qingyun Sect? What is there to fear? Our Tiangui Pavilion likewise boasts a multitude of experts. In this middle domain, aside from the long-established imperial clans, we have never been intimidated by anyone. How dare the Qingyun Sect massacre our esteemed elders and challenge the dignity of transcendent forces? Grand Elder, issue your command. We must eradicate the Qingyun Sect in this instance. The Tiangui Pavilion is the most profound, transcendent force in the middle domain, founded by the Tiangui Emperor. It is said that the Tiangui Emperor could effortlessly peer into the heavens and comprehend all things under the sky. There is nothing he does not know, no one who is unaware of his name. The Tiangui Classic, passed down through generations, is a treasured artifact of the middle domain. We must not act recklessly. Do you recall the overwhelming aura we sensed a few days ago? The Grand Elder seemed to recollect something, hastily exclaiming, Grand Elder, are you suggesting? Upon the Grand Elder's reminder, the other elders also suddenly realized. Indeed, it is correct. The immense imperial might that was felt a few days ago emanated from the east. Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence. Better to be overly cautious than to suffer dire consequences. This matter pertains to the survival of our pavilion. We must not act unwisely. Their composure began to falter. An emperor, that is indeed an emperor. To provoke such a powerful being would lead to their demise. Even if they were to descend to the depths of the abyss, they would face annihilation without a place to rest. Even with the legacy they possess, they could only barely contend, but at great cost to their vitality, ultimately leading to their destruction. Given that this situation may involve an emperor, it is imperative to proceed with caution. I shall report this matter to the pavilion master and deliberate on our course of action. With the Grand Elder's command, the other elders dispersed, while he made his way alone to the Grand Hall of the pavilion master. In the Tiangue Hall, the pavilion master, this is the situation. Oh, you are suggesting that the Qingyun Sect may be connected to an emperor? The pavilion master initially expressed doubt, yet at his level, he was privy to many more secrets. It had been millennia since an emperor had made an appearance. It was said that they were preparing for matters capable of altering the entire continent. Not to mention, even the supreme beings had long ceased to concern themselves with worldly affairs. However, he had indeed sensed the imperial might a few days prior. Very well, I shall delve into the mysteries of the Tiangue and ascertain the true nature of this Qingyun Sect. Upon the pavilion master's command, he exerted all his strength to operate the Tiangue Classic. A beam of light shot skyward, and soon his consciousness traversed the river of time. I have found it. Just as he was about to investigate further, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A sharp sword light surged forth, shattering his consciousness. In the Tiangue Hall, the pavilion master coughed up a mouthful of blood and subsequently appeared weakened. With his spirit injured, recovery could only be achieved gradually through the use of sacred medicine. His cultivation would also suffer a decline. Pavilion master. The Grand Elder hurried forward to support the almost toppling pavilion master, his heart filled with shock. How could the pavilion master, a peak existence of the Holy King realm, sustain such grievous injury? Could it be that the secrets of the heavens were divined, and thus met with the retribution of the celestial order? To delve into the mysteries of fate is to act against the natural order, and one misstep may lead to dire consequences. Even formidable beings, such as the ancestor of the heavenly pavilion, the great emperor of destiny, have faced the backlash of the heavens. I am unscathed. The Qingyun Sect harbors profound terrors. It is imperative not to provoke them. After the master of the destiny pavilion weakly articulated these words in a fragmented manner, he retreated into seclusion, for his soul had suffered grave damage. The memory of the scene he had just witnessed filled him with trepidation. A figure stood with its back to him, defying the heavens, surrounded by a sacred azure lotus that obscured the sky. Suddenly, a sword aura capable of cleaving the heavens surged forth, shattering his very soul. Chapter 27. The Power of Lingzhou. The sacred land of Dongxian. Detection of an intrusion into the secrets of Qingyun Sect. Automatic shielding activated. Who dares to pry into the secrets of Qingyun Sect? How audacious! Feng Qingyang lamented while fishing. It seems anyone can now attempt to uncover the heavenly mysteries. Do they not know that our sect is enveloped by a formidable system? When Qingyun Sect takes action, even the great Tao must concede. The heavenly path is but a lesser existence in comparison. A catch! Tonight, there shall be roasted fish once more. Life as the sect leader is truly leisurely. I delegate all matters to the elders and disciple below. After fishing, I shall take a stroll with my birds. As for cultivation, what a farce. I shall simply relax. It has not been long since my arrival in this realm. I have ascended from zero cultivation to the realm of true immortals, akin to the ancestors of top-tier powers. Have you ever encountered such a young, true immortal? This is not mere boasting. Throughout the continent, who can achieve such mastery at my age? Even the most gifted geniuses would pale in comparison. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, the members of Qingyun Sect were diligently engaged in their tasks. Elder Lin Bai was busily coordinating with Lin Zhan. Elder, here is the list of materials required for the construction of Qingyun City. Please take a look. Lin Zhan presented a comprehensive inventory of the necessary resources to Lin Bai. After reviewing the list, Lin Bai assured him that it was satisfactory. The resources would be more than sufficient should they begin to dwindle. A continuous supply would soon replenish them. Not long ago, Qingyun Sect announced its intent to construct a dedicated city, Qingyun City. This news had reached the outside world. Those willing to contribute funds did so, and those providing materials also stepped forward. A multitude of cultivators flocked to assist in the construction. Even an ancestor from a royal dynasty personally pledged to contribute the resources of Lingzhou to aid in the creation of this grand city. With such a large workforce, tasks became significantly easier. The speed of construction had previously been hindered by the limited manpower of the Lin family. The outline of the colossal city was already becoming apparent. stretching thousands of miles in length and width. This was merely the initial phase of Qingyun City. As it expands further, this area will serve as the inner city, with outward growth to follow. Even in its current size, it dwarfs the combined dimensions of Tianwu City, Xinyu City, and Batian City by several multiples. Judging by size alone, it stands rival to any city in the eastern region. Truly, the largest city of the east has earned its title. Elder Wang Xian led 5 guardians of the sect to oversee operations, ensuring that no disruptions or disturbances occurred. This task was entrusted directly by the sect leader, and not a single error could be permitted. Wang Lai, you will patrol the east. Wang Ji, head north. Wang Peng, proceed west. Wang Yu, go south. I shall remain here with Wang Jian to oversee the situation. Should any issues arise, contact me immediately. Remember, should anyone cause trouble or create a disturbance, execute them without hesitation. There is no need for further inquiry. Understood, Elder. The 4 guardians accepted their orders and took flight toward the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. I have heard that Qingyun Sect is to construct its own dedicated city. Your information seems rather outdated. I received news half a day ago and had someone arrange for a substantial portion of our family's resources to be dispatched to the Qingyun Sect. With a stroke of luck, I might even secure a position as a servant disciple within the sect. How delightful. Goodness, your family's actions are remarkably swift. Indeed, if one does not act promptly, how can one possibly thrive? This world demands relentless effort. I shall surpass all of you, he mused inwardly. Having just received the news, I must notify my family immediately. With that, the young man hastened back toward his clan. At the Qingyun Sect, if one could gain entry as a servant disciple, it would indeed be a significant achievement, allowing his family to bask in the glory and rise swiftly. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, the Lin family had temporarily established a base beneath the Qingyun Sect. Most of the clan's powerful members were dispatched to construct Qingyun City, leaving only a handful of the younger generation behind. Uncle Lin, if I cultivate this technique, can I also enter the sect like Brother Lin Bai? Of course. As long as you diligently practice, you will naturally have the opportunity to join when the main sect opens for disciples, he responded. This is a celestial technique bestowed by the sect leader. Strive diligently. Before Lin Zhan stood the younger members of the Lin family, many of whom possessed considerable talent. He patiently guided their training and imparted the celestial technique to them. These young men and women, drenched in sweat, exerted themselves in their cultivation, all dreaming of the day they could join the main sect like Brother Lin Bai. In the cultivation chamber of the Qingyun Sect, Lin Bai sat cross-legged, on the verge of a breakthrough. Since awakening his sword body, he had ascended 7 minor realms, and now, just a few days later, he was poised to advance once more. Spiritual energy gradually flowed into his dantian, where a golden elixir was steadily taking shape amidst the influx of energy. He was about to reach the critical point. Break for me, Lin Bai shouted, and the barrier between the Foundation establishment and Golden Elixir realms shattered in response. Ha! I've reached the Golden Elixir realm. I'm soon to catch up with Senior Brother. What are you daydreaming about, Junior Brother? His Senior Brother, Shi Hao, interjected, exuding his own cultivation aura. He chuckled, flashing an innocuous smile. I'm not trying to discourage you, Junior Brother. If you apply yourself diligently, you can certainly catch up with me. Goodness, Senior Brother, your cultivation seems as effortless as drinking water. In just a few days, you've advanced from the early to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. You truly are impressively swift, just like your martial arts. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing in the outside world. A message circulated across the states. The ancient saint's secret realm would open in one day within the Qinglian dynasty of the Wild State. Forces possessing the key would be permitted entry. As the host, the Qinglian dynasty extended invitations to major factions to convene in the royal capital to discuss matters regarding the secret realm. Various powerful factions across the states were engaged in discussions, but of course, only those with keys were truly invested. Without a key, all efforts would be futile, unless one resorted to seizing it. The ancient saint's keys were meant for the fated. They could be obtained through snatching or finding. With a total of 100 keys available, the Eastern Xian Holy Land awaited. The Eastern Xian Holy Land, one of the 5 great sanctuaries of the Eastern Domain. is situated in the desolate state. It has been conjectured that the location for the opening of the ancient holy secret realm lies within this very state. Moreover, it possesses numerous advantages in terms of terrain. The Eastern Xian Holy Land boasts a rich heritage that has endured for several 100,000 years. Here, the term Holy Land does not merely refer to those established by saints and subsequently inherited. Only those forces presided over by contemporary saints can truly be deemed as holy lands. Should a sole surviving saint, such as the revered by Tian, no longer exist, the Holy Land would inevitably descend to the status of a dominant force. However, such a decline results in a formidable dominant power, for they possess the sacred laws passed down by the saints, thereby holding a considerable potential to ascend back to the status of a holy land. At this moment, within the Grand Hall, an elder from the Holy Land stood respectfully, clasping his hands together, and spoke. "Holy Master, the ancient holy secret realm will open in one day's time. Shall the Holy Sun lead the expedition once again?" The Eastern Xian Holy Master replied with an authoritative tone, "Yes, let the Holy Sun lead this time as well. Additionally, select 20 of the most gifted disciples from the inner circle to accompany him. The ancient holy secret realm is not only abundant in resources, inheritances, and fortuitous encounters. It serves as an exceptional training ground. This allure extends even to the Holy Land itself. The last time the secret realm opened, someone emerged with the inheritance of a saint, soaring to unprecedented heights thereafter." Chapter 28. The Qinglian Dynasty. The Holy Sun Wang, Tong the following day, in the desolate state of Huangzhou, the Qinglian dynasty stood as the venerable sovereign force. It is said that the progenitor of this dynasty possessed the cultivation of a half-saint, leaving behind a legacy of half-saint heritage, thus securing a prominent position among the ruling powers. In the royal capital of Qinglian City, the atmosphere was particularly vibrant today, heralding the opening of the ancient sacred realm. To avert any potential mishaps, the monarch of the Qinglian dynasty had dispatched a considerable number of imperial guards to safeguard the surroundings of the royal city, prepared to address any unforeseen troubles. Within the Qingyun Sect, Feng Qingyang summoned his disciples, Shi Hao and Lin Bai. "Esteemed Master, today marks the opening of the ancient sacred realm, a splendid trial ground. Although both of you possess extraordinary talents, your practical experience is somewhat lacking. The contest within the sacred realm will undoubtedly be fierce, and I trust that your combat experience will significantly enhance upon your return. I shall not provide you with any protective measures. Your survival depends solely on your own capabilities." It was clear that he would refrain from entering the sacred realm himself. For how could the sect leader of an entire region afford to be ridiculed for participating? His primary purpose for attending was to recruit a third prodigious disciple. "Yes, Master," replied Shi Hao and Lin Bai, exchanging glances, their expressions filled with respect. Without the protection of their master and the elders of the sect, they would have to rely entirely on themselves. Like flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, they were unprepared for the tempests of the world. Only those who could grow independently would thrive amidst adversity. "Time is of the essence. Let's depart," Feng Qingyang declared, conjuring forth the Qingyun worship from his spatial realm. After gathering a sufficient amount of spirit stones, the three ascended aboard. The magnificent vessel, charged with energy from the spirit stones, roared to life and soared into the distance, traversing vast distances in an instant. In Qinglian City, the air was filled with the clamor of voices as various regional factions began to arrive in droves, all eager to uncover the treasures of the sacred realm. Should their sect's disciples obtain the legacy of a saint, it would propel their sect to unprecedented heights. The sacred realm imposed restrictions. Only those under the age of 22 could enter, ensuring that only the most talented disciples from each sect were eligible. Had there been no such limitations, the treasures within would have been swiftly seized by the powerful forces. A colossal warship hovered above Qinglian City, inciting a wave of commotion. From it emerged over 20 individuals, both male and female, led by a formidable elder and a strikingly handsome young man. How audacious! Is the royal capital not a no-fly zone? How dare they anchor their warship above the city? Before he could finish, a companion hastily covered his mouth, signaling for silence. "Shh! Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? Do you not realize what day it is?" The sacred realm is opening today, and even the Holy Land has arrived. They do not regard us at all. Do you know who those individuals were? They are from the Eastern Xian Holy Land. The Holy Land, the man, whose mouth had been covered, felt a chill run down his spine, grateful for his friend's timely warning. Truly, the Holy Land was impressive. Just look at the extraordinary talents of those individuals. In their youth, many have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, with the leading young man even having attained the nascent soul realm. Alas, with my innate talent, if I could merely serve as a humble disciple in the sacred land during this lifetime, it would not be in vain. After the Holy Sun enters the secret realm, I hope you will look after the disciples of our sect, the elders said to the youth beside him. Indeed, the Holy Sun possesses exceptional talent. Within the secret realm, we are entirely at his command. The disciples of the sacred land, regardless of gender, gazed with admiration at the Holy Sun. His talent and strength are beyond their reach, and this opportunity to train alongside him must be seized to cultivate good relations. In truth, those selected for this experience are all gifted in their own right. But compared to the Holy Sun, they are as different as clouds from mud. Rest assured, Elder, I will certainly look after my junior brothers and sisters. The Holy Sun Wang Tong said with a charming smile, relishing the effect he desired. As the Holy Sun, he particularly enjoyed this elevated sense of superiority. Before long, a colossal warship hovered majestically above Qinglian City. Feng Qingyang and his companions emerged from within. Master, this royal capital is quite lively, exclaimed Shi Hao, his eyes drawn to the bustling throngs below. How could it not be lively? All the great powers from various states have arrived. Let us proceed to the royal palace first. After the arrival of the major forces, discussions will take place there. Who are those individuals? One man remarked, observing their arrogance. Surely, they cannot be from the sacred land again. This time, the man had learned to be cautious, waiting until Feng Qingyang and his party had moved on before speaking. His friend, deep in thought, did not stop him. He had noticed the insignia of the Qingyun Sect embroidered on the robes of those individuals. The Qingyun Sect. That is the dominant sect in Lingzhou. The news of the Qingyun Sect's supremacy in Lingzhou has gradually spread to neighboring states over time. Although no sacred land exists in Lingzhou, the extraordinary force of the Tianji Pavilion has a branch there. The Qingyun Sect destroyed the branch of the Tianji Pavilion, leading to skepticism regarding this sect from the outside world. Even their ability to defeat the elders sent by the Tianji Pavilion from the central region was met with astonishment. However, it is believed that this success will be fleeting, for once the Tianji Pavilion reacts, they will undoubtedly dispatch formidable warriors once more. The major forces continued to arrive. Of the 5 great sacred lands, only 3 were present: the Dongxian Sacred Land, the Lanyue Sacred Land, and the Tianqing Sacred Land. The Lanyue Sacred Land, a powerful entity with a legacy spanning several tens of thousands of years, hails from Tianzhou. The current Holy Lord is a contemporary sage, accompanied by the Holy Maiden of the Sacred Land and several inner disciples. The Tianqing Sacred Land, located in Qingzhou, differs from the previous 2 as it is an emerging sacred land with little foundation. The present Holy Lord, the Tianqing Sage, is the founder of this sacred land. After thousands of years of trials, he experienced a fortuitous encounter, ascending from the half-saint realm directly to that of a saint, soaring ever since. The Tianqing Sect has risen from a dominant force to the status of a sacred land. Within the Qinglian Royal Palace, a young girl clad in a flowing crimson gown pleaded with her father, "Father, please allow me to go." "No, the secret realm is far too perilous. It is much safer for your elder brother to go this time," her father replied. "Father, my Phoenix Sacred Body was activated a month ago, and my strength now rivals that of my elder brother. Truly, heaven bless our Qinglian dynasty. Our Qinglian dynasty is destined to rise. Since childhood, Hua Qingyu has possessed a unique constitution, yet it remained dormant until now. Despite reaching the foundation establishment stage, she was unable to advance, causing the king great distress as he sought answers far and wide, but to no avail. The Phoenix Sacred Body, undoubtedly, it is a peerless constitution destined to become a holy king. You error. How did you manage to activate it? The king was still astonished, having tried countless methods without success, and now his daughter had activated it quietly. It was a fortuitous encounter I had a month ago, father. Although the Qinglian monarch remained perplexed, he refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Very well. You may accompany your elder brother. Thank you, father. Hua Qingyu joyfully dashed out. Chapter 29. The Phoenix Sacred Body. The Water Fairy Empress Senior. My father has granted me permission to enter the secret realm. Now I can seek this sacred medicine for your recovery. You are indeed thoughtful. You are. A cool, ethereal voice resonated in Hua Qingyu's mind. Senior, this is but a promise I made to you. It is my duty. It is worth mentioning that her awakening of the Phoenix Sacred Body was indeed a stroke of fortune. A month prior, during her travels, she stumbled upon a peculiar ring in a valley, which she found quite beautiful and decided to take home. Little did she know that within the ring resided a remnant soul, the very senior she referred to. She had pledged to assist this senior in finding the sacred medicine to nourish the soul and to safeguard the ring properly. The senior had expended considerable spiritual energy to aid her in awakening her sacred body. However, without the corresponding techniques, she was unable to unleash the full potential of her sacred form, something the senior lamented as well. Typically, they communicated through their spiritual senses. In the Qinglian royal palace, the hall was now filled to capacity. After a discussion regarding various matters concerning the secret realm, the assembly dispersed, awaiting the realm's opening. As was customary, the secret realm did not discriminate based on the size of one's influence. All unclaimed treasures were to be claimed by the capable, relying solely on personal strength. Should a disciple perish within the realm, no sect, including the sacred ones, would seek retribution afterward. Otherwise, they would face a collective backlash, highlighting the realm's cruelty. This was tacitly accepted by the powers that be, as a place rich in opportunities. Those who emerged alive would naturally become the core of their sects, while those who perished were deemed to lack both strength and luck. Thus, it was unnecessary for the sect to expend efforts on a deceased disciple of inferior capability. Very well, esteemed guests, let us conclude our discussions here. The secret realm will soon be opening. Please rest in my royal city for a while. The Qinglian monarch declared with a smile. Detected the third genius disciple. Please proceed promptly. Completing the task will yield substantial rewards. It turns out she is the princess of the Qinglian dynasty. Another stroke of fortune? Feng Qingyang mused as he opened her personal panel. Hua Qingyu, princess of the Qinglian dynasty, realm, late golden core stage, physique, Phoenix Sacred Body. Fortune, discovered a ring containing the remnant soul of the Water Fairy Empress a month ago, thus activating the sacred body. Where did the Water Fairy Empress come from? A golden finger from an old lady? You two should find a place to rest. I have matters to attend to. Feng Qingyang instructed as he turned away after exchanging a few words with Shi Hao and Lin Bai. Sigh, where's the master going? Lin Bai questioned, puzzled. Who knows? Does the master have acquaintances here? Come on, junior brother. Let's explore the city. It's a rare outing, and last time you came with master, I wasn't he included. Shi Hao tugged at Lin Bai, leading him towards the city. By the way, junior brother, how is your fiancée? I haven't heard you mention her lately. You must have surprised her greatly when you returned home and were able to cultivate, Shi Hao inquired enviously. Life has been tough. My junior brother has a fiancée, while I, as the senior brother, have yet to even hold a girl's hand in 18 years. Let us not dwell on that, senior brother. I have reached a state of being entirely devoid of thoughts about women, where drawing my sword feels like a natural instinct. Although Shi Hao spoke lightly, a hint of anguish lingered in his eyes. He realized he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic, finally understanding why his junior's demeanor had shifted so dramatically upon his return that day. Women are truly formidable. Thankfully, he himself, though whether to feel fortunate or merely relieved, is uncertain. Outside the palace, Hua Qingyu was walking when she noticed a figure trailing behind her. Could it be a stalker? How dare someone set their sights on the head of this princess? What audacity this scoundrel possesses. Who goes there? Step forward. Hua Qingyu shouted as she turned around. At her call, a striking young man clad in garments of azure and white approached. Upon seeing him, Hua Qingyu relaxed her guard slightly. Such a handsome gentleman could hardly be the stalker she had imagined. Yet, she cautiously inquired, Who are you, and why do you persistently follow this princess? Her hand rested on the hilt of her sword, ready to act at a moment's notice. Are you watching you? Feng Qingyang inquired, glancing at the young woman before him. How does he know my name? As the third princess of the Qinglian dynasty, she should be a renowned figure throughout the realm, yet her innate abilities had never awakened, rendering her a stranger to the public eye. All that was known was the existence of a mysterious third princess and little else. Why do you know my name? What is your purpose? Hua Qingyu asked, her brow furrowed in suspicion. I possess knowledge of the heavens above and the earth below. There is nothing I do not know, he declared. Nothing you do not know? Quite the boast. Hua Qingyu retorted, finding his claims absurd. You must have heard of her through some channels. I have come to offer you an opportunity to change your destiny, should you choose to seize it. Change my destiny? She echoed, intrigued by this stranger's intentions. It is quite simple. Become my disciple and join the Qingyun Sect, and I shall ensure your ascent to greatness. Oh, so it is merely a recruitment for your sect. She mused, realizing the nature of his visit. Why should I join your Qingyun Sect? How does it compare to my Qinglian dynasty? Your dynasty could easily be extinguished with a mere flick of my hand, Feng Qingyang replied with a gentle laugh. Humph. And how does your Qingyun Sect measure against the Holy Land? The Holy Land? Merely an ant, fit only to be trampled underfoot. Such audacity. She swore these were the most arrogant statements she had ever heard. A dominion that could be extinguished with a flick of the hand? The Holy Land, deserving only of being crushed? Yet, the soul trapped within her ring seemed to resonate with Feng Qingyang's words, for during her prime, none of these entities were worthy to even carry her shoes. Agreement aside, she could not fathom how this man, merely at the initial stage of the true realm, would utter such words. Could he possibly be backed by a mighty force from the central domain? I am correct, am I not, Fairy of the Narcissus? Before Hua Qingyu could regain her composure, the young man uttered another perplexing statement. Fairy of the Narcissus? Who is that? To whom is he speaking? The soul trapped within the ring trembled with astonishment. How could he possibly know? Could it be that the dustless emperor has sent him? Yet, that does not seem plausible. They believe my spirit was utterly extinguished, making it impossible for them to locate me here. So who might this individual be? Do not concern yourself with my identity. If you wish to learn more, you must first join my Qingyun Sect. This sect is under no obligation to indulge in idle chatter with you. A buy one get one free offer. How advantageous. Though this empress is but a remnant of her former self, she may still prove useful, serving as a reluctant intersect elder. It would certainly be beneficial to have a female elder. You agree to his proposition. Senior. Mu Shuixian conveyed through her spiritual sense to Hua Qingyu that regardless of this man's demeanor, his knowledge of her identity suggested he was no ordinary individual. Very well. I shall join the Qingyun Sect. Qingyu has met the esteemed master. The senior has shown her great kindness and would surely not wish her harm. Chapter 30. Recruits of Talent. The secret realm awakens. Mu Shuixian, fragmented soul state, capable of exerting the strength of a sage, is the empress of the Mu family from the central domain. 10,000 years ago, she was schemed against by the Emperor Wuchen. By a stroke of fate, her fragmented soul fled into the Milong Ring, arriving in the eastern domain's wilderness. The system also presented a detailed interface for Mu Shuixian. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of recruiting a talented disciple. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 5 silver summoning cards. Congratulations, host, on receiving a disciple trial tower, which has materialized within the Qingyun Sect. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a sect-exclusive secret realm, which has materialized in the back mountain of Qingyun Sect. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Phoenix Transformation Sacred Art. Additionally, for recruiting a powerful being above the Saint Realm, an extra lotus body, sculpting lotus, has been awarded. Disciple Trial Tower, 100 stories high, filled with perilous mechanisms on each level. No deaths occur within, but failure in challenges results in ejection. Sect-exclusive secret realm, accessible through the sect's contribution points, filled with numerous opportunities and countless demonic beasts, making it essential for disciplining disciples. Lotus body, sculpting lotus, capable of harboring fragmented souls and reconstructing bodies. Inherently possessing the Lotus Sacred Body Constitution. Once again, 5 summoning cards, along with the Disciple Trial Tower and the sect-exclusive Secret Realm. Quite splendid indeed. Now, with elders in place and all necessary facilities established, it is time to open the sect's doors to disciples. As for the lotus body, sculpting lotus, it could be utilized by Mu Shui Xian, considering it was an additional gift. However, obtaining resources from the Qingyun Sect is no trivial matter. A contract must be signed, binding one to serve the Qingyun Sect for 100,000 years. If she is still around after that, then another contract can be arranged for another 100,000 years. The recruitment of disciples is complete. Feng Qingyang led the still bewildered Hua Qingyu into the city. Just a stroll, and now she has a master? Moreover, she has joined the sect? The ancient saint's secret realm is about to open. The crowd has already gathered outside the city, waiting. Master, the ancient saint's secret realm is about to commence. Have we sent disciples from Qingyun Sect? Hua Qingyu inquired of her newfound master. If Qingyun Sect had not dispatched any disciples, she could represent the sect herself. Only two will be attending, your senior brother and second senior brother. Once we enter the secret realm, the three of you will act together. Oh, Hua Qingyu contemplated whether to inform her father beforehand, but she decided against it, opting to speak of it when the secret realm opens. Master, upon receiving Feng Qingyang's summons, Shi Hao and Lin Bai hastened to join them. Allow me to introduce you. This is your junior sister. The three of you will soon enter the secret realm together. Wow, junior sister. They had previously been puzzled by their master's errands, only to realize he was out recruiting a junior sister. Junior sister, greetings. I am your senior brother, Shi Hao. Lin Bai, rest assured, my second senior brother and I are quite powerful. We will ensure your safety. Shi Hao stepped forward to greet her. Hua Qingyu scrutinized her two senior brothers. One was tall and robust with a chiseled face, while the other had sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of aloofness, resembling a protagonist from a novel. The presentation is quite appealing. However, I am uncertain regarding its true strength. Thank you very much, esteemed brothers, for your guidance and support. The proud flower, clad in a crimson dress, remarked with an air of arrogance, protect me. For my Phoenix sacred body has already reached minor perfection. Soon, we shall see who protects whom. You err. Your two brothers are no ordinary individuals, observed Mu Shui Xian. Once a figure of the Emperor realm, with keen insight, recognizing the unique physiques of Shi Hao and his companion. One possesses a supreme sacred body, while the other wields a green lotus sword body, both formidable, on par with Qingyu. A quarter of an hour later, outside Qinglian City, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Winds surged and clouds roiled. A colossal purple vortex materialized from thin air. One must possess a key to enter the ancient saint's secret realm, and each key permits a maximum of 22 individuals, with a bone age restriction of 22 years or younger. Anyone exceeding this age or the number of entrants would be instantly reduced to a mist of blood. It's happening. The ancient saint's secret realm has been opened. What are you so excited about? You cannot enter. You know nothing. Participation is what matters. Yelling from outside the realm still counts as participation, does it not? Indeed, you make a valid point, the young man remarked, giving a thumbs up. Various sects lined up in an orderly fashion to enter the secret realm. On the side of the Qinglian dynasty, the eldest prince was leading the disciples and the monarch, waiting for something. Father, I wonder where my sister has gone. Why is she not here yet? The secret realm has already opened. Strange, you just left the palace a quarter of an hour ago. Over there. Father, I see my sister. The eldest prince and the monarch approached Hua Qingyu. You sister. You had us worried sick. Where have you been? We must hurry. The secret realm has opened. They urged, grabbing Hua Qingyu to depart. Father, elder brother, I was just about to tell you that I wish to enter with my sect brothers and will not join you. Sister, when did you join a sect? Oh, never mind that. My master is here. We must set off without delay. Hua Qingyu concluded, gesturing towards Feng Qingyang, indicating that he was her master. Should there be any matters to discuss? Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Hua Qingyu flew into the secret realm with the key provided by Feng Qingyang, leaving the monarch and the eldest prince bewildered in the wind. Not only has my sister joined a sect, but she has also taken a master? What is going on? My son, you should lead the others inside. Regardless, the ancient saint's secret realm is of great significance. We can discuss matters later. After the eldest prince led the group inside, the Qinglian monarch approached Feng Qingyang. You are indeed Yuer's master. May I inquire your origin? I hail from the Qingyun Sect of Lingzhou. Ah, so you're the sect leader. My apologies. Please allow me to extend my hospitality at my royal palace for a more cordial discussion. Those who could be referred to as sect leaders were formidable powers dominating a state. He had heard of the Qingyun Sect from Ling Zhou, yet he dismissed the external rumors with disdain. The elders of the Tianji Pavilion possess at least the cultivation of a half-saint. Yet the Qingyun Sect managed to annihilate them with remarkable ease. What does this signify? It indicates that the Qingyun Sect is under the protection of a saint. As for the retaliation from the transcendent forces, do not jest. They have already slain your elders, and surely the Tianji Pavilion is not oblivious to this. Yet, they delay in sending reinforcements. He suspects that the Qingyun Sect harbors some astonishing secrets or perhaps enjoys support from a formidable ally within the central region. For you to gain entry into such a powerful sect is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Chapter 31. The Ancient Rift and the Encounter with the Holy Sun in the Sacred Realm. As the dazzling white light illuminated their surroundings, they closed their eyes. Upon reopening them, Shi Hao and his companions found themselves within the mystical realm. The remnants of clouds in the sky were stained crimson, and the desolate ground was littered with bleached bones, punctuated by eerie wails echoing from afar. Gazing into the distance, the landscape appeared vast and boundless, a scene of utter desolation. Senior brother, have we arrived at an ancient battlefield? This place is truly bleak. Lin Bai recalled the words of their master. Seize resources, capture opportunities, snatch treasures. But no, the master had expressed it more delicately, emphasizing sincerity. For instance, if you possess an abundance of resources, it must be burdensome to carry, right? Your opportunities are splendid, and now they belong to me. Rest assured, our Qingyun Sect will not take even a thread from you. Feng Qingyang remarked, Excellent. You truly understand my sentiments. Yet, what treasures might exist in such a desolate place? Perhaps we should gather some bones for our master to brew a soup. If you ask me, I wouldn't know. Shi Hao frowned. This is our first visit. If you inquire of me, who should I ask? Second senior brother is correct. This is indeed an ancient battlefield. Oh, junior sister, do you have knowledge of this realm? Please enlighten us. Shi Hao and Lin Bai leaned in closer. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. I learned from my father that this realm is said to have been formed from a powerful holy land during the Middle Ages. When the demon tribe invaded, the sacred lands of the eastern domain united to resist them, making this the primary battleground. Hua Qingyu gestured to the desolate ground beneath their feet and continued. That battle shook the heavens and the earth, drenched in blood and chaos, with many saints falling in succession. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of the emperor of the central domain that this tragic conflict was brought to an end. It was due to that battle that the eastern domain was left utterly devastated, its legacy shattered, and its wounds deep. This is why today, the vast eastern domain contains only 5 sacred lands. As for this realm, it is the emperor's masterpiece. He transformed the main battlefield into a miniature world with a precious artifact, allowing forces that obtain the key to train their disciples and inherit the legacies of the saints. Hua Qingyu's tone grew increasingly somber. Recalling this history, no inhabitant of the eastern domain remains unmoved. The saints fought against the demons, the sacred lands united, and the major powers mobilized. That was the most unified period in the eastern domain's history. Once, it had basked in glory, with prodigies competing and formidable figures emerging. Even the emperor had once walked among them. All was shattered in that battle, and the few saints who survived have been forgotten over time. Old acquaintances gradually wither away, much like leaves falling in the wind. It is not an exaggeration to refer to this as the ancient rift. Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, let us discuss the matters of the sacred realm. The holy land of the main battlefield lies deeper within, where opportunities and legacies await. We should hasten our steps. After uttering these words, Hua Qingyu noticed her 2 senior brothers remained unmoved, their fists clenched tightly. Damn it, the demon tribe. One day, we shall eradicate them completely, Shi Hao declared through gritted teeth. They are all youthful, each harboring a dream of vanquishing evil and upholding justice. No matter, our Qingyun Sect shall take action. Indeed, my brother speaks with great wisdom. The demonic race deserves to be eradicated. A hearty laughter resounded as a strikingly handsome young man, his face as radiant as jade, approached, followed by 20 disciples. "Brother, from which sect do you hail? We seem to be of like minds. How about we journey together?" Wang Tung stepped forward, only to notice the embroidered insignia of the Qingyun Sect adorning the robes of Shi Hao and his companions. The Qingyun Sect. Shi Hao and his companions regarded the approaching group with caution. One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against others, especially in this treacherous realm where danger lurks at every turn. "Do not be alarmed. I am Wang Tung from the Eastern Xian Sacred Land, and these are my fellow disciples," he assured. "Your thoughts resonate with mine. My greatest aspiration is to cultivate strength and eradicate the demonic race." Wang Tung stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "Shi Hao of the Qingyun Sect," he replied, returning the courtesy. "Ah, the Qingyun Sect, recently renowned for its dominance in Lingzhou. No wonder you all appear extraordinary. Sure, this realm is fraught with peril. Perhaps we should join forces? In the secret realm, unity is paramount, and given Shi Hao's shared ideals, it seemed prudent." Shi Hao turned to inquire the opinions of his junior disciple Lin Bai and his junior sister Hua Qingyu. Both expressed their agreement. "Strength in numbers, indeed. Then let us proceed, Brother Wang." The group ventured deeper into the secret realm, where the scattered bones grew more numerous and the ominous aura intensified. Encounters with disciples from other factions increased, who frequently cast glances toward Shi Hao's party. With the addition of Shi Hao and his companions, Wang Tung's group had become the most formidable within the secret realm. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of other factions forming alliances. It could only be said they possessed the highest quality. Those must be from the Eastern Xian Sacred Land, right? How curious. Who are those three ahead? Why do they walk alongside them? Why concern yourself with them? They're forming a powerful alliance, unlike us, who are merely squabbling among ourselves. Come, let us head east. My junior brother has sent word of something intriguing over there. Perhaps a fortuitous encounter awaits. In the depths of the secret realm, within a shadowy palace. Hey. Many fresh blood meals have arrived. A demon with horns, shrouded in a menacing aura, proclaimed, its form flickering in and out of visibility. "Indeed, my lord. These blood meals look delectable. I can hardly contain my salivation." These demons, once slain, were beginning to revive due to the overwhelming malevolence saturating this battlefield. Some demons, having been steeped in this malevolence for an extended period, were gradually coming back to life. There is no rush. Our current powers are but a fraction of our peak. We must nurture ourselves for some time. However, I have discerned that these small creatures possess limited cultivation. I shall devise a scheme to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. At that time, there will be a bounty of fresh sustenance for me to indulge in. Guisha, assemble your men and make the necessary arrangements. Once we have captured them, I shall reward you with 20 fresh sources of nourishment. Thank you, my lord. I shall attend to it at once. Deep within the palace, there are, astonishingly, thousands of demonic beings nurtured under an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Cursed sacred grounds, cursed inhabitants of the eastern domain. Once I emerge from this, I shall rend you to shreds. Chapter 32. The humble holy son and the treasure hunt in the palace. Shi Hao and his companions halted before a dilapidated cluster of palaces, drawn by the sounds of combat emanating from within. This place was the Hall of Martial Arts and the Hall of Alchemy of the ancient sacred land, attracting a multitude of individuals eager to test their fortunes and seize any opportunities that might arise. "Let us enter. This is our first sight," one remarked. "How amusing you are. Just because you saw it first, does it now belong to you? Are you not aware that treasures favor the capable?" Another retorted. "So, you must be quite formidable then." Upon entering, Shi Hao and his group observed two factions locked in a standoff, both sides bearing injuries, indicating that they had recently engaged in battle. "The people from the Eastern Xian Sacred Land have arrived," announced a voice. Upon hearing this, the Holy Maiden of the Lanyu Sacred Land, Jiamingxin, furrowed her brow as she gazed at the newcomers. The two opposing factions were already evenly matched, and now a formidable opponent had emerged. Furthermore, they had just fought and were not yet fully recovered. Would they not become victims of the ensuing conflict? Mu Fan, the holy son of the Tianqing Sacred Land, scrutinized the newcomers with caution, aware that he had just expended considerable energy and had only regained half of his spiritual strength. Ah, who might you be? It appears to be Miss Jia and Brother Mu. It seems our timing is less than opportune. Perhaps you should continue? As members of the 5 major sacred lands in the eastern region, they were all familiar with one another, though their relationships were merely acquaintanceship, having only heard of each other's names. No, your arrival is quite timely. Brother Wang, why don't we join forces to eliminate the individuals from the Lan Yu sacred land first, and then divide the treasures amongst ourselves? Mu Fan suggested, testing the waters. You shameless scoundrel! Jie Mingxin exclaimed in indignation, casting a worried glance at Wang Teng and the others. In such a predicament, should the 2 factions truly ally, their own disciples, hers included, would undoubtedly suffer devastating losses within the secret realm. Although she possessed a life-saving card from the Holy Lord, it was meant to be used only as a last resort. Yet, could the opposing side lack their own means of survival? Ha ha ha, Brother Mu, you jest. Rest assured, Miss Jia, I, Wang Teng, have always conducted my affairs with integrity and would never engage in underhanded tactics, Wang Teng replied, alleviating Jie Mingxin's concerns. As long as the 2 factions did not unite, her side could manage the 3-way standoff. Isn't it merely a matter of the order of entry? When the time comes, the worthy will claim the treasures. How about this? I see you all are struggling to reach a consensus. I, Wang Teng, shall take responsibility for this area on behalf of the Eastern Xian Sacred Land. What say you? At this proclamation, the disciples of the Lan Yu Sacred Land and Tianqing Sacred Land drew their swords, facing them with trepidation. What? Such a splendid proposal. And you refuse it? Sure. What do you suggest we do? Shi Hao and his 2 companions approached with smiles, amused by Wang Teng's antics, recognizing his exceptional acting skills. Brother Wang, I find your suggestion most agreeable. We wholeheartedly support it. What, do they still have allies? As they stepped forward, Jie Mingxin and Mu Fan were taken aback, their hearts racing in surprise. In this secret realm, those who can ally with the sacred land are not merely its denizens, but individuals of remarkable talent. The secret realm is replete with resources and fortuitous encounters, rendering it unnecessary to expend manpower recklessly. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether there are truly valuable treasures within. Contemplating this, they resolved to depart in search of opportunities elsewhere. Let's go, said Jie Mingxin, turning on her heel and sweeping her sleeves as she left. The disciples of the Lan Yu sacred land breathed a sigh of relief. Having just endured a fierce battle, their energy for further conflict was utterly depleted. Brother Wang, the next time, we shall leave it to you. My Tianqing sacred land willingly concedes, said Mu Fan with a cheerful grin, beckoning the disciples within to follow him. This lad possesses the potential for greatness. He understands the ways of the world. Well, now that we have some peace, let us proceed, Brother Shi, said Shi Hao, pushing open the dilapidated door and venturing deeper. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with only the faintest outlines of a path visible, compelling the group to navigate cautiously. Ah, something is biting my foot, cried one of the disciples from behind. The others hurried back to investigate. You lad, are you truly that timid? Take a look at what you stepped on. Huh? The disciple glanced down to discover his foot ensnared in the jaws of a withered skeleton. Ah, my apologies, brother. Let us continue on our way, he stammered, withdrawing his foot with embarrassment. After this farcical episode, the group pressed onward, gradually noticing that the surroundings were becoming more spacious, with the gaping holes in the ceiling of the palace allowing for increasing illumination. Upon reaching several compartments, they halted. Brother Shi, it appears this is the Hall of Techniques and the Hall of Elixirs of the Sacred Land, Wang Teng remarked, meticulously examining the layout around them. However, the place had been ravaged, bearing the scars of a fierce battle and the prior looting by disciples who had ventured into the secret realm. It was likely that little of value remained. Yet, no one could guarantee that something precious had not been overlooked. This location was undoubtedly the first destination for all who entered the secret realm. When Shi Hao and Wang Teng arrived, only 2 sacred lands remained, having temporarily allied to expel all incoming parties before turning to contest among themselves. Thus, this site still held great allure. Let's explore everywhere, but remember, do not hoard anything, Wang Teng admonished. I am quite reasonable. Should anyone choose to hoard, do not blame me for enlightening you on the matter. Yes, young master. The 20 disciples of the Dongxian sacred land then dispersed to search diligently. Come, Brother Shi, let's investigate as well. Brother, this place does not seem likely to harbor valuable items, Shi Hao remarked, as he and Lin Bai had initially intended to fill large bags with resources. Do not be hasty. Let's check over there. Shi Hao pointed toward a hidden chamber ahead. Sister, let's go. What are you pondering? Oh yes, let us proceed. Brother, Hua Qingyu replied, having just engaged in a telepathic conversation with Mu Shuixian within her ring. Senior, this is the Alchemy Hall and the Hall of Techniques within the Secret Realm. It seems entirely devoid of any holy elixirs, does it not? Do not be anxious. My perception is infallible. The sacred medicine lies ahead. Please continue forward. As a being of the Emperor Realm, Mu Shuixian possesses an extraordinarily potent divine sense. Although she currently exists in a fragmented soul state, she can still distinctly perceive something ahead that brings her spirit a sense of refreshing tranquility. Chapter 33. The sacred medicine's fragrance and the demon clan's bait Shi Hao and his companions began their search in the hidden chamber ahead. All the techniques had been thoroughly plundered, leaving only numerous torn remnants. It appeared that the previous disciples had fought fiercely over them. You err. Please check the adjacent chamber. There may be something of interest there, Mu Shuixian communicated through her divine sense to Hua Qingyu. Senior brother, let us investigate the room next door. Hua Qingyu suggested to Shi Hao and the others. Let us go, as it seems there's nothing of value left here, she said, leading the way. Shi Hao beckoned Lin Bai and Wang Tung to follow. Brother Shi, it appears there's nothing worthwhile here. Perhaps we should explore other areas of the secret realm. Wang Tung lamented, wishing he hadn't wasted time. Let us wait a moment and take another look, Shi Hao replied. Upon entering the adjacent chamber, they found it even more desolate and spacious, as if even thieves would lament leaving behind a couple of spirit stones. Senior, there's nothing here. Don't be hasty. There's a formation in place. You err. Let me temporarily take control of your body while I break this formation, Mu Shuixian instructed, trusting the elder within her ring. Hua Qingyu complied, confident that if the elder had intended to harm her, she would not have survived to see this day. Mu Shuixian entered Hua Qingyu's body through her divine sense, and, upon opening her eyes, her entire aura transformed. Shi Hao and the others entered to witness this startling change. Is my junior sister breaking a formation? Is there truly a formation here? They were entirely unaware of its presence due to their levels of cultivation. With her hands continuously forming seals, Mu Shuixian shouted, break. The formation dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the chamber. Rows of medicinal pills were neatly arranged on the shelves, exuding a fragrant aroma. Goodness! So the pills were concealed by the formation. No wonder we found nothing. Shi Hao and the others gasped in astonishment, exclaiming their newfound fortune. Mu Shuixian glanced back at them with a chilling and indifferent look. Junior sister, are you all right? You seem like a different person, they remarked, concerned. Mu Shuixian receded back into the ring. I'm fine, senior brother. Let us quickly gather the medicinal pills, Hua Qingyu urged, immediately searching for the sacred medicine for soul restoration. Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Wang Tung began to examine the shells as well. Is this actually Linglong pill? And there's Qiyang pill, Wang Tung exclaimed, holding several vials of pills up to his nose, scrutinizing their patterns before realizing their identities, his shock palpable. Indeed, this is a powerful sanctum from ancient times. These long-lost pills are present. Senior brother, come quickly. There are inscriptions here. Shi Hao called to Wang Tung as they rushed over to find Lin by staring intently at a stone table, which bore several lines of carved text. I am an elder of the alchemy division of Tianquan Sacred Land. In the year of Tianshu, the demon clan launched a massive invasion of our eastern region. We, the Tianquan Sacred Land, united with various great forces to rise in resistance, but our strength was insufficient. We remain uncertain as to how much longer we can endure. To prevent the destruction of my sacred realm, the Pill Hall, by those fiendish entities, I have meticulously established this formation. Should you manage to unravel it, the elixirs shall be yours. The demonic clan should have been repelled, I trust. Thus spoke Mo Fenlu, the esteemed elder of alchemy from the heavenly dust sacred land. It was indeed a formation left by the elder of alchemy. The trio, Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Hua Qingyu, gradually comprehended its purpose. This formation was designed as a safeguard against the demonic clan, indicating its formidable level. However, they refrained from questioning their junior sister about her ability to dismantle formations, for each harbors their own secrets. Eureka! On another front, Hua Qingyu, holding a vial of elixir, exclaimed with delight. It was a sacred elixir, the Qingyun sacred pill, renowned for its efficacy in nurturing and stabilizing the soul, a rare treasure indeed. Even the illustrious Tianyin sacred land possessed but a single vial in her hands. Contained within were merely 3 pellets. Hua Qingyu placed the sacred elixir into her ring and presented it to Mu Shuixian, who utilized her magical prowess to transmute the 3 pellets, converting them into potent spiritual energy that continuously nourished her soul. Remarkably, even my imperial soul has solidified somewhat. I can now exert the strength of a sage. Previously, while I could achieve this under full power, it would necessitate a lengthy period of slumber for recovery thereafter. Senior brother, how goes it? Are the elixirs packed? Shall we depart? Having completed her task, Hua Qingyu approached Shi Hao and the others, observing that they had divided the elixirs into 1 large and 3 smaller portions. Junior sister, since you were the one to breach the formation, it is only fitting that you take the larger share, while we will evenly divide the remainder. Not wishing to dispute with the 3 of them, Hua Qingyu silently accepted her share, having resolved to surrender it all to the sect. Shi Hao and Lin Bai shared this sentiment. Their master had bestowed upon them great kindness and imparted unparalleled techniques. Thus they were obliged to contribute to the sect's endeavors. Having found nothing further here, let us proceed. The 4 of them gathered their belongings and made their way outside. Wang Ten called back the disciples within the hall. Senior brother, what did you uncover? Ahem, I returned empty-handed. Here, this is for you. The elder from the sacred land, upon hearing his junior's words, handed him a tome of techniques. Ah, thank you, senior brother. But what will you use if you give this to me? Oh, I manage just fine. With that, the senior brother strode ahead, inadvertently revealing 5 tomes of techniques affixed to his waist. Shi Hao and his companions emerged from the palace. Not only did they return laden with treasures, but the disciples of the Eastern Xian sacred land also discovered numerous items. This is the famed art of scavenging. Naturally, the efficacy of such endeavors depends on the location. In less favorable places, one might find nothing of worth. However, in esteemed locales such as the Hall of Techniques and the Pill Hall, even amidst the chaos of plunder, one could still uncover overlooked treasures. A legacy of sages has emerged in the East. By the heavens, what are we waiting for? Let's hasten there, lest we arrive too late and others seize the opportunity first. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong seized a passing man who was rushing by. No, the man was about to utter a foul word, but upon recognizing the individual before him, he hastily swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. After a cordial inquiry, they learned the backstory. It was unclear who among that group had spread the rumor that a relic of a palace to the east harbored the legacy of a sage. Upon receiving this news, the crowd hastily made their way in that direction. In that case, let's also take a look, Brother Shi, Wang Tong said, turning to Shi Hao and the others. Shi Hao sensed that something was amiss. Who would announce the existence of a sage's legacy, particularly in this secret realm where everyone was a competitor? It seemed as though someone was deliberately luring everyone to that location. This feels off, Brother Wang. This matter is likely more complex than it appears. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu also noticed the discrepancy. They were all astute enough to grasp the underlying implications. As for the eager disciples racing toward the site, were they fools? Could they not discern the situation? Not at all. It was simply that the allure of the sage's legacy was too tempting. Have you not heard? To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening? Brother Shi, I understand your concerns. However, with so many of us here, alongside talented individuals like you and my fellow disciples from the sacred land, there should be no force in this secret realm that we cannot contend with. It is worth taking a chance. They did not consider other possibilities, even if someone had indeed been enticing them. They believed it was merely the actions of certain factions within the secret realm. Chapter 34. The emergence of the soul of magic and the brutal slaughter in the eastern expanse of the mystical realm. A colossal palace ruin became a gathering point for hundreds of disciples from various sections. They convened here, engaged in fervent discussions about the peculiar happenings. Strangely, while several individuals had ventured inside, none had emerged since. The interior of the ruins lay enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound, sending shivers down their spines. None dared to act recklessly. Our senior brother has entered, yet no news has reached us, a young man expressed anxiously. Even the communication tokens have failed us. Our senior brother as well instructed us to await their return, but we can no longer establish contact, another added. Shall we venture in to investigate? He tentatively inquired of those nearby, acutely aware of the strange aura surrounding the place, and he would not dare enter alone. Go if you wish. If anything untoward occurs, we shall gather at the grave to receive you. A voice called from the crowd. Look over there. It seems the disciples from the sacred land have arrived. Upon witnessing the approach of the sacred land's disciples, the gathered crowd felt a surge of hope, recognizing that only the sacred land could lead them through such perilous terrain. When Shi Hao and his companion arrived, they observed the throng outside. How curious! Why did they linger here instead of entering? They appeared so eager before, yet now seem hesitant, he noted. I wonder, perhaps we should inquire with someone, Wang Tung suggested, pulling a nearby man toward him. After a cordial exchange, the man, visibly shaken, relayed the grim details, revealing that once individuals entered, none had ever returned. Brother Wang, this place is fraught with danger. Shi Hao remarked, his brow furrowing. But I, Wang Tung, thrive on such exhilarating challenges. At that moment, the dream interpreter from the Lan Yu Sacred Land and Mu Fan from the Tianqing Sacred Land also arrived with their respective groups. Splendid. All three sacred lands are here. Now we shall dare to traverse even the most treacherous depths, they declared, for they were no longer concerned with the potential inheritance of the sages. Even if it existed, it was unlikely to fall into their hands. Their own comrades were within, and they were compelled to uncover the truth. Satisfying their curiosity might even yield unexpected rewards. Lady Jia and Brother Mu have also come? Perfect. Let's explore this so-called sage's legacy together, Mu Fan said, approaching with a grin. Brother Wang, good to see you again. What treasures have you unearthed? Oh, not much. Just 10 filled spatial rings, Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. I owe my thanks to Lady Jia and Brother Mu for their generosity. This young man had a penchant for theatrics. Haha, indeed, not much at all. Mu Fan forced a smile, internally lamenting as he nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Those treasures were originally his. Enough chatter. Let us proceed within, Wang Tung urged, prompting the disciples of each sect to follow the leaders of the three sacred lands into the depths of the ruins. After traversing a short distance, a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu instinctively placed their hands upon their swords, while Shi Hao and Wang Tung remained vigilant, their gazes fixed ahead. Junior brother, come quickly. Ahead lies a legacy of the sages. Fellow disciples, hasten here. The resources in front are abundant, and we cannot gather them alone. Come quickly to assist. Younger sisters, why have you only just arrived? Join me, for there are numerous spiritual stones ahead. At that moment, a throng of individuals surged forward, calling out to their own junior brothers and sisters. That is my senior brother. Splendid. We have come, senior brother. My senior brother is also here. Fear not. We are here to assist. Disciples from various sects, upon spotting their senior brothers and sisters, rushed towards them. Upon hearing their senior brothers mention resources and legacies ahead, they were invigorated as if roused by a potent elixir. Beware, these individuals are demons. Retreat immediately. Mu Shuixian, with her divine consciousness, discerned that all those ahead were tainted by demonic energy. As a formidable presence of the Emperor realm, she had indeed encountered the demon race before. Such an aura was unmistakable. Hua Qingyu was taken aback and hastily pulled her senior brothers back while shouting, Do not approach them. They are demons. However, it was too late. Senior brother, what are you doing? Senior sister, no. Those who had rushed forward saw their senior brothers and sisters smile coldly before commencing a massacre. The anguished screams echoed throughout the ruins. Demons? Junior sister, are you implying? They were struck with astonishment. How could there be demons within the secret realm? The onlookers, witnessing this gruesome scene, turned and fled in terror. No time for questions, run. Shi Hao and the others followed the fleeing crowd, having prepared in advance, and thus found themselves at the forefront. Just as they were nearing the exit, a multitude of demonic creatures surged forth. Kikik, my blood feasts. Where do you think you are running? The leading demon cackled ominously, and at a command, the demonic creatures began an indiscriminate slaughter. The demons from behind pursued relentlessly. With ambush ahead and pursuers behind, there was no retreat. Let's fight. The disciples of various sects, realizing there was no escape, seized their weapons and clashed with the demons. Save me. Do not kill me. The cries resounded like thunder. As the battle ensued, they discovered that these demons were not only immensely powerful, but also fearlessly reckless. Most terrifyingly, once a disciple fell, they would be possessed by the demons and rise again to wreak havoc upon their comrades. The situation rapidly turned dire. Brother Sure, our aspirations are within reach. Today, I shall relish in slaughter. Disciples of the Eastern Xian Holy Land, heed my command, exterminate the demons. Kill. Then let us compete to see who can slay more demons. Shi Hao bellowed as he delivered a mighty punch to a demon. Who fears whom? Come forth. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tung dispatched 3 demons. Junior brother, junior sister, be cautious. Shi Hao warned Lin Bai and the others before unleashing his full power and plunging into the throng of demons. Supreme Reincarnation Technique. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Shi Hao, resembling a war god, struck forth, and a multitude of demons fell before him. Witnessing their ferocity, the crowd began to gravitate towards the Holy Land. The massacre persists. These fiends, upon witnessing bloodshed, are driven into a frenzy. Chapter 35. United against the demons, the Empress strikes alas. My spiritual sword has dulled from the relentless battle. What are your plight? My own hoe is smoking from the effort. Smoking, you say? My blade has been rendered useless on 2 occasions. The disciples from various sects within the ruins were consumed by bloodlust, striking down foes with unwavering resolve. Yet, the tide of demonic creatures seemed endless, while their own numbers dwindled, with at least half of them succumbing to the onslaught. Moreover, these demons proved remarkably resilient. Unless dispatched with lethal precision, they would swiftly recover. Lotus Sword Technique. Lotus Guide. Lin Bai wielded the Lotus Sword, ruthlessly slaying the demons, his sword aura sweeping forth. However, as his spiritual energy waned, fatigue began to take its toll. This cannot stand, brother. There are too many demons. If this continues, we are doomed. I aspire to surpass even the great emperors. Must I perish in this wretched mire? Protect sister well. I shall join you shortly. Engrossed in the fray, Shi Hao, upon hearing his junior's words, turned and shouted back. After dispatching over 10 demons with a single blow, he surged towards his brother and sister. Meanwhile, Wang Tung unleashed a sword strike, clearing a swath of demons before him, only to be met by an unending horde advancing toward him. GMU, at such a critical juncture, hasten to reveal your life-saving trump cards. I'm ill-suited for prolonged engagements. I excel in swift, decisive strikes. As the saying goes, heaven did not give birth to me. Wang Tung. 6 paths stretch like an eternal night. Having shouted, Wang Tung retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring. The crimson scroll contained the full might of a semi-saint's ultimate strike, soaring into the air before unleashing its devastating power. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, thousands of demons were obliterated in an instant, creating a vast expanse of emptiness. Witnessing this, the Saintess Jiamingxin of the Lan Yu Sacred Ground and Mu Fan of the Tianqing Sacred Ground promptly produced their own life-saving measures. They understood that if they continued to be worn down, their own disciples would soon face casualties. Waiting any longer was not an option. Jiamingxin removed a jade tablet from around her neck. Mu Fan's offering was akin to Wang Tang's, a scroll bestowing the full might of a semi-saint-esque strike. With a surge of formidable spiritual energy, thousands of demons were eradicated amidst their anguished cries. The remaining few were swiftly dispatched by the combined efforts of the disciples. At last, they paused, breathing a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived. The brutal slaughter had claimed over half of their ranks. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. Those accursed demons have finally been vanquished. Indeed, we owe our survival to the concerted efforts of the sacred grounds. Many collapsed onto the ground, physically and mentally drained. Shi Hao and the others exhaled deeply, having participated in such a harrowing battle for the first time, both exhilarated and terrified. The ruins were strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. A proposal arose among the group to bury the fallen disciples on site, and all unanimously agreed. Within the depths of this perilous realm, one could find disciples from various sects. Otherwise, they would hardly concern themselves in such a treacherous place. Are you all well? I am fine, senior brother. Oh, the blood on me is merely splatter from others. I'm also unscathed, big senior brother, Hua Qingyu remarked after taking a deep breath. She now understood the profound significance of the forebear's words regarding her two senior brothers. Their strength was extraordinary. One fought like a war god, striking down a multitude of demonic creatures, while the other resembled a celestial swordsman, vanquishing foes with every stroke of his blade. Yet, she, lacking the corresponding techniques, could not unleash the full potential of her sacred physique. This explains why formidable factions grow ever stronger, provided they do not face calamities. Their foundations are deep, their techniques numerous, their medicinal resources abundant, and their connections intricate. What does it matter if you possess great talent? Without techniques, without elixirs, and without a backing, you are still powerless. Do you think you can surpass them with just 10 years of diligent cultivation? Do not harbor such dreams. Except for those who hang on the wall. Haha, brother Shi, that battle was truly exhilarating. Wang Tung exclaimed as he patted Shi Hao's shoulder. Two youths, sharing the same ideals, had united today to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness. What a thrill! But I want to compare myself to you. You unleashed your trump cards to slay so many demonic creatures. Shi Hao recalled Wang Tung's earlier words about competing to see who could slay more demons. How can we compare? You unleash your trump cards and must have slain at least 1,000. But those cards are also a measure of one's strength. Ha! I was merely jesting. Just as they prepared to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blood-red remnants of clouds above were engulfed in darkness, shrouding the entire realm in shadow. What is happening? Could there be more demonic creatures? Damn it, not again. Following their previous battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. Hey. To think you could annihilate my demonic army. This is intriguing. I do so relish devouring talents like you. A colossal creature with double horns emerged in the distance. What in the world is that monstrosity? This is the Demon King. We're doomed. Panic spread as they sought to flee. Such a formidable beast left them utterly defenseless. Yet, within the confines of the secret realm, where could they escape? Calculating the time, it would be at least another day before the exit reopened. Miss Jia, Brother Mu. We must act quickly. Wang Tung urged, hastily retrieving a scroll. The aura of this creature was overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing that of the strongest specter they had encountered in the ruins. Upon hearing Wang Tung's call, the three of them sprang into action. The fiery red scroll, the jade pendant, and a blue scroll sword toward the looming demon. Following a resounding explosion, the creature remained unscathed. Ha! Are you merely tickling me? What the hell? Could it be the Demon King of the Sacred Realm? This is disastrous. Wang Tung despaired, questioning why such a powerful entity resided within the secret realm. The aura of the demonic creature was unstable, clearly indicating it had not yet fully recovered. However, it was still beyond the capability of these individuals to withstand. I shall first eliminate you, and then proceed to unleash havoc in the eastern domain. The Demon King initiated his attack, and even without moving, the cries of anguish erupted from the crowd below. Ah, my hand, my foot. Those of lesser strength found their entire bodies beginning to dissolve under the malevolent energy. Qingyu, release your consciousness. Just as Hua Qingyu was in a state of confusion, unsure of how to react, the elder within the ring spoke once more. She promptly released her consciousness, allowing the remnants of Mu Shuixian's soul to enter. Such actions would come at a cost. However, due to the earlier consumption of the sacred medicine, it was still bearable. As Hua Qingyu and the others were on the brink of demise, she could no longer remain a mere spectator. Utilize the Qinglian sword. Mu Shuixian asserted with undeniable authority. What? Junior sister, you intend to? Lin Bai began, but upon seeing his junior sister's frosty gaze, he hastily passed the Qinglian sword over. Thereafter, amidst the astonished expressions of Shi Hao, Wang Tung, and others. She soared toward the Demon King in the sky. Chapter 36. A Sword Against the Demon. Returning to the sect, where did this insect come from? Seeking death. The Demon King roared in fury upon witnessing someone daringly charging at him with a sword. Who is this woman? How audacious! The onlookers were astounded to see an individual bravely confronting the celestial demon. Be careful, junior sister. Lin Bai could hardly fathom that his junior sister would wield his sword in such a manner. It was too late to intervene now. He could only hope for a miracle to unfold. With a deafening shout, the Demon King summoned a torrent of demonic energy, striking down with great force. He intended to reduce this audacious insect to mere pulp. Yet, Mu Shuaxian pierced through his palm with her sword, soaring higher. The stinging pain only served to enrage the Demon King further, as waves of dark energy engulfed the heavens. Impossible! Who are you? How can there be such a formidable foe in the Eastern Domain? The Demon King bellowed, bewildered by the presence of such a young cultivator with unparalleled strength. Hadn't all the prodigies of the Eastern Domain been annihilated? You, a pitiful insect, need not know my name, Mu Shuaxian declared, standing resolutely in midair. Her Qinglian sword radiating a brilliant light before unleashing a massive wave of sword energy. No! The Demon King sensed the imminent threat and shouted in despair. Cursed bloodsuckers, wait! Our demonic army will return. Before he could finish, the piercing sword energy penetrated his body, and he vanished into nothingness. Lin Bai stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that his junior sister had slain the Demon King. Gazing at her silhouette against the sky, cutting through the darkness with her sword, she executed the demon with elegance before departing gracefully. He couldn't help but reflect on the long journey still ahead in his path of sword cultivation. Though the crowd had been saved, they remained in a daze. If memory served, this secret realm was meant for disciples to undergo trials, wasn't it? If the Demon King could not withstand a single strike from her, what was her purpose in joining them? It soon dawned on them that this must have been a life-saving trump card bestowed by their sect. It was impossible for such a powerful being to exist in a place where only those under the age of 22 could enter. Goodness, Brother Shi, your junior sister is astonishingly powerful, they exclaimed. Could it be that your sect leader provided her with this protective talisman? Just look at her prowess compared to our own. It's incomparable. The audacious Demon King had even boasted that he was merely being tickled by her. Damn it, Wang Tung lamented, wishing he could have kicked him a few times had he not vanished so quickly. Well, perhaps, Shi Hao mused, regaining his composure from the shock. Such matters were not for a disciple like him to ponder. The sword for you. Mu Shuaxian approached Lin Bai and handed him the sword. This is quite an exceptional blade. Lin Bai recognized the Qinglian sword, belonging to the Emperor realm. It was the legendary sword of the sword god from the ancient age. He was curious as to how it had come into the possession of his senior brother Qingyu. After all, when the sword god perished, the whereabouts of his sword had become a mystery, prompting countless sword cultivators throughout the central domain to search in vain. How could it have ended up in the eastern domain? Qingyun Sect, Lin Bai exclaimed, finally reacting and hastily accepting the treasured sword. The following day, the disciples of various sects diligently searched within the secret realm, each yielding varying degrees of success. However, no fortunate souls emerged this time, and the legacy of the sage remained elusive. As the appointed time approached, a swirling vortex appeared above the secret realm, identical to the one they encountered upon entry. Let us depart, Brother Shi. The exit of the secret realm has opened. The exit would only remain accessible for half a day. Should they fail to exit within that time frame, they would have to await the next opening of the realm. Overall, this journey was not entirely in vain. Outside the Qinglian city of the Qinglian dynasty, the elders of various sects awaited eagerly, hoping their disciples would attain the sage's legacy, or at the very least, acquire additional resources. As the vortex manifested outside Qinglian city, disciples began to emerge in succession. As time drew near, nearly all the disciples had exited. Observing the significantly reduced number of disciples, a wave of sentiment washed over the crowd. The competition within this secret realm had indeed been fierce. How'd it go? Was there any sign of the sage's legacy? An elder inquired impatiently. No, and we did not discover anything of value, came the reply. Nothing? Then why was the competition so intense, resulting in so many casualties? The elder questioned, perplexed. Elder, we encountered numerous demonic creatures within. We nearly perished in the secret realm. Thankfully, the sanctuary and a formidable female prodigy intervened, allowing us to vanquish them, said one disciple, still shaken by the memory. Demons. Brother Shi, I must take my leave now. Do visit me at the Eastern Xian Sanctuary for tea when the opportunity arises, Wang Tung remarked before turning away with his remaining disciples. They had entered the realm with a total of 21 members, but had lost 3 along the way. Farewell, Brother Wang. Shi Hao and his companions also turned to depart. They appreciated Wang Tung's approachable demeanor, as he was a saintly offspring of a region, and they were eager to cultivate a friendship. After all, an additional ally is always beneficial, despite the young man's tendency to show off. Master, the 3 soon spotted Feng Qingyang from a distance and hurried over. Feng Qingyang was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the king of Qilin. Where? Are you unharmed? Your elder brother mentioned he did not see you in the secret realm. He said there were demonic creatures. You did not encounter any, did you? Hua Qingyu's elder brother had been relentlessly seeking opportunities since entering the realm, and he had only heard of the demonic creatures from others. He had also heard rumors that it was a woman clad in a red dress who had slain the demon king, and he felt fortunate not to have ventured forth, as it might have cost him his life. Father, I am fine, thanks to the protection of my 2 senior brothers. Upon hearing his junior sister's words, Shi Hao and Lin Bai exchanged uneasy glances, recalling the figure that vanquished demons with a single sword stroke. Haha, it is good to hear you are well. I must also express my gratitude to the 2 outstanding disciples from the sect for safeguarding you. Oh no, it was our duty. Qingyu is our junior sister, they replied, leaving Shi Hao and Lin Bai at a loss for words. Should they say that his daughter was so powerful that she could eliminate the demon king with a single sword stroke, rendering their protection unnecessary? Very well. Since there is nothing left to attend to here, let us return to the sect. Everything is in place. We merely await the moment to open the mountain and accept disciples. Farewell, Your Majesty. Feng Qingyang stepped forward. Having indulged in the lavish hospitality of the royal palace these past few days, experiencing a taste of opulent enjoyment. Farewell, Sect Master Feng. Yuga. Ensure you dedicate yourself to your cultivation at the upper sect, the king of Qilin reminded, not forgetting to impart his advice. Indeed, I understand, Father. Hua Qingyu replied before boarding the Qingyun warship with Shi Hao and the others. On the journey, Master, our harvest this time is quite substantial. Shi Hao recounted the entire process of obtaining the sacred medicine and vanquishing the demonic creatures to Feng Qingyang. Sacred medicine, Feng Qingyang pondered. Indeed, goodness, the Qingyun Sect is yet to have an alchemist. Should we summon the Ancestor to bring forth a pale saint? The demon clan? Sooner or later. We shall uproot them entirely. You 3 are well, then. During his 2 days in the royal palace, Feng Qingyang had also learned about the origins of the ancient saint's secret realm. In summary, it is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, a harsh reality in a world of cultivation. However, once the roles of the knife and the fish are reversed, the demon clan will come to understand the terror of the Qingyun Sect in the Eastern Domain. Chapter 37, The Sect Token. The Phoenix Sacred Art, the Qingyun warship soared towards the Qingyun Sect at an astonishing speed, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Within the Qingyun Hall, the outer Elder Lin Bai and the guardian Elder Wang Xian hurriedly approached to report upon learning of the sect master's return. This was a directive from Feng Qingyang before his departure. He wished to observe the operations of the Qingyun Sect in his absence. Master, during your absence, various forces have continuously delivered resources, and a storage hall has been constructed with more than 20 chambers. After my coordination with the Lin family head, these resources have been consistently sent to Qingyun City, where the construction is beginning to take shape, Lin Bai reported respectfully. Wang Xian then stepped forward, saying, Master, while you were away, my guard team ensured everything remained normal at both the Qingyun Sect and the construction site in Qingyun City. Indeed, as one of the faces of our Qingyun Sect, Qingyun City must be built to perfection, Feng Qingyang acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. He then waved his hand grandly, declaring, let us invest resources vigorously to accelerate the construction progress. As the dominant sect of Lingzhou, we are not lacking in resources. The current situation is such that you may rush to deliver resources to the Qingyun Sect, but it is ultimately up to us whether we accept them. What? You say you will not deliver? No matter. There are plenty of others willing to offer their resources. Your absence will not be missed. Yes, master, they replied. Oh, and you too, prepare yourselves. We shall choose a day to open the mountains and accept disciples. You may leave now. Outside the Qingyun Hall, the entire Qingyun Sect bore a new and striking edifice, the imposing 100-story trial tower, which soared into the heavens. At that moment, Shi Hao and his companions stood bewildered at the tower's base, gazing upwards in awe at the magnificent structure that pierced the clouds. It was rather awkward. Since their arrival, Shi Hao and Lin Bai had intended to familiarize their junior sister, Hua Qingyu, with the sect. However, instead of becoming acquainted, they found themselves utterly confounded. They had never before encountered such a tower. Senior brother, what purpose does this grand tower serve? Hua Qingyu inquired. Oh, this is our Qingyun Sect's great tower, Shi Hao replied, his words barely conveying any substantial information. Ah, yes, indeed. That's right. Lin Bai chimed in, albeit equally unhelpfully. Hua Qingyu, however, was even more perplexed. From the moment she arrived, she had been awestruck by the ethereal beauty of the Qingyun Sect. Reflecting on her master's words from that day, she began to wonder if, in his eyes, a dominant force could indeed be extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist. The sacred lands could not possibly compare to the Qingyun Sect. She silently appreciated the foresight of the elder who had so decisively alerted them. At that moment, Mu Shuai was also taken aback, not by the otherworldly scenery of the Qingyun Sect, for as an empress, she had witnessed countless spectacles and was not easily overwhelmed. Rather, upon arriving at the Qingyun Sect, her thoughts drifted to the enigmatic sect master who had unraveled her identity. Intrigued, she instinctively expanded her divine consciousness in an attempt to probe the depths of the Qingyun Sect. However, as soon as her awareness was released, it was met with a far more potent divine presence that crushed her own consciousness back. Then, a phrase echoed in her mind. Given your connection with the Master's disciple, should you dare to offend again, you shall face dire consequences. Mu Shuxian was instantly taken aback, nearly shattering the composure of the Emperor's heart. How could the Qingyun Sect harbor such formidable powers? She dared not dwell further on it. Shi Hao and his companions meandered briefly through the sect before proceeding to the storage hall. On their way, they fortuitously encountered Elder Lin Bai, who, despite his seemingly unperturbed demeanor, was inwardly astonished. They presented all the sacred herbs and elixirs they had acquired from the secret realm. Elder, these are the elixirs we obtained from the secret realm, and we are now returning them to the sect, they stated. Indeed, you have shown great diligence, Lin Bai remarked, calmly accepting the offerings. However, he could not help but notice a slight tremor in his hands. After all, he had never laid eyes on such a bountiful collection of sacred herbs in his lifetime. The trio then made their way to the Qingyun Hall, where their master had indicated he had something to bestow upon them. Master, we have arrived, they announced. Here are your sect tokens, Feng Qingyang said, waving his hand, causing 3 azure tokens to soar into Shi Hao's hands. He had procured these from the system during his 2 days at the royal palace. How perplexing. How can the foremost sect in the heavens lack even a disciple token? After expounding on the matter with a hint of intimidation, the system generously provided a substantial batch. The quantity was more than sufficient, which would undoubtedly simplify matters in the future. These tokens not only signify their identity, but also serve as a means to accumulate contribution points. Shi Hao had already devised a plan. Various items within the sect would require these points for exchange. The sect would post tasks on the mission board, and disciples could earn contribution points upon completion, which they could then exchange for items or access to the sect's secret realms. Furthermore, disciples could also post tasks on the mission board using the contribution points within their tokens, albeit with a modest 5% service fee, a rather lucrative arrangement. Upon inspecting the tokens, Shi Hao and his companions noticed the words Qingyun Sect inscribed on the azure surface. Turning them over, they discovered the words Direct Disciple etched on the back. With this token, they could now represent their identity and status within the sect. Thank you, Master, the trio expressed, bowing in gratitude. However, a hint of doubt lingered in their minds. Had not the Master instructed them to begin as outer disciples? Shi Hao often referred to himself as the Outer Sect's elder brother, but it seemed he would now have to relinquish that title to the newly initiated disciples. You three have traversed the ancient saint's secret realm and endured the trials of a brutal battlefield. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as official direct disciples. Thank you, Master. Shi Hao and his companions were deeply moved, bowing once more. They were now legitimately acknowledged as the Master's disciples. Ah, Qingyu, I have a martial art to impart to you. Consider it your welcome gift to the sect. Extend your consciousness. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingyu released her consciousness, which immediately soared into a violet aura. Phoenix Transformation Sacred Technique. Upon a brief assessment, she realized this technique was particularly suited to her Phoenix sacred body, truly tailor-made. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint you or the sect. If there are intentions, let the heavens strike with 5 thunders, leading to death and dissolution of the path. She was profoundly moved. The esteemed Master, whom she considered humble, imparted such profound techniques to her upon her initiation. Thus, she could not help but pledge a solemn vow to the Great Way. It is essential to understand that once a cultivator makes such a vow, there can be no turning back. Otherwise, the seeds of inner demons will sprout, resulting in death and the dissolution of the path. There is no need for such gravity. You may all descend to cultivate, said the Master. Qingyu, leave the ring in your possession. I have matters to discuss with her. Understood, Master. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingyu removed the ring from her hand, fully aware that her master was cognizant of the elder's presence within it. They had conversed not long ago. Chapter 38. The Lotus Root Transformation. Summon the elders come forth, or does this esteemed sect need to plead with you? After Shi Hao and the others departed, Feng Qingyang cast a glance at the long ring and spoke nonchalantly. Hearing this, Mu Shui Xian emerged from the ring. Currently, she existed in a spectral state, her form translucent and wavering. What is your intention? Mu Shui Xian inquired, intrigued by the motives of this enigmatic sect leader. After witnessing the terrifying prowess of the Qingyun Sect, her imperial arrogance had considerably diminished. After all, they could easily manipulate her at any moment. I seek nothing but to discuss a matter with you. I offer you an opportunity to alter your fate, contingent upon your ability to seize it. Join my Qingyun Sect as an elder for 100,000 years. Wait, to be more precise. You shall labor for my Qingyun Sect for 100,000 years without compensation. Your reward? The chance to reconstruct your form. 100,000 years. Even she, a being of the imperial realm, could not help but feel astonished. How many 100,000 years does an emperor truly possess? Whether she would even exist after such a span was uncertain. Yet, the prospect of having her body remade held immense allure. In her current spectral state, the hope of achieving such a transformation seemed distant. Thus, she resolved without hesitation. 100,000 years it would be. Gritting her teeth, she agreed. What must I do? Quite simple. Merely sign a great Tao contract. The system has informed me of this. Initially, I sought something more controlling from it. The Great Tao contract was a far more severe commitment than the Great Tao Oath. Should either party attempt to renege, it would invoke a divine retribution of catastrophic proportions. Come forth. They communicated with the heavens through their cultivation. After Feng Qingyang inscribed the Great Tao contract, he imprinted the name of the Qingyun Sect with his divine consciousness. Upon Mu Shui Xian's review and approval, she inscribed her own name with her divine consciousness. The contract was formed. Its essence stipulated that the Qingyun Sect would grant Mu Shui Xian a new body, and in return, she would serve the sect for 100,000 years, after which the agreement would cease. Any breach would result in death and obliteration, to which Feng Qingyang merely scoffed. Even the mightiest of the great Tao must yield to the Qingyun Sect, understood? However, there was no necessity for such intimidation. His primary interest lay in Mu Shui Xian's labor. As an imperial being, she could barely fit the role of an inner sect elder, tasked with mentoring the inner disciples. Very well, in that case, I shall grant you the reconstruction of your body. The system produced the lotus root of transformation, and Feng Qingyang directed it towards Mu Shui Xian. A brilliant radiance erupted as a lotus root form enveloped her, continuously morphing into a brand new physique. To Mu Shui Xian, It appeared as though Feng Qingyang simply waved his hand, and a new body was conjured before her. The transformation was akin to resurrecting the dead and molding flesh from mere bones. Such prowess. Who exactly is the sect leader? Behold, this is the sacred lotus body I bestow upon you. What can be given can also be taken away. And as for the great Tao contract, do you believe I fear it? Thank you, esteemed leader. In the face of Feng Qingyang's threat, what could she do other than express her gratitude? Truly, I am but a fish on the chopping board. Upon completing her transformation, Mu Shuaxian manifested in a corporeal form, adorned in a flowing azure gown. To her astonishment, she discovered an innate constitution. How extraordinary! She endeavored to summon her powers, but could only tap into the strength of the holy realm, as she had previously existed merely as a remnant of her soul. Nevertheless, her status as an emperor was undeniable. She merely needed to restore her cultivation. Once she reached the emperor realm, her path would be unobstructed. Descend now. You shall henceforth be an elder of the inner sect of our Qingyun Sect. Perform well, and we shall soon open the mountain to accept disciples. After Mu Shuaxian departed, Feng Qingyang accessed the system interface once more. He still had 5 summoning cards from the last reward to utilize. As he prepared to establish the mountain and accept disciples, he needed to summon formidable beings. Bring forth gold, he commanded, activating all summoning cards. Silver summoning card successfully used. Summoning. Congratulations, host, you have summoned Mu Tian, a peak elder of the broken void realm. Silver summoning card successfully used. Summoning. Congratulations, host, you have summoned Mu Feng, a peak elder of the broken void realm. Silver summoning card successfully used. Summoning. Congratulations, host, you have summoned Luo Chun, an elder of the half-saint realm. Silver summoning card successfully used. Summoning. Congratulations, host, you have summoned Luo Wu Dao, an elder of the law enforcement hall at the peak of the saint entry realm. Silver summoning card successfully used. Summoning. Congratulations, host, you have summoned Ya Hai Long, an elder of the technique hall at the peak of the saint entry realm. The summoned characters are being inscribed. Inscription successful. Goodness. Finally, a return on investment. 1 half saint, 2 peak saints, 2 outer sect elders, 1 inner sect elder, an elder of the technique hall, and an elder of the law enforcement hall. This should suffice for now. He opened his personal panel to review. Master, Feng Qingyang, realm, initial stage of true person. Disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu, constitution, celestial divine body. Powerhouses of the sect. Ancestor Li Qingyun, peak of the emperor realm. Elder guardian Wang Xian, peak of the broken void realm. Outer sect elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, Mu Feng, peak of the broken void realm, 5 guardians. Inner sect elder Mu Shuaxian, saint entry realm. Luo Chun, half saint, elder of the law enforcement hall. Luo Wu Dao, saint entry realm. Elder of the technique hall. Nya Hailong, peak of the saint entry realm. Sect, Qingyun Sect, level 1, 9,000 10,000. The host must strive to forge the foremost divine sect of the heavens. Time is of the essence. Curse this dog system. Why the urgency? It has only been a short while, and the Qingyun Sect has already been forged in such a formidable entity. Feng Qingyang, now cautious not to boast, realized that perhaps they were merely a few strong mid-level cultivators and disciples away from becoming the paramount sect of the entire wasteland martial continent. Given some more time, Qingyun Sect would effortlessly sweep across the 5 domains and 65 states. Outside the Great Hall, the newly inscribed elders descended. 2 peak saints and 1 half saint. Mu Shuaxian looked up in awe, contemplating this Qingyun Sect truly harbors hidden talents. With such strength, it could easily dominate the eastern domain. Sister, do not panic. Our elders of the Qingyun Sect have arrived. Shi Hao briefly conveyed what he knew to his junior sister. The formidable figures of Qingyun Sect were either in slumber or journeying in distant lands. Now, as the sect prepares to enter the world and stir the winds of change, they're gradually descending to establish their presence and take in disciples. Chapter 39, The Mountain Opening and Apprenticeship, a gathering of talents at this moment. Within the grand and magnificent Qingyun Hall, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. As the future foremost sect among the myriad realms, it is essential to recruit disciples. The host is requested to convene the inaugural mountain opening ceremony for apprenticeship. Successful completion of this task will yield substantial rewards. How splendid! The system truly resonates with my aspirations. This task arrives at the most opportune moment. Feng Qingyang, who had already intended to commence the recruitment of disciples, was elated to discover such a fortuitous opportunity. Now, whether for the sake of the system's task or the Qingyun Sect, a grand event must be organized. With a thought, Feng Qingyang summoned the mid to high-ranking members of the Qingyun Sect to the hall through his divine consciousness. Seated at the head was Feng Qingyang, with the venerable ancestor Li Qingyun meditating beside him. The elder of the law enforcement hall, Luo Wudao, the elder of the martial arts hall, Nia Hailong, the inner gate elder, Mu Shuixian and Luo Chan were present, along with elder Wang Xian, outer gate elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, and Mu Feng. Lastly, seated at the rear was Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family. The newly summoned elders were predominantly middle-aged men, at the peak of their prowess, and were now clad in their respective elder robes. The outer gate elders wore vibrant azure robes, markedly brighter than those of the disciples, predominantly in shades of blue, with only a hint of white. The inner gate elders donned robes primarily in bluish-green, adorned with abstract cloud patterns symbolizing a smooth ascent to success. The law enforcement hall's attire exuded an air of authority, while the martial arts hall leaned towards a more scholarly demeanor. All present gazed respectfully at the sect leader in the main seat, each exuding an extraordinary presence. This marked the first elder assembly since the re-establishment of the Qingyun Sect. Esteemed elders, the time has come. Our Qingyun Sect is now fully equipped, with all elders in place, boasting remarkable strength. There is none in the entire eastern region that can rival us. However, for a sect to thrive in the long term, it must nurture talented disciples to avoid a decline in succession. Therefore, we have decided to commence the mountain opening and apprenticeship ceremony in 3 days' time. I hereby declare that the Qingyun Sect shall officially enter the world. Though we currently dominate Lingzhou, we must not confine ourselves to a corner. This venture into the world aims to set our sights on the entirety of the eastern region. Upon the conclusion of Feng Qingyang's proclamation, all the elders rose in unison, exclaiming, "We shall faithfully obey the sect leader's command. The Qingyun Sect shall soar to great heights." Meanwhile, in Lingzhou, a piece of news erupted like a bomb thrown into a tranquil lake, causing a tumultuous stir throughout the region. In 3 days, the Qingyun Sect will open its doors to apprentices. The news spread with astonishing speed across Lingzhou. In Xianyu City, excitement filled the air. The Qingyun Sect is finally opening for apprentices. Quickly, brotherly, we are closest to the Qingyun Sect. If we delay, we may miss our chance to be first. Indeed, I always strive for the top. Let's wait in front of the sect for 3 days. The man across from him, though equally eager, replied with resignation. But there will be countless others vying for this opportunity. Even if we arrive first with our qualifications, it will be arduous to carve out a place in the vast Lingzhou. How can you lack such fighting spirit? My father has said I possess the potential for transformation. The potential for transformation, mind you. Do you even comprehend what that entails? If I could become a humble disciple of the Qingyun Sect, it would render my life worthwhile. Many share the same aspiration, for it is the dominant power of the entire Lingzhou. Once one enters the Qingyun Sect, even as a mere servant, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens, effortlessly ascending. Countless individuals, even those who consider themselves somewhat talented, eagerly embark on the journey to the Qingyun Sect, which is the embodiment of their dreams and the starting point of their aspirations. Various factions, families, dynasties, and itinerant cultivators from Lingzhou have dispatched individuals, creating a grand procession numbering in the hundreds of millions. To emerge victorious among this multitude and gain entry to the Qingyun Sect is a daunting challenge, akin to ascending to the heavens. Some sect leaders even resolved to disband their sects, hoping to test their own strength and luck in securing a menial position at the Qingyun Sect. Even if it meant shoveling dung, they would consider it a fragrant endeavor, for it would elevate their status. What? You look down upon dung shoveling? I am the esteemed dung manager of the Qingyun Sect. Do you wish to be ostracized in Lingzhou? The Qingyun Sect? Then I shall excuse myself, my apologies. Meanwhile, in the beast forest of Lingzhou, a young boy struck the demon beast, the dark tiger, with a powerful punch. The massive form of the dark tiger was sent flying several meters, letting out a howl before collapsing, lifeless. Were outsiders to witness this, they would be astonished. The dark tiger is a fourth-tier demon beast, equivalent to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. It is noteworthy that the boy before us is merely 17 or 18 years old, a truly terrifying prospect. The pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Soon, when my cultivation is restored, Lin Yao, you shall see. Oh, the sect in Lingzhou is recruiting disciples? He was familiar with this minor faction. After being reborn and awakening his memories, the most frequent news he had encountered was regarding the Qingyun Sect. Although small, it is currently the most suitable for him. Being weak, he could rely on them to reach the central domain while also gaining temporary protection. Qingyun Sect, I am coming. With that, the boy set off without a backward glance, leaving only the dark tiger's corpse to flutter in the wind. On the god burial mountains. Master, I am ready, let us begin. Ning Yin focused intently, channeling the spiritual energy within him, which surged wildly. Beside him, an elderly man with white hair observed the youth with satisfaction, embodying the demeanor of a transcended sage. Yinner, the yin-yang sacred body, ranks 9th among the sacred bodies. It is quite formidable. It requires a unique fire to awaken, and today I shall assist you in this endeavor. Fire, come forth. The elder's right hand ignited with a ball of flame, a mesmerizing azure hue that was both beautiful and radiant. Do not underestimate it. This is the blue spectral inferno, ranked 29th among the unique fires. The elder infused the unique fire into Ning Yin's body. Following the guidance, Ning Yin employed the fire control technique, and soon the blue spectral inferno melded into him. Ning Yin cried out in agony, gritting his teeth to endure, drenched in sweat. As the unique fire entered his body, it was guided by the fire control technique into his dantian. Its formidable power continuously scorched his meridians. A quarter of an hour later, the young boy lay powerless on the ground, yet the faint upward curve of his lips attested to his success. Thank you, Master. He took a moment to catch his breath before expressing his gratitude to the elderly man. In truth, his master was a spirit residing within the necklace that adorned his neck. It was his master who had tirelessly guided him in his cultivation, enabling him to progress at an astonishing pace, earning his profound respect. Indeed, Yinner, your sacred body has awakened, elevating your strength to new heights. It seems the day for me to reconstruct my physical form is drawing near. All credit goes to your master's exceptional teachings. Once I attain mastery, I shall forge for you the perfect body. Yes, that is thoughtful of you. By the way, Yinner, the dominant force in Lingzhou, the Qingyun Sect, is about to recruit disciples. You must hurry there and not miss this opportunity. In my lifetime, I could easily crush such minor factions with a mere swipe of my hand. However, you are still quite weak. Aligning with them will provide you with added security when you venture into the central domain. As the elder spoke, his eyes brimmed with nostalgia. The central domain, a revered sanctuary for cultivators, teeming with powerful individuals as numerous as the fish in a river. Legendary emperors are said to dwell within this realm. With your mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, and with my assistance, joining their ranks will be effortless. The elderly man felt a deep sense of pride as he observed his remarkable disciple, astonished that such a sacred body could emerge from the barren lands of the eastern domain. As time progressed, the stream of cultivators making their way to the Qingyun Sect resembled a swarm of ants and locusts. Chapter 40. The Billion Cultivators. Illusory ladder of heaven at the foot of the Qingyun Sect. Just 15 minutes before the news spread, Lin Zhan hurried back home to announce an exhilarating message that invigorated all the younger members of the Lin family. The main sect would commence accepting disciples in 3 days. How splendid! They finally had the chance to join the main sect, just like their elder brother Lin Bai. Eagerly, they awaited by the sect's entrance each day. Their eyes filled with longing as they gazed at the sect, dreaming of the day when they would enter through their own efforts. The opportunity had presented itself. Whether they could seize it depended entirely on their determination. Not to mention, the Lin family was in a favorable position. as Lin Bai's status as a personal disciple within the sect could indeed facilitate their access. Moreover, the Lin family had earned the favor of the sect leader, who had bestowed upon them celestial techniques as a reward for their contributions. Though their training had only just commenced, one must not underestimate their potential. It was essential to recognize that these were celestial techniques. During their brief training period, each individual's strength had significantly enhanced. Additionally, with the family head Lin Zhan attending the Qingyun Sect's meeting, they were well informed of the latest developments and could prepare in advance. 3 days passed amidst the anxious anticipation of the populace in Lingzhou. At this moment, the entrance of the Qingyun Sect was a veritable sea of humanity, a description that barely captured the multitude present. A rough estimate suggested at least 1 billion individuals, nearly filling the entire Qingyun mountain range, with a continuous influx of newcomers. However, there was no need to rush. The Qingyun Sect's recruitment would span 10 days, allowing ample time for all. Despite the noise, the scene was remarkably orderly. 5 guardians exuded an aura of peak reality, astonishing the crowd and ensuring that no one dared to act recklessly. The presence of these 5 elders was overwhelmingly potent. Were they the elders of the Qingyun Sect? Indeed, it was surprising that the sect placed such importance on this recruitment, dispatching 5 elders even before the process commenced. Naturally, for a sect as formidable as theirs, even a slight display of power would leave us in awe. However, I must tell you that the most powerful within the sect is the enigmatic sect leader, said to be an extraordinarily formidable emperor. This secret is typically not shared, but I tell you today, please do not spread it recklessly. A man spoke astonishingly, leaving those around him in stunned silence. The sect leader is an emperor. Is that true? An emperor, a being standing at the pinnacle of the continent, commanding ancient reverence. If this news is authentic, then, Feng Qingyang. When did I become an emperor? This lad is truly not in my employ. As the time arrived, the gates of the Qingyun Sect swung wide open. Shi Hao, along with elders Lin Bai, Mu Feng, and Mu Tian, emerged from within. The Qingyun Sect first dispatched 5 guardians to maintain order, followed by the personal disciple Shi Hao and 3 outer sect elders to preside over the proceedings. The atmosphere among the crowd below reached its zenith. Look, it's the esteemed elders of the Qingyun Sect. The recruitment assessment is about to commence. Everyone craned their necks to gaze upwards at the 4 figures adorned in sect attire standing atop the mountain. From this perspective, the height aligns perfectly with the clouds, accentuating the 4 individuals as if they have descended from the heavens. Master Shi, please begin, the elder courteously addressed Shi Hao, who stood at the forefront. In every circumstance, rules must be upheld. As the Qingyun Sect becomes increasingly formal, all must adhere to the established protocols. They were merely outer sect elders, while Shi Hao is a direct disciple of the sect master. Thus the rules must not be overlooked. The sect regulations are currently being meticulously crafted by the elder from the law enforcement hall, and once reviewed by the sect master, they will be finalized, anticipated to be completed before the conclusion of the disciple recruitment. Your courtesy is appreciated, Shi Hao responded, stepping forward with confidence. Firstly, I extend a warm welcome to all of you who have traveled great distances to partake in our Qingyun Sect's Disciple Recruitment Conference. I wish for each of you to successfully pass the examination and join our esteemed sect. I am Shi Hao, a direct disciple of the sect master, and I look forward to meeting you within our sect. With that, he concluded his remarks and gracefully stepped back. Oh my, the sect's disciple is so charming. He truly understands our sentiments, exclaimed one participant. Indeed, I have traveled tirelessly for 3 consecutive days to reach Qingyun Sect. Hearing the words of a direct disciple makes my arduous journey worthwhile. Some individuals were visibly moved. Those who managed to arrive here had indeed traversed vast distances day and night, bearing their own bittersweet stories. How could they not be touched by the direct disciples' heartfelt wishes for their success in the examination? Following Shi Hao's speech, 3 elders stepped forward. Standing among the other 2, Lin Bai addressed the audience with a commanding voice. We are the outer sect elders of Qingyun Sect. Now, let us explain the specific examination process for the first challenge, the illusory sky ladder. After speaking, Lin Bai channeled his spiritual energy and waved his hand, illuminating the area with a brilliant azure light. A magnificent ladder, extending 100 miles from the sect to the mountain gate, reached into the clouds. Its scenes ever-changing and endlessly profound. This breathtaking spectacle left the crowd in awe. This is the illusory sky ladder. It is quite simple. Anyone who ascends this ladder from the mountain gate shall pass the first challenge. The ladder is filled with boundless illusions, varying for each individual. With every 10 steps taken, a new vision emerges. Only those of exceptional character and immense willpower can complete the ascent. Furthermore, the ladder adapts its illusions and pressures according to each person's cultivation level, ensuring absolute fairness in the first challenge. Should one ascend this ladder, even if they fail the second challenge, they will still become a servant disciple of our Qingyun Sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd beneath the mountain gate erupted with excitement, eager to take on the challenge. The first challenge is a purely fair and just examination. It does not consider cultivation levels, but rather tests one's character and perseverance. Moreover, even if one fails the second challenge, they can still attain the coveted position of servant disciple, a dream for many. In the eyes of some, the ladder seemed deceptively simple. After all, the elders had declared it easy, so it must be manageable. Disregarding talent, they pride themselves on their character and perseverance, which they deem commendable. The apprentice disciples are undoubtedly well prepared. Now, I, the esteemed elder, hereby declare that the first trial of the illusory sky ladder officially commences. Chapter 41. The difficulty of the heavenly ladder, as challenging as ascending to the skies with the elder Lin Bai's commanding voice. Crowds of individuals began to ascend the heavenly ladder in waves. The ladder was sufficiently expansive to accommodate tens of thousands simultaneously undertaking the trial. Should one fail, they would be teleported back down, allowing those behind to continue, thus maintaining a swift pace. The first group surged up the ladder, as if the Qingyun Sect lay just within their grasp. However, while their imaginations painted a beautiful picture, reality proved to be harsh. Help! There is so much fire. A man, upon stepping onto the ladder, was horrified to find it transformed into a fiery abyss, prompting him to cry out in terror and retreat hastily. No, please. Don't kill me. I am an undercover agent sent by your esteemed self. I surrender. His illusion was even more amusing. Within it, the Qingyun Sect was under siege, and in his cowardice he immediately begged for mercy, trembling as he concocted a desperate excuse. I was wrong. Sectmaster, I shouldn't have exposed your romantic escapades. Please spare me. His illusion revealed him spreading tales of the sect master's dalliances, tarnishing his reputation, and facing merciless punishment for his lack of resolve, which ultimately led to his failure. If Feng Qingyang were to discover this, he would undoubtedly erupt in anger. What scandalous tales are you fabricating about me? How dare you slander the sect master? Drag him out and give him 300 lashes. I didn't mean it. I didn't intend to betray the sect. Please let me go. As for the one who truly deserved punishment, he betrayed the sect for mere personal gain, resulting in immediate failure. The first trial assessed one's character and perseverance, designed to weed out those lacking resolve, who were treacherous, malevolent, and indolent. Thus, those who passed the first trial were individuals of steadfast character and great fortitude. Even if one were to fail the second trial after passing the first, it would merely indicate a lack of innate talent, which could not be remedied by sheer effort alone. Such individuals could be accepted as disciples of miscellaneous duties, and with the sect's guidance and their own diligence, they could soar to great heights. As time progressed, the testing continued fervently. All tens of thousands in the first batch were eliminated. Even the highest achiever had only taken 4 steps before being sent back down. Upon reaching the ground, they gasped for breath, taking a while to regain their composure. Wah! I'm worthless. I was sent back after just 1 step. So what if you know that? Does being worthless earn you a prize? Do you think being worthless is easy? I didn't even take a single step. I'm less than worthless. They lamented, having not even set foot on the ladder, only to hear the anguished cries of those ahead, which frightened them into retracting their feet. As waves of individuals were eliminated, the one who managed to ascend the highest had only traversed 10 steps. After a wretched cry, he too was mercilessly brought back down. The failures gazed longingly at the summit of the ladder, appearing so near, yet feeling as distant as the horizon. The three elders of the Qingyun Sect observed these failures with impassive expressions. Lacking resolve and perseverance, did they still hope to join the Qingyun Sect? Wake up and cease your dreaming. Countless individuals surged towards the celestial ladder in droves, akin to schools of fish crossing a river. To them, this ladder resembled the legendary Dragon Gate. Transcending this chasm would allow them to metamorphose from koi into dragons, soaring into the heavens. What a wretched ladder this is. Despite my exceptional talent, I can barely take a single step. Truly, it is a case of a dog failing to recognize the value of a gem. To hell with this Qingyun Sect, a man exclaimed in exasperation, as his aptitude was among the highest in his family, renowned as a genius within 1,000 miles. He had arrived with an air of arrogance, assuring others that with his remarkable talent, passing the assessment would be a mere formality. He even fancied himself capable of entering the inner sanctum to eventually become an elder. Yet now, he found himself humbled, unable to take even a second step. Those nearby whispered among themselves, astonished by his audacity, deeming him reckless. How dare he insult our sect? Who would dare to belittle the Qingyun Sect? Guard Wang Jian bellowed, confronting the man. So, you claim we are blind to talent? I see nothing but a fool before me. Perish. No, please. My father. Wang Jian wasted no more words. With a single strike, he reduced the brash man to a puddle of blood. This spectacle drew the attention of the onlookers. Wang Jian, noticing the crowd's gaze, declared, "Let me reiterate, the first trial assesses core strength and perseverance. If you cannot even pass this initial hurdle, no matter how high your talent, the Qingyun Sect has no need for you. Complaining is permissible, but any further insults directed at our sect will result in a fate akin to this one." Wang Jian gestured toward the bloody ground. Upon hearing this, many who had failed the assessment yet considered themselves talented dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, a figure was steadily ascending the celestial ladder, having already taken 100 steps without a hint of hesitation. This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Incredible. Simply incredible. Particularly striking were the reactions of those who had failed the assessment, who were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the illusory ladder. Soon, envy filled their hearts. This individual appeared poised to effortlessly pass the first trial. Even if they faltered at the second, they would surely become a disciple of the auxiliary sect. It could be said that this person was already a confirmed member of the Qingyun Sect. This young man was none other than the one who had slain the underworld tiger with a single blow in the beast forest. At this moment, Qin Han strode up the ladder as if leisurely ambling through a garden, seemingly impervious to the illusions and pressures that obstructed others. This assessment is far too simple for me. Each illusion that assailed him was shattered instantaneously, his imperial mindset unyielding. No trace of youthful exuberance or vigor remained in him, a former mighty emperor. Instead, his aura was profoundly restrained. He resembled a quagmire, impenetrable in depth. Such individuals are the most formidable. Elsewhere, Master, is finally my turn. Should I reveal my true strength now? Ningyan communicated with his master through thought. This grand occasion is fraught with complexity that I cannot fully grasp. The master, as a prominent figure in the central domain, has witnessed more of the world than he has consumed salt, and undoubtedly possesses the ability to navigate it adeptly. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he has relished the art of feigning weakness to outsmart his foes. The thrill of witnessing the astonishment on his adversaries' faces brings him immense satisfaction. You honor, when faced with uncertainty, consult your true self, the elder cryptically advised. Each individual harbors their own thoughts, and he does not wish for his disciple to become overly reliant on him. The notion of the true self. The true self. Master, I comprehend now. Indeed, my intention today is to utilize them as stepping stones. I must demonstrate sufficient weight to command their respect. I shall forge ahead unimpeded. Excellent, excellent. The heart of invincibility begins to take shape. The elder nodded in approval. Chapter 42. Within the Qingyun Sect. The 9-tripod assessment by heavens. Look at that person. Unbelievable. What did they witness? A daunting ascent, akin to a celestial staircase. A man was ascending with remarkable agility. It was utterly absurd, more outrageous than the individual leisurely strolling above. Truly, the comparison between individuals is infuriating. At this moment, Qin Han had already climbed over 300 steps, maintaining an air of tranquility. Noticing someone pursuing from behind, he paid no mind, continuing his steady pace, step by step. Ning Yin, gathering momentum, overtook the man ahead, pressing onward with fervor. Upon surpassing Qin Han, he cast a glance back. Qin Han merely smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent to being outpaced. The temperament of an emperor, honed over millennia, was as unyielding as granite. The desire to be first, a trivial pursuit of youth, was something he had long since transcended. The illusory heavenly ladder comprised 999 steps. At this moment, aside from Ning Yin and Qin Han, there were several hundred individuals laboriously persevering on over 100 levels, drenched in sweat, their faces etched with struggle, in stark contrast to the ease exhibited by the two. Nevertheless, they had surpassed the vast majority. Those who had failed the trial were dejected, having either retreated after the first step or been transported back after 10. Of course, until the final moment, no one could ascertain the outcome, for stumbling on the first step was no different from faltering after having traversed 998. At the summit, 3 elders exchanged glances. Indeed, there are a few promising candidates, particularly these 2 at the forefront. Meanwhile, on the ladder, Ning Yin surged to the pinnacle, arriving before the sect's entrance. The crowd below erupted in excitement. The first to complete the assessment had emerged. This inspired those yet to commence their challenges, instilling hope that if the first had succeeded, the second, third, and fourth could follow suit. Perhaps with enough effort, they too could ascend. Esteemed elders, I am Ning Yin. Please wait a moment. We will soon commence the second round of testing. Elder Yi Bai responded with a smile. To have ascended so swiftly indicates a person of unwavering resolve and exceptional perseverance. He is destined to become a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Standing atop the mountain, Ning Yin gazed downward. The highest climber was the youth he had glanced back at, who had now reached over 800 steps, maintaining a steady rhythm. He even suspected this individual was intentionally ascending at a leisurely pace. Listening to the praises and accolades from the crowd below, he felt a sense of fulfillment, reminiscent of the adage, after a decade of diligent cultivation unnoticed, one day, fame shall resonate throughout the world. As time passed, Qin Han also reached the summit. Half a day later, half of the millions had been eliminated. Now 1,000 individuals had gathered at the peak, having emerged victorious from the multitude, successfully completing the assessment. Each person engaged in joyful conversation, grateful for their ascent, fully aware of the hardships they had endured along the way. Everyone is gritting their teeth, encouraging themselves to take another step, to endure just a little longer, to strive a bit harder. It is through unwavering perseverance that they ascend step by step to the summit. The number of participants is roughly the same. And now I present to you the second round of the talent assessment. After Knight White spoke, he noticed some were downcast while others were elated, so he continued, "You are now considered disciples of the Qingyun Sect, so do not be disheartened if you do not pass the second round. Those who pass the first round will be classified as servant disciples, while those who succeed in the second round will become outer disciples. Every 2 months, there will be a ranking for servant disciples, with the top 10 ascending to outer disciples. The same applies to outer disciples. The top 10 in their rankings every 2 months will advance to inner disciples. Thus, each of you has the opportunity to become an outer disciple, or even an inner disciple, provided you diligently cultivate. This system was established after discussions among Feng Qingyang and the elders to motivate the disciples. Competition breeds motivation. The rankings are determined purely by strength, with only the top 100 recorded on each list. Any disciple may challenge those ranked higher at any time, meaning that if you have the ability, you shall rise. The eager participants followed the elders into the Qingyun Sect, and the day they had long awaited finally arrived. They entered their coveted realm of cultivation. Upon stepping into the sect, a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy greeted them, transforming the surroundings into a mist of ethereal essence, with pavilions and towers resembling a fairyland. Astonishment, an unprecedented shock. Having never encountered such a sacred place in Lingzhou, they were awestruck by the scene that seemed to eclipse all known sanctuaries. The realization that they were now disciples of the Qingyun Sect, with the opportunity to cultivate and reside here, filled them with exhilaration. They had previously known of the Qingyun Sect's might, dominating the entirety of Lingzhou. But now they grasped the profound depth of its heritage. Such a sect surely had no reason not to rise to prominence. Qin Han narrowed his eyes, recognizing that the Qingyun Sect was extraordinary. The density of spiritual energy far surpassed that of the central region. From the moment he arrived at the Qingyun mountain range, he had sensed that the peripheral spiritual energy rivaled that of the central region, but he never anticipated that the sect itself would be several times more abundant. Had he inadvertently stumbled into a hidden great sect? The emperor was astonished, not to mention the elder within Ning Yan's necklace. What place is this? He had just been boasting to his disciple, claiming he had seen it all. Yet this scene was indeed unlike anything he had encountered before. At this moment, the 9-tripod bell had been brought forth, prepared 3 days prior. This is the exclusive instrument of the Qingyun Sect for testing talent. Strike it with all your might. If the bell tolls 3 times, you will pass the test and be qualified as an outer disciple. Striking 3 times is quite simple, so relax. Achieving 3 strikes indicates a commendable talent, worthy of being called a genius. The Emperor Qin Han was once again astounded. He sensed that the 9-tripod was continuously exuding the essence of the Tao, suppressing fortunes. Could this treasure possibly be a divine artifact? Are you telling me that the Qingyun Sect uses a divine artifact to assess talent? How extravagant. Like Lung Bingning, he too began to doubt. The Qingyun Sect could no longer be described as merely a hidden great sect. Could it be an upper realm celestial sect? Testing talent with divine artifacts. What a waste of resources. Truly impressive. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd swiftly expressed their disbelief. 3 strikes are easy? You were the one speaking of the heavenly ladder just moments ago. Easy? Elder, you lack martial virtue. They anticipated yet another formidable challenge ahead. One by one, the individuals stepped forward to undergo the test. Ha! A young man struck the 9-tripod with all his might, eagerly gazing at it. Dong dong. The sound of the bell rang twice. Failure. Next. Dong dong. Again, failure. Next. Dong dong dong. The bell resonated thrice. Elder, I have succeeded. Ha ha. A man exclaimed, overflowing with excitement, his talent having been remarkable since childhood. Yet, witnessing over 100 individuals eliminated before him instilled a sense of trepidation. Now, finally, the heavy stone in his heart had been lifted. 3 bell chimes indicated his success. The test continued, with some being eliminated while others triumphed. Each individual's joy and sorrow were distinct. Among the crowd, a few exceptional talents produced 4 chimes, and one even achieved 5. After the elder's explanation, it became clear that 4 chimes signified a talent superior to the average genius, falling into a category of relative excellence. In contrast, 5 chimes indicated prodigious potential. The one who achieved 5 chimes, though elated, said little, for all who passed, regardless of the number of chimes, were merely outer disciples, and their true prowess would only reveal itself in time. Another unfortunate individual, named Jinitai, suffered a bitter fate as the bell rang only 2.5 times. Marking his failure, he theatrically displayed a mask of anguish, flailing and weeping. Even Elder Yebai lamented the unfortunate turn of events, recognizing the narrow margin that thwarted this disciple's aspirations. Chapter 43. 8 Resonant Chimes. The mountain's opening is complete. Now it is Ning Yan's turn to undergo the test. Like the others, Ning Yan eagerly approached the 9-tripod cauldron. He had often heard his master speak of his extraordinary talents and the esteemed rank of the Yin-Yang sacred body. At last, he had the opportunity to assess his abilities firsthand. He wondered how many chimes he would produce. According to the elder, 5 chimes indicated a prodigious talent. He believed he was certainly not inferior to that individual. The elder within the necklace also held anticipation. Such a remarkable treasure would undoubtedly yield accurate results. If Yin Air could astonish everyone and gain the sect's favor, with such a powerful backing, the matter of reconstructing his body would surely be secured. Ning Yin cast aside his thoughts, channeling his spiritual energy, and delivered a powerful punch. Boom, 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 boom. The 9-tripod cauldron resonated 8 times before finally falling silent. Goodness, 8 chimes. How could we, who only managed 2 chimes, hold our heads high? Indeed, this was a full 4 times our score. We had thought that achieving 5 chimes would be enough to overshadow them. But who could have imagined someone even more formidable would emerge? Who was this person, so remarkably fierce? The crowd gazed in astonishment at Ning Yan, thinking it was no wonder he had soared through the first level of the illusionary sky ladder. With a resolute spirit and tenacity, combined with such unparalleled talent, it would be difficult for him not to soar to great heights. Excellent. I have not misjudged you, the elder thought. He had swiftly scanned the first person to pass through the ladder and discovered this young man possessed a formidable special constitution. He anticipated that this individual's talent in the second round of testing would be exceptional, but he did not foresee an 8-chime result. An 8-chime individual possesses the potential of an emperor. He is destined to become great. Elder Lin Bai declared. Goodness gracious! Upon hearing the elder's words, the already astonished crowd was thrown into even greater shock. What an existence an emperor is! They had never even encountered the lofty saints before. The thought of an emperor was beyond their wildest imaginings. The elder's announcement that this person, no, this senior brother, was destined to become an emperor struck them with profound impact. Elder, what kind of disciple possesses the talent of 8 chimes? Ning Yan eagerly inquired, envisioning the sect, recognizing his potential, and beginning to cultivate him vigorously. 8 chimes. Still an outer disciple. Very well. I shall rely on my own strength to ascend step by step. Hearing the elder's words, Ning Yan felt no disappointment. He would tread steadily, one step at a time. After all, had he not progressed in this manner since his cultivation began and the awakening of his sacred body? The testing continued. However, with Ning Yan's 8 chimes setting the standard, those who managed 4 or 5 chimes appeared dimmed in comparison. Next up was Qin Han for his test. Qin Han approached the 9-tripod cauldron, caressing its surface and feeling the profound resonance emanating from it, leaving him in awe. Initially, he had considered simply going with the flow to enter the sect, even preparing to suppress his realm and talent with the emperor's methods. Yet upon entering, he discovered such a powerful sect. Who could remain unbewildered? With his prowess and combat experience, he undeniably stands as the foremost among the outer sect. However, it appears that competitors have emerged, and one must not underestimate them. Therefore, it is essential to reveal one's true capabilities. After all, every sect favors disciples endowed with exceptional talent and formidable strength. It would be futile for this seemingly ordinary and steady outer sect elder brother to remain in that role. If he is to assume such a position, let him do so as one of extraordinary talent and immense power. His once dimmed brilliance has rekindled. 8 strikes, you say? I wonder how many I could deliver. Qin Han casually struck the 9-tripod with a fist. Boom, 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 boom. The 9-tripod resonated with 8 sounds once more. Another 8 strikes. Possessing the qualities of an emperor, he is destined to become a great sovereign. This individual. Wait, he is also a senior brother, and, astonishingly, this senior brother too has achieved 8 strikes. The 2 8 strikes have left the gathered crowd utterly astounded. Fortunately, they are all individuals of steadfast character. If those with wavering resolve were present, their hearts might very well shatter under the pressure. They are all human. One achieves 8 strikes, while another merely 2. The disparity is truly infuriating. Indeed, this person deliberately slowed his pace during the first challenge. Qingyun Mountains. He had harbored doubts at the time. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. He cast a knowing glance at Qin Han. The testing of the 1,000 participants concluded swiftly. Of these, only 400 were assigned to the outer sect, while 600 became miscellaneous disciples, with the outer sect disciples comprising less than half of the total. You might think 400 geniuses is a substantial number, but one must consider the context. Emerging from a population of billions, only 400 have ascended to become outer sect disciples in the vast Lingzhou, highlighting the arduousness of the journey. Of course, this was merely the halfway point of the first challenge, with a full 10 days remaining. 10 fleeting days passed in an instant. Ultimately, 2,000 individuals emerged from the billions, with 600 becoming outer sect disciples and 1,400 as miscellaneous disciples. Among the Lin family's younger generation, 10 became miscellaneous disciples, while 5 entered the outer sect. Those who associate closely with the esteemed often rise above. Through their devotion to the main sect, they distinguished themselves from the myriad. This is the outcome of the Qingyun Sect's recent recruitment examination. Some may remark on the high talent of those who could not join the Qingyun Sect. If one cannot even pass the first challenge, what value does high talent hold? The Qingyun Sect prioritizes quality over quantity in its recruitment. Those who did not succeed returned dejectedly, having arrived with hopes and dreams of life within the esteemed sect, only to return to reality with disappointment. In the Qingyun Hall, congratulations to the host for completing the mountain opening recruitment task. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qingyun Sect's exclusive cultivation technique, Qingyun Immortal Method. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Qingyun Sect's exclusive martial art, Qingyun Thunderpalm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the protective Grand Formation, Qingyun Purgatory Formation, Qingyun Immortal Method, an exclusive technique tailored for the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, serving as the foundational cultivation method, Qingyun Thunderpalm, a celestial art that, when combined with the Qingyun Immortal Method, unleashes its full potential, striking with the swiftness of thunder and the grace of drifting clouds. A fundamental martial skill of the Qingyun Sect. The Azure Cloud Hell Array, a dedicated protective formation of the sect, capable of withstanding any assault beneath the level of an emperor. Those who intrude shall find themselves ensnared as if in a hellish abyss, with life and death hanging in the balance. Upon the conclusion of the disciple recruitment, the system rewards will be dispensed. At this moment, Feng Qingyang is examining the profiles of these disciples. As the sect leader, although the affairs are primarily managed by the elders, such a significant event as establishing the sect and accepting disciples warrants his attention. An old man with a golden finger and a reincarnated emperor. How intriguing. The system interface displays the information of Ning Yin and Qin Han, two prodigies of remarkable talent. It is quite unexpected to recruit such geniuses alongside his own disciples in Lingzhou. What a delightful surprise. Master, at this juncture, Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Hua Qingyu enter the room. Why have you three come to seek me instead of engaging in your cultivation? Feng Qingyang inquired, astonished. Master, after deliberation, we have decided to venture out together for some practical experience, Shi Hao stated respectfully, taking the lead. Chapter 44. The Celestial Path of Qingyun. Forging a timeless legacy, embarking on an expedition? Very well. Although his three disciples possess extraordinary talents, their late start has hindered their current levels of mastery. Shi Hao is in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, while Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu are at the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Their cultivation journey has been brief, yet they have achieved such remarkable prowess. In terms of cultivation speed, they're indeed rare gems. Shi Hao had his cultivation reset. Lin Bai awakened his potential after 18 years of being considered worthless, and Hua Qingyu, the Phoenix Holy Body, has only recently activated her abilities. Yet within the sect, there exists the Qingyun secret realm and the Disciples' Trial Tower. Is it truly necessary to venture outside for further experience? Ding! It has been detected that the Shengzhou Shangxian secret realm will open in a month. The host may send disciples there. The Shangxian secret realm? Feng Qingyang murmured, sensing an opportunity awaiting to be seized. Indeed, Master, a sheltered fledgling never soars high. Therefore, we have resolved to venture forth and spread the illustrious name of Qingyun. Shi Hao stepped forward respectfully and declared, a journey of exploration will be beneficial, and I eagerly anticipate your growth upon your return. I shall provide you with guidance. In a moment of contemplation, I have glimpsed the past and future, discovering that the Shengzhou Shangxian secret realm will soon open. You three should journey there. Go forth. After speaking, Feng Qingyang focused his mind and transmitted a message to Mu Shuixian. Master, before Shi Hao could finish, Feng Qingyang interrupted him. He understood their intentions, merely farewells. It was not a matter of life and death. Why indulge in such melancholy? Depart, but remain safe. The sect will always be your steadfast support. Once Shi Hao and the others had gathered their belongings and, after a brief encounter with Elder Shuixian, left the sect, they glanced back longingly before stepping onto their path. We shall undoubtedly return. They believed that upon their return, they would emerge as conquerors. Thus, the three entered the eastern region, stirring the winds and clouds, embarking on their legendary journey. Qingyun Sect, Outer Sect Area. The divisions between the inner and outer sects and the area for miscellaneous disciples have now been clearly delineated. Due to the abundance of miscellaneous disciples, the sect has recruited several stewards from the outside world to assist in guiding them. They also take care of various tasks for the elders of both the inner and outer sections. However, there is no need to worry about confidentiality breaches. These stewards have all ascended through the illusionary sky ladder and are now wholeheartedly loyal to the Qingyun Sect. To mitigate any potential issues, they were treated to their favorite candy beans upon entering the sect, ensuring they could be easily managed. At this moment, 600 disciples clad in outer sect attire stood in neat rows within the plaza. Elder Lin Bai instructed the stewards to distribute the tokens to the outer sect disciples. Have you all received your tokens? This is a token for each of you, and it must be kept secure. Each token is bound to your identity, serving not only as proof of your status, but also allowing you to accumulate contribution points. The outer sect disciples gazed joyfully at the tokens in their hands. The azure and white token mirrored the colors of their sect's attire, inscribed on the front with the words Qingyun Sect and on the back with Outer Gate in bold characters. Once bound, a slight infusion of spiritual energy would cause their names to emerge on the face of the token. Upon severing the bond, the names would vanish. Lin Bai continued, stating that contribution points could be exchanged for various sect techniques, martial skills, and elixirs. As for acquiring contribution points, one could consult the task panel in the dedicated contribution hall. With contribution points, members could also freely post tasks, with the sect taking only a 5% venue fee. However, as the Qingyun Sect had only just stepped into the world, there were not many tasks available. Hence, your primary mission now is to diligently cultivate. I will now distribute a copy of the sect rules. You must commit them to memory and avoid transgressions, for violations will result in severe punishment. After 10 days of discussion and revision, the rules have finally been established. Upon opening the document, the first rule ignited a fervor among the disciples. Those who offend the Qingyun Sect shall be pursued, no matter how distant. The second rule, no betrayal of the sect. Violators shall be punished. The third rule, no infighting among fellow disciples. Violators shall be punished. The fourth rule, no unjust humiliation of others. Violators shall be punished. The fifth rule, no unwarranted disrespect to superiors. Violators shall be punished. The sixth rule, no divulging of sect techniques. Violators shall face death. The seventh rule, no leaking of sect secrets. Violators shall descend into eternal damnation. The eighth rule, no disturbing the world. Violators shall be hunted down without mercy. The 8 formidable rules were etched with profound cultivation into the sect regulations. Before long, within the outer sect's training hall, Lin Bai announced, "The sect rules and tokens have been distributed. Now, I shall impart the foundational techniques and martial skills of the Qingyun Sect. To prevent confusion, let me clarify, this book's premise allows for the effortless conversion of techniques, as long as the corresponding spiritual energy within is transformed. There is no need for recultivation, a straightforward narrative. Now expand your consciousness," he instructed. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd complied. Only Qin Han and Ning Yin hesitated for a moment before releasing their consciousness. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Bai sent forth the Qingyun Celestial Technique and the Qingyun Thunderclap Palm, which transformed into luminous orbs and entered the minds of all present. Is this truly what one would call foundational techniques and martial skills? How extravagant! I adore it. As the techniques and skills manifested in their minds, they briefly sensed their immense power, far surpassing the techniques and skills they had previously practiced by thousands of times. The disparity was astonishing. One could not easily trust the elder's words. Effortless, simple, a stairway to heaven, these thoughts echoed in their minds. If this indeed qualifies as foundational techniques, then what they practiced before must have been utterly worthless. The unappreciative among them struggled to articulate their sentiments. Yet, there were those who recognized the value, such as the 5 young members of the Lin family, who, having practiced celestial techniques, could discern the difference. Qin Han, the reincarnation of a great emperor, was among them. At this moment, he trembled with excitement. Could it be celestial techniques? He practices the divine methods of the great emperors from his previous life. Far from being so detached and formidable. Could it be that this emperor's reincarnation is not solely linked to that woman, Lin Yao? This is preordained by the heavens. With such celestial techniques, he can ascend further, perhaps even transcend the great emperors. The elder within Ning Yan's necklace trembled in response. This martial art and technique were astonishingly powerful. I, too, yearn to join the Qingyun Sect. I beseech your acceptance. Elder, what realm do these techniques and martial arts belong to? I have never encountered their like. Why are they so extraordinarily potent? There is no need for practice. Merely sensing them evokes profound awe. This is the exclusive celestial art of our Qingyun Sect. By cultivating our Qingyun celestial techniques, one forges a legacy that will endure through the ages. Those who attain mastery shall not fall into the cycle of reincarnation, transcending the mortal realm. Their renown echoing through eternity, revered by all. Chapter 45. The Disciple Trial Tower and the Trial Rankings. 10 days have elapsed since the initiation of new disciples at Qingyun Sect, and everything within the sect operates in an orderly manner. The disciples are fervently engrossed in their cultivation, each aspiring to ascend into the top 10 of the rankings once they are finalized in 2 months, which would allow them to advance further within the sect. Upon observing this phenomenon, Feng Qingyang exclaimed that the internal competition within the sect has become excessively intense. Unlike him, who can only indulge in fishing and strolling. Cultivation? What a farce! Let us hurry, for the elders have granted us permission to enter the trial tower for our assessments. Indeed, you go ahead. I shall fetch my junior brother Zheng Wuyu. At the base of the disciple trial tower, a considerable number of disciples have already gathered. The tower, soaring 100 stories into the sky, emanates a formidable aura of pressure upon all who stand before it. How splendid! At last, we can enter the trial tower for cultivation. After tirelessly practicing day and night for over 10 days, they are eager to evaluate their progress. On their first day, they were captivated by this iconic structure of the sect, speculating curiously about its purpose. Following an explanation from the elders, they learned that this tower is specifically designed for the trials of disciples, and within its confines, true death is averted. Thus, it is an excellent venue for enhancing one's abilities. Only through life and death duels can one infinitely augment their strength and combat experience. However, the elders cautioned them that they could not yet utilize the tower. They must first master their techniques and martial skills for optimal practice. After 10 days of diligent training, the moment to enter and test themselves has finally arrived. The crowd is brimming with anticipation. The question remains, which brave soul will venture first to explore the path ahead? With initial experience, one can perform even better. But should they enter through the front or the back? I, Zheng Wuyu, shall scout the way for everyone. A young man clad in outer sect attire stepped forward and boldly declared before entering the trial tower. Go for it, Wuyu, cheered the 2 disciples who accompanied him, encouraging their junior brother as he charged in. 2.5 minutes later, Zheng Wuyu was hastily returned, looking rather disheveled. Outside the trial tower, the rankings displayed his name. Trial rankings, first place, Zheng Wuyu, 12th floor. What a glorious moment. Zheng Wuyu was so elated that he nearly leaped with joy. Although he had only reached the 12th floor, he was still first. He understood that this ranking would soon change, but what did it matter? He had tasted the sweetness of victory and could boast of having once held the title. How is it inside, junior brother Wuyu? The disciples eagerly gathered around him, inquiring. Hee, you'll find out for yourselves once you step in. It's exhilarating. Zheng Wuyu teased, adding an air of mystery. Subsequently, the disciples ventured into the tower one after another. Before long, wow, after surpassing the 20th floor, it's like hellish difficulty, lamented a disciple who had been teleported back down. Now that is what I call a challenge. If it were too easy to pass, what would be the point of a trial? The trial leaderboard has been updated. The first place goes to Lu Rinjia, reaching the 20th level. The second place is occupied by Lu Obatu, also at the 20th level. The third place belongs to Zheng Xiao, who too has reached the 20th level. Up to this point, the highest-ranking individual has only managed to progress to the 21st level. It is no wonder the disciples have complained that beyond the 20th level, it becomes an ordeal of hellish difficulty. Senior brother Qin Han and senior brother Ning Yan have arrived. Although the outer sect leaderboard has yet to be activated for ranking, these two are universally recognized in their esteemed positions amongst the disciples. The talent of a great emperor is a jest? Qin Han and Ning Yin approached with purpose. Without pausing, they stepped directly into the trial tower. Upon entering the first level of the trial tower, they were greeted by reflections of themselves. Yet another illusion. Qin Han mused, and then, with a decisive punch, struck down his own image. Indeed, another self. Both progressed with astonishing speed, swiftly advancing to the 10th level, defeating their foes with a single blow. Outside the tower, as the illumination of the 10th level brightened, the gathered disciples were left in awe of the rapid progression of the two. These senior brothers are remarkably swift. Indeed, they must have just entered. Truly, the realm of prodigies is beyond our comprehension. Feeling disheartened, I resolved to train diligently with my fellow disciples for an entire month, tirelessly. Goodness, senior brother, your spirit is unyielding, but don't drag us into this. We haven't closed our eyes for 10 days. Meanwhile, at a distance, Elder Mu pondered how far these two might advance. Intersect elders Luo Chun, Mu Shuixian, Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao, and Merit Hall Elder Hailong had gathered. As they had only recently entered the world, they were still solitary commanders, without any disciples under their guidance. Thus, they felt quite at ease, taking this opportunity to observe the outer sect disciples. Uncertain, Mu Shuixian contemplated, but their talents are exceptional and their strength formidable. Though this is their first trial, I estimate they will not falter in their progress. She had heard of their esteemed reputations, prodigies of great promise, destined to become emperors in the future. Having herself reached the great emperor realm in her past life, she understood the heights of their talents and strength. She found herself questioning how such imperial gifts seemed to be abundant, even appearing in pairs during this recruitment of disciples. Could it be the arrival of a great era of contention? It seems these two are destined to enter the inner sect in 2 months. It appears that this elder must also select some disciples for the Law Enforcement Hall, remarked Elder Luo Wudao. The Law Enforcement Hall plays a crucial role in maintaining sect order and curbing the misbehavior of disciples. Currently, aside from him, the hall is devoid of any other elders. At this moment in the trial tower, Qin Han had already breached the 20th level, reaching the 21st. To his surprise, he encountered Lin Yao. This level serves as a watershed. Overcoming it would lead to a smooth passage through the subsequent 30 levels. Yet, this very level had thwarted all previous challengers. This illusion is a manifestation of the obsessions harbored within your heart. Although the strength of the adversary mirrors that of the challenger, the deeper your fixation, the more formidable he becomes. Lin Yao, you treacherous woman, I shall slay you. Though Qin Han is aware that this is merely an illusion, the flesh and blood of his heart renders him incapable of remaining calm. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with enmity. From deep affection to betrayal, from daily companionship to the act of taking his life. How could such an indelible wound ever be forgotten? The illusory Lin Yao, crafted from his torment, smirks with a hint of cold amusement as she senses his emotional turmoil. Chapter 46, Shattering this Layer. Outer Gate Rankings I Shall Slay You. In an instant, Qin Han surged forward, unleashing a tempest of violent spiritual energy towards Lin Yao. The illusory Lin Yao merely responded with a cold smile, advancing with equal fervor. With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can kill me? By what right do you presume such a thing? Within the 21st layer, an expanse of spiritual energy surged chaotically as the two combatants matched each other blow for blow. The more furious Qin Han became, the stronger the illusion before him grew. Meanwhile, Ning Yin had also arrived at the 21st layer, encountering a figure he would never forget for the rest of his life. Shinner, what are you doing here? Were you not heading to the central domain? Qingyun Zhi, I cannot bear to leave you. Please come here. Shinner has something to tell you. A young maiden clad in blue, her visage as radiant as a peach blossom, appeared not far away, enticing Ning Yin to approach. This is the illusion of Shinner. Quickly shatter it. Only by doing so can one progress. The elder within the necklace, observing Ning Yan's hesitation, offered a timely reminder. I understand, master, but I find myself unable to act against her. Xiao Shinner was his childhood sweetheart, taken away by her family to the central domain 3 years prior. Upon seeing the illusionary form of Xiao Shinner, the long-buried feelings within him erupted like a torrential flood, overwhelming him. What does it matter if she is but an illusion? To behold you once more, I would welcome death. This is precisely why disciples often find themselves ensnared at the 21st layer. The trial tower at this level pierces the depths of one's heart, manifesting the deepest obsessions within. The stronger the obsession, the more formidable the illusion becomes. Some harbor the image of a beloved woman, others an enduring nemesis, feelings of guilt toward those wronged, regrets from the past, and even their inner demons. Only by shattering these obsessions and reaffirming one's true self can one advance beyond this layer. Outside the tower, as expected by the gathered disciples, even prodigies, such as the two senior brothers, found themselves halted at the 21st layer. They knew well the trials that awaited, particularly one disciple who had lamented the hellish difficulty after the 20th layer, now feeling the weight of his experience. He encountered someone he never wished to see again. Realizing this was the root of his obsession. If he could not transcend this hurdle, his path of cultivation would yield no significant achievements. On Qinhan's side, he grew increasingly composed. After all, his mindset as an emperor was firmly established. Initially, he had been thrown off by the sight of this cruel woman, yet he recognized the illusion for what it was. When a person is pushed to their limits, they must unleash their pent-up frustrations. Is that all you have? You can't continue? Did you not desire to kill me? With such meager attempts, you shall never succeed. The illusory Lin Yao, noticing his growing calm, began to speak in a manner meant to provoke him. A mere illusion, and you think to ensnare this emperor? Watch as I dismantle your deception. Lin Yao, mark my words. One day, I shall tear you apart, just as I will shatter this illusion. With that declaration, Qinhan activated the Qingyun celestial technique. Turquoise spiritual energy surged forth visibly, manifesting in a chaotic torrent. Qingyun Thunder Palm, with a swift strike akin to thunder, akin to the ethereal Lin Yao. A thunderous sound erupted, shattering the illusion of Lin Yao and fracturing the 21st layer of the illusion. Qinhan subsequently ascended to the 22nd layer. Look! The lights of the 22nd layer have illuminated. Such terror it evoked. It remained uncertain whether it was Senior Brother Qin or Senior Brother Ning who accomplished this feat. The gathered disciples were transfixed, suddenly realizing that the lights of the 22nd layer had indeed brightened. They marveled at their senior brother's prowess, exclaiming that the formidable 21st layer could not contain them. Meanwhile, Ning Yin found himself lured by the illusion of Shao Xian'er, inching closer with each step until he stood before the girl in azure attire. He reached out, gently brushing aside a strand of her hair. Xian'er, do you know? I have longed for you. Each day, I envision the moment I have cultivated to the point of strength sufficient to visit you in the central domain. I dream of the day when I shall become a force that even the Shao family cannot overlook, and then I shall take you as my bride. I currently possess a powerful master and have joined a formidable sect. Rest assured, I will not keep you waiting for long. I know, Brother Ning, I miss you dearly as well. Shao Xian'er interrupted, stepping forward to embrace him. Upon hearing her words, Ning Yan's heart swelled with joy. Despite the trials he faced on his path of cultivation, that singular sentiment was enough to sustain him. However, Shao Xian'er secretly drew forth a sharp dagger, poised to strike at the heart of Ning Yan from behind. Yet, he had anticipated her move, swiftly seizing her wrist with a firm grip. Brother Ning, you silence. You are not her. No matter how closely you mimic her, Xian'er is irreplaceable in my eyes. He had merely wished to express the longing that had consumed him over the past 3 years. Was it too much to voice such an obsession? I will not permit anyone to imitate her. Even an illusion cannot suffice. Closing his eyes, he raised his hand, and with a decisive motion, he brought down his sword. The 21st layer shattered in response. Both Qinhan and Ning Yan ascended through the 21st layer, continuing their upward journey. Moments later, they emerged from the trial tower, and the leaderboard was promptly updated. Trial rankings. First place, Qinhan, 21st layer. Second place, Ning Yan, 20th layer. The disciples gathered outside were left astounded. These two senior brothers are extraordinary. After surpassing the 21st layer, they surged through an additional 20 layers before halting. My apologies, senior brother. I concede that my earlier remarks were overly loud. I retract my statements. It seems one can indeed blaze through the trials like a tiger, as evidenced by the leaderboard. As Ning Yan glanced at the rankings, he turned his gaze toward Qinhan, pondering that Qingyun would undoubtedly be his fiercest competitor in the future external rankings. He understood the daunting nature of the 40th layer. Having faltered there himself, it was astonishing that Qingyun had succeeded. I must intensify my training, Ning Yin silently resolved, decisively heading toward the training room. Senior brother, with such extraordinary talent and relentless dedication to cultivation, what excuse do we mere mortals have to be idle? Let us proceed to the training chamber and engage in a month of relentless endeavor. No, please, senior brother. The disciples were all inspired by Ning Yan's determination. Seeing their senior brother toil so diligently, they felt compelled to keep pace. Thus, a new wave of competition engulfed all the weary disciples. Even those slumbering among the menial workers, like Jinitai, were unceremoniously kicked from their beds. Sleep? What is sleep? We must rally together and astound everyone around us. The following day, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect were ablaze with enthusiasm. Under the esteemed direction of the revered sect leader, Feng Qingyang, the external and menial disciple rankings were ceremoniously unveiled. The disciples eagerly participated, for this was their sole pathway to advancement within the sect. Do you seek to acquire resources? Desire recognition from a sect? Yearn for fame across the eastern regions? Aspire to reach the pinnacle of existence? Then, summon forth your true potential. Chapter 47. The contest for rankings and faction rivalry at Qingyun Sect. In the outer sect square, a conspicuous leaderboard was unveiled. 10 days after the initiation of the outer sect rankings, numerous disciples formed factions, fiercely competing around the leaderboard. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. They gathered in small groups, with the largest faction swelling to 100 members. Disciples within a faction not only provided mutual assistance, but could also plan collaborations for future missions, a scenario that the sect favored, as competition fuels motivation, provided that they do not violate sect rules. Hey, you there! A disciple was startled by an abrupt voice while walking. What do you want? Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qinghai from the Zhatian faction. Noticing your exceptional talent and steady stride, would you be interested in joining our ranks? Zhatian faction? The disciple paused, having heard of this faction, reputed as the largest in the outer sect, filled with prodigies and skilled practitioners. My senior brother, Qingyan, currently holds the 3rd position on the outer sect leaderboard. Our faction occupies 30 spots on the entire board. If you join now, when my senior brothers ascend to the inner sect in 2 months, you will have their support. What do you think? I will join, senior brother. The disciple was taken aback by the invitation from the leading faction. Excellent. I shall introduce you to the senior brothers shortly, Qinghai said, joyfully patting the younger disciple on the shoulder. In just a few days, he had already recruited several members, leveraging his eloquence, enabling Zhatian to flourish rapidly in the outer sect, earning a reputation that soared above the rest. Hee. What can Long Ao Yin and his Dragon Gate do against my Zhatian faction? The Dragon Gate, led by Long Ao Yin, represented their greatest competitor and was the 2nd largest faction in the outer sect. The disciples of the 2 factions were engaged in a tight contest for rankings on the leaderboard. The 3rd largest faction, the Tianwu faction, was established by Luo Wu, who ranked 5th on the leaderboard, comprised entirely of female disciples from the outer sect. However, the Tianwu faction lacked strength, securing only 10 spots on the leaderboard, far inferior to the 2 larger factions. In the outer sect, within the disciples' hall of Zhatian faction, the conversation unfolded. How is Yuan Chu doing? Did senior brother Qingyun agree to join us? No. Senior brother Qingyun expressed disinterest in our trifling matters. What about senior brother Ningyan? Neither. He told me not to disturb his cultivation. Woe is me. Alas, it seems that for Zhatian faction to continue its expansion, we must rely on our own strength. That Long Ao Yin's Dragon Gate has been advancing too rapidly. Their ranks are nearly on par with ours. Fear not, senior brother Qingyan. With my presence, Dragon Gate shall never surpass Zhatian. No, I shall retreat for a month of seclusion. I will draw my sword 100 times each day, 100 times. Once I master my sword technique, I shall undoubtedly break into the top 10 of the leaderboard. A disciple fervently practiced the art of drawing and sheathing his sword. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the sect, his horizons had broadened significantly. This group of disciples, united in their aspirations and dreams, shared a singular ambition, to ascend and attain the status of a great emperor. What of lacking talent? They would defy the heavens. What of humble beginnings? True manhood lies in adaptability. Indeed, our sect, the Exploding Sky Sect, is the paramount faction. Let us all strive diligently in our cultivation, for a multitude of challenges await us. Qingyun, the representative of the Exploding Sky Sect, declared. He currently ranked third on the leaderboard, with Qin Han in first place and Ning Yen in second. Fourth was Long Out Yen from the Dragon Gate, and as for challenging Brother Qin Han and Brother Ning Yen, that would have to wait until he was more confident. For now, the priority was to maintain his third position and not allow Long Out Yen to usurp him. Brother Qingyun, Brother Qingyun. At that moment, a disciple rushed over in haste. Little fourth, why are you in such a hurry? Come, sit down and speak slowly. Brother, Long Out Yen from the Dragon Gate has issued a challenge to you. Little fourth exclaimed upon entering. Well, just as I was saying to secure my third position, Long Out Yen comes to challenge me. Let us go and see, Qingyun replied. At the outer sect's martial arena, a sizable crowd had already gathered. A disciple, puzzled by the commotion, inquired of another nearby. Brother, what is the occasion today? Why are so many gathered here? Is it that brothers Qin Han and Ning Yen are about to battle once more? The disciple eagerly inquired. Just days prior, their previous contest had left the spectators thoroughly entertained, all in awe of the two brothers' prowess. Ultimately, Brother Ning Yen had faced defeat, yet he had vowed to challenge again soon. No, it is Brother Long Out Yen who is challenging Brother Qingyun. That works too. The fourth ranked challenging the third. It seems another thrilling battle is on the horizon. The man responded, joining the crowd in anticipation. Before long, the followers of both the Dragon Gate and the Exploding Sky Sect arrived. They're here. Who do you favor, brother? It's hard to say. In the last contest, the two brothers were neck and neck. This time, it could go either way. Even before the battle commenced, the disciples below began to speculate and discuss the potential outcomes. Long Out Yen and Qingyun ascended the stage. Long Out Yen, with his flowing hair cascading over his shoulders, exuded an air of nonchalance and dominance. Qingyun, a youth of refined appearance, held a folding fan, emanating an aura of scholarly grace. Exploding Sky Sect. Exploding Sky Sect. Brother Qingyun shall prevail. Brother Qingyun shall prevail. Cheer the disciples of the Exploding Sky Sect. Dragon Gate. Dragon Gate. Brother Out Yen will surely win. Brother Out Yen will surely win. The disciples of the Dragon Gate retorted, equally fervent. Now, it was a contest of spirit. Regardless of their combat skills, neither side could afford to falter in momentum. Dragon Ao Tian, how dare you challenge me after just a few days? I, Dragon Ao Tian, refused to accept defeat. The last time you triumphed was merely by chance. Come me once more. Very well, as you wish. Dragon Ao Tian summoned his spiritual energy, revealing his pinnacle golden core cultivation. Qingyun advanced to meet him. With a folding fan in hand, he countered each move, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to concede. Spiritual energy surged throughout the arena as the two formidable golden core cultivators clashed. Their levels of cultivation were only surpassed by Qin Han and Ning Yen, making them the strongest in the outer sect. They were but a step away from breaking through the golden core and entering the nascent soul stage. Amidst their fierce exchange, Qingyun intentionally exposed a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Dragon Ao Tian struck decisively. Aha! This lad has indeed fallen for it. Qingyun capitalized on the moment, striking with his fan and sending Dragon Ao Tian flying, crashing onto the arena floor. Qingyun brother. The disciples of the Exploding Sky Sect cheered even louder upon witnessing their brother's victory. As Dragon Ao Tian lay on the ground, he opened his eyes to see Qingyun standing before him, extending a hand. Rise, Ao Qian. You're not injured, are you? I'm fine, but Qingyun you. Dragon Ao Tian was lifted up, puzzled. We are all from the same sect. It's best to keep things light. Chapter 48. The Beast Tide Erupts. Sweeping across 4 states meanwhile, in Lingzhou, within the Beast Forest. The Beast Forest connects the 4 continents, Lingzhou, Huangzhou, Tianzhou, and Qingzhou. This forest is teeming with myriad ferocious beasts, which at intervals heed the commands of their beast king and unleash a tide of monsters upon the various states. Today, An immense wave of beasts surged forth with an unstoppable force, brazenly assaulting the four continents. In an instant, the four states trembled, and the cries of the innocent filled the air. The three great holy lands, Dongxian Holy Land, Huanyue Holy Land, and Tianqing Holy Land, simultaneously proclaimed a united front against the beasts to all the major forces across the states. Baishan City, the closest city in Lingzhou to the beast forest, once fortified by the presence of the Tianjai, now lay vulnerable after its destruction by the Qingyun Sect, leaving it a disjointed assembly of forces. Countless ferocious beasts relentlessly assaulted the city. The first-tier beasts were innumerable, the second-tier beasts countless, the third-tier beasts formed mountains and seas, while the fourth-tier beasts covered the hills. Yet, these were mere cannon fodder at the forefront. The true threat lay with the beasts above the fifth tier. As far as the eye could see, tens of thousands of fifth and sixth-tier beasts advanced, with thousands of seventh-tier beasts following closely behind, and even a few eighth-tier beasts among them. These creatures, with their tough hides and blood-red eyes, charged forward with wild abandon. The cacophony of roars from various beasts was deafening. The ranks of the beasts correspond to the cultivation levels of the practitioners. First tier equals chi refinement, second tier equals foundation establishment, third tier equals golden core, fourth tier equals nascent soul, fifth tier equals void realm, sixth tier equals spirit transformation, seventh tier equals true person, eighth tier equals space shattering, ninth tier equals saintly entry, and so forth. Beasts reaching the ninth tier are considered holy beasts, possessing formidable strength and commanding their respective beast clans. As for the higher tiers, holy kings, sovereign beasts, and emperor beasts, they have never been seen in the eastern domain and exist solely in the powerful central domain. Should these beasts be unleashed upon the eastern domain, it would spell disaster. However, beasts possess a vitality that surpasses that of cultivators, making them slightly stronger than practitioners of the same tier. It is said that the Beast King controlling the beasts within the forest is a ninth-tier holy beast, prompting the three great holy lands to treat the situation with utmost caution, announcing a coalition of all forces across the four continents to confront the threat. At Baishan City, upon the city walls, the ground outside lay strewn with carcasses, rivers of blood flowing across the terrain. The defenders, comprising various major forces, had repelled numerous assaults from the beasts. Master, we cannot hold out much longer. At most, we have one more day before they breach the city. A bloodied man staggered to the leader, urgency in his voice. Those wretched beasts. No, we cannot retreat. If we do, our home will be obliterated by these monsters. This city served as the first line of defense in Lingzhou against the beasts. Should it fall, the gates of Lingzhou would swing wide open, allowing the frenzied beasts to ravage the land. Half a day prior, the head of the dominant force, Yi Wu of the Yi clan, had united the various factions within the city to resist the beasts. Yet, despite their efforts, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. They could only hold out for one more day before total annihilation ensued. We must endure, even if it costs us dearly. I have just dispatched someone to inform the major factions of the upper sect and Lingzhou, and I believe powerful warriors will soon arrive. For now, hold the line. Even if it costs us our lives, these demonic beasts shall not enter the city without stepping over our corpses. At that moment, a sixth-tier demonic beast lunged at the city wall, sinking its teeth into Yi Wu's arm. Ah! Yi Wu cried out in pain. Master, step aside, I am fine. Quickly, return to the wall. The beasts are advancing. With a swift strike, Yi Wu cleaved the beast that clamped onto his arm in half, bellowing with fury. Alas! The ancestor of the broken void realm was entangled in a fierce battle with an eighth-tier beast, unable to attend to this matter. That was the true battlefield. Within the walls of Batian City, fear gripped the hearts of the populace. Those with some cultivation and vigor had already rushed to defend the walls, while the remainder consisted of trembling weaklings or those who had long since packed their belongings and fled. In the face of calamity, all are equal. Not everyone possesses the courage of the Yi family leaders. Partners in life are like birds in the same forest. Yet, when disaster strikes, they take flight in their own directions. However, they fail to realize that beneath a fallen nest, there can be no intact eggs. Once a prosperous city in all of Lingzhou, Tianwu City is now nearly deserted, engulfed in flames of war that consume every inch of land. A Qingyun Sect, In the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang sat at the head position, scrutinizing the system interface while contemplating the direction of future developments. The current state of Qingyun Sect could be deemed a bottleneck in its growth. To continue flourishing, it must expand relentlessly, recruiting powerful individuals and talented prodigies to elevate the sect's renown. With a Grand Emperor Ancestor and so many elders, there is no need to remain in isolation. Master, Feng Qingyang, Realm, Midstage True Person Disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu, Physique, Celestial God Body. Sect Powers, Ancestor Li Qingyun, Peak Grand Emperor, Guardian Elder Wang Xian, Peak Broken Void Realm, Outer Sect Elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, Mu Feng, Peak Broken Void Realm, 5 Guardians. Inner Sect Elders Mu Shui Xian, Saint Realm, Luo Chun, Half Saint, Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wu Dao, Saint Realm, Technique Hall Elder Nyahai Long, Peak Saint Realm. Outer Sect Disciples, 600, Miscellaneous Disciples, 1,400. Sect, Qingyun Sect, Level 1, 9,000, 10,000. After so many days of languid existence, my realm has only improved by a small margin. As the foremost celestial god body, what a shame. This will not do. As the sect leader, I cannot continue to be so lackadaisical. Damn it, system, be quiet. Life's 3 great joys are eating, drinking, and having fun. Do you understand? Of course not. You wretched system. What do you know? In light of the host's lackadaisical behavior, this system expresses disdain and gives you the middle finger. Publish the latest task to recruit a talented disciple. Completion will yield substantial rewards. Disciple Interface, daughter of the Master of Yudon Holy Land, Li Yinji. Realm, early stage nascent soul, 4th tier alchemist. Yudon Holy Land, one of the 5 great holy lands of the eastern region, with profound foundations, a powerful alchemical force, revered by millions. What on earth? How remarkable! The daughter of the Holy Master from the sacred land of alchemy has tasked me with a rather audacious mission. Wait, perhaps Rob is not entirely accurate, but it is not without its merits. Ahem. Coincidentally, my Qingyun Sect is in dire need of an alchemist. If I could seize the entire sacred land, then it'll be done. I shall accept this task, granting the system a favor on behalf of my sect. There are no penalties for failing to complete the task. Had this been during the previous days of languid existence, I would undoubtedly have declined. However, this time, not only can I earn rewards, but I can also address the sect's demand for elixirs. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such an opportunity. Truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as Feng Qingyang was contemplating this, Elder Yi Bai from the Outer Sect reported and entered the Grand Hall. Master, the tide of monstrous beasts is upon us. Chapter 49. The Outer Sect disciples strike back a tide of demonic beasts? Indeed, Master. The beast tide from the monster forest has already engulfed the 4 continents, including our Lingzhou. At the barrier of Lingzhou, the city of Batian is on the verge of collapse, and the Yi family of Tianwu City has sent out distress signals to the major forces of Lingzhou. Upon finishing his words, Yi Bai retrieved a blood-stained letter from his pocket. Feng Qingyang, upon seeing this, extended his hand, and the letter flew into his grasp for inspection. To the esteemed sect master, I am Yi Wu, the head of the Yi family in Batian City. Today, at the hour of Chun, the monster forest exhibited unusual activity, followed by countless demon beast kings launching an assault on Tianwu City. Our families are fighting valiantly, but the disparity in strength is vast. The city may soon fall, and lives may be lost. Batian City serves as the shield of our Lingzhou. Should the demonic beasts breach the city, they will sweep through Lingzhou, potentially repeating the tragic events of the year 88481. I implore the sect to dispatch powerful reinforcements. Batian City. The monster forest. Beep. A new mission has been issued. The beast tide is approaching. As the leading sect of the state, how can we remain indifferent? Lingzhou is under the control of the Qingyun Sect. How can we allow foreign entities to intrude? Please dispatch elders and disciples to rescue the people of Lingzhou from peril, eradicate the demonic beasts in the wilderness, and disseminate the sect's prestige to every corner of Lingzhou. Completion of this mission will yield substantial rewards, as well as unlock the prestige value marketplace and prestige point lottery. Surely, you do not wish to witness Lingzhou under the Qingyun Sect stewardship, become riddled with wounds? Another mission? The system is particularly diligent today. However, Feng Qingyang refrained from further commentary. Even without rewards, he would still send aid. It was not a matter of compassion, but rather a principle. Most disciples of the Qingyun Sect hail from Lingzhou, and now their homeland is on the brink of destruction. They are likely to be even more anxious. Moreover, this presents a splendid opportunity for the disciples' trials. They can earn task rewards and access the prestige value marketplace and lottery. It is truly a case of killing multiple birds with one stone. With this thought in mind, Feng Qingyang summoned 2 intersect elders using his spiritual sense. Upon receiving the message, Mu Shuixian and Luo Chun hastened to Qingyun Hall. As intersect elders, they had been rather idle. It was time for action. Master, you summoned us. The 2, clad in elder robes, stood reverently in the grand hall, gazing respectfully at the master seated in the main position. The monster forest in Lingzhou has erupted with a tide of demonic beasts. I command you both to lead all outer sect disciples to Batian City to eliminate the beasts. A tide of demonic beasts? Mu Shuixian furrowed her brow, contemplating. Yes, master. Without further deliberation, the 2 promptly retreated. In the outer sect of Qingyun, a thunderous announcement reverberated. The mission hall of the sect issued a task. The demonic beasts are sweeping through Lingzhou, and the inner sect elders are specially appointed to lead the outer sect disciples to confront them. Slaying a first-tier demonic beast grants 1 contribution point. Slaying a second-tier beast grants 10 contribution points. Slaying a third-tier beast grants 100 contribution points. Slaying a 4th-tier beast grants 500 contribution points. And slaying a 5th-tier beast grants 1,000 contribution points. This structure aims to enhance the disciples' enthusiasm and reward their trials. Feng Qingyang waved his hand decisively, announcing the arrival of a contribution point mission. In essence, the more demon beasts one slays, particularly those of higher tiers, the more contribution points one accumulates. These points can later be exchanged for various items within the sect. What a revelation! Contribution points can finally be earned. The demon beast tide is sweeping across Lingzhou. This is serious. Quick, alert the senior brothers. At the Qinglian Sect, it was time for the brothers to shine. It is often said that to nurture soldiers for a day is to prepare for battle in a moment. As the foremost external sect of our sect, we must not bring shame upon it. Qinglian Sect, prepare for battle. Qingyan rose and proclaimed loudly. Simultaneously, news reached Dragon Gate's Long Outyin and Tianwu Sect's Luo Wu, among other major sects, prompting them to respond in kind. Even the reclusive Qin Han and Ning Yin emerged from their secluded cultivation. This mission promises to be truly rewarding. How dare those demon beasts invade our Lingzhou? To them, it represented wealth, resources, a tide of contribution points. Soon, under the assembly of the external elders, all external disciples gathered in an orderly fashion at the outer sect square. It was said that this operation would be led by 2 inner sect elders. Indeed, if our external elders possess such profound strength, one can only imagine the power of the inner sect elders. I wonder what they are like. I have never seen them. However, I am currently ranked 9th on the leaderboard, and once the rankings are finalized, I shall ascend to the inner sect. Hee. Hush, brother. The elders are coming. 2 women clad in inner sect elder robes, along with a middle-aged man, approached the gathered disciples. I am inner sect elder Mu Shuixian, and this is inner sect elder Luo Chun. We shall lead this mission. What a sight. Elder Mu is as beautiful as a celestial being. This is unacceptable. I must join the inner sect, if only for the sake of my eyes. This mission comes directly from the sect master, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Disciples, protect your homeland. Now, without further ado, let us depart. After Mu Shuixian finished speaking, she turned and boarded the Qingyun warship, followed by the orderly entry of the disciples. Following the distress signal from the Yi family, major forces across Lingzhou responded, dispatching powerful individuals and disciples to assist. Thus, a scene reminiscent of the previous siege on Qingyun Sect unfolded once more, but this time on a grander scale. The 3 newly emerged hegemonic forces, numerous top-tier factions, and first-rate sects all mobilized. Even second-rate and third-rate forces sent disciples and elders to the fray. This was the Lingzhou Defense War, and unity was imperative. Everyone understood that beneath a collapsing nest, no eggs remain intact. A multitude of colossal warships congregated densely, heading toward Batian City. At Qingyun City, countless sword cultivators gathered, spontaneously heading to Batian City to repel the demon beasts. Who says the sword path lacks loyalty? In times of crisis, we stand together. At Tianwu City, the head of the emerging first-rate Zhao family summoned all family disciples and elders to rush to Batian City. At Fuxing City, various rogue cultivators assembled before the city lord's mansion, led by the city lord toward Batian City. At Langyu City, all present understood the gravity of this life and death matter for Ling Zhou. Those unafraid of death, follow me. In the face of mortality, those who remain indifferent are either noble or burdened with responsibility. Chapter 50. The major factions reassemble at Batian at this moment. The battle in Batian City has reached a fever pitch. The army of ferocious beasts relentlessly charges towards the city walls, undeterred by the specter of death. The forces defending the city have suffered countless casualties, yet they combat the relentless waves of the beasts with unwavering resolve. However, the beasts seem to emerge in an unending stream from the monster forest, overwhelming the defenders. Their human strength is finite, and now a significant number of beasts have ascended the walls, savagely tearing at the cultivators who guard the city. Ah, damn beasts! How dare you bite me? Curse you! A man cried out as a bird-like creature clamped onto his rear. Yin Fei, come quickly! Get this beast off my backside. It's excruciating. The man, caught in a frenzy of combat, found himself unable to address the creature affixed to him and shouted desperately to his comrades. Thank goodness it's just my backside. If it had bitten me lower, the consequences are too grim to contemplate. The cultivators on the walls were being pushed back, their anguished cries merging with the roars of the beasts. Master, there are too many beasts scaling the walls. We cannot hold them. We must retreat to the city. We can leverage the terrain to buy some time. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu swiftly dispatched a fifth-tier beast with a single stroke of his sword and turned to survey the wall. He beheld a multitude of beasts occupying a substantial portion of the city, and the disciples of the Yi family had already suffered severe losses. The remaining cultivators were also on the brink of collapse, falling one after another. Is heaven determined to doom Batian City? Yi Wu despaired. The sword cultivators of Qingyun City are here. How dare these insignificant beasts trespass upon our Ling Zhou? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a resounding voice echoed from the west. He lifted his gaze towards that direction, and there they came, 3,000 sword cultivators racing towards them. The sword cultivators charged into the horde of beasts, their swords cleaving through the enemies, each arc of their blades harvesting another beast. In a flash, thousands of beasts were vanquished. Splendid. Reinforcements from Ling Zhou have arrived. We are saved. The crowd rallied at the command, ready to counterattack. Yi Wu rose, seizing a half-broken sword, and shouted to the remaining cultivators on the wall. Though the defenders had been on the verge of exhaustion, the sight of their reinforcements ignited a resurgence of strength within them. Coupled with the newly arrived 3,000 sword cultivators, they finally mustered the vigor to drive the beast from the walls. Meanwhile, a cacophony of immense sounds arose from behind Batian City. The cultivators on the walls glanced back in terror, fearing the approach of high-tier beasts. Had the ancestors been defeated? Yet, upon recognizing the newcomers, their expressions transformed from fear to elation. It was the various factions of Ling Zhou arriving en masse. Countless warships moved in formation, gliding over Batian City. After charging up with spirit stones, they unleashed an indiscriminate barrage of attacks upon the beasts below, with fierce laser cannons erupting forth, swiftly creating a vast vacuum of destruction. The monstrous beasts were so thoroughly obliterated that even their own kin could scarcely recognize them. Ultimately, after the furious roars of several high-ranking demon beasts, they retreated temporarily, leaving behind a grim tableau of their fallen brethren scattered across the ground. The charred remains of the beasts, when inhaled, surprisingly emitted an appetizing aroma. The various factions aboard the warship also withdrew. It is prudent to refrain from pursuing a desperate foe. They have already retreated deep into the forest of beasts, a terrain ill-suited for the maneuverability of warships. Fortuitously, the timely arrival of our allies averted a catastrophe. Otherwise, the city of Batian would have been trampled underfoot by these fiends. Yi Wu, the head of the Yi family, wiped the blood from his face and expressed his gratitude to the various factions. No, it is indeed the valiant efforts of the Yi family patriarch and his men, who fought fiercely to stall the beasts. Indeed, Yi Wu is a paragon of heroism for our Lingzhou. The onlookers gazed at Yi Wu's current state. Once the esteemed leader of a dominant faction, a figure of renown across the province, he now appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered and torn from the beast's assaults, with several large gashes marring his form. His visage was a grim tapestry of blood and sweat, wielding a broken sword. Fear not, esteemed patriarch, we shall take charge here. A steady stream of Lingzhou cultivators are on their way. While we may occasionally squabble amongst ourselves, we must unite in the face of such grave threats. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, 3 elders of the Yi family had endured for an extended period and were nearing their limit. They were engaged in a fierce struggle against 10 8th-tier demon beasts. The sheer ferocity of these 10 8th-tier beasts was terrifying. Upon reaching the 8th tier, these creatures ascend to the status of demon kings, capable of transformation and endowed with formidable strength. Their tough hides provided them with exceptional defense. Had the elders not relied on their agility to evade the onslaught, they would surely have been reduced to mere pulp by now. We cannot continue like this. It is only a matter of time before these abominations claim our lives. I wonder if reinforcements have arrived. If they do not come soon, I shall not be able to hold on any longer. At that moment, one of the Yi family elders, caught off guard, was violently hurled away by a powerful 8th-tier bull demon. Elder 2. With a cough of blood, the elder staggered to his feet. Just as the bull demon prepared to strike again, a potent wave of spiritual energy surged toward it, causing the beast to hastily evade. While it may have been somewhat simple-minded, it was not foolish. Despite its thick hide, it would prefer to avoid injury. At this juncture, laughter erupted. These brutes only know how to bully the weak with their numbers. Fear not. My 3 brothers, we have arrived. The elders of 3 major dominant factions had arrived just in time. Reinforcements had come. The 3 elders looked up in astonishment. After a prolonged battle, their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Had the reinforcements arrived, even a moment later, these 8th-tier beasts would have gone unchecked, and the consequences would have been dire. A total of 6 individuals had joined the fray. 3 mid-stage fractured Void Realm cultivators, 2 late-stage fractured Void Realm cultivators, and 1 at the pinnacle of the fractured Void Realm. Together with the 3 elders of the Yi family, they totaled 9 fractured Void Realm cultivators, sufficient to confront the 10 8th-tier beasts head-on. Damn humans! I, the old bull, shall trample you into the ground. Once my master, the demon sage, has the opportunity, I will lay waste to your Lingzhou. Another monstrous creature, exuding an overwhelming aura, stepped forward and declared, "Humph, how audacious of you, beast. Since when did mere insects dare to interject? If you wish to conquer Lingzhou, you must first seek the consent of the sword in my hand." With that, the elder swiftly brandished his sword and charged ahead. As for the demon saint mentioned by the beast, it was not a concern for them, as the sacred grounds and esteemed sects would deal with it accordingly. P.S. Having reached this point, we have amassed 100,000 words. My heartfelt gratitude goes to each reader who has journeyed this far. Your support is invaluable. The pace of the recent chapters has slowed slightly, but rest assured, it will soon regain its momentum. If anyone wishes to apply for the role of book operator, feel free to do so directly, should the number of inquiries increase. A group will be established. There will be another chapter in the early hours, though it may be delayed. Wishing you all a good night. Chapter 51. The 3 Sacred Lands. Onward to the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the wild state, at the eastern Xian Sacred Land, under the united proclamation of the 3 Sacred Lands, various sects and factions dispatched their formidable warriors to assist the cities bordering the beast forest. Rest assured, my lord, I, Wang Tung, shall lead my disciples into battle, declared Wang Tung. Since being humbled by Hua Qingyu in the ancient sacred realm, he had devoted himself to relentless cultivation, now having reached the mid-stage of the void realm, standing as a paragon among the youth of the eastern region. The impending beast tide was a matter of great significance. Take this, the sacred master said, as a scroll materialized in Wang Tung's hand. This scroll contained the full force strike of the Sacred Master, usable 3 times. "Thank you, my lord," Wang Tong exclaimed with joy. He had exhausted his previous scroll and had yet to request another from the elders of his sect. The former scrolls had been provided by semi-holy elders. This, however, was a full strike from the Sacred Master himself, a true upgrade. The extermination of the beasts was assured. He pondered about his companion, sure, in the spirit state. Would there be an opportunity to fight alongside him once more? The last time they had slain demons, and now they would vanquish beasts. The Eastern Xian Sacred Master gazed anxiously toward the direction of the beast forest, sensing that this beast tide was unlike any before. The remaining Sacred Realm powers had already been dispatched to the main battlefield, the true locus of victory or defeat. Should they falter, they would have no choice but to summon the ancestors. The collective strength of the 3 states far surpassed that of the spirit state, teeming with dominant forces and numerous top-tier powers, being the cradle of the 3 great sacred lands of the eastern region. Conversely, the spirit state had only a branch of the Tianji Pavilion, which was now but a shadow of its former self. Many strong warriors had perished during the recent assault on the Qingyun Sect, leaving the spirit state still short of its zenith. Nevertheless, with the Qingyun Sect as the leading sect, its resurgence seemed imminent. As the Sacred Lands proclamation echoed, countless factions responded with fervor. "How dare the beasts wreak havoc in our wild state? Gather, and when we capture the Beast King, I shall awaken it from its slumber and let it know who it has provoked. Your kindness is excessive. I hear the Beast King's flesh is delectable, particularly the tender parts, immensely nourishing. Inform Old Amo, I wish to feast on its delicacies." In the wild state's arid heaven city, the front line against the beasts, the cultivators, much like those in the spirit state's overlord city, had repelled waves of beastly assaults, leaving a grim scene of carnage. Yet, they managed to hold on until reinforcements from various factions arrived. The ancestors of the fragmented sky realm surged to the main battlefield, where 10 formidable 8th-tier beasts awaited. Simultaneously, in the Azure State, at the Tianqing Sacred Land, the Sacred Son, Mu Fan, under the guidance of the Sacred Master Tianqing, led the disciples and elders toward Chongqing City, which bordered the Beast Forest to the east. The overall strength of the Azure State was comparable to that of the Wild State. Yet the Tianqing Sacred Land lacked the profound heritage of the Eastern Xian Sacred Land, being a nascent sacred land. However, within the state, there exists a plethora of dominant forces and top-tier powers. They simply find themselves at a slight disadvantage on the primary battlefield. The heavenly state, the sacred land of Lanyue, under the decree of the Lord of Lanyue, operates at an accelerated pace. An unceasing stream of resources is dispatched to the front line of Xingyuan City to withstand the onslaught of demonic beasts. The holy maiden, Jimixin, leads the elders and disciples of her sect towards Xingyuan City. Should this battle end in defeat, it would result in mutual destruction. At that time, the inhabitants of Qingzhou would suffer greatly. Chapter 52. The Majestic Might of the Upper Sect. The slaughter of numerous beasts meanwhile, in Lingzhou, at the fortified city of Batian. A multitude of forces and an incessant influx of cultivators bolstered its defenses. Batian City currently stood as an impregnable fortress, having repelled several waves of beastly assaults. Not long after, a ferocious army of beasts surged forth once more, their numbers vastly exceeding previous encounters, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Roars and growls reverberated throughout the air, shaking the heavens. As one gazed into the distance, hundreds of 7th-tier beasts led the charge, followed closely by countless 6th-tier beasts, all surging forward with unbridled ferocity. 7th-tier beasts were akin to cultivators at the true person realm. What madness! So many 7th-tier beasts. Have these creatures gone insane? They intend to annihilate us in one fell swoop, exclaimed the leaders atop the city walls. It was as if everyone was placing small bets, and then suddenly, someone detonated a bomb. Do they truly believe Lingzhou is easy prey? Damn it, the dead rise to the heavens, but we shall endure for millennia. Let us fight back. A reward shall be generously bestowed upon anyone who slays 100 beasts. Master Yi, I'm Zhang, and that reward from your esteemed family is as good as mine. Ha! I am Wang Sanbao. Brother, do share a portion of that reward with me. My blade is eager for action. Amidst their banter, tens of thousands of cultivators soared from the city walls, charging towards the tide of beasts. In the presence of such 6th and 7th tier beasts, the city walls served little purpose, merely capable of fending off those below the 6th tier. Rather than remain passive, they chose to strike first. Let us plunge the world into chaos and obscure the sun and moon. Upon contact, a cataclysmic clash of forces erupted. The beasts exuded a malevolent aura that ascended into the heavens, while the cultivators unleashed their spiritual energy, a torrent that enveloped the land. In that instant of collision, thousands of cultivators cried out in bloodshed, and tens of thousands of beasts wailed in despair. The battle descended into chaos. However, the overwhelming number of beasts encircled the cultivators relentlessly. "Damn it! I shall fight to the bitter end," roared a cultivator besieged by the beasts, before self-destructing. Boom! A series of thunderous explosions erupted, sending shockwaves in all directions. The force of the self-detonation toppled thousands of beasts. Even ants can bring down an elephant when they swarm, let alone these frenzied beasts. The innumerable beasts surged forth, swiftly filling the void left behind. The various factions' warships also sprang into action. Thousands of vessels bombarding the beasts from behind, expending spirit stones like a flowing river. Waves of spiritual shockwaves continued to crash upon the enemy. Damnable humans. At that moment, a winged beast, a creature of formidable strength, soared from the rear, targeting the warships. Sensing the immense power emanating from the beast, the realization struck. It was a beast king, an 8th-tier beast king. Cursed fate. How can there still be a beast king here? Gasped the cultivators on the warships. Guarantee all the beast kings supposed to be at the main battlefield? Damn it. Is it not enough for you to play in the major leagues, but instead you choose to engage in the minor skirmishes? The enraged Beast King unleashed a frenzied assault upon the warships of the various factions. With a single strike, a vast fleet of warships was obliterated. At that moment, a colossal shockwave surged forth. Bang! The 8th-tier Demon King was instantly reduced to mere powder, unable to even emit a cry of anguish. The crowd looked up in awe as a massive azure warship, shrouding the sky, approached with grandeur. This imposing vessel was several times larger than any of the mightiest ships among the various factions. The shockwave that had annihilated the Demon King emanated from this very ship. It was the warship of the Qingyun Sect. The formidable forces of the Qingyun Sect had arrived. The Upper Sect. The Upper Sect. The might of the Upper Sect. A cultivator familiar with the Qingyun Sect's warship shouted in excitement. Wonderful! The formidable beings of our Lingzhou have come. Fellow cultivators, let us fight alongside our clan leader. The Qingyun warship continuously charged its energy, unleashing devastating strikes upon the tide of demon beasts. Each assault equated to a full force strike from a sage, causing the very ground at the periphery of the demon beast forest to sink several inches. Even the surrounding space was shattered into fragments. With a single blow, tens of thousands of demon beasts were obliterated, their remains vaporized into the air, dissipating into the ether. Incredible. The Upper Sect is astonishing, truly worthy of being the sovereign of Lingzhou. After such displays of power, the sacred grounds appeared trivial in their eyes. Perhaps the Upper Sect surpassed even the sacred grounds. The spectacle was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring. The tide of demon beasts, which had posed a fierce struggle, crumbled before the might of the Upper Sect as easily as a paper tiger. One must ponder, in the entire eastern region, which faction could possibly rival the Upper Sect. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect charged forth alongside their esteemed sage. A resounding voice echoed from the Qingyun warship. The gates of the vessel swung open, and Mu Shuixian, clad in elder robes, was the first to emerge with her sword drawn. The inner sect elder, Luo Chun, swiftly followed. The outer disciples of the Qingyun Sect poured out in succession. It was not that they wished to resolve the matter directly with the warship, but rather that the overwhelming power was difficult to control. A full force strike from a sage. Below, tens of thousands of Lingzhou cultivators were engaged in fierce combat with the demon beasts. There was a high likelihood of collateral damage. To slay hundreds of thousands of foes while inflicting losses upon themselves. Upon descending, Mu Shuixian unleashed her initial sage-level prowess. With a mere flick of her hand, a magnificent sword qi surged forth, instantly annihilating tens of thousands of demon beasts. Everyone from the Exploding Sky Sect, attack! Where's the Dragon Gate? Our Qingyun Sect shall not fall behind. The three major sects, along with the remaining disciples, followed closely behind the two elders, continuously slaying weaker demon beasts. The elders paid no heed to these creatures. A mere breath could extinguish them, naturally leaving them for the disciples. Mu Shuixian relentlessly unleashed Sword Qi, continuing her slaughter of the demon horde. Suddenly, she sensed numerous intense fluctuations of power above the demon beast forest. Could that be the main battlefield? Elder Luo, remain here to protect our disciples. I shall investigate that area. With this thought, Mu Shuixian turned to Elder Luo Chun, who was engaged in the extermination of demon beasts. As a half-saint level powerhouse, he was more than capable of maintaining control over the situation. Haha, what a bounty of contribution points. The disciples soon discovered that by effortlessly slaying a demon beast, the tokens hung at their waists would automatically absorb the creature's essence, thereby augmenting their corresponding contribution points. The ground was strewn with these demon beasts, each one a potential source of contribution, an invaluable resource. Seize them. The outer sect disciples were driven into a frenzy, for these abundant resources were essential for their ascent to the lofty heights of Qingyun. By heaven, Qinghai, bring me my great sword. I shall slay 100. Even the usually composed Qingyun cast aside his folding fan and shouted to his junior, Qinghai, if not now, then when? I will catch it for you, brother. Qinghai responded, tossing over a 3-meter-long greatsword. Under the leadership of their senior brothers, the disciples of various sects ruthlessly hunted the low-ranking demon beasts, as if anyone who dared to contest them would face their wrath. The onlooking cultivators were left astounded. Goodness, the prowess of the sect's elites was one thing, but even the disciples were ferocious. They fought as if spurred on by some kind of elation, especially the two youths in the west, who relentlessly pummeled several 4th-tier demon beasts. If they engage you, they will not relent. Shall I take my leave then? Chapter 53. The Battlefield of Confrontation. The outbreak of the Holy War. Meanwhile, above the demon beast forest, this is the primary battlefield of the grand conflict. On the side of Lingzhou, 9 venerable masters of the void-breaking realm engage in fierce combat against 10 8th-tier demon kings. The battle has persisted for several hours, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. The Lingzhou cultivators have sustained injuries, with 3 venerable masters wounded. Conversely, among the demon beasts, one has suffered a broken wing. The bull demon king has lost one of its majestic horns, and another beast is riddled with sword wounds. However, the intensity of this battle pales in comparison to those on the other 3 continents. Esteemed colleagues, let's refrain from blind assaults, for such actions will merely squander our spiritual energy. Should our strength be depleted, we shall perish here today. One venerable master, having repelled a demon king with his sword, cautioned with his divine sense. The spiritual energy within them is finite, and as time passes, they feel their strength waning. The demon beasts, on the other hand, transform into their massive forms, consuming their energy, identify their weaknesses, and strike decisively. He had discerned the vulnerability of one demon king, the bull demon king. Its weakness lay in the horns atop its head, the essence of its demonic aura. Having already severed one horn, he could sense a significant decline in the demon king's power. Resolute, he raised his sword once more and charged toward the bull demon king's imposing figure. Roar! The bull demon king, perceiving the cultivator's approach, let out a furious bellow, lowering its single horn to charge at the advancing figure. Damn human! How dare you sever my horn? I shall crush you! What an opportunity! The venerable master noted as the foolish bull lowered its head to strike. You foolish beast, perish! He channeled all his spiritual energy, bringing his sword down with immense force upon the remaining horn. With a resounding clang, the bull demon king's last horn fell away. Roar! 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 After several enraged bellows, the beast, in its defeat, plummeted earthward, crashing down with a thundering impact, lifeless. Panting heavily, the venerable master realized the immense effort it took to vanquish the beast. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining masters of Lingzhou were greatly inspired and surged forward to confront the demon kings once more, now intent on exploiting their weaknesses. With one 8th-tier demon king eliminated, their task became relatively more manageable. Simultaneously, not far from the direction of Tianzhou, a saint from the Lanyue Holy Land engaged in combat with a ninth-tier holy beast. The holy beast had transformed, its colossal form resembling that of a tiger, and it roared continuously, a magnificent aura of sanctity enveloping the skies. Dozens of void-breaking cultivators clashed with numerous eighth-tier demon beasts, each encounter generating tremendous shockwaves. Thus, both the Tianzhou side and the demon beasts maintained a respectful distance, for the residual force of their holy combat was beyond their capacity to withstand. The duel in the sacred realm is not one that can be swiftly resolved. Even a vanquished cannot be easily slain, for it demands a considerable toll. Meanwhile, in the direction of Qingzhou, a sage from the celestial blue sacred land is locked in combat with a formidable ninth-tier sacred beast. This creature exudes an aura of strength that rivals the pinnacle of the saintly realm. It manifests as a colossal bear, relentlessly assaulting the sage of the celestial blue sacred land. The sage finds himself in a predicament, as he is only at the mid-stage of the saintly realm and is no match for this sacred beast. When power reaches an absolute level of dominance, all cunning strategies become futile. He can only evade the bear's onslaught, hoping for reinforcements from other sacred lands. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to summon the sacred lord. In the direction of Huangzhou, the beasts here are exceptionally powerful. A sage from the eastern Xian sacred land, along with two semi-saints, battles against two sacred beasts, while the remaining ancestral figures from various factions engage in fierce combat with dozens of eighth-tier beasts. The confrontations in the sacred realm appear evenly matched for now, yet the two semi-saints grappling with a single sacred beast are evidently struggling, as they operate on entirely different levels. The sheer size of the transformed sacred beast allows them to evade its attacks. But had this beast's cultivation been applied to a cultivator, they would have perished countless times over. This signifies that they possess a multitude of chances to err, while any misstep on their part would result in their utter annihilation. Overall, the cultivators from the four continents do not hold the advantage on the main battlefield. Should they falter, the fate that awaits the four continents is annihilation. At that moment, Mu Shuixian arrived. In the direction of Lingzhou, upon her arrival, she beheld 9 cultivators in the fragmented void realm fiercely battling 9 beast kings. Make way. Allow this saint to take charge. Upon hearing her declaration, the 9 ancestral figures from Lingzhou combined their efforts to unleash a powerful assault on the beast kings before swiftly retreating. This saint? How splendid! A sage from the sacred land has arrived. The ancestors turned to see a breathtakingly beautiful woman wielding a sword, her brow adorned with a fierce spirit, clad in a blue-green ceremonial robe, emanating a formidable aura of the saintly realm. She is not from the sacred land, but rather a powerful figure from the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, the upper sect possesses a sage to oversee matters. The ancestral figures mused internally. They had speculated that the upper sect, Qingyun Sect, certainly had sages, yet they had never encountered one. Those who had previously participated in the siege against the Qingyun Sect had all perished. News had circulated that elders from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in the Central Domain had also come, only to be instantaneously slain, which solidified their certainty. Today, they finally witnessed the grandeur of the upper sect sage. Our Lingzhou is indeed a major province with a sacred land in attendance. Chapter 54. The sword captures the sacred beast. The Empress strikes the formidable presence of a saint-level warrior emanated from Mu Shuixian, immobilizing the 9 demon kings, who trembled in fear beneath the weight of her overwhelming sanctity. Master, will grant. Before the demon king could finish his sentence, Mu Shuixian swiftly brandished her sword, her frosty visage betraying no emotion as her eyes remained fixed. The piercing sword energy cleaved through the heavens and earth, annihilating the 9 demon kings in an instant. A few insignificant insects dare to threaten this empress? Although she could only exert the prowess of a nascent saint at present, she was still the esteemed empress of the central domain, and her strength was gradually returning. It was merely a matter of time before she reclaimed her dominance as an emperor. When an emperor is enraged, the heavens may shatter and the earth may tremble. Countless foes may fall, and the stars may realign. Mu Shuixian sheathed her sword and cast a glance at the 9 elders. Great, master, how may we serve? The elders, witnessing the dire fate of the demon kings, trembled collectively, their composure shattered by the sheer might they had just witnessed. So formidable, a single strike reduced their long-fought adversaries to mere remnants. You need not concern yourselves with the main battlefield. Retreat to Batian City and assist our elders in eradicating the remaining beasts. Yes, great master. The 9 elders hastily departed towards Batian City, eager to distance themselves from her overwhelming aura, fearing they might explode from the intensity of her presence. Mu Shuexian then soared further afield, where she sensed fluctuations of saint-level energy. Above the Beastmaster Forest, in the direction of Tianzhou, a sage of the Lanyue sacred land was engaged in a fierce struggle with a tiger-shaped sacred beast. Their immense sanctity collided violently. Damn it! My sword cannot pierce this fiend. The tiger-shaped sacred beast, having transformed, boasted an impenetrable defense. It is worth noting that the sword in her grasp was a sacred weapon nurtured by her own divine source. Although it was a low-tier sacred weapon, its sharpness was unparalleled, each strike infused with the might of a saint. Yet, against this demon tiger, it merely left superficial wounds, failing to advance an inch. The demon tiger, however, wielded claws that were razor-sharp, and she had already endured a strike, a conspicuous gash marring her back. A late-stage demon beast? Perfect. The Qingyun Sect could use some guardian beasts. As Mu Shuexian approached, she contemplated the prospect of gifting the sect leader a sacred beast as a mount, which might enhance her standing within the sect. Yet, she hesitated, pondering the leader's immense power and the sect's prestige. Would a sacred beast suffice? Perhaps a noble beast or an imperial beast would be more fitting. Regardless, she resolved to capture it first. With a decisive swing of her sword, she intervened between the two combatants. Roar! The tiger-shaped demon beast bellowed, enraged at the appearance of another practitioner. And you are? The sage of the Lanyue sacred land was initially startled, fearing yet another sacred beast had arrived. Upon discerning that the approaching figure was a sword woman, she inquired, only to swiftly recognize the embroidered insignia of the Qingyun Sect, a saint of the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect has a saint presiding over it. Mu Shuexian paid her no heed and proceeded directly toward the tiger-shaped demon beast, coldly uttering a single phrase, "You may leave." Sigh. This sacred beast is exceedingly powerful. Only by joining forces can we achieve victory. The saint of the Lanyue sacred land, noticing the aura emitted by the woman, which revealed her to be merely at the initial stage of the saint realm, one minor realm beneath her, hurriedly advanced. I shall say this only once. Submit or perish. Mu Shuexian declared coldly to the tiger-shaped sacred beast. She then unleashed her imperial-level mental pressure. Although her mental prowess had not yet fully recovered, its might was still sufficient to deal with these lesser saints. Roar! The mighty tiger, taken aback by the audacity of the woman demanding its submission, growled in outrage. After all, it was a proud, sacred beast. Sacred beasts never bow in submission. How dare she? Just as it roared in fury, intent on tearing her apart, it was suddenly overwhelmed by an unprecedented, terrifying pressure. The massive tiger's body plummeted from the air, prostrating itself on the ground, immobilized. The overwhelming force relentlessly pressed down upon it, causing its bones to creak under the strain. "Master, I submit. I submit." The beast cried out, realizing that if this continued, it would be crushed on the spot. Why is there such a powerful being in the eastern region? So strong, so terrifying. It began to question its very existence. How much better it would have been if this had happened sooner. It wasted my time. Mu Shuexian descended gracefully, stroking the tiger's head. The saint of the Lanyue sacred land was left utterly astonished, beginning to doubt her own life choices. Such a formidable sacred beast, subdued by a mere word and a glance from the woman. Is this not absurd? It was a stark slap in the face. She had just claimed that it would require their combined efforts to conquer the tiger demon. What on earth is the Qingyun Sect? Why are its cultivators so extraordinarily formidable? What's this? Do you still have matters to attend to? Mu Shuexian noticed her. Oh, nothing. I shall take my leave immediately, she stammered. If you're still alive, then get up. Seeing the tiger-shaped sacred beast still prostrated on the ground, feigning death, Mu Shuexian kicked it upright. Yes, master. Mu Shuexian mounted the back of the tiger-shaped sacred beast and soared away in the direction of Qingzhou. The saint of the Tianqing sacred land had always found himself at a disadvantage, entirely unable to contend with the peak saint realm giant bear. A moment's lapse had resulted in the bear striking his shoulder, leaving him feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. With no powerful allies arriving, none could halt this ninth-tier sacred beast. As he dodged its attacks, he was about to use his mental energy to notify the sacred lord when Mu Shuexian rode in on the sacred tiger. The demon tiger conveyed that it had 3 powerful brethren who could also be subdued and taken along. Eru, how is it that you are in league with human cultivators? The shape-shifting giant bear beheld the approaching man and tiger, and then roared, "Foolish bear, why do you not hasten to pay homage to your master? What? You dare to betray the demon clan and pledge allegiance to a human? You have truly brought shame upon the sacred beasts. I shall slay you first, and then tear apart your so-called master." With a furious roar, the giant bear raged, indignant that the tiger dared to betray the demon clan and sought to incite it to join in this treachery. Such insolence was intolerable. Are you to be feared? If I feared you, I would not be a worthy demon. Just as the tiger was about to charge forth to engage in combat, Mu Shuexian interjected. Did I permit you to move? A mere peak of the sacred realm dares to claim it can rend this emperor asunder. With a cold glance, Mu Shuexian unleashed her overwhelming imperial might once more. The tiger, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from its master, found itself paralyzed with fear. The shape-shifting giant bear was violently hurled away by the sheer force of this powerful pressure, crashing to the ground and rendered immobile. I too submit. I submit. Realizing the formidable nature of this woman, the giant bear hastily conceded, utterly unmatched, as the mere weight of her presence could obliterate it. Chapter 55. The name of the azure cloud shakes the 4 continents. The scene unfolding before him left the saint of the azure cloud sacred land utterly astounded. What on earth transpired? Oh, it seems the holy beast has been pinned to the ground. No, wait. The holy beast, the immensely powerful saint beast, the giant bear, has been subdued by a mere glance and a single word from that woman, rendered immobile and crying out in submission. Is this truly the same formidable holy beast that moments ago nearly shattered me? Upon closer inspection, it is indeed a formidable figure from the Azure Cloud sect. How terrifying. Mu Shuexian approached the colossal bear beast, delivering a kick to its forehead. If only this realization had come sooner, perhaps it wouldn't have acted so foolishly. Foolish creature? Who bestowed such a name upon you? How utterly pedestrian. Just as Mu Shuexian turned away, the tiger-shaped holy beast followed suit, delivering a couple of kicks. You clumsy bear, you've caused me to be ridiculed by my master. You truly deserve this. The bear had even contemplated attacking me, yet fortunately, my master intervened just in time. With its tough hide and thick flesh, it would have been beyond my capabilities. I was merely eager to express my loyalty. Meanwhile, in the demon beast forest, towards the direction of the wild continent, the battle among the holy realms had escalated to a fever pitch. The overwhelming sacred might shook the heavens and earth. A victor had yet to emerge. However, the 2 semi-saints on the other side found themselves in dire straits. One unfortunate soul was struck by a holy beast, plummeting straight down and creating a massive crater, his fate unknown. The remaining one struggled valiantly, narrowly evading the furious assaults of the holy beasts, a peak saint realm, 2 late-stage saints, and 1 mid-stage saint. Upon witnessing the final 2 holy beasts, Mu Shuexian mused that the strongest among them was indeed the giant bear, now trembling beside her. Hey, you foolish bird and that dim-witted pig, why haven't you come forth to pay respects to your master? The tiger-shaped beast spoke once more. The remaining 2 holy beasts included the 9-feathered sparrow and the devouring pig. Both of these creatures were formidable in their own right. The 9-feathered sparrow bore a trace of phoenix blood, while the devouring pig exhibited a hint of the ancient Odi bloodline. Even with such a faint lineage, they had attained the saint realm, which speaks volumes of the true holy beast might. The words of the tiger-shaped creature captured the attention of the 2 battling individuals and their respective beasts. In the distance, a woman approached, riding a tiger, accompanied by a colossal saint realm bear. What is happening here? Tiger, foolish bear, why are you 2 associating with a human cultivator? Pay respects to your master. Have you both betrayed the demon race? Curse you, silly bird. What a distasteful term to use for betrayal. This is merely a matter of good beasts. Wait, what was it again? Azure Cloud Sect? The saints and semi-saints of the Eastern Xian sacred land gazed in astonishment at the arrival. A powerful figure from the Azure Cloud Sect has subdued two great holy beasts. To hell with this. The nine-feathered sparrow and the devouring pig were enraged upon hearing the tiger's words. They had assumed the tiger and the foolish bear were there to assist, only to find they had submitted to a human cultivator. What has become of the dignity of holy beasts? What the integrity of the demon race? What are you staring at? Hurry up. Do we need to wait for the master to speak? Iruzi kicked the clumsy bear beside him and said. At this moment, Mushy Xian did not intervene. The clumsy bear was the most formidable among the four beasts, requiring no effort from her. Oh, I'm going. The giant bear roared and charged at the two beasts. After a fierce battle lasting a quarter of an hour, the enraged giant bear sent the sky-eating pig flying with a single punch and nearly tore the nine-feather sparrow apart. The giant bear then effortlessly lifted them both and tossed them onto the empty ground behind. The action was swift and seamless. The saints of the Eastern Xian Holy Land were astonished. The semi-saints exclaimed, "Were the two great sacred beasts dealt with so easily? This sacred beast, the giant bear, is immensely powerful." Even more terrifying was that all four sacred beasts had submitted to this formidable figure from the Qingyun Sect. What kind of force is the Qingyun Sect? It seems that a storm is brewing in the eastern region. All powers in the eastern region will soon be overshadowed by the might of the Qingyun Sect. Once all four sacred beasts had surrendered, they let out a simultaneous roar, and the demon beast army retreated to the demon beast forest. Having already suffered significant losses, these beasts would recover their former states after the beast tide and continue the cycle of survival of the fittest in the forest. The four sacred beasts revealed that this beast tide was instigated by a powerful demon clan from the central region, compelling them to comply. In Batian City, under the slaughter by Elder Luo Chun of the Semi-Saint Realm and the 9 returning ancestors of the fragmented Void Realm, all the demon beasts outside the city were eradicated. Holy cow, I've hit the jackpot. I've killed over 100 second-tier demon beasts, contributing over 2,000 points, exclaimed an Outer Sect disciple in astonishment. He had been so engrossed in the madness of slaughtering second-tier demon beasts that he hadn't paid attention to the value on the sect token. With swift strikes of his blade, he continued his rampage. Not only he, but all disciples were equally thrilled by the numbers on their tokens, exclaiming their newfound wealth. Among them, the ones with the highest contributions were undoubtedly Qin Han and Ning Yin, who had been relentlessly hunting fourth-tier demon beasts, likely amassing contributions exceeding 10,000 points. Before long, Mushy Xian returned with the four beasts. At that moment, the four sacred beasts had transformed into human forms. Iruzi appeared as a tall, muscular man, while the clumsy bear was even more exaggerated, towering over Iruzi and resembling a small mountain. The 9-feather sparrow looked like a girl in her early teens, and the sky-eating pig was a round, chubby figure. As the elders returned, the disciples shouted in unison upon seeing Mushy Xian. The elders have returned. Yet, who were the four individuals accompanying her? 2 muscular men, a girl, and a round figure. Such an odd combination. All right, the threat of the demon beasts has been resolved. Let us return to the sect, Mushy Xian declared, boarding the Qingyun warship. Amidst the respectful farewells, the Qingyun warship set sail. Following the conclusion of this beast tide, the name of the Qingyun Sect spread with terrifying speed across the 4 continents. Reports from the saints of various holy lands revealed that a single command from a powerful figure of the Qingyun Sect had brought the sacred beasts to their knees. A mere glance rendered the sacred beast prostrate upon the ground. How terrifying! What manner of power is the Qingyun Sect? It is utterly formidable. Merely dispatching a single individual was sufficient to subdue 4 sacred beasts effortlessly. Such dreadfulness! The entire realm of the 4 continents erupted in turmoil. Speculations arose that the Qingyun Sect must undoubtedly surpass the Holy Lands, perhaps an otherworldly force, a hidden great sect. Others posited that if one individual is so powerful, what might the rest be like? Surely, the Qingyun Sect harbors an emperor. Perhaps it is a low-profile imperial sect. However, the masses were skeptical. An emperor? How could that be? Skepticism aside, they were all astonished by the might of the Qingyun Sect. Now, it was not merely the major powers of Lingzhou that offered spirit stones and resources. the entire four continents frantically prepared to send provisions to the Qingyun Sect. The leaders of various factions across the continents urgently cautioned their disciples against provoking or offending the Qingyun Sect. Some even inscribed this rule directly into their family records. Numerous cultivators feverishly racked their memories, searching for any past transgressions against the Qingyun Sect. The more timid among them began to slap their own faces in a frenzy, fearing they might have unwittingly offended this formidable sect. If they had not offended them, then slapping oneself would suffice for peace of mind. Chapter 56. Invocation of the Offering. Manifestation of the Sacred Dragon, the impending beast tide, relates to the very survival of cultivators across the four continents. On the primary battlefield, the four continents were already at a disadvantage. It was only through the prowess of the Qingyun Sect that four formidable sacred beasts were vanquished, leading to a complete reversal of fortunes. Enthusiastic cultivators revered the Qingyun Sect as if they were deities, likening them to saviors of the four continents, erecting altars in their homes and bowing in reverence daily. The name of Qingyun resonated powerfully across the four continents, compelling even the three major sacred lands of the continents to retreat from confrontation, wary of their might. Indeed, within the entire eastern domain, who could rival such a force? Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect, in the hall of the sect master, Feng Qingyang stretched lazily. Awakening from slumber, he felt invigorated, despite having reached the realm of true immortality, where decades of seclusion without sleep posed no challenge, and fasting for 10 years would not lead to death. He maintained the commendable habits he had cultivated during his time on Blue Star: late nights, leisurely mornings, and 3 meals a day. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. Completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1 silver summoning card. Task completed. Prestige Value Mall is now open, and the Prestige Value Lottery interface is available. As this is the host's first time opening the lottery interface, a complimentary first draw card has been awarded. As this is the host's first time accessing the Prestige Value Mall, an additional 100,000 prestige value has been granted. Master, please check your rewards system message. Oh, the beast tide has been resolved, and the system rewards have arrived. It seems the beast tide sweeping across the four continents has been quelled. Otherwise, this miserly system would not have issued rewards prematurely. Excitement surged within Feng Qingyang. It was early morning, and he felt it was the perfect time to indulge. Using the silver summoning card, Feng Qingyang anticipated the outcome, having not utilized the summoning card for some time. He wondered how his luck had fared recently. Beep. Silver summoning card successfully used. Drawing in progress. Success. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a peak elder of the manifestation realm, Long Xie. Engraving in progress. Engraving successful. Manifested. By the heavens, his luck remains as splendid as ever. The upper limit of the silver summoning card is indeed the peak of the manifestation realm, and he had finally drawn it. However, it still did not surpass the combat prowess of the Qingyun Sect, as the presence of the peak Emperor realm Ancestor loomed large. Occasionally, Feng Qingyang pondered what realms lay beyond the Emperor realm. Upon entering the system interface, he discovered 2 new sections, the Prestige Value Mall and the Prestige Value Lottery. Methods to acquire prestige value: Sect Influence, Sect Dread, Sect Prestige. 100,000 prestige value allows for 1 lottery draw, encompassing treasures from across the myriad realms. What one draws depends solely on personal luck. The system holds no authority over the outcome. Feng Qingyang briefly examined the Prestige Value Mall and the lottery interface. Good heavens! The array of treasures was dazzling, truly worthy of its reputation for encompassing the universe. Although, the prices were a tad exorbitant. The Imperial Realm made 1 million prestige points, capable of both grace and valor. You truly deserve it. The Imperial Realm Gatekeeper, 1 million prestige points. Which prestigious sect lacks a formidable gatekeeper? 10,000 Calamities Divine Sword, 10 million prestige points, forged through countless tribulations. It effortlessly slaughters immortals and deities. Heavenly Tower, 10 million prestige points, a pinnacle artifact that supports the heavens and subdues demons. Upon checking his balance of prestige points, he found a mere 100,000. He could only purchase items unworthy of even a dog's attention. For instance, A permanent experience card worth 100,000 prestige points. A veritable waste. Could it be that the system is profiting from the disparity? Alas, regardless. He resolved to seize the moment while fortune favored him. System, activate the first draw card. Ding. First draw card successfully used. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a thank you for your patronage. What on earth? Are you jesting with me? I thought my luck had returned. Yet I drew a mere thank you for your patronage, accompanied by a congratulatory message. Such mockery. I refuse to believe this. System, allow me to draw once more. Feng Qingyang spent his remaining prestige points and chose to draw again. Ding. Consumed 100,000 prestige points. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a permanent experience card for the fragmented void realm. Woe is me. This is even worse than simply exchanging 100,000 prestige points for a permanent experience card for the Holy Realm in the shop. I admit my previous exclamation may have been a tad too loud. Could it be retracted? Meanwhile, above the Qingyun Sect, a figure slowly descended. The overwhelming aura of a peak sacred realm expert enveloped the area, causing the winds to shift and the heavens to dim. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a man donned in the sect's specially tailored attire descended upon the Qingyun Sect. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his eyes displayed a stark contrast of black and white. The deep purple robes exuded an inexplicable air of sophistication, yet his expression remained exceptionally cold, as if he wore a mask of ice. Under his disdainful gaze, he emanated a formidable presence. This scene caught even the attention of the Ancestor, Li Qingyan. Were it not for the fact that this individual was also a formidable presence within their sect, he would have been dispatched with a mere wave of his hand. How outrageous! Even I, at the peak of the Imperial realm, do not make such an ostentatious entrance. What is happening? A powerful figure has descended upon our Qingyun Sect. Indeed, look quickly. The disciples of the sect, witnessing the abnormal celestial phenomena and the sudden tempest, felt an overwhelming force approaching. They hurriedly gathered to witness the spectacle. We are honored by the presence of Elder Long Xie. Upon recognizing the embroidered name of the Qingyun Sect on the man's attire and hearing the declaration, they dispersed in relief. It was merely one of their own strong practitioners. What a false alarm! Indeed, the sect is replete with talents. I must strive diligently in my cultivation to become such a formidable force. I wonder if this fierce dragon of mine can indeed cross the river. An elder of such strength. Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang, in his relentless pursuit, has utilized the permanent experience card for the fragmented void realm. Originally, even the most inferior of cards could be exchanged for the sacred realm. Thus, he would have ascended to the sacred realm. Alas, it is entirely his own folly. The use of the permanent experience card for the fragmented void realm has been successful. Congratulations to the host for attaining the initial cultivation of the fragmented void realm. Chapter 57. Returning to the sect, the sacred beast trembled the moment the cultivation card was successfully activated. An overwhelming surge of energy surged into Feng Qingyang's body. He ascended through the mid-stage, late stage, and peak of the true realm, ultimately reaching the initial phase of the void-shattering realm. The elevation of his cultivation occurred in an instant, with a solidity that belied any semblance of superficiality across multiple realms. His foundation was extraordinarily robust, as if he had tempered it for millions of years, achieving unparalleled mastery. A product of the system, it was undoubtedly exquisite. Feng Qingyang felt an immense power within him, exponentially greater than before. His aura was formidable, capable of shattering the void with a single punch. He could easily obliterate his former self countless times over. In a word, exhilarating. The process of cultivation was akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. No, the speed at which he advanced in his cultivation surpassed even that of sustenance. The transition between realms was merely a blink away. He often marveled at how, in just over a month since his arrival, he had progressed from a complete novice to the initial stage of the void-shattering realm. Coupled with his celestial body, he could effortlessly crush those at the pinnacle of the void-shattering realm as if it were a mere jest. Given a little more time, even the supreme emperors would be but ants beneath his feet. At that moment, Long Xie entered the great hall. Long Xie, I pay my respects to the sect master, he said respectfully, resembling a block of ice. You shall henceforth serve as the esteemed elder of Qingyun Sect. The peak of the manifestation realm should suffice. The sect master replied, Yes, sect master. Just then, the grand Qingyun battleship descended upon Qingyun Sect. The elders and outer disciples have returned. He exclaimed, I truly envy those outer disciples. This monster beast mission must have garnered them considerable contribution points. Cough. What good does mere envy do? We must strive and surpass them, remarked a fellow disciple, patting his shoulder. He understood his peer's sentiments. The disciple was on the cusp of entering the outer sect, and thus could join the outer disciples in their endeavors to gain contribution points. It was indeed unfortunate, with mediocre talent. The only thing that befell this disciple was such a circumstance. The servant disciples might lack innate talent, yet their determination and perseverance were no less than those of the outer disciples. It is well known that this continent is not short of geniuses. But how many truly ascend to become the mightiest? Conversely, many who were once nameless in their early days later emerged as formidable figures. The former ancestor of Qingyun is a prime example, having relied on immense willpower and continuous fortuitous encounters to break through his limits, ultimately attaining the status of an emperor. Gazing down upon the entire continent, the battleship landed steadily in the outer sect area. Elders Mu Shuixian and Luo Chun were the first to disembark, followed by the 4 transformed sacred beasts, and then a stream of outer disciples flowed out. Once everyone had emerged, Mu Shuixian waved her hand, causing the Qingyun battleship to diminish in size and be stored away. All right, the trial of the monster beast tide has officially concluded. You all should focus on your cultivation. This elder will await you in the inner sect. It was calculated that the outer sect rankings had already been open for a month. As time progresses, we find ourselves halfway through the month, with merely 1 month remaining until the day the rankings are finalized. On that day, there will be 10 inner disciples appointed, allowing her, as an elder of the inner sect, to make a modest contribution. I am confident that the upcoming month's competition for the rankings will be significantly more intense than the previous month, as only 10 coveted spots are available. Huzzah! At last, I shall accrue contribution points. This means I can exchange them for items within our sect. The treasures housed in the sect's martial arts and alchemy halls are eagerly sought after. Previously, with no contribution points to my name, I had not even the opportunity to glimpse them, only able to fantasize about how to spend a substantial amount of contribution points. Brother, seeing your excitement, I gather you have acquired a considerable number of contribution points this time? Hee, not too many, just this amount. The disciple chuckled, raising 3 fingers. 3,000. You've struck gold, brother. Hee, merely luck, mere luck. Though he spoke lightly of it, the hardships endured were known only to him. He had fought valiantly against 100 second-tier beasts, managing to slay 10 third-tier beasts to earn such a fortune in contribution points. His weapon was now dulled and worn. Yet he had refrained from replacing it. Thus, the notion of overnight fame or instant success is but a facade, as true accomplishments are born of relentless toil. Let's go, brother, and see what we can exchange. Upon glancing at the 4 sacred beasts, doubts once again crept into their minds regarding their existence. Were we? Is it possible that we have entered a realm of immortals? Foolish bear, slap me awake. I must know if I am dreaming. The second tiger inhaled a deep breath of spiritual energy, feeling 1/3 of its depleted essence restored. This is real. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a place. Me too, the giant bear exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to the sacred tiger's face. Such a small request must be indulged. It had not only never witnessed such grandeur, but it had also never encountered the sacred tiger's peculiar preferences. The second tiger winced from the slap, but did not hold it against the bear. One must swallow their words, no matter how bitter. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the 4 sacred beasts. Truly, this is the sect of our master. Its power is unmatched. I dare say even the great demons of the central domain would bow before such a formidable sect. With this thought, their resolve strengthened. What a lying with human cultivators. What a betraying the demon kin. If you disagree, come and test your mettle against such a grand sect. Even the great demons would surely be crushed beneath its might. Let us depart, Elder Luo. It is time to report to the sect leader. After Mu Shuixian spoke, she turned to the 4 sacred beasts. Do not offend our esteemed leader. Otherwise, you four shall find no resting place in death. Even the demon emperor would be powerless to save you. Do you understand? Mu Shuixian recalled the overwhelming spiritual presence that had crushed her upon her entry into the sect, along with the 6 words that had materialized in her consciousness. Dare to offend, and you shall perish. The mere recollection sent shivers down her spine. Even the demon emperor would be unable to protect us. Could it be that a supreme emperor reigns here? Goodness! Upon hearing Mu Shuixian's words, the 4 holy beasts were left in utter astonishment, their imaginations running wild. Indeed, we would never dare to. They trembled as they spoke. If the master is already this formidable, how powerful must the sect leader of such a prestigious sect be? Even if they were granted 1,000 times the courage, they would not dare to provoke such might. It is said that the sect leader could crush them with but a single finger. An imperial sect guarded by an emperor-level powerhouse. They could easily be obliterated by the mere breath of such a being. Chapter 58. The Beast of Miscellany. Endless contribution points in the Qingyun Hall. Mu Shuixian and Elder Luo Chun entered after reporting. Following them were 4 trembling, shape-shifting sacred beasts. Master, the beast tide that swept across the 4 continents has been eradicated. The outer disciples have completed their trials and returned safely. Our Qingyun Sect has lived up to expectations and gained fame across the 4 continents, Mu Shuixian respectfully announced. She then glanced at the sect leader seated in the main position, who was quietly meditating, seemingly indifferent to her words. Indeed, the sect leader possesses extraordinary abilities and must already be aware of everything, orchestrating events from the shadows while overlooking all beings. Such is the mastery of our leader. At that moment, all of them noticed the man standing silently to the side, observing them. What an overwhelming aura! Yet, why does he emanate such an icy demeanor? With his stark black and white pupils, he stared at them, his expression as frozen as ice. It was only then that they recognized him as the elder of our sect. Upon seeing the man's sect attire, Mu Shuixian and Luo Chun silently acknowledged. The 4 sacred beasts were no longer merely trembling. Their legs had turned to jelly, nearly causing them to collapse to the ground, as they had kept their heads lowered since entering. This sect is indeed as powerful as the leader. Any one of them could easily overpower us. They sensed the man's formidable presence. Should he wish to harm them, it would be a trivial matter. Master, these 4 are the ones who instigated the beast tide. Please take a look. Mu Shuixian observed that the leader remained silent in meditation, so she spoke again. Please, Master, do not intimidate us. Their hearts raced with fear, momentarily frozen in place. Why do you not pay your respects to the sect leader? Mu Shuixian, noticing their continued refusal to raise their heads, spoke sharply. We, the small beasts, pay our respects to the sect leader. 1 was at the peak of the sacred realm, 2 were in the late sacred realm, and 1 was in the mid-sacred realm. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang opened his eyes and glanced down. The 4 sacred beasts transformed into human forms, 2 burly men, a youthful girl, and 1 resembling Zhu Wuning. The system interface flashed in his pupils, revealing all their information without ambiguity. Raising their heads, they questioned, "Why do we tremble so? Is our sect truly that terrifying?" "Why, yes, Master," they stammered. "Were you 4 the ones who instigated the beast tide to engulf the 4 continents? As sect leader, it has nothing to do with us. A powerful demon clan from the central region compelled us to do so. We were forced." Upon hearing this, the 4 sacred beasts were so frightened that they prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Central region? Demon clan? The implication of the central region's demon clan hinted at a deeper conspiracy. Feng Qingyang contemplated thoughtfully. Just some minor insects, with our Qingyun Sect standing firm. Do they think they can stir up any waves? He decided, well, considering you were coerced, I shall not hold this against you. However, while the death penalty may be averted, you shall not escape the consequences of your actions. From now on, you 4 will handle miscellaneous tasks within our sect. Among the 2 robust men, 1 could easily discern their formidable strength. 1 could imagine them efficiently hauling water or manure. As for the mountain guardians and gatekeepers, they lacked the requisite prestige. At the very least, it would require a beast sovereign to suffice, would it not? Thank you, esteemed leader. The 4 sacred beasts promptly echoed their respectful gratitude in unison. Engaging in menial tasks is entirely acceptable. In such a celestial sanctuary, one could find abundant motivation even in the most mundane chores. Fortunately, the leader deemed it beneath him to quibble with such minor figures, whose existence hardly captured his attention. The hearts of the four beasts finally found solace. "Very well, you may all withdraw," Feng Qingyang stated, subsequently closing his eyes to regain his composure. "We take our leave," said Mu Shuixian, Luo Chun, and Long Xie, as they, along with the four sacred beasts, exited in unison. Once they were gone, Feng Qingyang opened his panel. "Master, Feng Qingyang, Realm, Initial Stage of Fragmentation, Disciples. Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu, Physique, Divine Body of the Heavens. Stronghold Masters, Ancestor Li Qingyun. Peak of the Emperor Realm, Elder Wang Xian, Peak of Fragmentation Realm. Outer Sect Elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, Mu Feng. Peak of Fragmentation Realm, 5 Guardians. Inner Sect Elders Mu Shuixian in the Saint Realm, Luo Chun as a half-saint, Elder Luo Wudao of the Law Enforcement Hall, in the Saint Realm. Elder Nye Hailong of the Scripture Hall, Peak of the Saint Realm. Honored Elder Long Xie, Peak of the Manifestation Realm. And the menial 4 Sacred Beasts, 9th Order Sacred Beasts. Sect, Qingyun Sect, Level 1, 9,510,000. What could this be? The sect's value only increased by 500? He distinctly remembered it being 9,000 last time. He had assumed that such a significant event would surely suffice for an upgrade to a second-tier sect. Alas, it merely added 500. The reward seemed to dwindle with each passing moment. This confounded system is truly absurd. Setting this aside for now, he noted that there remains one main quest and a side quest yet to be completed. Reputation in the Eastern Domain. Recruit a talented disciple. Damn it, just thinking about it incites frustration. My Qingyun Sect is so formidable, yet it still does not count as accomplished. 3 sacred lands have already submitted. Must he dominate all sacred lands to be deemed renowned in the Eastern Domain? Feng Qingyang pondered privately whether to have the Ancestor intervene directly and crush them all. As for that talented disciple, he had his own plans. This child could be considered a budding alchemist. He might as well begin as an ordinary disciple in the Alchemy Hall. Times have changed, the sect has grown, and he cannot accept just anyone as a personal disciple. No matter how gifted, even an emperor must bow and address him as master to be granted passage. Meanwhile, in the outer sect area of Qingyun Sect, the disciples were engaged in cheerful conversations. The sky was particularly blue today, even the air felt sweeter, every face radiated joy. Why, you ask? They had gained contribution points. Points that could not be exhausted, not even close. Upon returning to the sect, they hurriedly presented their tokens at the task hall. After the elders verified and deducted the corresponding contribution points, they could exchange them for the desired items. A second-tier elixir for merely 33. Not 6,666. Not 999. Just 33. A third-tier elixir is not priced at 9,999 or even 888. It is merely 88. The disciples are frantically purchasing, swiftly depleting the stock of elixirs, which will soon be replenished. Fortunately, the inventory is ample, with a plethora of high-tier elixirs, including sacred ones. Though these outer disciples currently have no use for them, it is largely thanks to Shi Hao and Lin Bai's endeavors in the secret realm that so many were procured. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Qingyang exclaimed that it is imperative to urgently summon alchemists. Likewise, a few enchanters must be recruited. As for the maidservants, that is unnecessary. Chapter 59. A little effort can exchange for techniques. The 4 holy beasts, filled with trepidation, emerged from the Qingyun Palace, only to be assigned to labor. Fortunately, they felt a sense of relief. From the moment they stepped out, anxiety gripped them, fearing that the sect leader might impose further punishment upon them for the mere act of stepping out with their right foot. In the radiant sunlight, a gentle breeze rustled through their fur as they busily toiled, balancing a tray in one hand and wielding a broom in the other, oblivious to worldly matters and wholly immersed in their menial tasks. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect's task hall, Elder Mufeng from the outer sect was temporarily overseeing operations. The grand and majestic palace exuded an imposing aura, with the words Task Hall intricately inscribed in elegant calligraphy on its plaque. It stood as an indispensable structure within the Qingyun Sect. Within the sect, any requirements or requests could be directly posted as tasks, enabling disciples to complete them and earn sect resources. This created a virtuous cycle, ensuring that both the sect and its disciples grew ever stronger. Outside the Grand Hall, a multitude of outer sect disciples had gathered. How are your contribution points holding up? Oh, don't even mention it. My senior brother can't seem to spend them all. Cough. Perhaps it's simply because our realms are too low. Otherwise, a few high-tier pills would be gone in an instant. The so-called high-tier pills referred to the sacred pills. Only those of the sacred realm could utilize them. These sacred pills were imbued with immense energy and the essence of the sacred source. Even a whiff would yield tremendous benefits. However, the sect's sacred pills were genuinely a boon, exchangeable for merely 5,000 contribution points. What does that signify? You couldn't acquire one for 50 million spirit stones in the outside world. These pills were indeed rare treasures. Yet, for the time being, this was not their concern, as it was likely reserved for the elders, who were the only ones with the requisite strength. Senior brother, what have you exchanged for? I acquired a third-tier rhythm spirit pill and 2 chi condensation pills. These 2 types of pills are perfectly suited for my current stage. I must hurry and refine them to strive for a commendable rank on the outer sect leaderboard. He had just broken through to the golden core realm, and these pills would quickly solidify his foundation. Oh, I shall go take a look as well. I need to exchange for some pills. I cannot afford to bring shame to the Qingyun Sect on the upcoming ranking day. With that, the disciples stepped into the task hall. Inside the expansive task hall, it was crowded with people. At the center stood a colossal task board. However, with the conclusion of the Beast-Tide mission, there were not many tasks available. The remaining ones were primarily those posted by the disciples. Seeking a senior brother to teach the second layer of Qingyun Immortal techniques, 500 contribution points. Still struggling to grasp the first form of Qingyun Thunder Palm. Is there a senior brother who can enlighten me? 500 contribution points. Is there anyone who knows how to navigate through the 21st level of the Trial Tower? This illusion is tormenting me. Ah, the agony. I seek companions for exploring the secret realms. Come quickly. Are there any senior sisters around? Essentially, these are tasks related to cultivation. After all, everyone is exceedingly competitive and would not miss any opportunity to enhance their strength. On the opposite side of the Grand Hall, a disciple inquired elder, how many contribution points are required to exchange for the sect's techniques and martial arts? I have grasped the fundamentals of the Azure Cloud Thunder Palm and urgently need a movement technique. Yes, indeed. As one disciple posed a question, a multitude of others followed suit. The more skills one possesses, the better. Currently, the only thing in abundance is contribution points. Spending them is all that remains. The techniques and martial arts each require 10,000 contribution points for exchange. Elder Mufing's words extinguished the anxious flames within their hearts. 10,000 contribution points. That is utterly insufficient. If one wishes to redeem them, several disciples must pool their resources. This is what we call resource sharing and collaborative success. It would be even better if we could arrange for installment payments. Elder, I wish to exchange for a martial technique. At that moment, Qin Han entered the Grand Hall and spoke. He had already made some progress with that celestial technique and was now in urgent need of a movement art. Although he possessed countless imperial techniques in his mind. Techniques are celestial, martial arts are celestial, but can the entire imperial technique be wielded? Is it presentable? Since arriving at the Azure Cloud Sect, his standards had unknowingly risen. Brother Qin Han, what a coincidence. Elder, I would also like to exchange for a martial technique. Ning Yin entered shortly after, greeting Qin Han. He could not deny it. Their talents were equal, yet the latter's strength surpassed his. He consistently held the top position on the leaderboard, having defeated him multiple times in challenges. Does anyone else wish to exchange for techniques and martial arts? Those wishing to do so, please register with this elder. Ultimately, besides Qin Han and Ning Yin, 10 outer disciples were also pushed forward. Qin Han and Ning Yin had sufficient contribution points. Their realms were high, and their powers formidable. During the Beast-Tide, they had slain numerous fourth-tier beasts, amassing quite a fortune. The others would have to collaborate, pooling their resources. 10 individuals could exchange for 10 different techniques, and then they could share and cultivate 10 distinct arts. It was a game of wits. After Elder Mufeng deducted the corresponding contribution points from their tokens, he said, "Follow me to the Techniques Hall. Remember, each person may only select one and must complete the selection within 1 hour. Furthermore, the sect's techniques are not to be disseminated. You are all aware of the sect's rules." As they journeyed, Elder Mufeng reminded the disciples. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the Techniques Hall. The hall was even more magnificent than the Task Hall, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur that left one breathless. In front of the entrance were two majestic sacred beasts, the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. The carvings of these two sacred beasts appeared vividly lifelike, as if they were about to spring to life. The disciples beheld, flanked by imposing couplets that proclaimed, "Conceal all celestial techniques, traverse the vast cosmos." They were all awestruck by such grandeur. Conceal all celestial techniques? Could it be that the entirety of his sect's library is filled with such divine arts? Qin Han mused in astonishment. Elder Mufeng instructed the disciples to wait at the entrance while he entered first to make an announcement. "Elder Nya, these disciples are here to exchange for techniques. I have already deducted their corresponding contribution points. They merely need to select their desired techniques," he stated with utmost respect. "This elder is aware. Let them enter. They understand the rules, do they not?" Since the establishment of an elder's oversight in the Technique Hall, order has become increasingly paramount. Not everyone can gain access, nor can anyone choose freely. This is a sacred ground of the sect, and regulations must be adhered to. At Elder Mufeng's invitation, the group, filled with excitement, stepped forward. "Wait, I have previously stated that everyone must abide by the rules. How dare any of you disrupt the order?" Elder Nya Hailong surveyed them, his gaze ultimately resting on Ning Yen. Chapter 60. I too wish to join. Ning Yen felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss under the elder's unwavering gaze. An invisible pressure bore down upon him, evoking a profound sense of dread. Although the elders within the Hall of Techniques had not unleashed their aura, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. What was happening? Why did the elder fixate on Senior Brother Ning? Was Senior Brother Ning the one who had breached the rules? Yet, had he not entered alongside them? They had all been under watchful eyes, and he had not engaged in any wrongdoing, or so they believed. The disciples could only harbor their doubts in silence. "You all wait outside," Elder Nya commanded, as Elder Mufeng sought to inquire further about the unfolding events. A single glance from Elder Nya silenced him instantly. "You two step outside. This young man carries a remnant soul with him. Who is he truly? What is his purpose in entering the Hall of Techniques? What motives does he harbor in joining the Qingyun Sect?" Such questions lingered unanswered, although all disciples had undergone the trial of the illusory, heavenly ladder upon their admission. The depths of the human heart remain unfathomable. As a senior elder of the Hall of Techniques, a crucial pillar of the sect, he resolved to eliminate any potential threats before they could manifest, even if it meant mistakenly condemning 1,000 innocents. Once everyone had vacated the chamber, he resumed speaking. "I ask you, what are the second and sixth tenets of the sect's regulations?" Ning Yen was momentarily taken aback by the elder's query. Why was he being asked this? Nonetheless, he replied with sincerity. "Respected elder, the second tenet states, 'Do not betray the sect. Violators shall face execution.' The sixth tenet states, 'Do not divulge the sect's techniques. Violators shall be similarly punished.'" Ning Yen spoke with a steady demeanor, confident in his integrity. "Now that you are aware, enlighten me. Why did you bring a remnant soul into the Hall of Techniques? Did you intend to deceive me right under my nose?" Elder Nya Hailong's penetrating gaze seemed to bore through him. "Oh no, this is bad. The elder has seen through my master. Surely, he does not suspect me of betrayal or of revealing the sect's secrets." The elders he usually interacted with outside the sect were not above the saint realm, which had led him to believe he was safe from exposure. The only high-ranking members he had encountered were Elder Mu and Elder Luo, who had led the attack against the Beast Tide. Unbeknownst to Ning Yen, Mu Shuixian had already discerned the truth. However, to her, the remnant soul was merely a trifling matter, easily dismissed. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Perhaps it was because his master was but a remnant soul, with spiritual awareness diminished to less than 1% of its former glory, that the Saint Realm Elder had seen through it so easily. In truth, even if this secret were exposed, it would matter little. The sect treated him and all its disciples with such benevolence and strength that they would hardly care. The crux of the matter was the inappropriateness of the situation. Elder, this actually because hence I, Dan Qing, extend my greetings here and pay my respects to the esteemed elders of your sect. Just as Ning Yin stumbled over his words, the elder Dan proactively emerged. Elder, Ning Yin has been my disciple even before he entered the sect, and I have long resided within the holy light chain. This time, it was our oversight that led to my inclusion as well. I harbor no intentions of coveting the esteemed techniques of your sect. As for what Ning Yin mentioned prior to joining, he has long forgotten that such a minor power could easily be eradicated. Did I ever say that? Such slander is intolerable. Do you understand, Dan Qing? I shall remember you. For now, you may enter the artifact. I will report to the sect master and then make a decision. As for Ning Yin, everything shall proceed as usual. Should these two prove troublesome, we shall simply eliminate them without hesitation. Thank you, Elder. Both Dan Lao and Ning Yin responded respectfully. By the way, Elder, I have a humble request. To speak candidly, I was originally an elder of the Dan sect in the central region, but due to treachery from fellow elders, I was left with only a remnant soul. Fleeing to the eastern region, in my past life, I attained the sacred manifestation realm and was a transcendent Dan saint of the 10th tier. Thus, I wish to ask you to report to the sect master on my behalf. I seek a personal audience with the sect master, as I wish to join your esteemed sect. Such a remarkable sect, I yearn to be a part of it. Grasping this opportunity could mean the revival of my former glory. Rest assured, though I am but a remnant soul, I possess the extraordinary blue phantom fire. Crafting pills below the 7th tier is a mere trifle for me. Therefore, I aspire to become an alchemist within your sect, and I am more than willing to undertake the arduous task of pill refining. An audience with the sect master? Is it so easily granted? If everyone could meet the sect master, he would be utterly exhausted. Sacred manifestation réelle? 10th tier alchemist? Even if I were merely a remnant soul, what would it matter? 10 sacred manifestation beings or 10 10th tier alchemists would not be of consequence to our Qingyun sect. Of course, alchemists can be summoned to produce pills in bulk, day and night. Now, I shall not waste further time with you. I will report your matters to the sect master. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Dan Lao flew back into the holy light chain. Ning Yin then removed the holy light chain from his neck and handed it to Elder Nya. All is well for now. Please call on the individuals waiting outside. We may begin the selection process. Elder Nya stated as he turned to walk toward the back of the grand hall. The divine consciousness of the sacred realm enveloped the entire hall, rendering personal oversight unnecessary. Yes, Elder, Ning Yin replied before making his way to the entrance, pushing the door open to step outside. The crowd awaited outside, filled with curiosity. Ning Yin emerged from the door. Senior brother Ning Yin has come out. I apologize, Elder, Senior Brother Qin Han, and all my fellow disciples, for the delay caused by my personal matters. I appreciate your patience and am truly sorry for any inconvenience. Ning Yin sincerely expressed upon his arrival. Had it not been for my circumstances, you all would likely have completed your selection by now. It's quite all right. Brother Ning Yin is well, and that is a relief. Upon witnessing his sincere apologies, the group of disciples quickly reassured him that all was well. They couldn't help but speculate about why the elder accused Ning Yin of breaching the rules. Could it be that something had been discovered? It seems likely that this was merely a misunderstanding. Since all is well, you may now proceed to select your items. Remember, you must not exceed 1 hour, and each person is permitted to choose only one book. Elder Nya is particularly strict regarding rules. Elder Mufeng reiterated this caution, casting an additional glance at Ning Yin. It appears that among the outer disciples, many possess remarkable talents. Ning Yin is particularly memorable, being the second on the outer sect leaderboard. There must be some connection, one would presume. Indeed, in such a small eastern region, how could there be so many prodigies? Surely, there must be some extraordinary encounters involved. He then shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further, as these matters were beyond his purview, reserved for the higher echelons of the sect. Did he not just attempt to inquire about the situation, only to withdraw his question? Chapter 61. The Sacred Arts of the Divine Realm within the hallowed and solemn sanctuary of the Sacred Arts Pavilion. An array of martial techniques and spiritual practices were meticulously arranged in rows. The tomes upon the shelves radiated with a dazzling brilliance, creating a scene as enchanting as stepping into a celestial palace. Waves of ethereal energy emanated from these texts, captivating the attention of the disciples who began to select their desired works with utmost seriousness. However, soon a sense of disquiet settled over them. Something was amiss. "What in the world?" exclaimed a male disciple, his voice rising in astonishment. "Look, these are all celestial techniques." He fervently flipped through the pages, exclaiming, "Celestial technique, celestial technique, celestial technique, and more celestial techniques. How could one acquire these profound arts as easily as purchasing cabbages in bulk? 6 batches, truly worthy of the title as the repository of heavenly arts." The other disciples, having noticed the astonishing array, fell into a stunned silence, their shock palpable. Initially, they had thought the elder's assertion that celestial techniques were foundational martial skills was mere bravado, yet here was the undeniable truth before them. Guilt washed over them for their earlier skepticism. Oh, how could they find a sect that allowed such freedom to select a technique for merely 10,000 contribution points? Yet, they were forced to endure this exasperating competition for choices. The pain was immense. Willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for the sect. Willing to sacrifice my life for the blue clouds. The act of flipping through the books hastened even further. Meanwhile, Qin Han began his selection as well. He examined the Great Freedom Technique, the Crimson Star Celestial Inquiry, the Annihilation Mirage Technique, and the Phoenix Dance of the Cold Years. Each work held a significant allure for him, yet his current quest was for a technique of movement. He had gathered sufficient foundational martial skills. What he sought now was a method of agility. Clear Void Phantom Technique? His eyes brightened as he lifted the tome to inspect it. Clear Void Phantom Technique, a celestial art created by the Clear Void Celestial King, classified as a celestial tier movement technique. Upon achieving perfection, one can traverse the fabric of the universe with a mere thought, slipping through time and space. Treading the river of time, one could witness the fates of ages past, as the ancient celestial king Qing Tai Su once did. His heart, already at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, trembled with awe. A celestial king of such might. He pondered whether he would ever step into the realm of the immortals to witness the grandeur of a celestial king. This is it. This shall be my choice. Within the span of less than half an hour, all disciples had completed their selections. The plethora of celestial techniques dazzled their senses. Ning Yan, like Qin Han, also chose a satisfactory movement technique, the Ling Xian Void Technique. Several disciples emulated Qin Han and Ning Yan, opting for movement techniques, recognizing it as their collective shortcoming. There were also sword techniques, knife forms, and palm methods, an abundance of celestial arts and martial skills to enhance their prowess. Following the conclusion of the impending demon beast tide, it was likely that a new wave of internal competition would soon commence. Among the sect's miscellaneous disciples, after fulfilling their daily tasks, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation. Poor talent was not a frightful burden. What was truly fearsome was a lack of diligence. Conversely, some talented outer sect disciples exhibited a starkly different attitude. Exceptional talent was not inherently daunting. What was truly worrisome was when one not only possessed talent, but also engaged in relentless competition. Recently, 4 new members had joined, significantly easing their burdens. They were indeed industrious, surpassing even the miscellaneous disciples in their diligence. Brother, do you not need to cultivate? Yet, it seemed there was more to this brother than met the eye. The concept of cultivation scrolls is comprehensible, but why must you, a mere servant, engage in such endeavors? The servant disciples, having not participated in the purge of the beast tide, remain oblivious to the fact that these 4 labor scrolls are, in truth, the 4 great sacred beasts. Once the disciples departed, Elder Nya willed himself to vanish from a spot. Concurrently, at the rear mountain of Qingyun Sect, the question arose as to which elder should be dispatched. Feng Qingyang pondered while he fished, realizing that this task of recruiting disciples could be swiftly accomplished. Not only would it yield system rewards, but it would also resolve the sect's issue with medicinal pills. To his dismay, the system failed to provide any exceptional alchemists. He dreaded the possibility that upon completing the recruitment, the reward summoning card might yield lackluster alchemists, leading to an unexpected betrayal. However, it was evident that such a minor sacred ground did not necessitate his personal presence. Perhaps he could send Longxia instead? He recalled the esteemed elder Longxia, who perpetually wore an icy demeanor. Such matters of recruitment required individuals who were both courteous and formidable. Subsequently, Feng Qingyang used his divine sense to summon Elder Longxia to his presence. Upon arriving at the sacred ground, they would prostrate themselves beneath the might of Qingyun. Once his message was conveyed, it took but a breath for Longxia to arrive. Sect Master, how may I serve you? As a revered elder, he was ever restless, yearning for combat. The Sect Master had finally summoned him for a task. Even his frostbitten visage managed to muster a faint smile, which appeared rather peculiar. Have you ever witnessed a face that is cold on the upper half, while the lower half bears a smile? I have a directive for you. You are to journey to the Yudon's sacred ground and compel them to submit to Qingyun Sect. Finally, bring all their alchemists with you. Remember, all of them. Longxia, initially excited, became even more exhilarated upon hearing this. The sacred ground? This will be entertaining. Fear not, Sect Master. I could easily annihilate such a minor sacred ground. That is not the intent I conveyed. I instructed you to persuade them. Do you understand? Not to obliterate them. Such is the nature of a powerful individual, always ready to annihilate at the slightest provocation. Does your family even know how formidable you are? Ah, my apologies, Sect Master. I misunderstood. But what if they refuse to cooperate? Is this something I need to teach you? If they refuse to cooperate, then we shall make an example of them. If that does not suffice, we will proceed with their destruction. Is your cultivation merely for show? The tasks assigned by the system bore no penalties for failure. Dare they not cooperate? If they disrespect Qingyun Sect, they shall face the same fate. Longxia thought he had misinterpreted the Sect Master's kindness, realizing it was merely a different facet of the same command. Yudon's sacred ground. So, am I to thank you? Rest assured, leave it to me, Longxia declared, before soaring into the heavens, tearing through space, a feat reserved for those of the Emperor realm. Nonetheless, his own cultivation was swift, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. It was truly vexing that conflict seemed to arise so readily. Such a lack of amusement was intolerable to Feng Qingyang, a traveler from another world. A provocative remark was made, suggesting that a swift strike could silence the barking. The villain understood the folly of excessive chatter leading to their downfall. At that moment, an elder from the Hall of Techniques approached with a respectful demeanor, addressing the leader. I have a matter to report. What is it? Speak freely, Feng Qingyang responded, noting the elder's unusual presence outside the Hall of Techniques. Master, within this necklace resides a remnant soul, claiming to be the master of an outer disciple who entered our sect. They attempted to access our Hall of Techniques together, but I apprehended them. I beseech your judgment. Elder Nye then recounted their conversation, summarizing it for Feng Qingyang. Oh, the disciple's name is Ning Yin, is it not? Feng Qingyang acknowledged, having been aware of this since the disciple's entry into the sect, as he had observed them through the system interface. Among the recruits were a reincarnated emperor and a grandfather with extraordinary abilities. Chapter 62. The Arrival at the Sacred Land, manifesting divine presence, however. As long as the disciples pass through the illusory ladder, there shall be no issues. Even if they were to waver in their loyalty in the future, ample means exist to maintain control. Surely, you do not think that celestial techniques are so easily attained? The Qingyun celestial art imposes no restrictions on talent or age. Anyone may cultivate it. Furthermore, it is a progressive form of cultivation. As long as one is devoted to the sect, the techniques will only grow stronger. Conversely, Boutrial chez l'invite dire répercussion. As the leader of a powerful sect, one must consider every aspect meticulously. Since this is a misunderstanding, let us grant them a reprieve for now. Should they err again, they shall be dealt with according to sect rules. Feng Qingyang spoke slowly. Merely a trifling remnant soul. There is no need for excessive concern. As for this remnant soul's desire to join Qingyun, how intriguing. Let him present himself. Upon receiving this command, Nye Hailong used his spiritual sense to notify Elder Dan within the holy light chain. The remnant soul of Elder Dan promptly emerged, brimming with anticipation. Yet, the elder's words echoed in his mind. The sect leader is not someone everyone can meet, sowing seeds of doubt within him. Danzong Danqing pays his respects to the esteemed sect leader. He greeted reverently, knowing that the outcome of this encounter would determine his fate. I am already aware of your circumstances. I trust the elder has briefed you. Qingyun is not only strict in accepting disciples, but also imposes even greater challenges for those wishing to join. Pray tell, what qualifications do you possess? Or what reason do you have to seek admission into Qingyun? Feng Qingyang inquired, casting a casual glance at him. A mere remnant soul, not worth much consideration, he thought. Though I am but a remnant soul, I possess the unique flame. I can refine as many materials for medicinal pills of the 7th tier and below as your sect requires. Furthermore, I am an elder of the Central Domain's pill sect, and when I descend into the Central Domain, I shall be able to gather my old friends and acquaintances. I wish to join your esteemed sect and serve it faithfully. Danqing concluded, standing there with a sense of trepidation. He was unsure if his assets would sway this enigmatic sect leader. Refining as many pills of the 7th tier and below as one desires? This elder seems to be a prime candidate. I must secure his allegiance, ensure his admission into the sect. Your conditions are rather mediocre, but I suppose they are sufficient for entry into our ranks. By the way, do expedite the matter of gathering your old friends and acquaintances. A congregation of resources is best for harvesting, after all. Very well. You shall henceforth be a disciple of the Qingyun Sect's alchemy hall. You may depart now, and later approach the elder to receive your sect robes. Thank you, esteemed sect leader. Haha, I shall also be part of the Qingyun Sect. Even if I am merely an ordinary disciple, what of it? Joining such a formidable sect, I shall soar to great heights. A promising future awaits. Meanwhile, at Xianzhou, the sacred land of medicine. The sacred land of medicine is the sole alchemical sanctuary among the 5 great sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, possessing profound heritage and extensive connections. With a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, its influence remains unbroken. The sovereign, Li Tianxian, is not only a contemporary saint, but also a 9th-tier alchemist. His daughter, Li Yanji, has perfectly inherited his exceptional talent. Not only does she possess remarkable innate talent in cultivation, but she has also achieved profound mastery in alchemy. Despite her youth, she has already attained the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist. The certification for all alchemists ranked 3rd tier and above is personally bestowed by the Dan Sect of the Central Domain. Without the endorsement of the Dan Sect, one would not be regarded as a legitimate alchemist, which underscores the formidable nature of the sect. They monopolize alchemists across the entire continent, with branches scattered throughout the 5 domains. The sacred lands are suffused with spiritual energy, though not nearly as dense as that of the Qingyun Sect. However, compared to other regions in the Eastern Domain, it is significantly more vibrant, showcasing the essence of a true cultivation sanctuary. After all, it is the only alchemical sacred land among the 5 great sanctuaries, and its selection was not taken lightly. The richness of spiritual energy can indeed enhance the success rate of refining medicinal pills. At this moment, within the alchemy hall of the sacred land, triumph was at hand. A flawless 4th-tier medicinal pill had finally been perfected. Li Yanji joyfully held up the impeccable pill, exclaiming her delight. The fragrance of the pill wafted through the air, and its intricate patterns indicated that it was a pinnacle 4th-tier concoction. After tirelessly honing her skills for over a year, she had finally succeeded in crafting a masterpiece. The exhilaration she felt was beyond words. I owe my progress in the art of alchemy to my father's direct guidance, Li Yanji expressed as she turned her father behind her. Her father was none other than a master of the sacred land of alchemy, a 9th-tier alchemy saint. Throughout the year, she had persistently sought his counsel, and it was undeniable that her ability to produce 4th-tier pinnacle pills was largely due to his influence. My daughter is indeed gifted and intelligent. Well done, Yanji. You are now capable of refining 4th-tier pinnacle pills. It won't be long before you strive to become a 5th-tier alchemist, Master Li Qingxian remarked with a satisfied smile. His daughter was on the verge of becoming a 5th-tier alchemist at such a tender age. Such talent would undoubtedly stand out even among the numerous prodigies of the Central Domain's Dan Sect. I recall when I was your age. I had only just begun to refine fourth-tier intermediate pills. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older, wave after wave, ever stronger. Meanwhile, above the sacred land of alchemy, the elder Long Xie had just arrived. Ah, this is the place. Upon entering Xinzhou, he had humbly inquired with a passerby, who confirmed the location. Oh, a mere protective formation? You think it can deter me? As he soared into the air, the protective formation materialized beneath him. Such formations typically remained active throughout the day, automatically revealing themselves upon sensing the approach of a powerful external cultivator. Very well. I shall first shatter your formation. Who dares to forcefully invade the sacred land? What audacity! Who is it? The presence of numerous powerful beings within the sacred land caused a stir. The external cultivators were left bewildered by Long Xie's bold actions. As local cultivators of Xinzhou, they were acutely aware of the terrifying reputation of the sacred land of alchemy. Despite being an alchemical sanctuary, it attracted many formidable practitioners. Countless high-level cultivators would go to great lengths to join, driven by the desire for medicinal pills. Today, audacity knows no bounds as an intruder dares to breach the sanctity of the Holy Land. What manner of individual would dare to invade my sacred domain? The cultivators of the Yudan Holy Land have also perceived the ominous presence of Long Xie looming above. The figure is a man, his long hair cascading like a waterfall, and his distinctly contrasting black and white eyes descending towards their sacred ground. The guardians of the Yudan Holy Land swiftly ascended, intending to thwart this trespasser. I am Long Xie, an elder of the Qingyun Sect, sent by our sect leader, he declared. I demand that your holy master come forth to meet me, for I have pressing matters to discuss with him. This matter pertains to the very existence of your holy land. Should you dare to obstruct me, do not blame me for shattering your grand array. Such a commanding presence. His words ignited fervor among the external cultivators. To descend alone upon the holy land and summon its holy master personally, threatening to dismantle the protective array if obstructed, truly formidable. This is a singular challenge against the entirety of the Holy Land. We must emulate his boldness. Yet prudence dictates we first ascertain whether this man speaks true or merely boasts. Chapter 63. Ascending the Sacred Land. The overbearing dragon Xie. Is it possible for anyone to claim the title of this Holy One? Has the status of saints in the eastern region become so trivial? To request an audience with the Holy Master? No. It is he who demands the Holy Master to meet him. This matter concerns the life and death of the sacred land. He even dares to breach the protective array of our sect. Who does this so-called disciple of the Qingyun Sect think he is, wielding such audacity? The leading guard mused inwardly. This is exceedingly abnormal. He observed the man exuding an extraordinary aura, his expression as grim as death, making it evident that he was not to be trifled with. To refer to himself as this Holy One, surely he cannot be a fool? Charging into the sacred land without a shred of background would amount to courting death. He must possess some influence. The guard wore a knowing expression. Please remain calm, esteemed sir. If there's a matter to discuss, feel free to share it with me. I am the elder guard of the Yudan sacred land. If I am unable to resolve this, I shall promptly report to the Holy Master. Simultaneously, he communicated with the other guards telepathically. They were to refrain from acting hastily, as this man likely had backing. It seemed that the higher-ups within the sect had also sensed the situation. They would wait for the elders to arrive before proceeding. In this world, it is essential to have connections. This man, claiming to be from the Qingyun Sect, was likely a significant power in the central region. Given the vast expanse of the eastern region, comprising 13 states, with only Lingzhou, Huangzhou, Tianzhou, and Qingzhou being adjacent, the others were quite distant from one another. Moreover, the brief passage of time allowed the Qingyun Sect to dispatch a formidable expert to easily handle the matter of the four sacred beasts. Yet, no word had yet arrived. Could it be that he is boldly proclaiming his intent to shatter our sacred array, and yet the elder guard remains so composed? This is not characteristic of him at all. Among the distant cultivators, some recognized the elder guard. He typically held himself aloof, with a notoriously irritable temperament. Such a contrast was indeed puzzling. Previously, when a certain faction had offended the sacred land, It was this very elder guard who led the charge and confrontation. That had been truly brutal, with even the dogs of that faction receiving a beating. Indeed, what this gentleman says is accurate. I merely observed from afar and was inadvertently dragged into the fray. Someone chimed in. And you? What is your status compared to mine? Why would this holy one need to converse with a mere elder guard? Long Xie spoke coldly, his impatience evident. He was preoccupied with completing the task assigned by his sect leader. Should he resort to intimidation or coercion? Meanwhile, the offerings and elders of the Yudon sacred land were hastening toward the scene. How audacious to disturb the tranquility of their domain. They were eager to uncover who dared to provoke them within the confines of Xinzhou. The holy master, Li Qingxian, whose divine sense enveloped the entire sacred land, also took note of the unfolding situation. Furrowing his brow, he continued instructing his daughter in alchemy, pondering the origins of this unwelcome disturbance. The Qingyun Sect? He had never heard of it. It was likely yet another obscure sect attempting to deceive them, to swindle their precious elixirs. This was not the first instance of such foolishness. Yet, it must be said, those who had come this time were quite adept at playing their part. His spiritual awareness detected the newcomer, noting a lack of significant fluctuations in their cultivation. Thus he paid little heed. However, he would soon need to ascertain the situation thoroughly. Father, what has transpired? Li Yinji inquired upon noticing her father's sudden frown. It's nothing, merely a pesky fly. Continue your alchemy, he replied. Oh, Li Yinji responded, resuming her manipulation of flames to refine the pills before her. Soon, she would complete another batch. With each attempt, she grew more adept. Mastering the 4th-tier ultimate pills would signal her readiness to challenge the ranks of a 5th-tier alchemist. Meanwhile, please wait, esteemed one. My status as a guard elder is indeed somewhat humble, but our sect's high-ranking elders will soon arrive, the guard elder hastily stated. The icy demeanor of the newcomer was undeniably imposing, and the elder was keenly aware of the pressure he exuded. This individual certainly possessed a flair for the dramatic. Oh, you've summoned someone? Excellent, he thought, relieved to have an opportunity to display his prowess. Yet, he was perplexed as to how the elder dismissed his words so lightly. He had explicitly requested the sect master to come personally. However, from the elder's perspective, what esteem could a mere sect master command? Yet, one must acknowledge the dignity that comes with such a title. Could they truly disregard it? Nevertheless, in the presence of my esteemed Qingyun, such dignity was rendered moot. At that moment, several figures approached from the distance. The previously frosty expression of the elder softened into a smile. Who dares to act recklessly within my holy ground? A voice boomed. Soon after, 7 elders and 5 esteemed patrons from the sect arrived, standing before the guard elder, all eyes fixed on Long Xie. Here they come. The spectacle is about to begin. Are you still bold enough to watch? Be careful not to get dragged into the fray, he jested. But with so many present, what could go wrong? At worst, we shall. Together. Together? What do you mean? Do you think rallying everyone will enable you to oppose the sect? No, what I meant to say was, at worst, we might all endure a few blows together. There are many of us. Perhaps you will receive fewer hits than I will. I shall give you a few hits right now. The discussions among the onlookers ceased abruptly, interrupted by the sound of sharp slaps and cries of anguish. Elder, I suspect this individual possesses a formidable background. He does not seem to be an actor, the guard elder communicated to the others telepathically. A formidable background? Trying to pull a fast one on me? That elder clearly lacked the insight of the guard elder, who, despite not being as powerful, had far more experience. What sect is Qingyun? I have never heard of it. What right do you have to stand before the master of our holy ground? You will soon discover what rights I possess, he replied, and with that, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as turbulent spiritual energy surged across the realm. The purple lightning, reminiscent of the wrath of the heavens, descended with a fierce intensity. In an instant, Long Xie unleashed his full might, revealing the pinnacle of his transcendent realm cultivation. Under the oppressive force of his terrifying aura, all present were subdued, prostrating themselves upon ground. I grant you one final opportunity. Beneath my celestial authority, do not think that it is only you who must bow. Even the entirety of the eastern region shall submit. With a single hand, I shall crush the 5 sacred lands, and with both palms, I will sweep across the 13 states. Chapter 64. mastering the sacred land. The alchemy sect is unworthy, alas. How formidable. That young man, I shall deal with you later. You, with your ill-omened words, have now brought this upon us all. Even within the sacred grounds below, we are subjected to this overwhelming pressure. The disciples of the sacred land bow their heads, while the semi-saint powers are suppressed. Indeed, in this world where the strong prey upon the weak, it is the might of one's fist that commands respect. First, instill some fear in the opponent. Then, matters will become manageable. Within the sacred grounds, the Lord of Alchemy, Li Qingxian, and Li Yinji also sense this formidable pressure. This is not good. A powerful enemy approaches. Yinji, you must stay here and not venture out. I shall investigate. In an instant, he regained the majesty befitting a lord, for the sacred land required his presence in the face of this invasion. Sensing the immense pressure, Li Qingxian furrowed his brow. The incoming foe's cultivation level was undoubtedly above that of the sacred realm. It seemed he would need to summon the ancestral elder. Bracing against the oppressive force, he ascended to the skies above the sacred land in a fleeting moment. Why do you attack my sacred land without provocation? Have we any grievances between us? Upon his arrival, he was met by a stranger, a man unfamiliar to him. Li Qingxian recalled, to his knowledge, their sacred land had never antagonized such a formidable being. Upon seeing the newcomer, Long Xie retracted his oppressive aura. You dare to question me? I come at the behest of my sect's master to discuss important matters with your sacred land. Yet, you dare to inform me that I am unworthy to meet your lord. What is this? Is this how your sacred land treats its guests? Truly impressive. You are the ones of great stature. Hearing this, Li Qingxuan's frown deepened. Whether this powerful figure sought friendship or otherwise, it was imperative not to offend him. A meeting was unavoidable. He turned to the leading elder, fixing him with an inquiring gaze, as if to ask, what is the meaning of this? The elder, caught off guard by the Lord's gaze, momentarily froze, then awkwardly mimicked the questioning expression as he looked toward the elder guardian. How infuriating. You fool. I had warned you that the other party had a background, and you refused to listen. And you, is this what you meant? You clearly indicated that the Lord should meet with you. My mistake, it is all my fault. Very well then. The elder guardian mentally chastised them all, ultimately bearing the weight of the situation alone. Esteemed guest, it appears this is a misunderstanding, one born from the presumptions of our sect's elder. I am indeed the lord of the Yu Dan sacred land. Since you have matters to discuss, please follow me inside. Seeing the elder guardian rendered speechless, Li Qingxian interpreted his silence as an admission of guilt and spoke up. Within the grand hall of the Yu Dan sacred land, he inquired, what business do you have with us? Li Qingxian initially believed the visitor to be a master of deception, only to find he was a powerhouse instead. Wait, that cannot be right. What allure does our sacred land possess? Is it not merely the elixirs? Even the actors come to deceive. Surely, a powerhouse would not resort to outright theft. Could it be that you have come for the elixirs as well? Without waiting for Long Xie to speak, he blurted out, elixirs? I have no interest in that. That's good. That's good. Li Qingxian felt relieved upon hearing this. However, I am quite intrigued by the one who concocts them. Long Xie said with a wicked smile. In the vast hall, the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees with his words, instilling a sense of dread. The one who concocts them, surely that refers to an alchemist. Goodness, this powerhouse is rather greedy. While others merely deceive for elixirs, he goes so far as to demand the alchemists themselves. In light of this, perhaps the deceivers are actually more amicable. What do you mean, esteemed guest? Li Qingxian asked tentatively. Should the other party resort to force, he would summon the ancestral elder. It is quite simple. Your myriad elixir holy land must submit to our Qingyun Sect, and then all alchemists of the 4th tier and above shall return with me to our sect. Not long after, the sect master contacted him via token, informing him that the alchemy hall had received the remnant soul of a 10th tier transcendent alchemist from a prominent alchemy sect. They had already secured all elixirs below the 7th tier. Only alchemists of the 4th tier and above were needed. The 4th to 6th tiers were required to expedite the refinement process of these elixirs. Although Danxing had already ramped up operations, working day and night, it was still insufficient. They must accelerate their inventory. Feng Qingyang recalled that the genius disciple was a 4th tier alchemist, hence her inability to escape. As Long Xie's words settled, Li Qingshuan's expression darkened noticeably. Do you comprehend what you are suggesting? You dare to demand our submission, and to take all alchemists of the 4th tier and above? What are your intentions? What? Unwilling? Do you feel that our submission to you is beneath your Qingyun Sect? Or do you believe it would be a disgrace for your alchemists to refine elixirs in our sect? Seeing his defiance, it seemed he would have to summon the ancestral elder. Just as Li Qingxian thought to convey this with his divine sense, the elder arrived unbidden. Ah, Astamudgust. You jest. Our myriad elixir holy land has a long-standing legacy and has never been a subordinate force to any major sect. It has been so in the past, and it remains so now, replied an elder with a head of white hair and an ageless demeanor, approaching slowly. Oh, never submitted? Fear not. Now is your chance. The elder, upon hearing this, withheld further words. This fellow is impervious to reason. Meanwhile, Saint Lord Li Qingxian grew anxious. How strange that the elder has yet to act. What he did not know was that the elder had already engaged in a covert confrontation with the other party. After the latter had unleashed their oppressive aura, the outcome was clear: defeat. Their divine sense, pressure, aura, and cultivation level, each was utterly overwhelmed. Otherwise, he would not still be here speaking. He would have already issued a command to rally. Esteemed guest, do ponder carefully. Our myriad elixir holy land is under the protection of the Central Region Alchemy Sect. It is best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Otherwise, you, a defeated foe, dare to threaten me. Was the Alchemy Sect compared to my Qingyun Sect? Long Xie scoffed. Indeed, your mention of the Dan Sect has stirred my recollections. One of the elders from the Dan Sect, a transcendent alchemist of the 10th tier, sought refuge as a disciple in our Qingyun Sect's alchemy hall. He implored our sect leader with tears, pleading for acceptance into our ranks. Ultimately, our leader, moved by his plight, granted him entry, albeit deeming his talents only worthy of the status of an ordinary disciple within the alchemy hall. Not only did he readily acquiesce, but he also expressed profound gratitude. And now he busies himself tirelessly with the concoction of elixirs. What? The words of Long Xie have left him utterly astounded, as if a millennium had passed in disbelief. He exhibits not a shred of respect for the formidable Dan Sect, a transcendent alchemist of the Dan Sect reduced to the role of a mere disciple within our sect, and he wept in his entreaty for acceptance. Were it not for this individual's formidable prowess, the two would genuinely suspect that the other was lacking in sanity. Such boastfulness, bereft of any semblance of caution. Chapter 65. The compromise of Yu Dan and Yin Zhi's departure yet. The current circumstances are as such. It matters not whether their intentions are genuine or feigned. Their strength is indisputable, firmly established. I am but a fish at their mercy while they wield a knife. The elder, witnessing that even the Dan Sect cannot intimidate this individual, found himself at a loss. What more could be done? The Dan Sect is dismissed with disdain, and he, a mid-stage sacred manifestation, cannot contend with them. Thus, he is left to be slaughtered. Senior, may I accompany you first? At that moment, Li Yinji, clad in a flowing white gown, entered. Her white hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her violet eyes shimmered with intrigue. For further details, please refer to Chapter 62's illustration. She approached Long Xie and softly spoke. Then she made her way to her father, Li Qingxian, and the elder. The three formed a united front, resolute in life and death. Yinji, what nonsense are you up to? Hurry and leave. This matter does not concern you. Li Qingxian admonished, his anger flaring. Had he not instructed Yinji to remain in the alchemy hall, away from danger? This icy figure could turn hostile at any moment. Father, I overheard your conversation just now. She was already aware of the unfolding events. After exiting the alchemy hall, she inquired with a disciple and rushed towards the grand hall, coincidentally catching the discussion among the three. Oh, you wish to accompany this saint first. How intriguing, do elaborate. Esteemed one, my daughter speaks recklessly. If anyone is to go, it should be I, the lord of this realm. Li Qingxian hastily interjected, even addressing the elder with respect. Do refrain from interrupting. Li Qingshuan's attempt to speak was abruptly stifled. Senior, father elder, Yinji is willing to accompany the esteemed one to Qingyun Sect to scout the path for our Yu-Dan sacred land. Your profound cultivation assures us that you would not make grandiose claims. Perhaps Qingyun Sect is indeed as formidable as you suggest. The Yu-Dan sacred land finds itself at a deadlock without recourse. If Qingyun Sect is truly as powerful as claimed, it may present an opportunity for them. With a lineage spanning over hundreds of thousands of years, the Yu-Dan sacred land has reached a saturation point, entering a phase of stagnation. To advance further, even after another few 100,000 years, would be arduous. However, seizing this opportunity could propel them to great heights. Should the assertions of that individual prove false, she could relay the information back, allowing the sacred land to prepare in advance. Indeed, this young lady possesses a measure of courage. However, brief moment, Li Qingxian and the elder once again cautioned Li Yanji, urging her to reconsider. The danger was too great. Subsequently, Li Yanji conveyed her intentions to the two. While imagination may be beautiful, reality is often harsh. Li Qingxian and the elder were reluctant to see Yanji place herself in peril. Meanwhile, Long Xie retrieved the sect's token and communicated with the sect leader, succinctly outlining the situation at hand. The talented disciple is indeed this Li Yanji. The girl exhibits commendable courage, Feng Qingyang mused inwardly. Regardless, she will eventually enter the alchemy hall as a disciple, should she choose not to leave at that time, and news of this were to be conveyed back. How could the alchemists of the sacred land of Yudan possibly escape? The daughter of the Holy Lord is within our sect. You must diligently assist in the alchemy of the Qingyun Sect. How infuriating! The Holy Lord himself must step down. A 9th-tier alchemist is barely sufficient. Although there exists the remnant soul of a 10th-tier alchemist within the alchemy hall, that old man is of little use. His consciousness has not been restored, nor does he possess any soul power, rendering him incapable of refining high-tier elixirs. Oh, but one cannot entirely dismiss his utility. He is quite adept at producing elixirs below the 7th tier, tirelessly functioning like a machine. Upon this thought, Feng Qingyang let out a sigh. After receiving the sect leader's response, Long Xie approached Li Yanji and the others. The esteemed sect leader has decreed that it is permissible. In light of this, you shall proceed with this holy one, Long Xie declared. Esteemed one, my daughter. Li Qingxian hesitated to speak. Rest assured, this holy one has no interest in slaughtering such feeble ants. Of course, should you provoke my ire, that would be another matter. Then I shall accompany my esteemed predecessor. Li Yanji bid farewell to her father and ancestor at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Be cautious, Yanji. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to convey your thoughts to your father and ancestor, Li Qingxian advised. Life is fraught with disappointments. What difference does it make if one holds the title of Holy Lord? It cannot alter much. The ancestor also stepped forward, handing her numerous life-preserving items. Finally, with the two of them seeing her off respectfully, Long Xie and Li Yanji soared into the skies. The disciples of the sacred land, along with the elders, observed this scene with great perplexity. They had anticipated a confrontation, yet in mere moments. This mysterious and powerful offering of the Qingyun Sect had spirited away the daughter of the Holy Lord. The external cultivators were even more astonished. After enduring numerous upheavals, the audacious Qingyun Sect powerhouse had been invited into the sacred land of Yudan, and now he had taken the Holy Lord's daughter away. Brother, am I seeing things? Impossible. That is indeed the daughter of the Holy Lord, Li Yanji. As the daughter of the Holy Lord, coupled with her extraordinary talent in both cultivation and alchemy, she had become a renowned prodigy across the Xin continent. Many recognized her, though she did not recognize them. Truly, it is a remarkable anomaly. How could the Holy Lord permit him to take away his own daughter? Why do you concern yourself with such matters? The power struggles between such formidable forces are beyond our comprehension. Or perhaps we should. Mind your words. By the way, I haven't yet settled the score with you regarding that matter. Brothers, let's deal with him. Chapter 66, Skyward Flight Across the Vast Expanse. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in the sacred land of Yudan swiftly spread across the entirety of Xinzhou. The name of Qingyun Sect resonated throughout the land. The strength of a mere elder was astonishing, single-handedly overpowering the sacred grounds. Ultimately, It was the Holy Master, Li Qingxian, who intervened, graciously inviting the esteemed visitor into the sacred land, or the entire Qingyun Sect. Surely, it could suppress the entire eastern region. Speculations arose that Qingyun Sect was an unparalleled sect from the central domain, housing countless formidable beings, and that their descent upon the sacred land was solely to seek the Holy Master's daughter. This conjecture garnered considerable affirmation, as many had witnessed the elder of Qingyun Sect departing the sacred land in the company of Lin Bai. Surely, it was her exceptional dual talents that had captured their attention, her cultivation progressing seamlessly, and her alchemical prowess outshining her peers. Achieving such feats in the eastern region was remarkable. Placed within the central domain, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. With a little nurturing, she could become a paragon of excellence. However, the sacred land of Yudon had now allied itself with a major sect from the central domain, poised for ascension. As a venerable establishment in the eastern region, it could potentially advance further into the central domain. However, there were whispers suggesting that a dandy disciple from the major sect had taken a fancy to Li Yanji, sending forth powerful warriors to abduct her, intending to make her a mere bed warmer for nightly revelries. After all, Li Yanji, simultaneously high above the 9 heavens. "Senior, please slow down. Slow down." Li Yanji's legs felt weak, her silvery hair tousled by the rushing winds. She appeared quite disheveled, devoid of the previous grace and boldness. Long Xia's speed was astounding, traversing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The scenery below transformed in an instant, and soon they had crossed the boundaries of Xianzhou, as if time itself had been traversed. Li Yanji was dazzled by the swiftness. It was far beyond what her nascent soul could endure. In a moment of desperation, she called out. Long Xia suddenly realized something. Although he was carrying her through the skies, he had neglected to envelop her in a protective barrier of sacred energy. Such negligence. What had the sect master permitted her to come for, if not to exercise some restraint? "Fear not, I shall arrive swiftly," Long Xia remarked coldly. Yet he promptly surrounded Li Yanji with sacred energy. Should any misfortune befall her, explanations to the sect master would be arduous. Could it be that my speed in flight rendered her unable to withstand it, leading to her demise? With the sacred energy shielding her, Li Yanji felt significantly better. "Thank you, Senior," she expressed her gratitude and began to gaze around. Moments ago, she had been enduring the flight with closed eyes. Now, free from concern, she could revel in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the heavens. However, upon looking, she realized that her keen eyesight was inadequate to discern the objects before and below her. Everything was a blur. Along the journey, she could only imagine the might of Qingyun Sect. This elder beside her could exert such pressure on their sacred land alone, yet was merely an elder. How formidable must their sect be? What kind of person was their sect master? I fear they have already ascended to heights that she could never hope to reach. Out of her grasp, she could only gaze upward. Like many others, she speculated that the Qingyun Sect must be a major sect of the central region, now spanning 2 domains. Even if the predecessors traveled at great speed, it would still take them days of continuous flight. She closed her eyes and rested. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The 2 of them had already traversed several states. Before long, they entered the territory of Lingzhou, heading straight for the Qingyun mountain range. 100 miles below the Qingyun Sect lay the immense city of Qingyun City, stretching thousands of miles in length and width, already half constructed. With the manpower and resources from the 4 regions, the construction of Qingyun City progressed rapidly. At that moment, countless cultivators from the 4 regions were fervently engaged in the building efforts. After the Qingyun Sect gained fame across the 4 regions, numerous cultivators from the neighboring 3 regions flocked to Lingzhou, eager to witness the grandeur of the sect. Upon learning that the Qingyun Sect was constructing its own city, countless cultivators came to join the building project, not for any other reason but to one day become part of the Qingyun Sect, even if it meant merely guarding the gates. At this point, the Qingyun Sect was almost within reach, and a massive stone tablet came into view at the foot of the mountain, inscribed with the majestic characters, "Qingyun Sect. Wake up, we've arrived," Long Xia said as he landed with Li Yanji at the foot of the sect. The Qingyun Sect represented the heavens. Apart from the sect master's permission, no one, No species and no force was allowed to fly above the Qingyun Sect. Otherwise, it would be seen as a challenge to its celestial authority. Even an emperor must compose a 7-step poem before stepping forth. What? We have entered the central region. This is too fast. Li Yinji exclaimed upon being awakened, astonished that she had slept for so long. They had already reached the central region. Taking a deep breath, she felt the abundant spiritual energy. Indeed, it was the central region. What do you mean we are in the central region? This is Lingzhou. The girl paused for a moment, then noticed the characters of Qingyun Sect carved on the stone tablet ahead, along with the 100-mile-long celestial ladder. It was dreamlike and ethereal, shrouded in an aura of immortality. Her cherry lips parted in shock as she gazed forward. Stepping onto it felt akin to walking on clouds. What immense power resided at the end of that celestial ladder? Lingzhou, in her memory, was merely an ordinary state in the eastern region, without a sacred ground and only a branch of the Tianji Pavilion present, lacking any supreme beings of the sacred realm. These were merely preconceived notions. After all, the Qingyun Sect was a relatively unknown sect in the eastern region. If the sect possessed such formidable guardians, it must undoubtedly be a major sect of the central region. She never imagined it would be found in Lingzhou. The spiritual energy here was astonishingly rich, indicating it was a hidden great sect, in comparison to the spiritual energy of their sacred ground. This place was like the vast sky to mere earth. The outer spiritual energy alone had healed the cough of the Tianji Pavilion elder, who could not tolerate the spiritual energy of the central region. Indeed, he no longer coughs, for he has been crushed by the elder. Unbeknownst to Li Yinji, this is merely the outer layer of spiritual energy. The essence within the sect is several times more potent than here. The spiritual energy of their holy land pales in comparison to that of the Qingyun Sect, rendering it almost laughable. Elder Long, the guardian at the mountain gate, greeted Long Xie as he returned with a woman. I have been dispatched by the sect leader to attend to certain matters. Please allow us entry. Certainly, Elder Long. Accompanied by the guards, Long Xie and Li Yinji ascended from the foot of the mountain. Outsiders, lacking a guide, must navigate the illusory heavenly ladder to reach the sect. Should one attempt to force their way in, the protective formation will enlighten them on the nature of purgatory. Since its inception, the Qingyun purgatory formation has never been employed, for Feng Qingyang would never permit rival factions to encroach upon the sect. If they were to breach your home, that would indeed be too lowly, unworthy of the title of the foremost divine sect in all the heavens. Chapter 67. Summoning the Dan Sage and breaking into the sacred realm in the Qingyun Sect. Long Xie guided Li Yinji through the majestic entrance. As she surveyed the surroundings, the palatial structures exuded an ethereal ambience. Senior, is this truly the Qingyun Sect? She marveled. The spiritual essence here was palpable, transforming into mist and rain, with countless awe-inspiring edifices that seemed to float in a celestial realm, profoundly stirring her soul. A grand sect. An unparalleled sect. The sights and experiences surpassed all her previous notions. As the daughter of the Holy Land sovereign, she was no stranger to grandeur. Throughout the eastern region, there is scarcely a place she had not explored, even having ventured into the central domain. Yet, she had never encountered such a spectacle. Senior, what steps should our Yudon Holy Land take? She inquired, feeling the momentous opportunity had indeed arrived. The advancement of the Holy Land hinged upon seizing this chance. Did I not mention it before? The solution is straightforward. Your Yudon Holy Land shall become our subordinate force. Subsequently, alchemists of the 4th tier and above may enter the alchemy hall to refine elixirs for the sect. This is indicative of the sect master's esteem for you. Frankly, one should have aimed directly for the central domain's Dan Sect headquarters to recruit a few transcendent Dan Sages, he continued. Of course, this primarily serves to fulfill the task of enrolling talented disciples, but it would be splendid to also acquire some alchemists. May I have the privilege of meeting the sect master? Yinji cautiously probed, aware that whether joining as a subordinate force or entering the alchemy hall was no trivial matter. Do you think the sect master is someone you can simply meet? Long Xie's frosty retort interrupted her. Indeed, the leaders of such formidable sects are elusive figures, rarely seen and immensely powerful. Perhaps her holy land would be extinguished with a mere breath from them, she mused, realizing her earlier presumptuousness. Senior, I am willing to join the Qingyun Sect. I will communicate this to my holy land. Good, you're perceptive. Come, I shall escort you to the alchemy hall. Meanwhile, in the Qingyun hall, as Li Yinji finished her statement, the system's notification chimed in her mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of enrolling talented disciples. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 golden summoning card. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 Dao refining alchemy cauldron. Golden summoning card. Can summon beings from the great sage to the emperor realm. Cultivation enhancement card. Can elevate one's cultivation by 1 major realm, without restrictions or concerns of unstable foundations. Dao refining alchemy cauldron. A treasure of the celestial king. Crafted over countless millennia from celestial iron through the essence of the Dao. Upon entering the sect, Long Xie and Li Yinji caught the attention of Feng Qingyang. The system rewards promptly arrived as well. Excellent, a golden summoning card. This must be the first appearance of gold since summoning the Emperor Ancestor. Could another Emperor be on the way? He thought eagerly. System, activate the golden summoning card. Congratulations, esteemed host, on the successful activation of the golden summoning card. The extraction process is underway. You have drawn the esteemed Elder of Alchemy at the Great Dan level, an 11th tier Dan Sage. The system has completed the engraving process successfully. What a surprise. It appears the system has unexpectedly favored me. Nevertheless, I am fortunate to have received a Great Dan Sage. I shall refrain from holding any grievances against the system. The alchemical ranks range from 1 to 14 tiers. The 9th tier is known as Dan Sage. The 10th tier as Transcendent Dan Sage. The 11th tier as Great Dan Sage. The 12th tier as Holy Dan King. The 13th tier as Dan Sovereign. And the 14th tier as Dan Emperor. A Great Dan Sage is certainly a high-ranking elder within the alchemy sect. Another card for enhancing cultivation? It seems the system cannot bear to witness my lackadaisical attitude. However, by rewarding me with a cultivation enhancement card, it merely facilitates my idleness. This next enhancement will elevate me to the Holy Realm. I shall effortlessly step into the Holy Realm, bypassing even the half-saint phase. The system is utilizing the cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations, esteemed host, on the successful application of the cultivation enhancement card. You have now broken through to the early stage of the Holy Realm. As the system's words faded, a radiant light of holiness emanated from Feng Qingyang, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of sanctity. He transitioned seamlessly from the mid-space shattering stage to the late-space shattering stage, then reaching the pinnacle of space shattering, half-saint, and finally entering the early stage of the Holy Realm. The spiritual energy within him continually transformed and tempered, subsequently releasing a torrent of holy source power. The heavens converged above, while golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Upon entering the Holy Realm, one gains the ability to survey the Eastern Domain, and even among the entirety of the 5 domains, one stands as a formidable force. Even within the Central Domain, while a saint may not dominate, they're nonetheless recognized as a powerful entity. In truth, reaching the Holy Realm serves as a threshold. Once attained, one may revel in the myriad offerings of the Central Domain and behold its splendor. For those with strength, the Central Domain is a sanctuary for cultivation, while for the weak, it resembles a descent into hell. The Holy Realm grants one the capability to establish sacred grounds, ensuring the continuity of legacy. It is, in essence, a monumental leap towards greatness. Should those who remain perpetually stuck at the half-saint and pinnacle of space-shattering stages discover that Feng Qingyang merely languished for over a month before effortlessly ascending, they would be inconsolable, for such heights may forever elude them. Indeed, some are destined to be protagonists, while others remain mere footnotes in the grand narrative. Having entered the Holy Realm, Feng Qingyang reigned in his aura, feeling as though he could shatter the void with a single punch and fracture the earth with a mere step. He could move mountains and drain oceans, his fists breaking through the void, compelling all creation to bow before him. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Qingyun Sect, a figure descended, distinctively different from the previous encounter with Long Xie. This individual was a modest elder, devoid of any overt displays of power. Indeed, it is the youth who often exude vigor, shining brightly wherever they go. In the Qingyun Hall, the elder, known as Mo1, a peak-level Great Dan sage, and an esteemed alchemist, bowed respectfully before the sect master. Esteemed Elder Mo, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the Alchemy Hall elder of my esteemed Qingyun Sect. Currently, the Alchemy Hall has 2 disciples, but soon, many alchemists will arrive. At that time, we will rely on your guidance, Elder Mo. After more than a month of nurturing in the position of the sect master, Feng Qingyang has undergone a significant transformation. He remains unassuming, yet warns all not to provoke him, lest they descend into the abyss. While he does not exhibit arrogance, he acknowledges that youth without a hint of audacity is a waste. Thus, he will still make bold declarations when necessary. In essence, he has shed the naivety that accompanied his arrival. Back then, regardless of his identity, even the venerable ancestors of the Emperor realm would respectfully address him as that old man. They would express their gratitude, acknowledging the sect master's trust. I am willing to devote myself wholeheartedly to the sect. As for the affairs of the Alchemy Hall, I shall manage them diligently. System: extract the Grand Dao Alchemy Cauldron. Feng Qingyang retrieved the Grand Dao Cauldron from a system space. Now that the Alchemy Hall has high-ranking elders, this cauldron can finally be utilized. After all, no matter how impressive it may be, within the confines of our Qingyun Sect, it is merely an alchemy cauldron, nothing more. Chapter 68. The Great Dao Alchemical Cauldron. Celestial King's alchemical artifact with a resounding chime. The system announced, extraction of the Great Dao Alchemical Cauldron successful. In an instant, a brilliant celestial light erupted within the Grand Hall, dazzling Wind Qingyang and Mo1, nearly overwhelming their titanium alloy eyes. Following this spectacle was an overwhelming celestial might. The sounds of the Great Dao resonating, the Celestial King refining alchemy, and the clang of celestial iron converged, creating a symphony reminiscent of celestial music. It was as if the ethereal melodies momentarily illuminated their senses, filling the entire hall with divine resonance. However, despite the extraordinary prowess of this celestial artifact, it was merely a product of the system. Wind Qingyang, now its master, wielded it with control, ensuring that the formidable celestial might pose no threat to them. Otherwise, the sheer force of this Celestial King's artifact would be too great for the entire continent to withstand. Outside the hall, extraordinary phenomena unfolded in the heavens above. Celestial maidens played music, and the extermination of the celestial beings commenced. Countless images of celestial Buddhas appeared amidst the azure clouds, all bowing in reverence. Such a rare and magnificent occurrence had not been witnessed since the last manifestation of the 9 cauldrons of the Great Tao. In the Elder Hall, towards the direction of the Azure Cloud Hall, the sect master was unveiling yet another celestial artifact. The celestial phenomena were truly astounding. Sensing this, Mu Shui Xian hurriedly severed her spiritual awareness, realizing the sect master was beyond comprehension and should not be provoked. How many treasures could the sect master possibly possess? It was utterly terrifying to fathom. In the outer disciple area, the disciples were astonished by the heavenly spectacle. Could this be the descent of immortals? They murmured in disbelief. The celestial music resonated, and a multitude of celestial beings bowed in homage. They could conceive of no other possibility but the arrival of divine beings. Emperor Qingyun, with his divine awareness, instinctively probed the situation before hastily retracting his exploration. This sect was not a place for recklessness. Another celestial artifact had undoubtedly emerged. He cast a deep, respectful glance towards the depths of the sect, filled with reverence and amazement. What did it matter if there were immortals? With 8 million celestial beings in the heavens, even they bowed low before the Azure Cloud sect. In the Ancestor Hall, the sect master was indeed making significant moves every few days. Ancestrally Qingyun had grown accustomed to such happenings. In just over a month, he had witnessed countless spectacles within the Azure Cloud sect, rendering him almost numb to the grandeur. It made him, an emperor, feel as if he had never experienced the world. He could only resign himself to the situation. With the sect master present, Azure Cloud would inevitably ascend to the heavens. In the Alchemy Hall, Long Xie chuckled. Look at your astonished faces. My azure cloud sect encompasses treasures from across the heavens. What do we lack? What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Serve the sect well, and it will not neglect you. He had indeed impressed them. Just moments ago, he had arrived at the alchemy hall with Lin Bai, just as the celestial phenomena manifested. The alchemist within had rushed out upon witnessing their shocked expressions. Unable to resist making a remark, it was time to instill a sense of awe in them. Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every ounce of my effort and fervently refine elixirs. Now is the time to strive. Whether I can rejuvenate my body and restore my cultivation depends on the contributions I make to the sect. My lord, I must take my leave. Rather than engage in idle conversation, it would be far more beneficial to refine a few more elixirs. With that, Danqing hurriedly retreated inside. The ethereal blue flames were unleashed, their intensity reaching its zenith. Haha, splendid. Is this the newly recruited disciple of the alchemy hall? Such zeal. Truly, the sect master possesses an eye for talent. Long Xie seized the opportunity to flatter once more. Yet, one wonders how he came to be a sole entity. But who cares? Let him unleash the remnants of his fervor. Elder, I too wish to refine elixirs. Witnessing the fervor of this alchemy hall disciple stirred Lin Bai from her seat. Indeed, only by generating corresponding value for the sect can one attain significant recognition. Let us proceed. Subsequently, Long Xie and Lin Bai enter the alchemy hall together. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun hall, the resplendent celestial light of the celestial king's vessel had dissipated, now floating in the air of the grand hall. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the cauldron, Elder Mo inquired, "Sect Master, what is this?" He discerned that it was a cauldron of considerable rank. Sword cultivators cherish their swords, and those who refine elixirs have an equal fondness for such precious cauldrons. With a superior cauldron, one can achieve greater efficacy in the art of alchemy. This is the treasured artifact of our Qingyun Sect, the Grand Tao Alchemy Cauldron. It shall now be entrusted to the Alchemy Hall, where you must harness its value. Each discipline has its specialization. Even if I were to keep this cauldron, I would not be able to refine elixirs. What? You claim it can be learned? Surely you jest. I am the sect master. Such matters can be delegated to those below. Only by entrusting it to the Alchemy Hall can its true potential be realized. Thank you, sect master, for bestowing this treasure. Elder Mo hastily expressed his gratitude. This cauldron shall serve as the cornerstone of their alchemy hall. They must not disappoint the sect master's lofty expectations. Ding, reporting to the host, this cauldron is a celestial king's treasure. A minimum of the great emperor realm or an alchemy emperor is required for its use. What? It cannot be used. Does that not render this reward worthless? Would it not be simpler to summon an alchemy emperor directly? Host, remain calm. This cauldron can be utilized above the holy realm, though will only exhibit 1,000th of its efficacy. Even if a great emperor or alchemy emperor were to arrive, it would only yield 1% of its potential. After all, it is a celestial king's artifact. Please understand, lest the esteemed readers find fault with you. Oh, is that so? Then it is of no concern. 1,000th is better than nothing. This is indeed a celestial king's artifact. Even at 1,000th, it can surpass countless imperial artifacts. Elder Mo, this is a celestial artifact. You may not be able to unleash its full capabilities. However, it will suffice for the regular refinement of sacred elixirs, imperial elixirs, and celestial elixirs. A celestial artifact. Mo had long anticipated this moment. Such a breathtaking treasure could only be a celestial artifact. Just moments ago, he had nearly been blinded by its brilliance. Positioned at the heart of the Grand Hall, he was closest to this cauldron, and the sensation was profound. Beneath the overwhelming celestial might, he felt himself a peak great sage, akin to a fish ensnared in the throes of drowning. At any moment, he could be obliterated by this majestic celestial power, akin to an ocean's vastness. However, esteemed leader, you truly overestimate my abilities. While crafting a Saint Dan poses no challenge for me, the creation of an Imperial Dan or a Celestial Dan is indeed a fanciful dream. Chapter 69. Inspecting the Alchemy Hall, the intense competition in alchemy, the grand alchemical cauldron slowly descended. Come, take it. I shall accompany you to the Alchemy Hall. It is an opportune moment for an inspection to see how they are faring in their endeavors. As time passed, It was estimated that the prodigious disciple, Lin Bai, had already relayed the news of their impending submission back to the Holy Land of Alchemy. A multitude of alchemists would soon be at the service of the sect. Feng Qingyang gracefully descended from the main seat, once again attuning himself to the power within. The sensation of possessing formidable cultivation is indeed delightful. This invigorates my resolve to indulge further in leisure. Mo1, upon hearing this, stowed away the grand cauldron and trail behind the sect leader as they proceeded outside the hall. Along the way, they encountered neither outer disciples nor servant disciples, for this was the core of the sect, accessible only to its higher echelons. Others, without the sect leader's permission, will be dealt with according to sect regulations, facing equal consequences for their transgressions. On their journey to the alchemy hall, they chanced upon the four sacred beasts diligently at work, transforming into human form. They were sweeping the floor, and upon noticing the sect leader's approach, accompanied by an enigmatic elder, they hurriedly intensified their efforts, employing both hands and feet in their task. Only after the sect leader passed did they breathe a sigh of relief. It was prudent to remain inconspicuous and avoid drawing attention. The sect was steadily evolving into a more structured organization. The alchemy hall now boasted disciples and elders, while the law enforcement hall had also begun to recruit elders and disciples from the outer disciples. The purpose of the law enforcement hall was to instill a sense of deterrence among the disciples and to uphold the sect's laws. The time for the outer disciples and servant disciples to rise was nearing. In just 20 days, the rankings for the outer disciples and servant disciples would be finalized, with 10 outer disciples poised to ascend to the inner sect. Yet, these matters were of little concern to Feng Qingyang. He would only pay slight attention to the core disciples of the sect. His direct disciples were currently out honing their skills. Perhaps in the future, there would also be sequential disciples and imperial disciples, but that was a discussion for another time. Upon entering the alchemy hall, a bustling scene unfolded. Major factions from the four continents had dispatched a plethora of resources, including medicinal pills and various herbs. Thus, there was no need to worry about the scarcity of materials. They could focus solely on the alchemical process. At that moment, Dan Qing stood before an alchemical cauldron, wielding azure, ethereal flames with his left hand while continuously adding herbs into the cauldron with his right. This cycle repeated ceaselessly, with batch after batch of pills emerging from the furnace. The fragrant aroma of the herbs and the intricate patterns of the pills indicated that every pill produced was of the utmost quality. This remarkable display left Lin Bai utterly astonished. How could this master alchemist be so formidable? She found herself utterly outmatched. In the time it took her to produce a single batch, the master had managed to yield several. Was he not fatigued? Did his soul power know no bounds? Engaging in such repetition, did he not feel a sense of emptiness? Moreover, she discerned that the flames in the master's hands were extraordinarily exceptional. The azure flames exuded an unsettling aura reminiscent of ghostly fire. Yet, she could not discern its origin. Could it be a peculiar flame? The mere thought astonished her. Such extraordinary flames are not possessed by just anyone. They require immense fortune and the recognition of the flame itself. Otherwise, they would serve no purpose and could even incinerate the unworthy to ashes. As far as she knew, even among the alchemists of the central domain Pill sect, there were only a handful who wielded such flames. Elder, is this master an elder of the alchemy hall? Lin Bai inquired of Long Xie in confusion. If he were indeed an elder, she would need to double her efforts to avoid disappointing him. To her mind, this master was crafting sixth-tier elixirs with remarkable speed, and they were all of exceptional quality, indicative of a person of high standing. The atmosphere was remarkably uplifting. The elder was bursting with energy. He, like you, is a disciple, though now merely a remnant soul. In life, he was a pinnacle figure of the manifestation realm and an extraordinary alchemist of the sect. Nothing too remarkable, Long Xie casually remarked. However, his tone seemed to contradict the nonchalance of his expression. Are you cold-hearted or merely jesting? Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang and Mo1 had arrived at the alchemy hall as well. The hall was equally grand, rivaling that of the martial techniques hall. The two entered in succession. Just as Lin Bai turned her head, she beheld a youthful figure, strikingly handsome, entering the hall. He possessed an ethereal charm, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. his deep gaze shimmering with enchanting violet light, emanating an aura of authority that was both commanding and oppressive. Following closely behind him was an inscrutable elder. Surely, they must be high-ranking members of the sect, or perhaps prodigies of great renown. Li Yinji mused to herself. Patriarch, what brings you here personally? Long Xie exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer as the sect leader, rushing forward to greet him. I came to see how matters at the alchemy hall were proceeding. Feng Qingyang replied, surveying the hall before placing his hands behind his back. Rest assured, everything you instructed has been taken care of. This young lady here is the daughter of the sovereign of the Pill Sacred Land. She has already sent word to the Sacred Land, and soon it will submit to our Qingyun Sect. Consequently, the alchemist from the Sacred Land will arrive as well. Long Xie gestured towards Li Yinji. What? This mysterious youth is the sect leader? The overwhelming strength of the sect left her astounded, realizing that the leader was a figure she had only dared to dream of meeting. Now, he stood not far from her. As the elder gestured towards her, she quickly regained her composure and stepped forward. I pay my respects to the esteemed sect leader. As Long Xie mentioned, we of the Pill Sacred Land are indeed willing to submit to the Qingyun Sect. During her visit this time, she witnessed numerous wonders. The sacred land of Yudon pales in comparison to the Qingyun Sect, which she could only revere and submit to. It may even bring the sacred land a step closer. Indeed, well done. Feng Qingyang did not respond to her remarks, but continued conversing with Long Xie. Thank you for your kind words, Sect Master. How is the situation? Was there any coercion involved? Our Qingyun Sect is a peaceful sect, and we abhor violence and oppression of the weak, he reassured. Rest assured, Sect Master, there is absolutely none. I approached them with reason and emotion, and that is why they agreed, Long Xie confidently declared, patting his chest. That is reassuring, Feng Qingyang nodded. The martial world is not solely about conflict. It is about human relationships and social intricacies. But this is a different realm. Li Yinji interjected. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Chapter 70. The Submission of the Holy Land, renowned in Xianzhou at this moment. Long Xie took note of the elders standing behind the sect master. Indistinct, utterly inscrutable, a formidable presence within the sect. Upon Feng Qingyang's subtle gesture, Imowen stepped forward. The sect master had taken a liking to him, appointing the elder to oversee the alchemy hall. For the time being, the alchemy hall would be under the elder's stewardship. An elder, the elder of the alchemy hall. No wonder he was difficult to fathom. Long Xie and Li Yinji felt a surge of clarity. So he is an elder. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Long Xie, a humble servant. May I inquire your name? Long Xie approached, eager to cultivate a good rapport within the same sect. Mo1. The elder replied, revealing his name. Mo1, one is not permitted to inquire further. This left Long Xie somewhat flummoxed. Meanwhile, within the bustling alchemy hall, Dan Qing had overheard the commotion. It seemed they were speaking of some elder, and even mentioned the sect master. What sect master? Upon completing the refining of the current batch of elixirs, Dan Qing rushed outside. Esteemed sect master, I am Dan Qing. Upon arriving at the great hall, he confirmed the presence of the sect master and hastened to speak. Indeed, I have heard of your commendable efforts lately. Continue to strive, and if you perform well, the sect shall grant you a new incarnation, Feng Qingyang remarked, bestowing a verbal assurance. To motivate his disciples, it was certainly not a trivial matter. Thank you, sect master, Dan Qing exclaimed, elated beyond measure. What was his relentless pursuit for? Was it for spiritual stones? Precious treasures? A partner? None of these. It was for the chance to be reborn. Now, with the sect master's verbal guarantee, his heart felt much steadier. He was increasingly invigorated. Very well. I shall leave this in Elder Mo Wen's capable hands. Feng Qingyang concluded before turning to depart. After completing his inspection, it was time for a day of leisure. Li Yinji was taken aback by being overlooked by the sect master. Indeed, as a mere junior, what right had she to expect the sect master's attention? Despite his youthful appearance, he governed such a formidable sect, surely possessing profound cultivation, a long lifespan, and the art of preserving youth. He was likely far older than even her own ancestor when their ages were combined. No, I must strive diligently and ascend. I must be noticed by the sect master. Li Yinji bit her lip, resolutely declaring to herself, "Farewell, sect master." With the four of them bidding their goodbyes, Feng Qingyang departed from the alchemy hall. Eda Montak. So the elder's surname is Mo, and his name is One. Long Xie finally grasped the situation. It was not a prohibition against asking questions. Rather, he had misunderstood. Then, Elder Mo, I shall take my leave, Long Xie said, bowing respectfully before striding out of the alchemy hall. Very well, if either of you has inquiries, feel free to approach me, the elder offered. Thank you, elder. Dan Qing had no questions. As a transcendent alchemist of the sect, there was little he did not comprehend, though his soul's form was currently a limitation. Otherwise, he would already be concocting sacred elixirs. Li Yinji, however, had several queries to discuss. Learning is akin to rowing upstream. One either advances or regresses. Her cultivation in the Tao of alchemy requires further learning and inquiry. Shortly thereafter, Elder Mo, when retrieved the great Tao cauldron, intending to concoct several elixirs and test the efficacy of this celestial artifact. He instructed his disciple, Li Yinji, to fetch a bit of sacred medicine from the apothecary. Is the elder preparing to refine a sacred elixir? Meanwhile, at the Yudon sacred land, within the Yudon Grand Hall, the sovereign Li Qingxian summoned all the elders to convene. This grand assembly was prompted by the news delivered by the sovereign's daughter, Yinji. The tides of destiny are undeniable. One must flow with the current and ascend to great heights. Li Yinji, disciple of the alchemy hall of the Qingyun Sect. These brief statements astonished all present. Indeed, the claims made by the Qingyun Sect's envoy were true. They possessed countless formidable beings. They stood upon the pillar of alchemy. The alchemy sect transcends, and only the alchemy saints are deemed worthy to be disciples. Sovereign Li Qingxian remained silent in his seat, observing the elders below, who were equally speechless. The atmosphere grew tense. Hence, he was the first to speak. Elders, feel free to express your thoughts. Elder Zhang, please share your insights first. He directed towards the elder at the forefront. Sovereign, I'm not one for eloquence, Elder Zhang replied, uncertain of what to say. Should he bluntly state, Sovereign, cease your efforts. We shall all defect to the Qingyun Sect. Sovereign, the message from Yinji has already conveyed the truth. I too believe we should align ourselves with the prevailing winds. Such is the might of a grand sect. Those who comply flourish, while those who resist perish. The second in command, Elder, spoke up, quickly garnering the approval of many elders. We implore the sovereign and the ancestor to make a decision. They collectively addressed the two figures at the head of the hall. Allowing them to deliberate would yield little. It is better to follow the current. Just the other day, the Qingyun Sect dispatched a single envoy, overpowering the entire sacred land. What chance do we have against them? Moreover, Sovereign, your daughter has already consented. Yinji must have witnessed their strength, which is why she transmitted these two phrases. Very well, I, the Sovereign, have reached a decision. The Yudon sacred land shall submit to the Qingyun Sect and become its subordinate force. All alchemists of 4th rank and above shall accompany me to the main sect. Sovereign Li Qingxian firmly declared. The message from Yinji cannot be mistaken. Submission is their only option. To flow with the current and ascend to great heights. Li Qingxian murmured. Perhaps this is a monumental opportunity for the Yudon sacred land. Looking back tens of thousands of years from now, he would feel this was the wisest decision of his life, though that is a tale for another time. However, the news from Yinji revealed that this main sect, the Qingyun Sect, is located in Lingzhou. A hidden grand sect. Is the hidden grand sect about to emerge into the world? 2.5 days later, news of the beast tide reached Xianzhou, causing a tremendous uproar. An obscure sect could subdue 4 sacred beasts with merely a single powerful individual. They overshadowed the 3 great sacred lands, gaining fame across the 4 continents. Wait, was it the formidable individual who single-handedly breached the Yudon sacred land from the Qingyun Sect? In the end, it remains unclear what agreement was reached with the sacred lands. That formidable figure from the Qingyun Sect even took away their dream goddess. But when did such a powerful sect emerge from the eastern region? Their very first move exerted pressure upon the 4 sacred lands. It appears that a shift is imminent in the eastern region. However, shortly thereafter, a more astonishing piece of news surfaced. the Xianzhou was thrown into an uproar. The lord of the Yudon Sacred Land declared that the entire sacred land would submit to the Qingyun Sect of Lingzhou, becoming its subordinate force. To challenge the leader of the Qingyun Sect is to provoke the dignity of the sacred lands, and one must first pass the test of the Yudon Sacred Land. This truly is earth-shattering. The four states are too distant for them to do anything but marvel. Yet this situation is different. The Yudon Sacred Land, a venerable institution, has dominated Xianzhou for hundreds of thousands of years, and now you tell me it has pledged allegiance to the Qingyun Sect? In Xianzhou, the Yudon Sacred Land was considered the very sky. Has the sky now changed? In a tavern in Xianzhou, one brother questioned, "Is this true? Is the news reliable?" "Nonsense. My uncle's youngest son is a janitor of the Yudon Sacred Land, and he confirmed it himself. How could it be false?" Gradually, the news began to spread, permeating the entirety of Xianzhou. Now everyone is aware of this astonishing revelation. The Qingyun Sect is on the rise. Chapter 71. The Alchemist Arrives. Shocking the sacred land, another 2.5 days passed. At the Qingyun Sect, within the grand hall of the sect leader, Feng Qingyang was just about to commence his daily cultivation. After all, having reached the sacred realm, he could not afford to languish. As the leader of a prominent sect, he ought to lead by example and take action. Those prodigies from the central region must have already attained the void realm at this age, and the truly exceptional ones might have even reached the transformation stage. Unlike him, who was merely at the initial stage of the sacred realm. Just as he was about to close his eyes to meditate, a notification chimed. Ding, the host has new messages awaiting update. Master, Feng Qingyang. Realm, initial stage of sacred realm, disciples. Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu, Constitution, Divine Body of the Heavens. A brief pause. Sect, Qingyun Sect. Level 1, 9,995, 10,000. The sect's value stood at 9,995? What on earth? System, for heaven's sake, are you going to come up with a 9,999 next time? Are you toying with me? Feng Qingyang glanced over and noted that the sect's value had risen from 9,500 to 9,995. Upgrading to a level 2 sect seemed like it would take an eternity. He opened the prestige value section, which had impressively increased by 500,000. Indeed, the prestige of the Qingyun Sect had spread across the continents. More than half of the 13 domains in the eastern region were awed by the Qingyun Sect. 3 of the 5 sacred lands were intimidated. 1 had submitted, and the last one, whenever displeased, would not show any respect. Accumulating this prestige could eventually lead to the acquisition of a formidable Emperor Realm attendant. Feng Qingyang contemplated silently. The more Emperor Realm experts, the better. Those powerful imperial clans, ancient tribes, and ancient families in the central region likely had their own emperors in place, though they remained hidden from the world. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, as he had been in this place for just a month and a half and was not well acquainted with the continents beyond the eastern region. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingyun Sect, Li Yinji awaited the arrival of someone, casting her gaze into the distance from time to time. They have arrived. In the distance, a massive flying ship approached, but halted at the foot of Qingyun Sect. Li Yinji had already communicated with them, informing them that flying was prohibited in the vicinity of Qingyun Sect. Had they not been forewarned, the Sacred Land-S ship would have been shattered by the Sect's powerful guardians. It would have been akin to a flood engulfing the Dragon King's temple. These individuals were the talented alchemists destined for the sect. The alchemists from the Sacred Land disembarked from the ship, led by the Saint Master Li Qingxian. As a 9th-tier alchemy saint, he too sought to visit the main sect, knowing that the Sacred Land had its ancestors to oversee matters. He was eager to witness the grandeur of the main sect, to ascertain whether it was as formidable as Yinji had described. As everyone stepped down, they immediately felt invigorated. The spiritual energy here is truly abundant. I never imagined Lingzhou possessed such a treasure, as expected of the main sect-as stronghold. The spiritual energy here is several times denser than that of our sacred land. If I could refine elixirs here, I would have a 30% assurance of success. A shocked alchemist from Holy Land, a 5th-tier master, exclaimed. If I could enhance my success rate by 30% with every refinement, my progress in the alchemical arts would be swift. I only wish the elders of the Qingyun Sect had arrived sooner. Many alchemists had come to the holy land of Yudan, as all those of 4th tier and above had gathered. There were 50 4th tier alchemists, 30 5th tier, 15 6th tier, 10 7th tier, 5 8th tier, and 2 9th tier masters, the sect leader and the grand elder. This indeed reflects the profound heritage of their holy land. It is crucial to understand that the path of alchemy is not a simple one. It is intricately linked to one's cultivation level, as refining corresponding tiered elixirs requires a commensurate level of spiritual consciousness, which is to say, soul power. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the more potent the soul power. Furthermore, one's innate talent for alchemy plays a significant role. Without talent, one might remain forever a mere 2nd tier alchemist, languishing between 1st tier and mediocrity. Yet, one must also cultivate both the path of the elixir and the way of the Tao. Currently, the remaining members of the Holy Land consist of various elders and disciples, along with numerous formidable beings. As they witnessed the alchemists from the Holy Land of Yudan disembarking from their airship, the sight of the sect leader at the forefront caught their attention. "Father," Li Yinji called out from a short distance. "Yinji." Upon seeing his daughter nearby, Li Qingxian hurried forward. The alchemists from Yudan followed the sect leader's lead in a grand procession. Li Yinji immediately turned to her accompanying guard and said, "Elder, these are the alchemists from our holy land of Yudan. By the command of the sect leader, we have come to Qingyun." The guard nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, it has been conveyed from above. You may proceed up the mountain." The elder has already informed him. The alchemists from Yudan will be arriving today. Just let them pass. Before long, at the Qingyun Sect, sect leader Li Qingxian and the group of alchemists entered the sect under Li Yinji's guidance. As they stepped into the sect, it felt as if they had entered another world, an ethereal realm. The rich, dense spiritual energy enveloped them. They were astonished by the stairway that soared directly into the clouds. Little did they expect that the interior of this sect was equally extraordinary. The spiritual energy surged, intensifying manyfold, transforming into a misty rain. The picturesque palatial structures, adorned with calligraphy that danced with the essence of the Tao, left them profoundly awestruck. The scenes within the Qingyun Sect deeply moved them, reshaping their understanding. They hailed from a holy land and were not without experience. Yet, at this moment, it felt as though they were akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. This main sect was truly beyond their imagination. No wonder such powerful beings emerged from here. They couldn't help but express their admiration. The sect leader indeed made a wise choice in allowing them to refine elixirs in such a place. They would embrace the opportunity 1,000 times over. Observing the once spirited alchemists, now rendered speechless by astonishment, Li Yinji found herself unable to suppress a smile. Her own first visit had also opened her eyes wide within this main sect. Yinji was indeed correct. This is the essence of power, embracing the flow of circumstances. One ascends to great heights. Li Qingxian reflected thoughtfully. "Let us proceed, Father. I shall escort you to the alchemy hall where the elders await." Chapter 72. The Sacred Mysterious Realm on the Other Side, in the eastern region S Sacred State, a vast land isolated from the other 12 states of the East, yet historically a part of the Eastern Territory. Its proximity to the central region's heavenly state has fostered a rich cultivation atmosphere, abundant in spiritual energy, giving rise to numerous formidable beings and prodigies. It can be said that this state stands as the foremost in overall strength within the eastern region, bolstered by the presence of the most powerful sacred ground among the five, the heavenly sacred ground. Today marks the 3rd day since the opening of the sacred mysterious realm in the sacred state. Within the realm, 4 figures emerged from a cave entrance. Among them, a striking young man with long, flowing black hair cradled a small black dog in his arms. "Brother, there is nothing of value here," lamented Lin Bai, the second disciple of Feng Qingyang, as he examined the slumbering black dog. "What a futile excitement this has been. Just moments ago, a burst of light and a faint aura had emanated from the cave, leading them to believe they would discover treasures within. After searching for an extended period, they had only found this seemingly ordinary dog. How curious! What was a mundane dog doing in the sacred mysterious realm? There must be something amiss. Fear not, junior brother. The sacred mysterious realm remains open for another 2 days. We have ample time to explore further," replied Shi Hao, the eldest disciple, his imposing presence evident as he stood at 8 feet tall, his chiseled features etched with determination. The brothers and their junior sister, Hua Qingyu, had been out for over a month. Upon hearing their master speak of opportunities here, they had traversed several vast lands, enduring hardships to arrive just in time for the realm's opening. Their talents had allowed them to enter, and now Shi Hao had progressed from mid-core formation to early illusory void, while Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu had ascended from mid-core formation to mid-nascent soul. It was clear that prodigies would indeed rise rapidly. "Yes, brother Lin Bai, let us explore other avenues," chimed in Su Yaoyao, a young woman they had met during their journey. Dressed in a flowing green gown, her chestnut hair cascading like a waterfall, she resembled a fairy from a tale. "Very well, then. It seems we have labored in vain for this trivial find." Lin Bai sighed, turning back towards the cave to return the slumbering dog. Unexpectedly, the dog opened its eyes and, to their astonishment, spoke. "You're the little black dog, and your entire family are little black dogs." Startled, Lin Bai instinctively tossed the creature away and unsheathed his sword, the Qinglian Sword. Shi Hao and the others quickly gathered around. The ability to speak suggested the creature was a demon beast. Indeed, within the realm, nothing was ever simple. Alas, who dared to cast this emperor aside? It pains this emperor greatly. The little black dog, having been thrown to the ground, quickly regained its footing and bared its teeth at Lin Bai. This emperor? The senior brother finds this little black dog amusingly declaring itself as such. How remarkable! You claim to be an emperor and yet wince in pain from a mere fall. Surely, your imperial status is but a figment of your imagination. Indeed, what of it? This emperor shall not alter his name nor his title. I am the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor. I have not heard of such a title. Though whether one is truly an emperor remains uncertain, it is indeed black. Lin Bai observed diligently, yet could discern no peculiar traits in this little black dog, save for its remarkably dark fur. By heavens, were it not for this emperor's incomplete recovery of power, I would certainly strike you down. The Black Emperor contemplated. Having just unsealed itself, its strength was utterly diminished, and its injuries had yet to heal fully, so it deemed it prudent to refrain from engaging. After all, to falter in battle would be a severe embarrassment. Nonetheless, an inexplicable familiarity lingered in the air around them. The little black dog began to sniff the surroundings intently. "No, I am indeed the Black Emperor." It then unleashed its consciousness, extending it within a meter radius. Alas, even my consciousness remains unrefreshed. This spells doom. The four, including Shi Hao, observed the little black dog as it sniffed around, then stood bewildered. Lin Bai sheathed the Qinglian sword, deeming it unnecessary to wield against such a foolish beast. "What are you staring at? This emperor is aware of his striking elegance, but there is no need for such unabashed scrutiny. More narcissistic than I. Senior brother, junior sister, let us depart. Lingering here any longer will see the secret realm come to an end." With that, Lin Bai beckoned Shi Hao and the others to leave, for it seemed the periphery of this secret realm held little of value, necessitating a deeper venture. "Wait, do not abandon this emperor. Lacking in power and having yet to restore my consciousness, I must rely upon these four human cultivators to survive." Thus, the Black Emperor called out while hastening to catch up. Chapter 73. Exploring the Secret Realm, the blood-red dark flower under the starry sky. They entered the holy state, enduring the elements as they dined on dew. Upon hearing of sacred artifacts within the secret realm, they ultimately encountered a black dog. Lin Bai gazed at the tenacious little black dog that had stubbornly followed him, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Haha, brother Lin Bai, your literary talent has grown remarkably," chuckled Su Yaoyao, who had observed this humorous young man compose no fewer than 100 poems in the brief months since their acquaintance. It was fascinating. Indeed, interesting individuals could be found anywhere. His journey through the eastern domain was far from futile. Shi Hao, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This junior brother of his, aside from being somewhat humorous and marginally more handsome, had the experience of holding a girl's hand. His only flaw lay in the mediocrity of his poetry. Having me around is your fortune," proclaimed the Black Emperor with a dismissive shake of his body. These young ones were still too naive. "Rest assured, as long as you assist me with this minor task, I will handle any complications for you. The secret realm was fraught with peril, and given their current cultivation levels, it was preferable to hitch a ride along the way. Lin Bai and the others chose to ignore the dog, allowing it to accompany them. With its frail, scrawny appearance, it resembled a mere wisp of a dog. Forget about it. Let's continue our search, Lin Bai urged. After more than a month of training outside their sect, they were concerned about returning to find their cultivation levels inferior to those of the inner and outer disciples. They did not wish to disgrace their master. Despite their rapid progress in cultivation and significant improvement in strength over the past month, they were acutely aware of the sect's formidable nature. With treasures and celestial techniques abounding, the inner disciples would not lag behind if they were to exert themselves. Once Shi Hao broached a serious topic, Lin Bai and the others adopted a more solemn demeanor. Elder brother is right. I noticed several exceptionally talented disciples among those who joined the sect that day. Among them were 2 prodigies with an astounding 8 chimes of the bell. Yet their gifts are even greater, boasting 9 chimes. They are unrivaled among the disciples of Qingyun Sect. Although they started later, their extraordinary talents have allowed them to surpass many who have labored for a decade in just over a month. Shi Hao had undergone the tribulation of having his supreme body stripped and his cultivation rendered void. After its reconstruction, he merely needed to restore his cultivation, placing him at the highest rank among the trio. Nevertheless, he still feared being surpassed by the sect's prodigies. Surely not. You 3 possess such high talents and solid cultivation. Why worry about being overtaken? Su Yaoyao asked, perplexed. As the direct descendant of the Su family in the southern domain, her own cultivation had barely reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, just 2 minor realms above Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu. Yet she was regarded as the foremost genius of her age in the Su family. Shi Hao and she were of similar age, yet he had already attained the void realm. The disparity was staggering. If they feared being surpassed, one could only wonder how formidable the prodigies of Qingyun Sect must be. She had often listened to their discussions about the sect they took pride in, Qingyun Sect. Within the confines of the sect, countless formidable individuals reside, with the sect master possessing transcendent skills that instill fear in no one, regardless of their power across the 5 domains. Throughout their month-long journey, the 4 companions frequently heard tales of the Qingyun Sect's illustrious reputation, having vanquished the 4 sacred beasts and instilled trepidation in the 3 great sacred lands. Indeed, within Qingyun, there are numerous prodigies, and should one falter, they may easily be surpassed. Upon hearing Shi Hao's words, she felt an even greater desire to visit Qingyun and pay homage to such an esteemed sect. When we return to the sect, Brother Shi Hao, I wish to join Qingyun as well. Although my talents may not qualify me as a core disciple, surely being an inner disciple would suffice. After becoming accustomed to the southern domain, joining a powerful sect in the eastern domain for cultivation would be splendid. Until one has attained their path. How can one return home? Shi Hao reflected. As for Su Yaoyao's aspirations to join the sect, it ultimately depended on the sect's intentions. Presently, the sect was undergoing a large-scale recruitment, and it was unlikely they would accept new disciples in the immediate future. Before long, the 4 arrive at the entrance of another natural cave within the secret realm. A thick, blood-red mist emanated from within, and the cave itself was vast, leading into an endless abyss that seemed to stretch into eternity. The desolate exterior was littered with dead grass and decayed leaves, a testament to the pollution wrought by the crimson mist. This mist feels ominous. Could there be some secret hidden within? Lin Bai remarked, furrowing his brow. Hey kid, the Black Emperor interjected, I advise you not to enter if you wish to remain alive. This place is no good. Although the Black Emperor's spiritual perception extended only a meter, it sensed the malevolent nature of the red mist upon contact. To ensure his own safe passage through the secret realm, he felt compelled to warn these younger individuals. You only know how to boast and frighten others, Lin Bai retorted. If it's such a dreadful place, why are so many rushing to enter? They may go. We shall also proceed. He pointed to a group of individuals approaching not far away. A considerable number had already ventured inside moments prior. How should I know? Regardless, it's not a good place. Whether there's anything worthwhile, how should I be aware? The Black Emperor thought, seeing that the youngsters were heedless of his warnings. Let them be. I can always find others to fool. Junior brother, let us inquire of someone, Shi Hao suggested, moving toward two men nearby and tapping one on the shoulder. Excuse me, brothers, may I ask what lies within? It is our first time in the secret realm, and we are not well informed. The two men were engaged in discussion when suddenly one felt a tap on his shoulder, causing him to jump. Turning around, he snapped. Who do you think you are? Why did you touch me? Get lost and stop bothering me. However, upon seeing the imposing youth before him, he quickly reconsidered, realizing he might be provoking a formidable opponent and swiftly altered his demeanor. Ah, it turns out to be you, my friend. I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. You mentioned this place is indeed a forbidden realm of the secret domain. A forbidden realm? Upon hearing this, Shi Hao murmured, narrowing his eyes, still somewhat perplexed. If it is indeed a forbidden place, as the little black dog suggested, it cannot be a good location. Why then do they all rush to enter? Indeed, within lies a vast blood pool, perpetually boiling, which is why the mist takes on a crimson hue. The cave is profoundly deep, teeming with numerous demonic bats. However, the more perilous the location, the greater the opportunities it harbors, every 10,000 years. The blood pool nurtures a single blood-red nether flower, a rare and invaluable sacred herb. The timing of this secret domain's opening coincides with the maturation of the sacred herb, which explains why everyone disregards the dangers to enter. He too desired to venture inside, yet alas, his strength was insufficient and entry would only lead to his demise. Do you think the blood in that pool simply appears? Yet, many self-proclaimed prodigies still venture forth, unaware that they have become mere sustenance for the blood-red nether flower each time it blooms. Chapter 74. The blood pool nurtures the nether bloom. Blossoming once every millennium. Upon concluding his words, the man left Stone Hao in deep contemplation. Such a rare sacred herb. How could one let it slip away? This expedition was undertaken for two primary purposes: to enhance one's strength and to procure resources. The opportunity to acquire this invaluable sacred herb was fortuitous. They could later present the treasures they unearthed to their sect, thereby enriching its treasury. Thank you, brother, Stone Hao expressed with a respectful clasp of his fists before turning to retrace his steps. How did it go, senior brother? What is the situation inside? Lin Bai and the others, who had been waiting not far off, approached him with eager inquiries. There is a forbidden area within this secret realm, where a sacred herb is nurtured in the blood pool, a blood-red nether flower that only blooms once every millennium. Stone Hao relayed the information he had gathered. The blood-red nether flower? I recall seeing mention of it in a tome within my family's library. The blood pool nurtures the nether bloom, which only flowers once in 1,000 years. This high-tier sacred herb possesses the ability to nourish the soul and can be combined with other ingredients, such as crying bloodgrass, spider tear, and celestial soul pearl, in alchemical processes to create the great resurrection pill, a highly esteemed elixir renowned for its healing properties, Su Yaoyao interjected, her thoughts racing as she connected the dots. Indeed, this place feels familiar. I have seen detailed illustrations in the book I read. However, it lacks specifics on the other materials required for the creation of the great resurrection pill, she continued, noting that only the nether flower's precise location was known. High-tier sacred herb? What are we waiting for? Let us hurry inside, lest others pluck the herb before us, Lin Bai urged, his tone suggesting that the sacred herb was already theirs for the taking. Danger? Fear? While others quaked in trepidation, they thrived on ambition. The realm of cultivation is one where battles are fought with valor, and so, after a brief discussion, the four resolved to venture into the cave with determination, leaving behind the small black dog, Hey Di, in a state of disarray. Such impudent youngsters, disregarding this emperor's counsel. It seems the outside may not be safe either. I shall follow, Hey Di mused, sensing that these youths were not ordinary. Especially two of them, and a woman clad in fiery red. Their talents were exceptional. Wait, did they just mention a sacred herb capable of nurturing the soul? Hey, wait for me. This emperor shall protect you, Hey Di exclaimed, hastily propelling himself after them. As they entered the forbidden cavern, a chilling dampness enveloped them, and the bubbling crimson mist continued to waft outward. The eerie sounds of squeaking echoed from the depths of the cave. Stone Hao surmised these must be the demon bats the man had spoken of, though he was uncertain of their strength and knew they must prepare accordingly. The group cautiously advanced, with Di trailing closely behind. What is this dreadful place? If my cultivation were intact, I would annihilate this wretched domain with a single strike. The dampness and chill are unbearable, even for my fur coat. Wait, there is something ahead. Shi Hao halted several individuals. As his spiritual perception in the void realm distinctly sensed a group of unknown creatures rushing towards them. Lin Bai and the others immediately ceased their movements, cautiously fixating on the front. The atmosphere became tense, and they all held their breath, daring not to make a sound. Suddenly, the previously dim cavern was illuminated. Countless demon bats hung from the cave walls, and many more were advancing towards them. Demon bats. The four instantly entered a battle-ready stance. As per their usual practice, they aimed for a swift resolution. After declaring this, Shi Hao charged ahead. The Supreme Cycle technique surged into full operation, drawing forth an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy, radiating a formidable presence that made him resemble a war deity. With sheer strength, he swept through the enemy ranks, relying solely on his fists, without any magical artifacts. He unleashed his full potential. Bang! Bang! Hiss! Squeak! He struck out with powerful punches, instantly obliterating numerous demon bats. Their shrieks echoed throughout the cavern. The might of the void realm overwhelmed many demon bats. At this moment, he was no longer the same. Having ascended to the void realm, his terrifying aura was fully unleashed. Transitioning from the nascent soul to the void realm is a significant threshold. Surpassing it dramatically enhances one's strength and allows for the opening of personal spiritual caverns. The more spiritual caverns one opens, the greater the reservoir of spiritual energy, which prolongs one's endurance in battle. Thus, the spiritual cavern serves as a measure of one's innate talent. The more spiritual caverns one possesses, the stronger their aptitude. The ultimate number of spiritual caverns is 9, and Shi Hao had precisely opened 9. Had it not been for the formation reinforcing this cavern, he would have already breached it. The so-called progression from refining chi to establishing a foundation, then to forming a golden core, cultivating the soul, opening the spirit in the void, merging the spiritual caverns to attain divine transformation, refining the spirit to reach the truth, shattering the void, and stepping into semi-sainthood, ultimately extracting the sacred source to achieve sainthood. Reflecting on how, just over a month ago, I was being pursued by the family's guards, who were merely at the void realm. My dear brother, I owe my gratitude to you and uncle for your schemes. Without the two of you, I would never have had the opportunity to join the Qingyun Sect. This is what they call surviving a great calamity, leading to future blessings. Just wait. Shi Hao unleashed all his fury upon the obstructing demon bats. With each strike of the Supreme Cycle Fist, he had already crushed a significant number of them. Lin Bai and the others were also deeply engaged in battle. Huh, how splendid. You demon beasts, prepare to test my Qinglian sword technique. Qinglian leads the way. Lin Bai bellowed, unleashing the first move of the Qinglian sword technique. Qinglian asked the way. A sharp sword aura slashed forth from the Qinglian sword. The sword energy surged forth, unstoppable. Countless Qinglian blossomed on the ground, assaulting the demon bats. Chapter 75. The Fierce Battle with the Demon Bats. The Black Emperor strikes. The azure lotuses emerge spontaneously within the cavern, intertwined with the essence of sword intent, directly annihilating hundreds of demon bats. The bats plummeted from the sky like dumplings. Lin Bai wielded the azure lotus sword with relentless vigor. The blood mist erupting from the severed demon bats mingled with the incessant flow of crimson energy within the cave, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. In just over a month's time, his cultivation had advanced rapidly. However, his sword intent remained largely stagnant, still consolidating in the realm of minor achievement. It is known that the sword path is a more arduous journey than mere cultivation, demanding exceptional talent and an unwavering determination. To put it plainly, even with your innate gifts, reaching the transformation realm merely signifies the commencement of the sword path. Most sword cultivators at this level have only just begun to grasp the essence of sword intent. Those who comprehend sword intent prior to reaching the transformation realm are exceedingly rare, truly a breed apart. A sword honed over a millennium is but a minor accomplishment. Otherwise, how could the legendary azure lotus sword deity of the Middle Ages have been so formidable? The slaughtering sage, with a single azure lotus sword, once confronted the 10 great saint kings, achieving divine status in battle. In that year, a single azure lotus sword felled 4 Saint Kings and grievously wounded 6 others, earning renown throughout the central domain. At that time, the sword deity had already attained a state of profound clarity, where the mere thought of a sword could cleave the void, rendering even the tiniest blade of grass capable of cutting through space. On another front, Hua Qingyu activated the Phoenix transformation sacred art, fully awakening her Phoenix sacred body. A colossal phoenix phantom materialized above her, continuously exhaling phoenix flames that scorched the demon bats ahead. With every piercing cry of the phoenix, the flames it unleashed could extinguish numerous demon bats. The unfortunate creatures were thus transformed into a delicacy of braised demon bats, the aroma mingling with the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Beside her, Su Yao Yao swung a soft sword with fervor, her peak nascent soul cultivation radiating formidable energy as she executed her strikes. Once more, she was struck by the overwhelming might of these 3 warriors. Shi Hao resembled a battle god, capable of obliterating countless demon bats with a single punch. While Lin Bai's azure lotus sword intent was equally fierce, the sword energy sweeping forth to annihilate numerous foes. Sister Qingyu's Phoenix Phantom inflicted widespread devastation, each breath of Phoenix flames claiming a multitude of demon bats. Though she too wielded a sword, having trained for a decade, she had yet to even touch the threshold of the sword path, merely a figment of possibility. If only she possessed Lin Bai's innate talent. He was only a few years her senior and had already achieved minor success in sword intent, even with her cultivation 2 minor realms beneath his. She doubted she could compete, not even with a half-hearted attempt. Observing the ferocity of these individuals, the Black Emperor decided to refrain from engaging, settling into a comfortable position. With the searing phoenix flames, the temperature within the cavern surged significantly. Currently, its divine consciousness could only extend within a meter radius, rendering it invincible in that confined space. Yet, it still felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. Continuously unleashing one's divine consciousness can indeed harm one's essence. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from action unless absolutely necessary. Junior brother, junior sister, and Yao Yao, you should depart first while I hold them off. With a powerful punch, Shi Hao declared, his eyes ablaze with fury, and the energy within him surged as though a volcano were about to erupt. The 9 spiritual caves provided him with an unceasing flow of spiritual energy. And his trump card, the Supreme Body, remained untapped. Although the demon bats were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers continued to swarm towards him. Moreover, in his perception, he sensed several powerful, beastly auras approaching from a distance. We cannot linger. We must leave together. These lesser demon beasts pose no threat to us. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, his gaze sharp as he regarded the incoming demon bats. It appeared that today would be a protracted battle. Very well. Let it come. My azure lotus sword also yearns for blood. They had yet to exert their full strength, for the impending competition for the sacred herb would likely demand a fierce confrontation. Continuing to unleash sword strikes, he decimated the demon bats before him. He cast a glance around, observing his senior brother delivering powerful punches from afar, while his junior sister and Yao Yao respectively employed their techniques to eradicate the demon bats. Only the little black dog lay languidly in a corner behind them. How infuriating! You expect us to carry you out of this secret realm, yet you refuse to lift a paw. Lin Bai approached, looking down at it. Hey, esteemed Black Emperor, I acknowledge that I may have spoken too loudly before, and I retract my words. Indeed, to recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. Upon first glance, I knew you were destined for greatness. The Black Emperor shook itself, rising slowly to speak. Very well, I shall leave this to you, my fellow disciples, and I must now contend for the sacred herb. It is time for you to act. After Lin Bai spoke, he crouched down and lifted the Black Emperor. Hey, you little junior, what are you doing? Put this esteemed one down at once. Lin Bai carried the Black Emperor to the forefront. Senior brother, junior sister, you should go ahead. The Black Emperor will take action and cover our retreat. It claims its strength is so great that it would harm us. Lin Bai tossed the Black Emperor forward. How dare you? Am I merely a pawn for you to command? Although Shi Hao and the others were skeptical, they continued to fight while retreating. Very well, it is agreed. I shall cover your escape, and you must ensure my safe passage out. These juniors should have no difficulty obtaining the sacred herb with their abilities. Once I regain some strength and employ a few tricks, the sacred herb will be mine. Consuming the sacred herb will also aid in nurturing my damaged soul. So, you juniors may proceed. I alone can crush these demon bats. Chapter 76. The Emperor's Might Destroys the Bats. The Holy Sun's long-song junior brother. Is this feasible? Shi Hao gazed in disbelief at the grinning figure of the Black Emperor ahead. Could that small frame truly withstand the assault of tens of thousands of demon bats? We should depart swiftly, senior brother. If we linger, the sacred elixir will be seized by others. Hua Qingyu and Su Yaoyao also approached, perplexed. What is happening, senior brother? She inquired, her brow furrowed. Are we not fighting anymore? The previous skirmish barely served as a warm-up, and our true capabilities have yet to be unleashed. You all should leave first and strive to secure the sacred elixir. We cannot allow others to claim it before us. I will join you shortly. After contemplating the words of his junior sister, Lin Bai replied, This little black dog merely enjoys boasting. We cannot abandon him here alone. His Qinglian sword technique has yet to unleash its most formidable form, which is sufficient to rid us of these demon bats. Lin Bai intended only to encourage his senior brother and junior sister to depart first while he remained to provide cover. Junior brother, exercise caution. Should anything arise, use the token to summon us. The sacred elixir can be forfeited if necessary. Shi Hao was aware that Lin Bai possessed a life-saving talisman bestowed by Elder Shui Xian. Thus he would not face mortal peril. As they departed, their master had specifically instructed them to visit the elder, who had provided each of them with a life-preserving artifact. However, these would only be employed in the direst of circumstances. In the face of adversity, one must fight to hone oneself. He then led his junior sister and Su Yaoyao in a different direction onward. The Black Emperor valiantly held back the multitude of demon bats ahead. Lin Bai shook his arm, grasped his Qinglian sword, and advanced further. This little black dog likely could not hold out for long. If its abilities matched even half of its boasts, Lin Bai would not need to intervene. It appeared that today, one could not proceed without employing some measures. For the sake of obtaining the sacred elixir and escaping the secret realm, he was prepared to fight. The Black Emperor contemplated, its gaze icy as it surveyed the swarming demon bats. Channeling its full imperial consciousness, it compressed the space around it, transforming it into an endless black void. In a fit of rage, the Emperor's wrath could lay waste to millions. The overwhelming imperial might surged forth, had it not just released its seal. Leaving its consciousness and cultivation level unrefreshed, this entire secret realm would have been crushed in an instant. Under the Emperor's might, all beings are equal. Following a resounding roar, the fragmented imperial consciousness surged forth. Was it not the renowned Black Emperor from 100,000 years ago? Could it truly be bullied by a horde of winged rodents now? It had once feasted upon dragon's liver and phoenix's marrow, engaging in fierce battles with the Dragon Emperor for sustenance. The imperial consciousness instantaneously expanded to a radius of 100 meters. The demon bats within this range were obliterated on the spot. This was its current limit. Any further exertion would deplete its essence and yield no benefit. A swarm of insignificant flies, even a mere fraction of its former strength, was beyond what these lowly demon bats could endure. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly, otherwise, in its current state, it could not sustain itself for long. Lin Bai behind it stood in stunned silence. Goodness, this little black dog is truly formidable. It is not mere boastfulness. If you possess such prowess, why did you not mention it earlier? This aura, could it possibly be Moments Latte? Shi Hao and his companions ventured deep into the forbidden cavern. The expanse was remarkably vast, capable of accommodating thousands without difficulty. As they surveyed their surroundings, they noticed a considerable gathering of individuals. In the center lay a colossal blood pool, bubbling ominously and releasing steam into the air. This cavern, both inside and out, emanated a sanguine aura that originated from this very source. The sacred herb was on the verge of blooming. However, they cautioned against impulsivity, for the holy sun Gu Chang'e was present, To contend with him would be tantamount to courting death. Around the periphery of the blood pool, numerous individuals engaged in hushed conversations. Wait, the Holy Sun has entered this forbidden zone? Why didn't you mention it earlier? This trip has been in vain, exclaimed one man, recalling the recent pain of being bitten by a demon bat. Damn it, that hurt like hell. As he spoke, he instinctively touched the wound, eliciting a pained yelp. What a waste. There are so many treasures in the sacred land, and this so-called Holy Sun dares to compete with us for them. Hush, lower your voice. Do you wish to perish? If the Holy Sun hears you, he will certainly have you killed. One of his companions hurriedly covered his mouth, his face pale. This fellow truly had no regard for his own safety. If you desire death, kindly do not involve me. But it was too late. Oh, did you just refer to me as a so-called Holy Sun? Qingyun, the Holy Sun of the heavenly sacred land, approached from the eastern side of the crowd, clad in white and wielding a folding fan. A smile graced his face as he regarded the man who had insulted him. Surrounded by sycophants, he exuded an air of authority. These subordinates were also renowned talents in the sacred state, yet they were willing to serve Qingyun as mere lackeys in pursuit of greater rewards. What manner of person was the Holy Sun? From the eastern domain's most powerful state, the sacred state, he was the most formidable figure among the 5 sacred lands, renowned for his unparalleled talent. He occupied the top position on the eastern domain's list of prodigies, a paragon among the 13 states. How audacious! To show disrespect to the Holy Sun is to seek death, one of Qingyun's companions declared, preparing to confront the man who had insulted their master. Come now, let us not resort to violence. We are all from the eastern domain. Let us simply cast him into the blood pool for a moment of reflection. Qingyun remarked with a smile, but his words chilled the man's heart. To be thrown into the blood pool meant instant dissolution into blood. My lord, I was wrong. I am deserving of death. Please, have mercy and spare my life. The man hastily knelt, repeatedly slapping his own face in desperation. His moment of indiscretion had summoned a perilous fate. Yet his pleas were in vain, for Qingyun's followers seized him and dragged him toward the blood pool. Remember to keep your mouth in check in your next life. With a resounding splash, he was tossed into the blood pool, vanishing without a ripple, instantly transformed into crimson liquid. The numerous cultivators present were left aghast, their hearts gripped by fear. The Holy Sun was truly terrifying. Such an individual must not be provoked. He was akin to a smiling Grim Reaper. It seemed that the sacred herb would remain forever beyond their reach today. Ha ha, I beg your pardon for the laughter. Soon, when the sacred herb reaches maturity, none shall regard the identity of this Holy Sun. Let us engage in fair competition. This Holy Sun shall not threaten your lives, families, spouses, friends, sex, or even your ancestors. Qingyun concluded with a smile, gently fanning himself with his folding fan, casting a condescending gaze upon the crowd from his elevated position. Goodness, this lad is quite the pretender. Shi Hao mused inwardly. Fair competition is acceptable. Treasures rightfully belong to the capable. Yet, does this young man not comprehend the existence of greater talents beyond himself? Others may fear you, but we remain unafraid. We act according to our conscience, resolute in our lofty aspirations. Look, the sacred herb has blossomed. Chapter 77. The blooming of the sacred herb, all eyes were drawn to the blood pool, even though this sacred herb was beyond their reach. Witnessing its emergence firsthand was a rare privilege. This flower blossomed once in a millennium, and this was their sole opportunity to behold it in their lifetimes. The entrance criteria to the sacred mysterious realm mandated that only those aged 25 and below, and cultivators at the late golden core stage or above, could enter. The water in the blood pool bubbled incessantly, shrouded in a veil of mist that rose into the air. A copious amount of crimson energy surged from the depths of the pool, ultimately draining the blood from its waters. As the mist dissipated, a peculiar flower revealed itself at the bottom of the pool. Its enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. The blossom was a dark crimson, utterly extraordinary. Quick, focus your divine senses. The crowd reacted hastily. They had been warned that this sacred herb could conjure illusions, driving individuals to madness and ultimately leading them to turn on one another. In previous encounters, the last person standing had claimed the sacred herb, as they were the only remaining contender. Bring it to this Holy Sun. Upon sighting the sacred herb, Gu Chang'e commanded. Several figures shot forth from behind him, their yawning stage aura erupting. The onlookers were startled and hurriedly took cover. The Holy Sun's possessions were something they could merely gaze upon, not touch. Alas, they could only observe. The sacred herb was not for their taking. Shi Hao and his companions soared forth, landing steadily at the pool's bottom. Junior sister, quickly retrieve it. Shi Hao urged before ascending back into the air. Who dares to snatch from the Holy Sun? Gu Chang'e's lackeys charged forward, emboldened by the Holy Sun's presence, believing that claiming the sacred herb would be a mere formality. To their surprise, a few reckless individuals emerged, unafraid of death. How amusing. Gu Chang'e continued to smile, though his eyes glinted with coldness. He had not anticipated that anyone would dare to challenge him directly. Was this not a provocation of his authority? How could he maintain his standing in the Eastern Domain now? Who were these individuals that dared to contest with the Holy Sun? Unbeknownst to them, they were about to face dire consequences. Gu Chang'e's talent was formidable. At merely 23 years old, he had already reached the fifth realm, the late stage of Dongshu. His prowess rivaled that of leaders from first-rate factions. With an immeasurable future ahead of him, these challengers were likely from other continents, and having offended the Holy Sun, their backing would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. With their limited strength, did they truly believe they could claim the sacred herb for themselves? Shi Hao scoffed, his fists infused with spiritual energy launching forth with ferocity. One lackey after another was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Impressive. The crowd marveled at the young man soaring in the air. Those who dared to stand out were indeed formidable. It was well known that Gu Chang'e's lackeys were all at least at the Yuanying stage. Yet they were no match for this youth. Not even a single punch could be thwarted. The onlookers began to wonder if they too could rise to the challenge. Dongshu stage? Was there truly such a young Dongshu cultivator in the Eastern Domain? Who was this individual? Gu Chang'e furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet could not recall any presence of this individual on the genius leaderboard. Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? He inquired. Such youthful brilliance surely could not originate from the Eastern region. The forces behind him might rival even the esteemed heavenly sanctum. Do you think you are worthy of knowing my sect? Shi Hao replied coldly. At that moment, Lin Bai and the Black Emperor entered through the entrance. What a lively scene. Hey, senior brother, how did it go? Did you acquire the sacred medicine? Sacred medicine. The Black Emperor's gaze fell upon the item held by the girl in the blood pool, still emanating warmth from its recent extraction. It darted over in a flash. In the past, such sacred medicine would have hardly drawn a glance from it, merely a commonplace meal, let alone competing for it. Even a dog would have turned away in disinterest. Yet, times had changed. Under its current circumstances, the sacred medicine could indeed provide a much-needed boost. Another ally? Upon seeing the duo of a person and a dog, Gu Chang'e's brow knitted once more. However, upon closer inspection, he felt reassured. A mere mid-stage, nascent soul, likely incapable of even besting his lackey. No need to concern yourself. Am I unworthy of knowing your sect? Such arrogance. With a sneer, he continued, since you are so unappreciative, you shall remain here forever. Eliminate them all, and then silence everyone present. No one will know it was you. What of the powerful sects from other domains? Would he truly wage war against the heavenly sanctum for a fallen genius? Brother Black Emperor, what are you waiting for? Having witnessed the Black Emperor's might firsthand, Lin Bai was utterly convinced. In such a situation, they required a powerhouse like him to hold the fort. That lad likely isn't even worth a fight. That lad, grant me a favor. The sacred medicine belongs to me, the Black Emperor declared, striding forward with an air of confidence as he addressed Gu Chang'e. He knew that even the patriarchs of the imperial clans in the central region would not dare to dismiss the Black Emperor's authority. Upon hearing the little black dog barking at him, Gu Chang'e's anger flared. How dare you? It seems my previous restraint in conversing with you has emboldened even a mutt to bark at me. Where did this stray come from? Get lost. Gu Chang'e roared, exuding a formidable aura. His cultivation at the late-stage void realm erupted, revealing 7 spiritual orifices behind him, an endless stream of spiritual energy flooding into his being. 7 spiritual orifices, remarkably powerful. No wonder he is the holy son of the sacred land. The crowd gasped in astonishment. For one to break into the void realm and open 5 orifices was already considered a genius. Yet he had opened 7. A great sage is within reach, possessing the makings of a saint. You dare disregard my authority? The Black Emperor's expression darkened, though it was difficult to discern given his naturally dark visage. Once more, he summoned his imperial might, intending to crush this insolent lad. Annihilate. After the command, the scene froze for a full 3 seconds, enveloped in silence. The spectacle evoked laughter from all present. Lin Bai, bewildered, turned to the Black Emperor. Brother, whatever happened to your earlier invincible aura? Surely you are not a fleeting phantom of strength. Initially fierce and formidable, yet soon reduced to a state of weakness? Ha ha! You wild dog dared to intimidate this holy sun. I shall annihilate you all. Qingyun, fueled by a sudden surge of confidence, advanced towards them with unwavering resolve. An overwhelming presence surged forth, crushing all in its path. Alas, it seemed that the earlier exertion had rendered him vulnerable. The Black Emperor recognized the anomaly. If only I had refrained from posturing before that lad. Now I find myself at the mercy of a mere novice in the Void Realm. Should I regain my power, I would be the first to obliterate this ridiculous holy land. Chapter 78. The Defeat of the Holy Sun. An overwhelming annihilation. What a surprise. That lad is now your responsibility. Upon sensing the precarious situation, the Black Emperor promptly retreated behind the crowd. Qingyun approached in a furious rage, an ominous aura enveloping the entire cave dwelling. The onlookers were intimidated by this formidable presence, retreating to a considerable distance, wary of inflicting harm upon themselves. One opportune moment, Shi Hao, equally adept in his cultivation, summoned forth 9 spiritual caverns that materialized behind him. En hommage à la radiété forte. With the 9 caverns voraciously drawing in spiritual energy, he relished battling such high-caliber geniuses. What satisfaction lies in simply slaying an opponent with a single blow? Without the pressure of adversity, how could one achieve a miraculous turnaround in dire straits? The 2 adversaries collided with fervor, generating colossal shockwaves that shook the cave. Spiritual energy intertwined as fists clashed. Bang! Each collision resonated throughout the surroundings. What a spectacle! This is astonishingly powerful. Especially the young man. Are you serious about those 9 spiritual caverns? A prodigy? Could he possibly be a genius from a major power in the central domain? Is this truly a battle of the void realm? If you told me it was a clash of deity transformation experts, I would believe you. The crowd watched in awe, speechless at the confrontation between the 2. They were indeed formidable, undoubtedly a person of talent. Such individuals are born to stand at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the world. Their ultimate destination is something the rest of their lives will never achieve. Senior brother, we are here to assist you. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu each drew their swords, despite their cultivation being a significant realm below that of the Holy Sun. But so what? United in purpose, they could conquer 1,000 armies. As a great era dawns, I, Lin Bai, wield only a sword to slay demons and protect the sect. One sword to part the heavens. Azure Lotus asks the immortal. Phoenix weeps. Recognizing their own inferior cultivation, the duo unleashed their most formidable techniques right from the start. Countless massive azure lotuses, infused with sword intent, surged forth. The grand silhouette of a phoenix reemerged, exhaling searing flames. In that instant, the sounds of stringed instruments and iron weaponry filled the air, illuminating the cave with a chilling brilliance. Could a battle lack my presence? Su Yaoyao also arrived, sword in hand, unleashing a divine strike. Qingyun sensed the 2 immense offensives approaching from his left and hastily dodged backward. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Hao launched a powerful punch aimed at his chest. The supreme reincarnation fist. Bang! Boom! Following 2 resounding impacts, Qingyun crashed heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his once pristine appearance now in disarray. No, it cannot be. Who are you really? Qingyun exclaimed in astonishment and fury. 9 spiritual caverns. The leading youth's talent surpassed his own by a considerable margin. The other 3, despite their lower realms, were all prodigies capable of fighting beyond their tiers. Dead men need not know too much, Shi Hao remarked coldly. Too weak, it lacks interest. He hadn't even resorted to using the supreme holy body. He merely stood with his hands in his pockets, finding no worthy opponent. Though his junior brothers and sisters had attempted a surprise attack, it was their misfortune that he did not evade. You must ponder carefully. This is the holy continent, the domain of my sacred land. Should you slay this holy son, none of you shall escape. He is now clouded with confusion, previously musing whether they hailed from a great power, still contemplating that they would not wage war against our sacred land for a deceased genius. Yet the situation has shifted. He has become mere prey. Does he not consider that the sacred land would fight for him? Ha ha! Do you truly believe that all fear your heavenly sacred land? I am Miss Su Yao Yao, the legitimate daughter of the Su family from the southern region. How does that sound? Have you heard of the Su family? My companions need no introduction. Their sect is mightier than even my Su family. Can you contend with that? The ancestor of the Su family remarked, You are merely raising others' ambitions while extinguishing your own prestige. Wind Qingyang added, Indeed, those who attract talent are the true elites. The Qingyun Sect welcomes you. The Su family of the southern region. Those who recognized her gasped in shock. One of the top families in the southern region, filled with formidable experts, certainly not to be underestimated by the sacred land. Yet, it was unexpected that the legitimate daughter of the Su family would venture into their eastern region for training. Wait, that is not the crux. If they possess power greater than the Su family, could they be backed by a significant force from the central region? It is I, the Holy Son, who has faltered. I surrender. Spare my life. Guchanga initially spoke in despair. Shi Hao and the others continued to regard him coldly. One must eradicate the roots, leaving no future troubles. If it comes to this, let's finish him off. How infuriating that he does not fall for it. Why? Guchanga suddenly began to scream in a frenzy, as if driven mad. To hell with the sacred land's disgrace, the Holy Son's humiliation. It is all a facade, all an illusion. He had so humbly pleaded for mercy, yet these individuals remained unmoved. He had intended to wait until they were convinced, then deliver a devastating blow with his trump card. Now, let it be laid bare. Guchanga's eyes were filled with frenzied rage. Should news of this battle spread, even if he survives, his reputation would plummet. The illustrious Guchanga defeated by a few lower-ranked individuals? Ridiculous, utterly absurd. Then let it be a mutual destruction. Die for me. Guchanga cast forth a scroll. A figure emerged from it, an overwhelming aura instantly toppling everyone present. The heavens trembled. The cave was directly overturned. A colossal figure appeared above the open cave, a manifestation of a mighty being. This was Guchanga's final resort. He sought to annihilate all. He could not allow anyone to relay news of this battle. Who dares disrespect the Holy Son shall perish. The majestic might of the manifestation bore down upon them. The self-important fool. Below, Shi Hao and his companions remained unfazed. We all have backgrounds. You possess a trump card, do I not? Shi Hao similarly produced a scroll and cast it aside. A graceful figure emerged from within. It was none other than Mu Shuexian's doppelganger. After a month of recuperation, although she could currently only muster the strength of a peak saint realm, her imperial aura and divine consciousness remained largely intact. The lotus body was continuously restoring her vitality. Who dares to provoke my Qingyun Sect? Extermination. Mu Shuexian's avatar surged forward, a single person wielding a sword, piercing through the firmament. The overwhelming sword intent, intertwined with unparalleled imperial might, swept forth. With a single strike, she shattered the avatar of a mighty being in the manifestation realm. No, it's impossible. Guchanga fell to the ground, stunned into silence. His ultimate trump card, his reliance, had been effortlessly severed by that single, delicate sword strike. Mu Shuexian's avatar turned to cast a cold glance at him. In that moment, Guchanga felt an oppressive force capable of annihilating the heavens bearing down upon him. Before he could even let out a scream, he was crushed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the cosmos. Subsequently, she too vanished. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Such horror. The trump card avatar was obliterated with a single sword strike, and the Holy Son was crushed with a mere glance. Who exactly are these people? The eastern region is on the brink of upheaval. Chapter 79. The Sword Saint, Blowing Snow. A storm approaches. The Water Fairy Empress. The Black Emperor was utterly astonished. The Water Fairy Empress was still alive. Witnessing this revelation, the Black Emperor found himself in a state of agitation. What could this possibly mean? Had the Water Fairy Empress miraculously survived and joined the sects of the Eastern Domain? A torrent of questions flooded his mind. He had shared a profound friendship with the Water Fairy Empress, having witnessed her fall at the hands of the untrammeled emperor 100,000 years ago. In a fit of rage, he had charged into battle against the untrammeled, only to be overpowered and forced to flee, barely escaping with his life. Injured and battered, he had made his way to the holy state of the Eastern Domain. That battle had darkened the skies and dimmed the sun and moon. He had fled in utter disarray, nearly losing his very essence. In a bid to heal his wounds, he sealed himself within the sacred, mysterious realm. Little did he expect that after 100 millennia, he would once again encounter his long-lost friend. A multitude of questions swirled in his heart. No, it seemed imperative that he follow these young ones. The Water Fairy Empress must be among the higher echelons of their sect. Only by accompanying them could he hope to reunite with his cherished friend. With this thought, the Black Emperor's gaze grew resolute. Though he was known for his rebellious spirit, a tender side lay within him. For the sake of friendship, he would gladly risk his very soul. At the Qingyun Sect, within the Elder Hall, Mu Shui Xian, deep in meditation, sensed the emergence of her doppelganger. The holy state, the heavenly holy land. Those who dare to threaten my Qingyun Sect are courting death. She murmured, her countenance as frosty as ice. The life-saving trump card entrusted to Hua Qingyu and her companions was none other than her doppelganger scroll. Meanwhile, at the heavenly holy land, panic ensued. This is terrible. The saint's life token has shattered. The cries reverberated throughout the sanctum. Impossible. The saint has ascended? What? Who would dare to lay hands on the saint? Who possesses such audacity? They could hardly believe that someone had the gall to slay their saint within the confines of the holy state. Such an act was a blatant provocation, an affront to their dignity. If this perpetrator were not eradicated, how could they maintain their standing in the Eastern Domain? What face would they have to uphold the title of the foremost Holy Land? Countless formidable figures emerged, powerful beings from the Holy Land converging in response. One by one, they emerged from their secluded meditations, their imposing presence palpable. Within the grand hall of the Holy Land, the elders expressed their outrage. You insolent wretch, how dare you slay our Holy Land saint? Such audacity is beyond belief. Seated in the main position, the Holy Lord Yang's eye wore a grim expression, barely containing his burgeoning fury. After millennia of tranquility, someone had once again dared to challenge their Holy Land. Very well. It seems the world has forgotten the fate of those who previously provoked our sanctity. The Eastern Domain, it turned out, was not solely home to 5 holy lands. Originally, there had been 6, including the mist blue Holy Land of Boizhou. Thousands of years ago, emboldened by the presence of 3 saints, they had challenged the heavenly Holy Land. The aftermath was catastrophic. The mist blue Holy Land was annihilated, and Boizhou was left in ruins, never to recover, relegated to the lowest tier of the Eastern Domain. It was due to that battle that the heavenly Holy Land solidified its dominance, claiming the title of the foremost Holy Land in the region. Now, after the passage of several millennia, there are once again those who dare to provoke the sanctity of our revered Holy Land. It appears that the present generation must be made aware of the majesty of the sacred site once more. Those who have the audacity to assault our Holy Son shall not be spared. At the command of the Holy Master, the formidable guardians of the Holy Land sprang into action, descending upon the exit of the secret realm, lying in wait for their prey. They anticipated the opening of the secret realm, ready to crush those who dared to intrude. Yang Zizai reclined in his chair, eyes closed in contemplation. With the prowess of the Holy Sun, could there truly be anyone within the secret realm capable of slaying him? Even should an insurmountable danger arise, he possessed a manifestation of divine presence in his grasp. Could it be the prodigies from other domains? A day later, Shi Hao and his companions, accompanied by a canine, emerged from the sacred mysterious realm. Brother, this journey was certainly worthwhile. We have acquired so many valuable treasures. Lin Bai exclaimed joyously, holding up a spatial ring. After vanquishing the Holy Sun, they had traversed various locations within the secret realm over the past 2 days, amassing a considerable bounty. including but not limited to spiritual stones and an array of resources. Among the most precious finds was the blood-red nether flower, a sacred herb. Additionally, there were those who had supported the Holy Sun during the battle. Under their reasoning or threats, they graciously surrendered all their possessions, including spatial rings, entrusting them for safekeeping. At that moment, Lin Bai even patted a few of their shoulders, assuring them, "Rest assured, we shall guard your treasures well until they are needed." One female cultivator, initially captivated by the Holy Sun's charisma, found herself at a loss when pressed for her belongings, ultimately exclaiming, "Master, what about me?" Just then, Shi Hao sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow, glancing around. "Something is not right, junior brother." The four of them halted, recalling the slain Holy Sun. It seemed that the guardians of the Holy Land had arrived. If the younger ones could not prevail, then the older ones would step in. Meanwhile, the formidable beings of the Holy Land learned that it was the people of Qingyun Sect and the legitimate daughter of the Su family from the southern region who had slain the Holy Sun. That figure was terrifying. With a single sword strike, he shattered the Holy Sun's defenses, declaring that anyone who dared to harm a member of Qingyun Sect would face annihilation. Such an aura of dominance was awe-inspiring. If they could join a sect of such might in their lifetime, it would be no small feat. They were aware that the Qingyun Sect was an ancient family from the southern region, on par with the strength of their holy land, and awaited the Holy Master's decree. However, from whence did this Qingyun Sect emerge? "My lord, I believe I have heard of it. The Qingyun Sect in Lingzhou, a sect that instills fear in the three major holy lands of Huangzhou, Tianzhou, and Qingzhou, has dispatched powerful warriors to eliminate the four holy beasts. The news has already reached us, though the information regarding the subjugation of Yudon Holy Land has yet to arrive. A sect that suppresses four holy lands. Those who know are in awe of the Qingyun Sect's might." As they spoke, they spotted Shi Hao and his companions. "Halt! Are you the ones who killed our Holy Sun?" Shi Hao looked up to see dozens of formidable figures descending from above, gazing down upon them with an imposing presence. "And what if we are?" Shi Hao understood that escape was futile. He could only prepare for a desperate struggle. In their possession were several trump cards bestowed by the elders of the Narcissus, sufficient for them to break free. "Brother Shi Hao, allow me to take the lead," Su Yaoyao declared as she stepped forward. "Elder Yi, I must trouble you to intervene." She addressed the heavens above. No sooner had her words echoed than an even more formidable aura surged forth. An elder, with hair as white as snow, yet bearing the visage of youth, materialized in the sky. "Who dares to lay a hand on the young lady of the Su family? First, they must inquire whether my treasured blade consents." The elder's presence magnified, brandishing a gleaming sword that radiated an aura of terror, causing those from the heavenly saint's sacred land to be sent sprawling. This elder was Yi Chue Shui, the protector of Su Yaoyao, concerned for her safety during her trials in the eastern domain. The head of the Su family had assigned a formidable guardian to shield her in the shadows, a being of the manifestation realm. "Esteemed one, your young lady may depart. And as for the matters that follow, our sacred land shall engage in discussions with your Su family. However, the other three must remain. The machinations of great powers are often entwined with the intricacies of human relationships. They were reluctant to ignite a conflict with the Su family over a fallen saint, for such a confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction. It was prudent to seek additional benefits instead. Chapter 80, The Battle of Manifestation. The Dark Emperor strikes, as for the Qingyun Sect's intimidation of the three holy lands and their dispatch of formidable warriors to eliminate the four holy beasts. It was a matter they scarcely regarded. At most, they were momentarily surprised that Lingzhou had silently birthed such a powerful sect. However, that was the extent of their concern. The other three holy lands were utterly unworthy of even carrying the shoes of the heavenly holy land. The mere thought of their own holy land being equated with such entities was an affront. Only the Yudon Holy Land in Xuanzhou commanded a modicum of their attention. After all, regardless of how formidable one might be, they remained reliant on the aid of medicinal elixirs. The Yudon Holy Land possessed profound foundations, likely bolstered by the support of a major force from the central domain. Little did they know the Yudon Holy Land had already allied with the Qingyun Sect. It would surely provoke a reaction. How absurd. My lady's friend is a friend of the Su family. What if I insist on taking them all away? Que suis susnid, unleashing a mid-stage manifestation aura. The great blade in his hand was already thirsting for action. With his hair billowing in the wind and an imposing presence, he resembled a living embodiment of the Sword Saint. Over the past month, he had covertly protected his lady, while the other 3 companions had repeatedly assisted her. Their camaraderie had led to significant gains during their adventures together, all of which he had observed keenly. He was also astonished by the innate talents of those 3 companions, whose cultivation and strength had soared within a mere month, akin to soaring through the skies. What kind of sect could cultivate such prodigious talents? How formidable must their sect be? Furthermore, the Su family had no fear of any so-called Holy Land. Are you suggesting that we cannot resolve this matter amicably today? The leading figure from the heavenly Holy Land wore a grim expression. Do you not recognize whose territory this is? The multitude of cultivators from the outside world are watching. Are you disregarding our dignity? The Su family of the Southern Domain. While I may not dare to threaten you, do you think the Qingyun Sect is our concern in the Eastern Domain? It would be a simple matter for our Holy Land to annihilate the Qingyun Sect, who in the Eastern Domain would dare oppose us. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao and the others stepped forward in unison. They could tolerate insults directed at themselves, but not at Qingyun. Hey, old man, refrain from barking at us here. If you have the capability, venture to Qingyun and try your luck. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, thinking you can dictate terms in the Eastern Domain. Although they were uncertain about the strength of their own sect, their master had informed them that the sect's powerful members were either traveling or in slumber. At the master's command, they would gather in droves, their presence resonating across the Eastern Domain, instilling fear in the 3 Holy Lands, let alone their revered ancestor, who alone could likely deal a crushing blow to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's envoy without breaking a sweat. With such a great sect backing them, they feared neither any individual nor any force in the Eastern Domain. What is your Qingyun Sect? 3 insignificant ants daring to shout at me. I could slay you all right now, and then have your sect master kneel before my holy land to atone for your sins. Upon the conclusion of the elder's words, the divine might of the sacred realm surged forth. His cultivation level was on par with Yi Chue Shui, both being formidable beings of the mid-stage of the sacred realm. The Holy Master had dispatched him with the intent to obliterate the perpetrator responsible for the death of the Holy Son. To dare insult the Master. No one can save you, old fool. Shi Hao gritted his teeth, his fingers creaking as he clenched them tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. The Master had been his savior and had imparted to him unparalleled techniques. He would never permit anyone to demean his master. Shi Hao exchanged glances with his companions, and they all produced the hidden cards bestowed by Elder Shui Xian. Today, it would either be a fight to the death or a shattered net. Let us dispense with idle chatter. I am eager to sharpen my blades on you. Young lady, please exercise caution. He was aware that the young lady possessed a secret weapon from the family head. Thus he could focus solely on the onslaught. Yi Chue Shui soared into the fray, engaging in combat with the leading powerhouse of the sacred land. Their confrontation ascended towards the heavens. The magnitude of their clash was so formidable that it threatened to affect everyone present. Above the clouds, the colossal divine might clashed repeatedly, akin to the onset of a cataclysm, as winds surged and clouds gathered. Such fierce battles among the mighty in the sacred realm were a rarity in the Eastern Domain. The last confrontation of this caliber occurred thousands of years ago during the extermination of the misty blue sacred land, a battle that left the heavens weeping, known as the Day of Sacred Descent. Today, as sacred beings clashed once more, dark clouds loomed ominously. The sound of shattering space echoed continuously, the awe-inspiring divine might resonating for thousands of miles. The oppressive, dark clouds descended from above, dispersing the majestic floating clouds of the ninth heaven. Goodness, witnessing such a duel between 2 great powers today, I could boast about it for a lifetime. The Su family's experts, in an effort to protect the people of Qingyun Sect, engaged in fierce combat with the sacred land. Could there be a connection between the 2 factions? It seems so. Have you not noticed that the Su family's direct daughter is often seen with members of the Qingyun Sect? Is it possible she shares a bond with one of them? Brother, consider this. Might she be the Tao partner of the Qingyun Sect's leader? Cultivators from the outside world were rife with speculation. Regardless, these factions were beyond their reach. Eliminate them. The experts from the heavenly sacred land approached, seeing only these few juniors remaining. Their overwhelming presence was unmistakable, an unstoppable force advancing upon them. In response, Shi Hao and his companions brandished their hidden cards. Two delicate swords and a scroll emerged. With a swift motion, the two small swords transformed into colossal blades, soaring into the sky. A doppelganger of Mu Shui Xian also emerged from the scroll, stepping onto the massive swords as she charged forward. Anyone who dares to harm my Qingyun people shall face eternal reincarnation. Elder Shui Xian had instructed that these small swords were manifestations of her sword domain, an unstoppable force capable of cleaving heaven and earth. As for her doppelganger, Shi Hao and the others had witnessed its prowess within the secret realm, capable of obliterating foes with a single strike. This was their source of confidence. With these three hidden cards, they could depart unscathed today. Empress Shui Xian. The Black Emperor was once again stirred with excitement upon seeing the doppelganger of an old acquaintance. The imposing presence of the great emperor erupted in an instant, unleashing a force that sent Shi Hao and his companions tumbling through the air. He soared upward, following the avatar of Mu Shui Xian, old friend from a bygone era. After a separation of 100,000 years, how have you fared? Today, this emperor shall engage you in battle once more. Shi Hao and his companions clumsily rose from the distance. Cough, cough. What in the world is happening with this Black Emperor? In a fit of rage, he spares not even his own allies. Truly a ruthless individual. Lin Bai was the first to speak, questioning the erratic strength of the Black Emperor. Could it be that he grows weaker in the face of the weak and stronger against the strong? Rest assured, my brothers, I have yet to reveal my trump card. And with Elder Yi by our side, we shall all return safely today. Su Yao Yao also declared as she rose. She was well aware of Elder Yi's formidable prowess. Even among the Su family, he stood out as one of the strongest. With his mastery of the blade, wielding a dragon-slaying sword that had once vanquished a dragon of the same realm, it was no wonder he had been dispatched by her father to safeguard her. Chapter 81. Annihilation of the Holy Land's experts. Turmoil in the Eastern Domain on another front. Mu Shuixian's avatar ascended with a sword in hand. Two colossal swords surged forth first, casting a terrifying sword domain that enveloped dozens of formidable warriors from the heavenly sacred land. What is this? Do not come any closer. They appeared to witness the most horrifying scene of their lives. Though the sky was already obscured by dark clouds, it turned pitch black in an instant. The surrounding gloom was so oppressive it felt akin to hell itself. The two gigantic swords advanced, unleashing a cacophony of wails. Spare me. How infuriating. The Holy Land will avenge us. The colossal swords rampaged through the crowd, cleaving through the heavenly sacred land's experts as if they were mere paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. This emperor is about to unleash a massacre once again. The Black Emperor barreled forward, instantly restoring its original form. With horns sprouting from its head and eyes flashing like lightning, its dark skin was covered in barbs, its body expanding exponentially, towering above the ground. It resembled an ancient beast of destruction. Little Black? Mu Shuixian's avatar turned to gaze in this direction, her thoughts suddenly drifting back 100,000 years. The image of a solitary person and a dog traversing the world together resurfaced. Why is Little Black here? Why is it with the sect master's disciple? A tremor surged through Mu Shuixian's heart. To reunite with an old friend from 100,000 years ago in the Eastern Domain was astonishing. Without further contemplation, she soared into the sword domain, shattering numerous figures with a single strike. The Black Emperor opened its maw wide, directly devouring dozens of individuals. Its overwhelming imperial might stunned all. Within mere moments, the experts of the heavenly sacred land faced catastrophic losses. Demons. This pair of a person and a dog is nothing short of demonic. How could the Holy Sun have provoked such a powerful being? It's over. It's truly over. This is far beyond the capabilities of a mere opponent. As the last warrior fell, Mu Shuixian finally halted. Is it really you, Little Black? It's been so long. The Black Emperor nodded. Indeed, it has been 100,000 years. I never anticipated seeing you again. You weren't ambushed by Wuchen, How? The Black Emperor voiced its lingering curiosity, speculating that the Empress must have escaped as a remnant soul and encountered some fortuitous event to arrive here. Time is short, and explanations are inadequate. I am currently at the Qingyun Sect. Upon uttering these words, Mu Shuexian's figure vanished. The Black Emperor reverted to the form of a small black dog and descended. Feeling a profound weariness, as if its very essence had been drained, it realized that the recent exertion required a substantial period of recovery. The Qingyun Sect. What kind of sect is it? Why have I never heard of it before? A sect capable of attracting the Empress of Water is surely not lacking in merit. It is now confirmed. An old friend resides within the Qingyun Sect, the Black Emperor mused. Was that truly your original appearance just now? Upon descending, Lin Bai exclaimed in astonishment. The figure from earlier resurfaces in my mind, casting a shadow that obscures the sun, reminiscent of an ancient divine beast. It is simply astounding. Yet, it seems that the Black Emperor is acquainted with Elder Water Fairy. How peculiar. Could it be that Elder Water Fairy has also ventured into this sacred mysterious realm? I have long asserted that mediating your affairs is but a trivial matter, a mere trifle, declared the Black Emperor with an air of feigned nonchalance. If only I had regained my strength. A mere glance could obliterate these insignificant insects. The outside cultivators were once again struck with astonishment, their scalps tingling in disbelief. So many powerful beings from the sacred lands have simply vanished? Gone? This is utterly terrifying. Initially, it was deemed a stroke of fortune to witness a confrontation between two formidable figures of the Ascendant Realm. Yet now, one is fortunate enough to behold an epic battle of unprecedented scale. The members of the Qingyun Sect are truly formidable. One must not provoke them. With such powerful beings descending, and such a sect emerging, could it be that the Eastern Domain's era of cultivation is upon us once more? Ever since the Demon Clan ravaged the Eastern Domain and the Middle Ages fractured, the entire region has been left in a state of despair. The cultivation world is lamentably weak. Aside from the Heavenly Saint's sacred land, no other forces can measure up, rendering them incapable of contending with the other four domains. Is it now possible that under the aegis of the Qingyun Sect, the Eastern Domain is poised for resurgence? High above in the heavens, the elder leading the sacred land finds himself at a slight disadvantage. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed. Within their territory, what could this Su family member possibly do to him? Calculating the time, his own people should have already dispatched those little brats. He chuckles ominously. Yi Chue Shui observes the opponent's laughter amidst their struggle. What is going on? You find yourself at a disadvantage, and yet can still manage a laugh? The advantage lies with me, indeed. Haha, old man. You surely do not wish for any misfortune to befall your lady, do you? Perhaps it would be best to cease our hostilities here. I suspect those Qingyun Sect individuals have already been crushed. Rest assured, we have no intention of harming your family's young lady. However, if you wish to ensure her safety, it would be wise for your family head to converse with our Sacred Lord. This would not only fulfill the Sacred Lord's command, but also afford an opportunity for personal gain. The Sacred Lord would surely reward him handsomely. Upon hearing this, Yi Chue Shui sheaths his weapon. Although the young lady possesses hidden cards, he fears potential contingencies from the Sacred Land. While he currently holds the upper hand, should the opponent choose to flee, he would be powerless to stop them. It is wiser to first escort the young lady and a few companions to safety and then deliberate further. At their level of cultivation, unless one possesses overwhelming strength, it is exceedingly difficult to eliminate the opponent. With this thought, he refrains from prolonging the entanglement. I will remember this day. Should any misfortune befall my lady, then every individual from your sacred land shall face annihilation. Your bluster is unfounded. The young lady of the Su family has already been captured. The earlier commotion seems to have been rather loud. Even from their lofty heights, they felt the tremors, mused the sacred land powerhouse. Yi Chue Shui descends. Landing on the ground, the scene before him is one of utter chaos, with naught but desolation remaining. Yet, what is the source of the pervasive scent of blood in the air? Where is the young lady? Could she be in peril? A wave of dread washes over him. Should anything befall the young lady, the entire Eastern Domain would undoubtedly be turned upside down by the master of the family. At that moment, a communication talisman relayed a message. Su Yaoyao assured that they were currently safe having distanced themselves from the vicinity and provided their location. Shi Hao and his companions were not naive. This was the territory of the sacred land, and they could never be certain when others might arrive. The best strategy was to retreat. As for settling accounts later, that could wait. Upon hearing this, Yi Chue Shui hurriedly pursued them. At this juncture, the elder leading the sacred land slowly descended. "Where is everyone?" He immediately seized an outsider cultivator and demanded, "I ask you, where are those below?" A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The trembling cultivator recounted the events that had transpired. The powerful figures of the sacred land had been vanquished, and the disciples of the Qingyun Sect had already fled. What? The fierce wrath of the sacred land strongman erupted, crushing the individual in his grasp into a mist of blood. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the heavenly sacred land, the expression of the holy master Yang's eye was terrifyingly grim. His fury raged even more ferociously than before, and the overwhelming sanctity shattered all the furnishings within the hall into dust. Qingyun Sect. Chapter 82. The East Region in Turmoil. A great war approaches. The name Qingyun Sect was uttered by the Holy Lord Yang's eye through gritted teeth, each syllable dripping with ire. A terrifying aura of sanctity swept across the entire holy ground, leaving all the elders of the great halls prostrate in submission. The overwhelming might of the Holy Lord filled the chamber, signaling his fury. The heavens themselves seemed poised to collapse. Particularly vexing was the strong man who had led the charge earlier, believing he would be duly rewarded for his cunning plan. Little did he anticipate that these young disciples possessed such formidable trump cards. Surely, the daughter of the Su family would have her own means of survival, wouldn't she? The Qingyun Sect's ability to intimidate the three great holy lands was no trivial matter, yet they paled in comparison to the might of his dominion. This time, he had been careless. Now he had lost both his troops and his reputation. How audacious for the diminutive Qingyun Sect to slay hundreds of their formidable warriors. Even members of the Su family were implicated. Did they truly think his holy land was mere clay, that anyone could trample upon it? Initially, he had intended to eliminate the murderers of the Holy Sun and extract a heavy price from the Qingyun Sect. Although Qingyun Sect may not match them in strength, its ability to instill fear in the three holy lands hinted at deeper, undisclosed power. They had risen quietly. What if a great force was backing them? After all, as the Holy Sun Gu Chang'e had remarked, would one go to war over a fallen genius? Yet, he had never imagined this conflict would unfold on his doorstep. Yang Zizai sat upon the throne, his expression a mask of neutrality, neither sorrowful nor joyous. However, the overwhelming aura of sanctity surrounding him spoke volumes about his current state of mind. As a holy lord, he had many concerns, but the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The Qingyun Sect had not only slain the Holy Sun, but also hundreds of their elite. If he did not eradicate this sect, how could the foremost holy land retain its dignity? With a dismissive remark and a cold snort, he turned and departed, declaring that within 10 days, he would crush Qingyun. As for the Su family in the south region, he would settle the score with them in due time. This occasion saw an influx of powerful figures emerging from their seclusion across the Holy Lands. Specters of terror returned from the outside world, and the long-dormant ancestors rose from their graves. After the news spread, the East region erupted in chaos. The foremost holy land, the heavenly sacred land, announced its intent to obliterate the recently ascended Qingyun Sect. Insiders revealed that individuals from Qingyun Sect, in collusion with the eldest daughter of the Su family, had slain the Holy Sun within the sacred mysterious realm and, upon exiting, had wielded their trump cards to vanquish hundreds of elite warriors from the Holy Land. Those who heard the account trembled, and those who witnessed it were left weak-kneed. It was utterly terrifying. A figure, ethereal as a celestial being, wielded twin colossal swords, obliterating countless foes with a graceful retreat. Another, akin to an ancient beast, devoured the strong, trampling dozens of warriors from the Holy Land beneath a single footfall. Upon the eruption of this news, practitioners across the East region were left in shock. It was unfathomable. Who would have thought there existed such a formidable sect in Lingzhou? They had already instilled fear in the three great holy lands, and now the Qingyun Sect dared to confront the heavenly sacred land directly, Have you heard of the Yudon Holy Land? The Yudon Holy Land? The alchemical sect of Xianzhou, backed by the Dance Sect? Indeed, the Yudon Sacred Land has recently declared its allegiance to the Qingyun Sect. As this news disseminated, a wave of astonishment swept across the entire eastern domain. How formidable! Could it be that Qingyun intends to overshadow the 5 great sacred lands with but a single sect? From whence has this sect emerged, rising to prominence with such astonishing rapidity? It is either an ancient sect long hidden or a colossal power emerging from obscurity. Some have even proclaimed that after millions of years, a resplendent era has returned to the eastern domain. The rise of the great sects is poised to propel the eastern domain to unprecedented heights, shaking the foundations of the other 4 domains. Others contend that Qingyun Sect is overstepping its bounds, challenging the foremost sacred land, an act of sheer folly. In another sect, a voice lamented, the day of our eastern domain's resurgence has arrived. All members, heed my command. Henceforth, we shall revere Qingyun Sect as the celestial sect of the eastern domain and its leader as the imperial sovereign of the eastern domain. However, there are numerous factions that support the Tiansheng sacred land. To them, the rapid ascent of Qingyun Sect lacks the necessary foundation. It is but an ephemeral illusion, insufficient to contend with the eastern domain's premier sacred land. They believe that expressing loyalty now may yield future advantages. Meanwhile, at the borders of the sacred state, a voice echoed, "Young friend Shi Hao, now that your Qingyun Sect has offended the sacred land, you must prepare yourselves. Though our Su family fears them not, your sect resides within the confines of the eastern domain, making immediate assistance difficult. As that sacred land powerhouse remarked, the Su family is located far in the southern domain. Are we to engage in a trans-domain battle with the sacred land?" Yi Chue Shui stroked his grizzled beard and spoke. 2.5 days have passed since the battle, and they have distanced themselves from the Tiansheng sacred land, arriving at the border of the sacred state. After all, that territory belongs to the sacred land. A fierce dragon does not cross rivers. With just 1 person and 1 dog, along with 4 young companions, they are ill-equipped to contend with the sacred land. Thank you, Elder, for your noble assistance. Shi Hao and the others expressed their gratitude. Originally, the matter had nothing to do with their Su family. The leader of that sacred land had even stated they could leave. Yet this elder chose to extend a helping hand. Indeed, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. It is but a trifling matter. However, we must approach the issue regarding the sacred land with caution. As a senior member of the Su family, he understood that these formidable powers are not to be underestimated. They harbor secrets and hidden depths. Caution is paramount. "Senior brother, we must conclude our training and return to the sect," Lin Bai said anxiously. "I feel ashamed. I informed my master that we would embark on a training journey. Yet after merely a month, although my strength and cultivation have surged considerably, we have entangled our sect with formidable foes that we must face together. Return to Qingyun. Sharpen my divine sword. Spill my fervent blood. Let us storm the sacred land and fight for Qingyun. Very well, let us return to the sect at once. They should already be aware of these developments." Shi Hao mused. "This matter is of our making, and we must bear the consequences. It was that arrogant sacred son who first exerted pressure, and the sacred land's representatives have insulted our master and disrespected Qingyun. There are limits to tolerance. They must understand the strength of Qingyun Sect. Dear Shi Hao, might we have the opportunity to visit your esteemed sect? When the sacred land arrives, I will be glad to offer my assistance." Upon hearing talk of their return to the sect, Yi Chue Shui interjected, expressing his desire to witness the splendor of the Qingyun Sect that they spoke of. Even the young lady is eager to join their ranks. Although the formidable members of the Su family may not arrive in the immediate future, with his cultivation at the mid-stage of the manifestation realm, he should still be able to provide considerable support. However, it remains uncertain what status his cultivation would hold within the Qingyun Sect. Su Yao chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Shi Hao, since you are returning early, it will be a perfect opportunity for me to visit your Qingyun. The most excited of all is the Black Emperor, for an old acquaintance resides within the Qingyun Sect. It has pressing questions to ask. You better be ready, Wu Chun." Chapter 83. Those who insult my Qingyun shall be punished. Meanwhile, the news reached Lingzhou. What? The Holy Land dares to proclaim its intent to crush our sect? How audacious! I doubt anyone would dare to oppose. I, from the Qingyun Sect, shall be the first to refuse. Enough, brother. This is merely a game of power among great forces. What place does a trifling, third-rate sect have in this? Do you underestimate my Qingyun Sect? Just wait. We shall send forces to attack you. In Xianzhou, the Yudon Holy Land also issued a proclamation. They severed all alchemical supplies to the Tiansheng Holy Land and called upon alchemists of the eastern region, declaring that any who dared to concoct pills for the Tiansheng Holy Land would have their ranks revoked. They even consumed the pills that were being prepared for Tiansheng. At the Qingyun Sect, within the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang sat in the seat of honor. The otherworldly purple light swirled around, his hair flowing like a waterfall. With a countenance resembling a sword brow and starry eyes, his expression was inscrutable. Though he displayed no outward aura, a palpable sense of authority emanated from him, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. He had reached the late saint realm. Indeed, the first divine body of the heavens. Such a cultivation speed I would deem second to none. Who would dare claim the first? In a mere span of a few days, through his diligent practice, his realm ascended rapidly, elevating from the early to late saint realm. It is known that the process of absorbing the sacred source is exceedingly slow, typically requiring immense effort from any formidable saint realm practitioner to ascend even a minor level. Yet for him, the process was swift with a little focus. He could accelerate his progress. Ding! The Tiansheng Holy Land has insulted the Qingyun Sect and the host. Can this be tolerated? What will become of the future first divine sect of the heavens? Please dispatch a powerful figure to eradicate them promptly. A gentle reminder, upon their annihilation, the mission to gain renown in the eastern region will be accomplished, and the host will receive substantial rewards. Ah, here it comes. I awaited your words. A day prior, Elder Mu Shuaxian had reported that the trump card she left for Shi Hao and the others had been activated. The Tiansheng Holy Land's provocation makes this quite manageable. I await the system. What do you await? Death? I open my personal panel. Master, Feng Qingyang. Realm, Late Saint Realm, Disciples. Lin Bai, Shi Hao. Hua Qingyu, Physique, Divine Body of the Heavens. Sect Powerhouses. Ancestor Li Qingyun, Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Guardian Elder Wang Xian, Pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Outer Sect Elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, Mu Feng, Pinnacle of the Saint Realm, 5 Guardians. Inner Sect Elder Mu Shuaxian, Pinnacle of the Manifest Saint Realm. Luo Chun, Initial Manifest Saint Realm. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao, Initial Manifest Saint Realm. Method Hall Elder Nia Hailong, Initial Manifest Saint Realm. Alchemy Hall Elder Mo1, Pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm. Honorary Elder Long Xia, Pinnacle of the Manifest Saint Realm. Miscellaneous 4 Sacred Beasts, 9th Order Sacred Beasts. Outer Sect Disciples, 600. Miscellaneous Disciples, 1400. Sect, Qingyun Sect, Level 115000, 100000. Eligible for upgrade. Excellent. The second level sect can finally be upgraded. Should the sect value be obstructed again, Feng Qingyang would surely dismantle the system. During this period, he diligently engaged in self-cultivation, spurred on by the system's covert notifications that as the host grew stronger, so too would the summoned characters. Naturally, this was contingent upon their respective levels of mastery. If only he had been informed sooner. He glanced once more at the prestige value marketplace, noting that his prestige had risen from 500,000 to 700,000, a commendable progress indeed. Inching closer to his modest objective, to swiftly acquire a formidable guardian of the Emperor's realm, he must exert even greater effort. Now, all was prepared. Only the annihilation of the sacred land remained. Simultaneously, within the Qingyun Sect, the disciples were ablaze with fervor. Who dared to challenge the Qingyun Sect? The disciples of the Qingyun Sect would never acquiesce. What a farcical sacred land. In my past life, I could have dispatched it with a mere breath. And even in this life, given me a few decades, I would still shatter it to pieces. Qin Han mused, feeling a profound sense of belonging to the Qingyun Sect. Being part of such a prestigious faction was indeed a grand honor. On another front, Master, have you heard of this sect? The old man seemed to know of it, yet deemed such a sacred land as inconsequential. In his lifetime, he had never regarded it with esteem. As an elder of the Dan sect, the sacred lands of the eastern region barely warranted his attention. Not to mention, he could easily have dispatched them with a single blow. Should he issue a command in the central region, countless individuals would eagerly rush to serve him. The speaker was Dan Qing alongside his disciple, Ningyan. Since the Yudon sacred land had allied with their sect, his workload had considerably lightened. Though, truth be told, even if he wanted to engage, he had no opportunity to do so, as those individuals were fervently engrossed in alchemy. However, should it come to a contest of alchemical speed, his solitary skill honed over millennia was no trivial matter. A chorus of condemnation echoed forth. The first of the 8 major sect rules stated, "Those who offend the Qingyun shall be pursued, regardless of distance." Meanwhile, in the Qingyun Grand Hall, elders gathered, filling the chamber with a palpable aura of grandeur. Each was extraordinary in their own right, and even alone in the eastern region, their presence would command respect. For peak elders of the Saint realm occupied the outermost seats, yet they did not represent the upper echelons of the Qingyun Sect. They were the outer gate elders and the guardians of the sect. Further inward sat 5 eminent figures of the manifestation realm. Inner gate elders Mu Shuixian, Luo Chun, along with the law enforcement hall elder, the technique hall elder, and the offering elder, Long Xie. The alchemy hall elder, Mo1, and the honorary elder of the alchemy hall, Li Qin Xian, sat in equal esteem beside these elders. A total of 11 formidable figures constituted the backbone of the Qingyun Sect. Despite their remarkable presence, they all gazed respectfully at the sect leaders seated in the main position. In their hearts, the sect leader was the most enigmatic and powerful of them all, wielding the sect's lifeblood, possessing celestial artifacts, and gazing down upon the continent. Their current accomplishments were entirely thanks to the sect leader's guidance. Feng Qingyang sat in the main position, surveying the elders below with a swell of accomplishment. The fruits of over a month of hard work were evident in the progress of the Qingyun Sect. Saints served as elders, and prodigious talents received personal instruction. With the backing of the imperial ancestor, along with his own remarkable status, who in the 5 great domains would dare to look down upon them. The time had come to truly engage with the world, to demonstrate to those jesters the consequences of provoking the might of Qingyun. The authoritative voice of Feng Qingyang resonated, proclaiming, "Those who dare offend Qingshan shall be punished. Execute them! Execute them!" The elders below rose in unison, echoing his fervor. Their resounding voices reverberated throughout the entire Qingshan mountain range, startling the cultivators who were laboring tirelessly. Heavens! What momentous event shall we witness in the construction of Qingshan City? The disciples of the Qingshan sect were filled with exuberance, their spirits soaring like a rainbow. The esteemed sect leader had resolved to wage war against the Holy Land. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed individuals for their generous gifts. In return, I intend to labor tirelessly each night until exhaustion overtakes me. Thank you. Chapter 84. The Ancestor emerges, a spectacular entrance meanwhile, within the Qingyun Hall, as Feng Qingyang concluded his words and surveyed the assembly of elders below. A thought crossed his mind. It was time to summon the Ancestor of the Emperor Realm into action. If we are to engage, let us do so with grandeur. If it is a dragon, let it coil. If it is a tiger, let it lie low. No, it should be, even the Supreme must take a step back. It was time to unleash the Ancestor's might and obliterate the Holy Land. This marked the final stride of the Qingyun Sect's dominance over the eastern domain. The world must understand the consequences of offending the Qingyun Sect. His formidable divine consciousness surged forth, and, in an instant, a colossal rift tore open the sky above the hall. A tremendous aura erupted forth. Boom! With a resounding crash, Ancestor Li Qingyun emerged, tearing through the fabric of space. To the outside world, the firmament above was directly shattered and boundless gusts of primal wind surged in. A figure emerged, seemingly striding through the river of time, commanding the sun, moon, and stars amidst the chaotic expanse. Receiving the news within the Ancestor's hall, Li Qingyun unleashed his full momentum. Arriving in the blink of an eye, the overwhelming imperial presence engulfed the entire eastern domain, his entrance resonating with explosive impact. What on earth is happening? The cultivators of the eastern domain looked up in awe at the terrifying figure. Is there truly such a powerful being in the Eastern Domain? It seems I can no longer feign ignorance. I'm a transformation god-level cultivator. This is terrifying. Which direction is that? Could it be an ancestor from some powerful faction rising from the grave? Speculations abounded. The Eastern Domain had been rife with unrest lately, on the brink of a monumental conflict over resources. The stakes of this battle were immense, poised to disrupt and reshape the order of the Eastern Domain. Now that a mysterious powerhouse has emerged, the outcome of this battle has become increasingly uncertain. Simultaneously, after a lengthy journey, Shi Hao and his companions arrived within the Lingzhou realm. With Elder Yi, a figure of significant prowess, guiding their passage through the skies, their speed had notably increased. At this moment, they were all captivated by the awe-inspiring figure in the air. What kind of powerhouse is this? Yi Shui's expression shifted, gazing in shock at that silhouette. His own cultivation at the sacred manifestation realm paled in comparison to this overwhelming presence. No, it could be said that the entire Su family would not stand a chance against this individual. Even their ancestor would likely be obliterated with a single blow. That figure was too formidable, seemingly eternal. The Black Emperor stared in disbelief. Surely, I am not mistaken. This is imperial might. Why does the Eastern Domain possess an emperor? How strange. After the ancient rift, was not the Eastern Domain left in tatters? How could such a powerhouse still exist? Could it be that an ancient emperor has returned? The Eastern Domain is certainly not simple. No wonder the Water Immortal Empress made her way here. Ancestor. That is the ancestor of my Qingyun Sect. Shi Hao looked up, filled with excitement. Truly, the ancestor is worthy of the title, making such a grand entrance. How long has it been? Just over a month ago, when there were few in the sect, I too had played chess with the ancestor. Yi Shui's heart trembled. Although she had long harbored suspicions, it was now undeniably confirmed. Looking across Lingzhou, the only sect capable of producing such formidable beings was undoubtedly the enigmatic Qingyun Sect. The words of her young companions proved to be true. The prowess of the Qingyun Sect's mighty beings was indeed astounding. No wonder they held the sacred lands in contempt. The ancestor was truly remarkable, making an entrance that left one in awe. She wondered when Lin Bai would attain such strength. With a blade of grass between his teeth and the Qinglian sword slung over his shoulder, Lin Bai spoke slowly, lost in his own reverie. One day, he envisioned mastering the sword path, wielding a mere blade of grass to cleave through the stars. With that thought, he spat out the grass, which flew 2.5 meters before falling to the ground. Indeed, Elder Yi, this is our ancestor of the Qingyun Sect. Let's go, junior brother. We must strive diligently in our cultivation. We shall aspire to become powerful like our ancestor, Shi Hao declared, patting Lin Bai's back encouragingly. Given their talents, as long as they dedicated themselves to their training, a bright future awaited them. At the same time, the young junior sister, Hua Qingyu, recovered from her shock, astonished by the immense strength of their sect's ancestor, which fundamentally altered her perception. There was an uncanny familiarity about the aura she sensed, reminiscent of a senior she had encountered. Her master referred to that senior as the Water Fairy Empress. Could it be that the ancestor also possessed the strength of an emperor? This was imperial might. Having joined the sect later than Shi Hao and Lin Bai, she had only heard tales of the powerful ancestor, but had never witnessed their prowess firsthand. Until now. Meanwhile, Su Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. This level of presence was something she had never detected, even from her own ancestor. Becoming an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sect seemed to be an insurmountable challenge. Her initial confidence was thoroughly shaken. As they continued onward, the manifestation of their ancestor indicated that the sect was preparing for serious endeavors. They needed to hasten their steps. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the Qingyun Sect, after the ancestor showcased his might, he entered the hall. Mu Xian's pupils constricted as she was the first to react. She recalled the voice echoing in her consciousness when she joined the sect, along with the formidable divine thought that had interrupted her. It must have been the ancestor's doing. During the last elders' meeting, she had been completely oblivious to it. Clearly, the ancestor was stronger than in her previous life. In her former existence, she was renowned as the Water Fairy Empress, commanding respect across the continent as a mid-stage emperor, a force to be reckoned with. It is worth noting that the longevity of an emperor's lifespan allows for prolonged periods of seclusion, often spanning thousands of years. Witnessing the ebb and flow of the world as the sea transforms into land. The path to ascension is exceedingly arduous, with millennia often yielding scant progress. What level of emperor's realm had the ancestor attained? Ancestor Li Qingyun then stepped forward. Sect Master, I wonder what urgent matters compel you to summon me. It was finally his turn to take action. Since the last incident where he had crushed a half-saint, he had remained in a state of idleness, his cultivation unable to find an outlet. The esteemed name of Emperor Qingyun shall once again resonate across the 5 domains. Ancestor, it appears I must once again request your intervention. A mere sacred ground dares to provoke our esteemed Qingyun. Eliminate them without hesitation. Feng Qingyang remarked nonchalantly, his expression unchanged, as if crushing the sacred ground were an utterly trivial matter, hardly worth consideration. Should the denizens of the eastern region overhear his sentiments, they would surely seek a way to meet an unfortunate end. Brother, that is a sacred ground, the foremost sacred ground of the eastern region, reigning supreme for millennia. You ought to exhibit at least a modicum of concern. Have you not observed how the entire eastern region has been stirred into a frenzy by your 2 formidable factions? Indeed, the realm of the powerful is beyond our comprehension. Even invincibility carries a certain solitude. Rest assured, esteemed sect master, such a wretched sacred ground is of no consequence. Once my imperial decree arrives, I shall ensure they are reduced to mere dust. Below, the venerable elder Li Qingxian trembled slightly. In the eyes of the ancestor, even the sacred ground is but a mere insect? Suddenly, he felt the weight of this implication. Fortunately, our Yudon's sacred ground allied early. Otherwise, we would inevitably follow in the footsteps of the Tian Sheng sacred ground. P.S. I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their support. As a newcomer, my writing may not be perfect. Please feel free to offer any suggestions or questions. Thank you. I plan to continue my nocturnal endeavors later tonight. Chapter 85. Returning to the sect, the fearsome beast Black Emperor. Meanwhile, Shi Hao and his companions arrived at the foot of the Qingyun Sect. Over the past month, the Qingyun mountain range has transformed from a desolate and neglected landscape to a flourishing paradise, abundant with vibrant greenery, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms. The scenery is breathtaking, with majestic peaks rising in harmonious arrangement. Once an overlooked and dilapidated mountain range, it has gained prominence under the stewardship of the Qingyun Sect, now renowned throughout the realm. In the eastern domain, who has not heard of the Qingyun mountain range, or the Qingyun Sect? At the base of the mountain, they beheld a stone tablet, inscribed with the elegant characters Qingyun Sect. They recognized that they had arrived at their destination. The spiritual energy here is astonishing. Yi Chue Shui exclaimed, taking a deep breath. She felt the holy essence within her stir in response. Qingyun Sect, we have returned. At this moment, Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Hua Qingyu donned the sect's ceremonial attire, with sect tokens hanging from their waists. Although their journey had not been lengthy, they had reaped substantial rewards in terms of cultivation, strength, and treasures. They proceeded toward the summit. Soon, they encountered the sect's guards. Who might this be? It is the esteemed disciples of the sect leader returning. Guard Wang Ji stepped forward. Shi, Lin, and Hua, the 3 esteemed disciples, have been away for over a month, and I personally saw them off. Senior Wang, these 2 and this dog are our friends, here to visit the Qingyun Sect. I have already informed our master with the token. Shi Hao stated assertively, aware of the sect's strict protocols regarding outsiders. Of course, please follow me, Guard Wang Ji replied, flattered by the address. The group then ascended to the summit and entered the Qingyun Sect. Within the grand hall, an intriguing scene unfolded. People from a Su family of the southern domain and a beast with ancient ferocious bloodline, Feng Qingyang mused, observing the system interface. As Shi Hao communicated with him, the system had automatically scanned the incoming guests. The Su family, a prominent ancient family from the southern domain, represented one of the pinnacle powers. Perhaps a strategic approach could be devised involving the Su family. What? Don't come after the Su family. Oh, do not misunderstand. I do not intend to annihilate the Su family. What piques my interest is this Black Emperor. Black Emperor, possessing ancient ferocious bloodline. A formidable mid-stage emperor-level being from 100,000 years ago, inherently greedy and vengeful, yet fiercely loyal to those it deems friends, willing to go to great lengths for them. It sought vengeance for the Water Fairy Empress, but was defeated and injured by the Witchen Emperor. Subsequently, it secluded itself in the sacred mysterious realm, recently unsealed and brought forth by Shi Hao and his companions, linked to Mu Shui Xian and possessing considerable strength. Once it fully recovers its cultivation and divine consciousness, it will become a formidable emperor-level powerhouse. Indeed, it would serve perfectly as a guardian for the Qingyun Sect. He recalled that within the prestige value marketplace, there existed such an emperor-level guardian beast, priced at a staggering 1 million prestige points. At last, a significant amount has been saved. Subsequently, Feng Qingyang rose to his feet and declared, "All right, you may all depart to make preparations. My Qingyun Sect is on the verge of dominating the eastern domain, and it is anticipated that a multitude of matters will arise. Thus, I urge you to be ready. Elder Shui Xian, please remain. The other elders may leave." With that, the assembly of elders respectfully took their leave, exiting in an orderly fashion. With the ancestral figure taking action, it appears that the shattering of the sacred land will not require their involvement. As for the Ancestor, he had long since torn through the fabric of space, and likely has already sunk the sacred land. In the Grand Hall, only Mu Shui Xian remained solitary. "Master, why do you wish for me to stay? Could it be the news of the Black Emperor has reached you? Truly, your wisdom knows no bounds." Mu Shui Xian mused to herself. Although perplexed, she stood respectfully in the center of the hall, awaiting the master's instructions. At this moment, her initial intentions had completely transformed. What the 10,000 years of servitude under the Great Tao contract? Am I not a part of the Qingyun Sect? 10,000 years is but a mere blink. Extend it for me. Feng Qingyang then closed his eyes in contemplation, no longer speaking. Mu Shui Xian could only stand in reverence, as the master had yet to give a directive, which surely held profound significance. Within the Qingyun Sect, Shi Hao and a few others had arrived at the sect's heart. "Brother Shi Hao, your sect is astonishingly powerful. As far as the eye could see, spiritual energy coalesced in a mist, and the architectural layout of the sect exuded an air of majesty, shrouded in ethereal essence, with waves of formidable aura rolling forth. Su Yao could hardly fathom the number of strong individuals guarding this sect. Even the imperial families of the Central Domain and the Forbidden Divine Dynasty could hardly compare. Her limited experience only allowed her to draw comparisons with the most formidable forces she was aware of. The Black Emperor was different. He was a formidable presence, traversing the imperial realm of the Central Domain. Having witnessed many grand spectacles, he now sensed countless, overwhelming auras that made him tremble within the Qingyun Sect. The sword mound radiating unparalleled sword intent, the Tao's 9 cauldrons suppressing fate, the immortal king's cauldron swirling with celestial charm, and the towering trial tower. All these emanated a pressure that left him quaking. This was undoubtedly the Qingyun Emperor sect of the Middle Ages. Yet, how could this sect, having lain dormant for tens of millions of years, have grown so powerful? Some disciples within the sect recognized Shi Hao and the others. They recalled that during their entrance examination, it was this young man who first welcomed and encouraged them at the mountaintop. He was a direct disciple of the sect master. Such an extraordinary figure had not been seen by the outer sect disciples in over a month since their entry. To encounter him again today was astonishing. "It's Brother Shi. At last, we can see Brother Shi again. Brother, I adore you." The disciples they encountered greeted Shi Hao with enthusiasm. "Ha, brother, you are truly popular in the sect." One remarked, "Fortunately, I did not reveal myself during the initiation ceremony. Otherwise, I would have faced the same fate." Another joked, "Some disciples are even professing their love for you, brother." Ha. Lin Bai, standing beside them, grinned and winked. He practiced the emotionless sword path, you see. Observing the awkwardness of Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu and the others could hardly suppress their laughter. To one's astonishment, the usually composed senior brother Shi Hao found himself in a moment of embarrassment. However, the disciples soon noticed that Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu donned the same sect attire as senior brother Shi Hao, adorned with the words direct disciple on their tokens. Just as they were about to extend their greetings, they witnessed senior brother Shi Hao hastily ushering the two fellow brothers and sisters away. Before long, within the grand hall of Qingyun, after a report was made, Shi Hao and his companions entered the hall. What greeted their eyes was the enchanting figure of Mu Shuixian standing at the center of the hall, followed by the esteemed presence of the sect leader seated in the main position. The Black Emperor first cast his gaze toward the leader. With the profound insight of the great emperor realm, one could see through the passage of millennia in a mere glance. Before them loomed a terrifying figure, traversing the river of time and space, with hands propelling the celestial bodies. The very essence of the Tao trembled in response, and the entire realm struggled to contain his true form, as countless fissures in the void appeared, heralding chaos and destruction. Chapter 86. The southern domain is indeed intriguing. Just then, Feng Qingyang, seated in the main position, cast a glance that exuded an aura of authority without anger. The Black Emperor, frightened, instinctively stepped back 2 paces. How terrifying! Who exactly is he? He recalled the images flashing in his mind. A figure wielding the celestial sun and moon, single-handedly shattering the heavens, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble at its presence. The Tao lamented, and the great path quivered. His heart raced uncontrollably. Detected that someone is spying on the master, automatic shielding activated. Ah, so there are still those daring to pry into our sect. Initially, I felt somewhat hesitant to assign you the role of a mere sentinel, opting for a more subtle approach. It seems I must adopt a more straightforward manner instead. Master, I regret to inform you that my fellow disciples have disappointed you. As the eldest senior brother, Shi Hao stepped forward first. After barely a month of training, our cultivation has only improved marginally, and we have even attracted the enmity of the Holy Land. No matter, I am fully aware of the situation. How dare a mere Holy Land insult our Qingyun? They deserve to be crushed, Feng Qingyang replied, maintaining his composure. Internally, he mused that Shi Hao and the others had indeed gained significant strength after their excursion to the sacred mysterious realm. As for those barking dogs, he merely needed to send someone to deal with them. I still remember arriving at Qingyun Mountain in tattered clothes, with nothing but a bowl in hand, asking for directions. From the initial state of dilapidation to the current formidable Qingyun Sect, it has been a gradual journey. Truly, as the leader of the Qingyun Sect, he need not display grandeur. His mere words carry an undeniable authority, thought Yi Chue Shui and Su Yao Yao simultaneously. They sensed no impropriety. Such a powerful sect certainly had no need to regard the Holy Land with reverence. At that moment, the Black Emperor, still shaken, dared not lift his gaze and instead fixed his eyes on Mu Shuixian, who stood beside the hall. This is the Water Fairy Empress. Yet, compelled by the presence of the terrifying figure in the main position, he remained silent. You 3 may depart for now. In 10 days, we shall finalize the outer sect rankings. At that time, you 3 will assist the outer sect elders in presiding over the event. Our sect is currently experiencing rapid advancement. Do not fall behind in your cultivation, lest you be surpassed by the disciples below, Feng Qingyang advised after a moment of contemplation. In 10 days, it will be the time for the outer sect disciples' promotions, and the inner sect disciples will emerge concurrently. This time, 10 inner sect disciples will be born, representing the 10 most gifted disciples aside from my personal disciples, the highest in talent and strength within our sect. Having you 3 assist in the proceedings is intended to inspire the disciples below. Just look, even a master's personal disciples have come to motivate the outer sect. Whoa, how touching. I am willing to go to great lengths for our sect, even to the point of sacrificing myself for the master. The master truly values us outer sect disciples. Of course, with so many talented outer sect disciples, if we do not value you, whom should we value? Yes, master. Then we shall take our leave to cultivate. In unison, the 3 disciples responded before gracefully exiting the grand hall. Regarding Su Yao Yao, Yi Chue Shui, and the Black Emperor, the sect master undoubtedly had prior arrangements, matters that were not within their purview. After their departure, Feng Qingyang turned his attention back to the 2 from the Su family. There was little to say. These 2 had indeed rendered assistance to Shi Hao and the others, journeying countless miles to aid the Qingyun Sect in contending against the Holy Land, even though their support was not required. They hailed from the Su family of the southern region, did they not? Feng Qingyang's enigmatic gaze scrutinized the two, under the watchful eye of the mysterious sect master above. Su Yaoyao and Yi Chuexue felt a chilling sensation wash over them, an overwhelming pressure bearing down. Feng Qingyang exuded an aura of formidable power. His body manifested the celestial body, the first forbidden physique, and the foremost divine body of the heavens, all accompanied by an inherent air of authority that intensified with his cultivation. The system had bestowed upon him an invincible might, impervious to scrutiny and comprehension. Indeed, esteemed sect master, I am the grand elder of the Su family, and this is our young lady, Su Yaoyao, Yi Chuexue responded, braving the pressure as he faced the inquiries of the sect master seated before him. He found amusement in reflecting upon his earlier thoughts, realizing that even as a transcendent being, he paled in comparison to the might of this grand sect, rendering his assistance unnecessary. Not to mention, the mere presence of the silent woman standing afar emanated a formidable aura that sent shivers down his spine, let alone the oppressive presence of the sect master in the main seat. Yes, I am aware of your deeds, and I have sensed the goodwill from your Su family. You too may reside as guests in my Qingyun Sect for a few days. There is no need for your family to intervene in matters concerning the Holy Land, Feng Qingyang declared, rising and clasping his hands behind his back. Then I extend my gratitude to the esteemed sect master, Yi Chuexue said respectfully, cupping his fists. To be a guest at Qingyun Sect was indeed a great honor. Not to mention, the density of spiritual energy in this celestial realm far surpassed that of the outside world by numerous folds. Even without active cultivation, one could benefit from the very act of breathing. He could already feel the holy source within him stirring subtly upon his arrival. Esteemed sect master, Yaoyao has a small request. Su Yaoyao summoned her courage to speak, determined to join the Qingyun Sect at all costs. How intriguing. You dare to make a request of this sect? Do you possess sufficient capital? Feng Qingyang observed her closely with a smile. Esteemed sect master, Yaoyao wishes to inquire about the conditions for joining the Qingyun Sect, she stated. To join my Qingyun Sect is not particularly difficult, Feng Qingyang replied, crossing his arms and stroking his chin thoughtfully. As you may have heard, the rankings for the outer sect will be established in 10 days. If you can defeat any one of the top 10, I shall permit your direct entry into the outer sect. He considered her for a moment. Having previously assessed Su Yaoyao through the system, he found her temperament and determination commendable. More talented disciples were certainly welcome. Really? Thank you, sect master, Su Yaoyao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With her formidable strength, defeating the outer disciples should not be overly challenging. By the way, your Su family is considered a top-tier force in the southern region, isn't it? Thank you for your praise, sect master. Although our Su family possesses some strength, we are still significantly inferior compared to your esteemed sect. Yi Chuexue stepped forward once more, her heart filled with questions. Could it be that the sect master of Qingyun holds an interest in our Su family? Feng Qingyang seemed to see through the old man's thoughts and chuckled. Do not overthink it. Our sect holds no interest in your Su family. However, we are indeed very intrigued by the southern region. The southern region? Goodness. Just as we are about to dominate the eastern region, we must also set our sights on them. How terrifying. Please, do not approach me. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect. Chapter 87. The Emperor's decree descends, annihilating the sacred land after a brief respite outside the palace. The venerable ancestor Li Qingyun unleashed his power. He rent the fabric of space, sending forth a beam of golden light that surged towards the sacred land. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The vast Qingyun mountain range, shrouded in swirling clouds, now resembled an ancient beast awakening from its slumber, stirred by the ancestor's casual strike. A deep, rumbling sound echoed from the mountain heights, accompanied by an overwhelming imperial might. Within the thick clouds, an immense surge of spiritual energy began to churn, instilling awe and terror in the hearts of onlookers. Meanwhile, at the heavenly sacred land in Xingzhou, today marked the day the sacred land would eradicate the Qingyun Sect. Numerous powerful figures, practitioners, and disciples gathered in a grand plaza within the sacred land. The sovereign Yang Zizai looked down with an air of authority. Flanked by several formidable figures of the manifestation realm, their combined might soaring into the heavens. The terrifying aura rolled like clouds, casting a pall over the earth and sky. This was the very essence of the heavenly sacred land's dominance in the eastern region. 5 formidable beings of the manifestation realm, alongside numerous practitioners of the sacred realm, as well as countless others from the fragmentation and semi-holy realms, made this sacred land a powerhouse, boasting a foundation of several 100,000 years. The strength of the heavenly sacred land could not be underestimated, instilling fear in the hearts of cultivators across the eastern region. Prior to the Qingyun Sect, none dared to challenge their might. Today, the people of the Qingyun Sect, who have slain our holy sun and harmed our sacred land's warriors, will face the full wrath of this sovereign. We shall shatter Qingyun and avenge our shame. Let them follow in the footsteps of the misty blue sacred land, leaving no trace of the Qingyun Sect behind. The commanding voice of Sovereign Yang Zizai resonated throughout the sacred land, reverberating with the weight of celestial authority. With this proclamation, an overwhelming force surged forth, enveloping the heavens and earth. The external world trembled in anticipation. The battle for the annihilation of a sect was about to commence. Cultivators from all 13 states were fixated on this pivotal conflict that would reshape the order of the eastern region. Would the foremost sacred land among the 5 maintain its supremacy, or would the formidable Qingyun Sect rise to power? At that moment, a piercing clang shattered the air. Echoing throughout Shenzhou, countless gazes turned towards the source, sensing an anomaly. Above the heavenly sacred land, after a sharp, tearing sound, the very fabric of space was rent asunder, revealing a gaping abyss that exposed the depths of endless void. From this void emerged a decree infused with boundless imperial might, sweeping across the entirety of the eastern region. Even the distant Qingyun Sect in Lingzhou felt its presence. In the grand hall, Feng Qingyang stood with hands clasped behind him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The performance was about to begin. As the decree descended, a terrifying pressure followed suit. At that moment, even cultivators across the 13 states of the eastern region, separated by vast distances, were astonished by this overwhelming force, their eyes fixed in disbelief upon the decree. First came the endless imperial might that dominated the eastern region, followed by the decree descending upon the sacred land. Whose masterstroke is this? It is nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, the disciples from various states suddenly recalled the terrifying figure they had encountered not long ago, a shadow that strode through the chaotic heavens, emerging from the boundless void. This overwhelming pressure and magnificent aura undeniably belonged to the same individual. Could it be that he harbored enmity against the Holy Land? No, it could not be. This was undoubtedly a formidable warrior dispatched by the Qingyun Sect. Within the Holy Land, a resounding boom erupted as the golden decree descended from above. Its resplendent light illuminated the land of the Holy Province. However, to the inhabitants of the Holy Land, this blinding radiance resembled a death warrant. Under such oppressive force, the previously imposing figures of the Holy Land found themselves prostrated on the ground. What on earth was happening? Quickly summon the ancestors. The Holy Master Yang Zizai was also forced to bow down, desperately straining to lift his head and gaze at the decree hovering above. As the sovereign of a dominant realm, he had never endured such humiliation. Being subdued and lying on the ground felt more unbearable than death itself. The remaining slumbering ancestors within the Holy Land sensed the disturbance and attempted to rise from their coffins. Yet, they found the coffin lid immovable. And what was even more dire was that the terrifying pressure from the outside world was encroaching upon them. Their own survival was at stake. Holy Master, save me. I do not wish to die. I surrender, I surrender. Spare my life. The anguished cries of the Holy Land's disciples echoed for miles. The sheer terror of the pressure was beyond their capacity to withstand. Subdued, they could only wail and plead for mercy, with escape being a distant dream. The others were also left in a frenzy of helpless rage. Yang Zizai's expression twisted with fury as he desperately channeled his entire cultivation, unleashing torrents of sacred energy time and again. Yet, it was all in vain. The overwhelming pressure upon him remained unyielding. Damn it! Which fool provoked such a powerful being? When I find out, I shall annihilate his entire clan. He was still puzzled as to why such a formidable entity would take action against their holy land. The cries for help that reached his ears fell on deaf ears. Did they not see that their holy master had been subdued and was now lying prostrate? The decree gradually opened amidst the cacophony of screams, and a voice that resonated with profound authority emerged. I am the ancestor of the Qingyun Sect. Today, how dare the Holy Land insult my Qingyun? Such insignificant ants, utterly lacking in self-awareness, have brought this disgrace upon themselves. Today, I descend with this decree to obliterate the Holy Land, so as to not tarnish the prestige of Qingyun. The voice, echoing with the might of the heavens, reverberated throughout the realm, reaching the ears of all present. Qingyun Ancestor, Qingyun Sect. It was indeed the handiwork of a powerful figure from the Qingyun Sect. As surmised by the cultivators from the outside world, that formidable shadow was indeed one of their own. The Holy Land was doomed. You Qingyun Sect are truly relentless. Yang Zizai ground his teeth and shouted, yet under the immense heavenly might, his defiance seemed utterly powerless. Following the proclamation of destruction, a tremendous roar erupted, and the decree blazed with golden light, transforming into a colossal hand that overshadowed the heavens. The terrifying thunderstorm descended with ferocity, crackling as it struck downwards. A colossal hand followed suit, bringing forth an overwhelming pressure that blanketed the surroundings. No, witnessing this, the cries of the people in the sacred land grew more desperate as they gazed in horror at the descending hand from the heavens. Bang! Following a resounding thud, everything within the sacred land was reduced to mere dust. The once mighty and prosperous sanctuary was obliterated in an instant, ceasing to exist. Even the cultivators from the 13 states felt the ground tremble beneath them, as if an apocalyptic calamity had befallen the world. As the smoke cleared, a desolate scene emerged. The sacred land lay in ruins, marked only by a gaping chasm akin to an abyss. It was utterly terrifying. Where's the sacred land? Where are the powerful beings that once inhabited it? All have ascended. A chorus of gasps echoed, as the spectacle was too shocking to comprehend. The foremost sacred land, dominating the eastern domain, was effortlessly annihilated with a mere gesture. The Qingyun Sect must never be provoked. Chapter 88. Renowned in the eastern domain. The guardian beast at the gate did I not see it correctly? The Holy Land? With a single strike, it has vanished. The cultivators from the 13 states were simultaneously astounded. The factions supporting the Qingyun Sect were equally bewildered. While they anticipated a victory for the Qingyun Sect, they never imagined such overwhelming ferocity. The tumultuous days of battle that had stirred our blood now concluded in an instant. Is this for real? The news spread like wildfire across various continents and factions. The Eastern Domain had undergone a transformation. The tempest preceding the great conflict was swiftly quelled. The Holy Land, which had stood for hundreds of thousands of years, was reduced to mere dust, no longer existent. Quick! Announce that our Qinglian Sect has allied with the Qingyun Sect. Hurry, prepare a spiritual steed for me. I shall personally journey to the Qingyun Sect to offer resources. The leaders of all major powers in the Eastern Domain promptly relayed the news, pledging allegiance to the Qingyun Sect as the celestial sect of the Eastern Domain, submitting beneath the Qingyun Sect's feet. With such a grand sect in existence, subservience is the only path forward. Only by yielding can one aspire to greater heights. To dominate a continent is to become a supreme sect. To command a domain is to become a celestial sect. And to overlook the land is a feat no power has ever achieved since ancient times. Across all regions, particularly in the central domain, various great powers vie for supremacy. Many are proclaiming that the golden era of the Eastern Domain has dawned. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect, the disciples erupted in jubilant cheers. We have triumphed. The resounding voice that had just echoed through the air reached them as well. Those who insult Qingyun shall face retribution. Our spirit remains unyielded. The ancestors are truly invincible. At this moment, within the Grand Hall, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest renowned in the Eastern Domain. Rewards have been dispensed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 golden summoning cards. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Tower of Temporal Paths. Congratulations, host, for receiving a Cultivation Enhancement card. Golden Summoning Card. can summon beings ranging from great saints to emperors. Tower of Temporal Paths, an innate treasure of the great Tao, birthed from the primordial chaos, containing the laws of time, with the current flow rate of 100 upgradable. 1 day in the outside world equates to 100 days within the tower. Cultivation Enhancement Card, no restrictions on boundaries, guaranteed to elevate one major realm. This card is exclusive to the host. New main quest issued, Dread the 5 Domains. Substantial rewards await upon completion. As the system's voice echoed, Feng Qingyang realized that everything had come to an end. This holy land was remarkably short-lived. The Ancestor's intervention had concluded in mere moments. Feng Qingyang examined the rewards, which were indeed quite generous. 3 golden cards, a cultivation enhancement card, and a time-manipulating tool of extraordinary utility. With this tool in hand, the Qingyun Sect's ascension would accelerate significantly, enabling even the less talented disciples to catch up. Furthermore, the prestige value garnered from this event would likely rise considerably. At this moment, those below finally grasped the situation. The previously staggering proclamation had reached their ears. A sudden hush fell over them. Could it be? Sect Master, is it possible? Murmured Mu Shuixian, who had remained silent until now. The bright eyes of Yichue Shui sparkled with a premonition. Indeed, the Holy Land had been annihilated by the Ancestor. Hiss! Both Yichue Shui and Su Yao Yao were rendered speechless. In the midst of their conversation, the Holy Land had turned to ashes. Feng Qingyang strolled down from his seat of authority, remarking as he walked, "You two have no further matters to attend to. You may leave. All affairs will be arranged by our sect in 10 days. The steward below would naturally provide them with accommodations in the palace. Then, esteemed sect leader, we shall take our leave," Yichue Shui concluded, leading her lady, Su Yao Yao, away. Even after exiting the Grand Hall, their minds lingered in the shock of the news just received. Feng Qingyang proceeded directly to the lower part of the hall, approaching the Black Emperor. With no lingering distractions, it was time to address the issue of the sect's guardian beast. Standing before the Black Emperor, he looked down upon it. He bent down to pat the head of the little black dog. The Black Emperor displayed remarkable docility, not daring to resist in the slightest. It was afraid, truly afraid. The Emperor acknowledged a certain inadequacy, primarily due to the formidable presence before him. How could one withstand such an aura? Was this truly a beast of the ancient and ferocious bloodline? It seemed merely a gentle little black dog. A smile graced Feng Qingyang's face. However, this posed no significant concern. As long as it could swiftly regain its imperial strength, guarding the sect would not be a challenge. Occasionally, he pondered the need for his own steed or divine beast to protect the sect. As the leader of a major power, it would be quite impressive to venture forth with 9 true dragons pulling his chariot or ancient divine beasts as mounts. How splendid that would be! Upon witnessing the leader's smile, the Black Emperor nearly recoiled in trepidation. What did this imply? The sect leader was elated. Was it the end for him? Did the sect leader intend to feast upon dog flesh, or a banquet of divine beasts? The Black Emperor, a creature of ancient lineage, the pinnacle of the imperial realm from 100,000 years ago, had sealed itself in the sacred mysterious realm after being wounded by the Wuchan Emperor in a quest for vengeance against the Water Fairy Empress. The sect had spoken the truth, had they not? Feng Qingyang released the dog's head, standing upright with hands clasped behind him, and declared what? Both Mu Shuixian and the Black Emperor felt a jolt within. Little Black had indeed sought to confront Wuchan for the sake of vengeance. No wonder they had encountered Little Black in the Eastern Domain. She had previously been perplexed as to why the aura of the Little Black she had seen in the Holy State was similar to that of the one before her now. It turned out it had been wounded by Wuchan and had sealed itself in the Eastern Domain's secret realm. The leader's words clarified all her doubts. As for how the leader came to know this, do not inquire. Simply accept that the sect leader possessed unparalleled abilities. How could he possibly know? The Black Emperor's emotions were intricate at this moment. Unbidden, memories of that figure resurfaced in his mind, treading the river of time, palms sweeping across the heavens. Indeed, it was Little Black. With a sense of trepidation, the Black Emperor realized that all of his fate lay within the grasp of this mysterious leader. Well, it is fortunate that it is you. I shall soon grant you an extraordinary opportunity, Feng Qingyang remarked with another smile. Caught in contemplation of this grand opportunity, the Black Emperor was interrupted as Mu Shui Xian approached from a distance. Little Black, why are you so foolish? You are well aware that the two of us cannot contend against Wuchen, Mu Shui Xian said, her voice choked with emotion. Her eyes were reddened, resembling a pristine pool of water. As a formidable being in the imperial realm, she had not experienced such feelings for over 10,000 years. A true confidant is hard to find, and among old friends, you are my sole ally. Thus, I must avenge you. How detestable that wretched scoundrel Wuchen is, always resorting to underhanded tactics. The Black Emperor sighed after speaking. The once defiant creature had been soundly defeated by Wuchen that day, and humiliation it would never forget. Enough. You old friends have reunited. We shall converse further later. Who is Wuchen, that insignificant insect? I shall present you with an opportunity for vengeance. What say you? The Black Emperor seized upon the key phrases. Wuchen, insect, opportunity, vengeance. Pray, enlighten us, esteemed leader. Feng Qingyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the distant horizon beyond the Grand Hall, gesturing outward. Our Qingyun Sect is in need of a gatekeeping beast. I see that you possess a modicum of strength, sufficient for the task. A guardian beast? You want me to guard? After a moment of contemplation, it seemed rather appealing. P.S. In the past few days, my writing has felt a bit lackluster. Could my esteemed courtiers lend me a hand by clicking the yellow button to support me? Chapter 89. The Three Sacred Kings. Guardian of the Tower of Time and Space. Ah, the role of a guardian. The Black Emperor contemplated this notion quietly. Such a grand sect, with a lineage spanning millions of years, must possess countless formidable individuals and profound heritage. For instance, the potent auras it sensed made it tremble. If the sect leader deems Wuchen to be but an ant, then revenge is surely just around the corner. What do you think, considering your capabilities? You are hardly qualified to serve as the guardian of the Qingyun Sect. It is only out of respect for Elder Mu that I reluctantly acquiesce. Feng Qingyang continued to gaze into the distance, standing with hands clasped behind his back, an imposing aura radiating from him. How touching. I never anticipated that the sect leader would value me so highly. The water fairy has indeed rendered me a great service. Sect leader, I am willing. Entrust the gates of Qingyun to me. I assure you that without your permission, not even a fly shall enter. The Black Emperor declared, his small eyes brimming with determination. Feng Qingyang looked at this obedient subordinate with satisfaction. This clever little being has been thoroughly convinced by our sect. Such talent is precisely what Qingyun requires. Yet, it must be acknowledged that in the future, Qingyun is destined to dominate the heavens. At that time, merely guarding the gates will be insufficient. But that is a matter for another day. As long as you perform well, our sect will not neglect any member. You may withdraw now. With a flourish of his sleeve, Feng Qingyang signaled them to depart. We take our leave, they replied in unison, and exited the Grand Hall. As the Black Emperor stepped outside, he reflected on the sect leader's words. Perform well, and no one shall be neglected. I am a beast of great power. Alas, it matters not. Surely such a formidable being as the sect leader would not deceive me. Mu Shui Xian gazed at her old friend, her thoughts swirling. 100,000 years have passed. I wonder how my Mu family is faring now. Have they faced retribution from Wuchen? Yet, there is nothing I can do at present, for my strength is insufficient to confront the Emperor Wuchen. I was no match 100,000 years ago, and I certainly am not now. For now, I must heed the sect leader's advice and strive diligently. If I perform well, I can request the sect's assistance, and Wuchen will surely be no match for me then. At present, I lack the necessary weight. Water Fairy, I shall now proceed to guard the sect. Should the opportunity arise, we will share a drink and revel together. With that, the Black Emperor bid farewell to Mu Shui Xian and strode towards the gates. Inside the Grand Hall, Feng Qingyang opened the system interface. It is time for a few summons. The last time, the gold card summoned a formidable great sage. I wonder what this time will bring. 3 gold cards. If luck is on my side, perhaps 3 peak emperors will materialize. Using all available rewards. Ding, the Tower of Time and Space has materialized. Ding, the gold summon card has been successfully used summoning. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a peak sacred king level powerhouse, the Solitary Challenger. Summoning. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a peak sacred king-level powerhouse, MO phone. Summoning. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a peak sacred king-level powerhouse, the Enchantress. In the realm of character portrayal, the depiction has been successfully realized. The pinnacle of the Saint King realm? Perhaps it is merely passable. One might initially serve as a core elder. However, given the absence of core disciples at present, one can temporarily act as a guardian for the sect. The position of a guardian beside the sect leader is not to be underestimated. It is essential to recognize that those at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm are among the most formidable beings across the 5 domains. Even the most powerful sects and families in the central domain only boast individuals of this caliber at most. As the name implies, the Saint King represents the sovereign of saints. Achieving the saint realm allows one to comprehend the laws and draw upon the sacred essence to cultivate these principles, culminating in the mastery of the laws of the Saint King realm. Beyond this, one must gradually explore and attain an initial understanding of the Tao, breaking through to the supreme realm and overlooking the eons. Mastery of the Tao enables one to transcend to the Emperor realm, standing atop the continent and ruling over it. This is the path to imperial ascendance following the Saint realm. Yet, throughout history, countless prodigies have spent their lives grappling with the Tao's elusive edges, often to no avail until their demise. In pursuit of enlightenment, one may resort to any madness, reversing laws and forcing breakthroughs. Have you not heard? To hear the Tao at dawn, even death by dusk, is acceptable. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. The boundless sacred essence materialized out of thin air, surging wildly into Feng Qingyang's body. The formidable force of the laws enveloped him, saturating his entire being. An overwhelming aura emanated forth, causing an instantaneous surge in his cultivation. He ascended to the pinnacle of the saint realm, initial, mid, and later stages of manifesting the saint realm. The enhancement card effectively elevated him by an entire realm. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect, the phenomena of heaven and earth reappeared. An abundance of primordial purple aura surged from the east, coalescing into a vortex of spiritual energy that transformed into spiritual rain. The Tao of Time materialized, jubilantly resonating with a vibrant clangor. A colossal divine tower descended steadily from the infinite void, firmly landing upon the earth of the Qingyun Sect. The tower soared skyward, its imposing presence overshadowing the sect's iconic structure, the Trial Tower. Before the disciples could express their astonishment, 3 spatial rifts manifested. 3 figures emerged, their Saint King realm auras radiating with undeniable power. Several elders of the sect instantly turned their gazes towards them. Upon recognizing their sect attire, they resumed their previous activities. It appeared that these were indeed powerful figures from the sect. Following the Qingyun Sect's dominance over the eastern domain, the elders who had roamed outside were returning one after another, while the slumbering powers gradually awakened. However, they were particularly intrigued by the unexpectedly materialized massive tower, as the celestial phenomena surrounding it indicated its extraordinary nature. The sect leader was once again unveiling the sect's profound heritage. Who dares to intrude upon the Qingyun Sect? The Black Emperor outside the mountain gate of the Qingyun Sect sensed an approaching presence almost instantly. The earlier celestial phenomena had profoundly astonished it. As an Emperor realm being, it could discern that the Tao of Time was in jubilant celebration, venerating the tower. Such a tower was indeed remarkable. Yet the 3 auras that had reappeared dared to invade the Qingyun Sect. It was time for this Emperor to achieve merit. Alas, alas, alas! Lord Black Emperor, those are our Qingyun's powerful figures, not outsiders. Elder Wang Ji, the Guardian Elder, hastily called out to the Black Emperor. The little black dog, upon its arrival, claimed to have been appointed by the sect master to guard the mountain gate. Initially, Wang Ji paid little heed to this assertion. However, the palpable aura exuded by the little black dog swiftly overwhelmed him, prompting a change in his address to Lord Black Emperor. Indeed, those personally appointed by the sect master are never to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor paused, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Oh, are you implying that those 3 are formidable members of my Qingyun sect? Indeed, Lord Black Emperor. Just moments ago, our Elder Guardian informed me using the sect token. Wang Ji replied, producing the sect's token from his grasp. The sect token? Alas, I do not possess one yet. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Qingyun, 3 figures entered, bowing respectfully towards the seat of the sect master. Gu Duqiu Bai, Mo Feng, and Wu Mei pay their respects to the sect master. Chapter 90. The Tower of Time, secondary sect in the grand hall beneath. 3 voices harmonized in unison. Feng Qingyang cast a sweeping gaze downward. Gu Duqiu Bai and Mo Feng were both middle-aged men, while the alluring figure was surprisingly a youthful woman, possessing an enchanting beauty, reminiscent of her name, which seemed tailor-made for her. She embodied the grace of a moon concealed by clouds and blossoms that shy away from the wind, a visage so captivating it could topple kingdoms. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. Just moments ago, from the system interface, it had been evident. Who in their right mind would adopt such a name as alluring? Upon closer inspection, it was undeniable. She truly was enchanting. Yet, she lacked the fragrance of a maid of imperial stature. Then, Feng Qingyang's authoritative voice resonated. You 3 shall remain by my side, ready to heed my commands. Without a trace of hesitation, the trio below bowed respectfully. To be in the presence of a sect leader? How splendid! With 3 powerful beings at the Saint King level beside him, he mused, the days of having an emperor-level companion were not far off. With a flick of his sleeve, he soared into the air, departing from the Qingyun Hall and swiftly arriving before the Tower of Time and Space. This tower stood at the heart of the sect, distanced far from the Disciples' Trial Tower, which was designed to facilitate their cultivation within the outer disciple area. The colossal tower, reaching for the heavens, radiated with the profound essence of the universe, suffused with a divine violet aura that enveloped its structure, accentuating its sanctity. Feng Qingyang's purpose for visiting was to test the efficacy of the time-space tower. Without further contemplation, he entered. After a moment of celestial transformation, the scene before him morphed dramatically. Inside the tower lay an expansive and boundless void, where the violet aura thickened. Countless celestial bodies shimmered in the vastness, and the air was saturated with the laws of time. Upon entering, Feng Qingyang immediately sensed the alteration in the flow of time compared to the outside world. The power of the laws within his manifested realm pulsed energetically before he unleashed it. The flow of time was 100 times faster. This meant that while hundreds of days passed within, only a few days elapsed outside. A single day of cultivation here equated to 100 days of others' efforts, an incredible advantage. However, was this not akin to shortening one's lifespan? System prompt. Despite the 100-fold acceleration of time, the bone age of those who enter remains unchanged. Only their cultivation and experience will increase. Splendid. This meant that even if one cultivated here for 10,000 years, only a century would pass outside, essentially living a decade while genuinely experiencing a millennium. Indeed, this place could be open to all sect members without delay. He turned and departed. Soon after, the elders of the sect disseminated the news. The time-space tower was now open to the public, with the time-flow ratio set at 1 to 100. The miscellaneous disciples with sect tokens could enter for 10 days of cultivation each month, while outer disciples could enjoy 15 days. Steadfast no restrictions. Furthermore, 500 contribution points could extend one's time by an additional day. The announcement sent ripples of excitement throughout the sect. From the eldest to the youngest disciple, everyone was astonished by this momentous news. This time-space tower is simply extraordinary. With this tower, will not our cultivation soar to unprecedented heights? Alas, it is only due to our junior brother that we all have the opportunity to enter the tower. Thus, it is relatively fair. Those who wish to stand out must strive earnestly. A disciple from the outer sect patted the shoulder of junior brother Jiyin, offering a reminder. Senior brother, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry forth. Let us strive. I have comprehended, senior brother. From now on, please call me Jiyin, the god of striving. A throng of disciples, upon receiving the news, surged into the time-space tower, eager to begin their training. With the ranking day approaching, none wished to fall behind. This method was meticulously crafted by Feng Qingyang after careful consideration. Firstly, the time-space tower requires resources to maintain its operation. Secondly, mindless, arduous training would yield minimal improvement. It must be accompanied by diligence, for disciples should not overly rely on the tower, hence the limitations imposed. Consequently, their desire to utilize the time-space tower for enhancement would incite fierce competition, as higher status within the sect would allow for more days of use. After notifying the elders through divine thought, Feng Qingyang eagerly reopened the system interface. The sect's value was finally sufficient, even exceeding expectations. He was impatient to discover what a second-tier sect truly entailed. However, to his dismay, the next upgrade required a staggering 100,000. System, let us commence. Ding, sect upgraded. Upgrade successful. Current sect level is second tier. At the sound of the system's voice, a tempest arose, and a deluge of spiritual energy descended like a torrential rain. The entire Qingyun Sect, nestled on Qingyun Mountain, began to tremble precariously. What on earth is happening? What is this situation? The entire Qingyun Sect was thrown into disarray. Everyone, remain calm. This is merely a small technique from our sect. The voice of sect master Feng Qingyang resonated with the authority of the heavens, echoing throughout the Qingyun Sect. So it is the esteemed sect master. Then there is nothing to worry about. The upgrade continued unabated. Following the tremors, 8 towering peaks emerged from thin air, rising majestically. Each peak soared thousands of feet, resembling sharp swords thrusting toward the heavens. It was extraordinarily perilous. A dense aura of immortality enveloped the peaks, akin to a celestial realm. The entire sect underwent a transformative metamorphosis. The former palatial structures were replaced by edifices of divine majesty, exuding an air of sanctity and solemnity. The Alchemy Hall, Training Rooms, Artifact Refining Hall, Elders Hall, Sect Master Hall, Qingyun Great Hall, and so forth, all first-tier buildings were upgraded to second tier. They expanded to an astonishing degree. The crowd gazed in awe at this magnificent sight. Is this truly our Qingyun Sect? The previous iteration had already left them awestruck, resembling a realm of celestial wonder. Now, it was beyond their wildest imaginations. To think that all of this was merely a small technique of the sect master, it was truly unbelievable. What kind of being is the sect master? Ding! Second-tier sect upgrade successful. Please continue your efforts. Strive to create the foremost divine sect of all realms. The path ahead is long.